high mountains rise behind the pagoda, standing tall against the horizon. Inside, two men sit at a small wooden table. GWI Ryong Ja, holding a bottle in his wrinkled hands, lets out a sigh. "I've waited decades for this day," he says. "And you only drank one cup? Truly heartless." Across from him sits a long-haired man named Geometrical Muguk, calm and silent. Ryong Ja pours more into his cup, his voice softening. "We were just kids when we first met." The man's gaze drifts toward his guest. The deep scar across his cheek catches the lantern light as the liquid pours steadily from the bottle. "It's been almost 40 years since I met him," the guest thinks. His mind drifts back to that day long ago, when he walked through the door, stood before young Ryong Ja, and made a single request. "Send me back in time, using the Great Regression technique." The young Ryong Ja looked at him, stunned. The two stood face to face, their fates intertwining from that moment on. The Great Regression technique, one of the GWI family's most guarded secrets, perfected and studied over countless generations. Inside the family library, lanterns glowed softly, casting warm light over rows of scrolls. Ryong Ja smiled as he studied one particular scroll. "Such a technique, nearly impossible to complete. I came so close to mastering it, yet in the end, I had to give it up." He crushed the parchment in his hand, frustration written in his movements. To perform the Great Regression technique, 5 rare materials were required, and gathering them all was said to be impossible. Ryong Ja leaned back, lost in thought, before finally speaking with a faint smile. "I'll grant your wish, but only if you bring me everything I need." He listed the items one by one. The Thunderbell, sacred artifact of the Heavenly Wind cult. The divine incense brazier of the Dragon Clan. The core essence of the 10,000-year carp. The secret demonic soul of the Dark Cult. He chuckled softly. "Collect them all, and I'll do it." Years passed. The man before him had done the impossible. He gathered every single one. To claim the secret demonic soul, he vanished for years, presumed dead. Ryong Ja stares into the reflection in his cup. "I truly thought you were gone," he says quietly. Lifting his cup, he asks, "Where did you even find all this?" The man takes a slow sip before replying. "At some point, I started thinking this so-called great technique was cursed. Anyone who tries to complete it ends up broken. There were nights I almost ended it myself." Ryong Ja studies him closely. The man's blonde hair falls just enough to reveal one cold, watchful eye. When I first met him, he was young. Now he's old, his hair gray, his aura completely changed. He can't help but wonder, are these the inevitable scars left on anyone who dares chase the power of the Great Regression technique? Ryong Ja lifts his cup and takes a slow drink. Then, setting it down, he finally speaks. "At last, I can ask, why do you want to go back to the past?" The cup slips from the man's hand, striking the saucer with a sharp clink. His eyes blaze with a wild, furious light. "Revenge," he says. Ryong Ja freezes, stunned by the sudden shift in his guest's tone. The two men sit facing each other across the small wooden table. "You mean to tell me," Ryong Ja asks quietly, "that you don't have enough strength to take revenge as you are now?" "That's right," the man replies flatly. Ryong Ja leans forward. "Then who is it you hate so much?" The answer comes after a long pause. "Wammugi." The old man's expression hardens. The name alone brings memories crashing back. 3 men lying dead, the world drenched in blood. So it was him, Ryong Ja thinks grimly. The same Mugi who slaughtered the 3 greatest leaders of the Miram forces. The one who cut down the head of the Miram Alliance, the unorthodox chief, and even the heavenly demon himself. The man hailed as the strongest of the new age. He remembers the tales, while Mugi, standing atop a mountain of corpses, drenched in victory. "Even if you return to the past," Ryong Ja says cautiously, "you will never defeat that monster." "I don't care," the man growls. "I'll kill that bastard no matter what it takes." His voice lowers, the rage turning heavy. "That heavenly demon Mugi killed was my father." Ryong Ja's eyes widened. For a moment, he can't speak. Shadows of black energy begin to swirl faintly above the man's body. "But I'm not doing this to avenge my father," the man continues. "Nor my brother, that scheming fool. People who deal with demons, death means nothing to them." Ryong Ja frowns. "Then who are you avenging?" The man's hands tighten into fists. "That day, Mugi slaughtered everyone. Servants, cooks, children. None of them even knew martial arts. He killed them all, even the cats and dogs." The scene flashes through his mind, countless bodies lying in silence. Rangjia shakes his head slowly. I can't believe that Mugi would do something so cruel. Believe me or don't, the man snaps. It doesn't matter. I can't touch him now, so I'll go back and end it myself. Outside, the moon glows softly beyond the open doors. The man's voice grows cold. When I find him, I'll ask him one question before I kill him. Why would a man that powerful need to slaughter children? Rangjia stares in disbelief. The table between them feels heavy with silence. A bottle, 2 cups, and the weight of their fates. After a long pause, the old man asks quietly, Tell me, does the great regression technique truly work? The man narrows his eyes. Depends. Why do you ask? Rangjia looks at him earnestly. If it does, then find me in the past. Find you? What for? Rangjia lets out a tired sigh. Stop me from getting married. The sunlight from the window falls across half the man's face as he lowers his head, then bursts into laughter. You're joking, old man. I'm not. Rangjia says firmly. If you go back, tell me to stay single, to live the rest of my life alone. The man smiles faintly. All right, he says. I promise. Rangjia nods and gestures toward the doorway. Then let's go. It's time to begin the great regression. The hero rises slowly, his body trembling. He can barely stay upright. Are you all right? Rangjia asks, rushing to support him. I'll manage, the man answers. Losing an arm and an eye was a small price to pay for the secret demonic soul. His words hang in the air as he looks around, each one radiating an ominous, ancient power. Rangjia opens a small box in his hands. Inside rests a black sphere, pulsing faintly with dark energy. Instantly, waves of black mist begin to swirl through the room. Folding his hands before his face, Rangjia begins chanting. The artifacts tremble, glowing with light as words of the ancient spell spin around the black sphere like ribbons of fire. The bell in front of him flares with brilliance. A bright, rippling portal opens before the old man, its energy filling the room with a thunderous hum. Rangjia stares into it wide-eyed. It worked, he whispers. Turning to his companion, he says, You see this? I did it. I've kept my promise. But the hero doesn't answer. He's slumped against the wall, breathing heavily, confusion flickering in his single eye. His gaze drifts to the portal. Something feels wrong. Rangjia looks back at him, then takes a step toward the glowing vortex. I'm sorry, he says softly. Truly sorry. But I'll find you, and I'll warn you about what's coming. The hero watches in disbelief as Rangjia moves closer to the portal. Going back in time, it's not just your dream, the old man continues. It's my family's legacy, my lifelong wish. Suddenly, shock flashes across his face. His body stiffens. I can't move. He realizes. My demonic acupuncture point. It's sealed. A voice cuts through the silence behind him. How could you do this? Rangja's head trembles as he tries to turn. The hero steps closer, his voice low and heavy. Why, Rangja? After everything I've done. The old man's mouth opens as his eyes fill with tears. I lost control, he stammers. I know how hard you worked, what you sacrificed. I was wrong. Terribly wrong. The hero's lone eye gleams with fury. His hand tightens around the old man's neck, then loosens. Rangja gasps, clutching his throat. I'm not innocent either, the hero says quietly. I was selfish too. I only cared about my goal, about my revenge. His jaw clenches. If you were anyone else, I'd have killed you on the spot. But you're GWI Rangja, so I'll let you live. Rangja looks up at him, eyes red and wet. The hero places his remaining hand gently on the old man's shoulder. Thank you, he says, smiling faintly, for waiting all these years. Rangja's lips tremble. Then, overwhelmed, he breaks down in tears. I'm sorry, he sobs. I'm so sorry. The man gives a faint nod, then his gaze shifts. Something flickers in the air. Butterflies. They drift through the room, glowing softly in the dark light, fluttering around the two men, a quiet, haunting beauty in the middle of chaos. The hero's gaze follows the glowing butterflies until he realizes something's wrong. They're not moving. The air feels heavy, still unnatural. Time, he mutters, eyes narrowing. It stopped. He turns to look at Rangja. The old man is frozen mid-motion, his tears suspended in the air. What the hell is going on? A calm, unfamiliar voice answers. You've passed every trial. The hero whirls around. Standing to his right is an old man with a long white beard, his presence radiating an otherworldly calm. The hero stares in disbelief. Who are you? The stranger's eyes glimmer faintly. I am the one who can send you back to the past. The hero's breath catches. He studies the man's face, searching for meaning, for truth. The old man smiles faintly. You mortals can't comprehend the logic of the heavens, he says. Did you truly believe that one mortal, armed with a handful of artifacts, could rewrite time itself? The scene shifts to the table, where the sacred relics shimmer faintly beside him. The true power of the Great Regression doesn't lie in these trinkets, the old man continues. It lies in the journey, in the will and sacrifice it took to gather them. A bright glow ignites from the black sphere. You've proven yourself. You devoted your life to a single goal and gave up everything for it. And Ryongja's forgiveness, that was the final key. The hero stands silently, the light reflecting in his single eye. That test, the old man says softly, was the hardest of all, and you passed it. The hero, breathing deeply, finally speaks. Then if I've met every condition, send me back. The old man's expression hardens. And what will you do there? I'll kill the one who deserves to die, the hero replies. And I'll save those who never should have been killed. The old man tilts his head. Is that all you wish for? The portal beside them erupts with white energy, its light spilling across the floor. The hero's voice deepens. I want to live differently this time, to give my life meaning. Maybe it's regret that drives me, or anger toward Walmugi. Maybe both. The old man nods slowly. Then tell me, what do you regret the most? The hero clenches his fist and presses it against his chest. His voice breaks into a shout. Since the moment I was born, nothing I did was truly my own choice. Every step, every decision, all of it was forced by circumstance, by others. He takes a shaky breath. So many things happened, one after another, and before I knew it, my life was already over. The old man is silent for a long moment. His thick eyebrows lower, almost hiding his eyes. I wonder, he murmurs, what kind of life you'll live this time. Flames suddenly surge around him, powerful and radiant. I truly want to see what becomes of you, he says, his voice echoing through the stillness. Then, the butterflies begin to move again, fluttering softly through the air. Ryongja's sobs return, his voice breaking the silence. Forgive me, please forgive me. The hero doesn't answer. The old man raises his hands toward the heavens. His voice rings with quiet amusement. It's shameless of me to ask, I know. The old man's voice cuts through the stillness one last time. But don't forget your promise, he says quietly. You must stop me from getting married. The hero turns his back to him. I remember. Without another word, he steps toward the glowing portal. Wait, Ryongja's voice trembles. Do it, no matter what happens. White energy floods the room, wrapping around them like waves of light. The hero's body begins to fade, his figure dissolving into the radiance until only the swirling energy remains. And then he's gone. A bright flash. The next moment, a pair of sharp young eyes open. Geometry Muguk stands in a vast arena surrounded by roaring spectators. His hand tightens around the hilt of his sword. So, I really came back, he thinks. He raises his gaze. Towering above him is a massive stone statue, the symbol of their cult. The crowd's cheers shake the air. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he sees someone seated high above the arena, a man in flowing white robes, watching from his throne. The boy's chest tightens. Father. The heavenly demon himself meets his son's eyes, surprise flickering across his face. Why is the young master making us wait? Someone shouts impatiently from the edge of the ring. The hero looks toward the voice. A fighter stands across from him, blade drawn. The tip of the hero's sword sinks into the ground as he answers coolly. Then let's begin. The air thickens. The crowd leans forward. Across the arena, his opponent smirks. So this is it, the hero thinks. The day of a new demon battle. Muguk's father's expression is grave, watching in silence. He remembers it all. How the heavenly demon had declared that the next leader of the cult would not be chosen by bloodline alone. Anyone with enough power could claim the throne. That single announcement sent shockwaves through the organization. For the first time, even outsiders could challenge for the position of heavenly demon. The arena fills with shouts as fighters clash, blades flashing under the crimson sky. The boy's thoughts are sharp and cold. Father proved his resolve that day by hosting a grand competition among the cult's most gifted youths. It was called the New Demon Battle. Blood spatters across a trembling hand gripping a sword. He remembers the rule clearly. The champion of the tournament would earn the right to fight one of the two sons of the heavenly demon himself. And whoever won that final duel would be granted a single wish by the heavenly demon. Across from him, his opponent smiles tauntingly. "You should surrender while you still can," he says. The hero meets his gaze, silent and unflinching. His opponent's hand hovers over the hilt of his blade, ready to strike. In my past life, the hero thinks, I took it as an insult that he chose me as his opponent. I thought he picked me because I was weaker and easier target than my older brother. He clenches his teeth. But now, I know there might have been another reason. The sound shifts suddenly to a quiet room where a cook stands by a stove, stirring a simmering dish. The hero's gaze drifts, memories flashing through his mind like fragments of an old nightmare. That's right, in my previous life, he bribed the cook. The image is clear. A kitchen filled with smoke, a cook nervously pouring a cloudy liquid from a measuring cup into the simmering rice. A poison that disperses internal energy, the hero recalls bitterly. In his memory, he kneels on the cold arena floor, clutching his trembling hand, his strength draining away. I lost that fight because of that filthy trick. He remembers confronting his father afterward, expecting justice. But the heavenly demon had said nothing. The man's expression comes to mind. Calm, unreadable, his sharp eyes fixed on his son. He looked at me, as if blaming me for being foolish enough to fall for something so simple. The memory stings. The hero thinks back to how, desperate to restore his honor, he'd made rash choices, foolish moves that ultimately cost him everything. My downfall began that day, he realized. That one defeat was the root of it all. His opponent's voice cuts through his thoughts. What are you daydreaming about? The hero doesn't look at him. He's still lost in thought, piecing together what he once couldn't see. Then, finally he speaks. What's your name again? The other fighter grins, shouting proudly, Gupyeong-ho. The hero tilts his head slightly. Ah, I remember now. A brief image flashes in his mind. A stern, bearded old man with sharp eyes. Gupyeong-ho, the fifth disciple of the blood heaven sword demon, Gu Cheon-pa. Before him, Gupyeong-ho rests his massive sword on the ground, his smirk widening. If you're joking around like this, you must be very confident in your skills. The hero glances toward his father. The heavenly demon meets his gaze, calm, silent, unflinching. So that's it, the boy realizes. He knew. Father knew I'd been poisoned. And yet, he said nothing. He wanted to see how I'd handle it. Muguk's lips curve into a faint, knowing smile. Then let's see how you judge me this time, father. He scans the roaring crowd, feeling the weight of countless eyes. I've lived through this once before. This time, I can win, even without using a single drop of internal energy. Still, he reminds himself, I can't reveal my true abilities yet. He raises his hand high and announces clearly, his voice cutting through the arena noise. I will fight Gupyeong-ho without using my internal energy. The crowd falls into stunned silence. Then gasps echo through the stands. What did he say? Without internal energy? Is he insane? Even Gupyeong-ho freezes, eyes wide. Then laughter ripples through the audience. That kid's got guts, someone shouts. Chants rise in unison. Unrivaled swordsman. Unrivaled swordsman. Gupyeong-ho's smile fades. His jaw tightens as he looks around at the cheering crowd, fury burning in his eyes. Fine, he roars. Then I won't use my internal energy either. The arena instantly falls silent again. Whispers ripple through the spectators. If neither of them uses internal energy, won't this be boring? The air grows heavy. The tension is palpable. Two fighters, one arena, and an entire crowd holding its breath. The battle that once defined his downfall is about to begin again. A voice from the crowd mutters, what a waste of time. Gupyeong-ho clenches his jaw, his patience snapping. Fine, I won't use internal energy, he spits. But you should know, my sword doesn't miss. Anything it touches, it cuts clean through. He yanks his blade from the cracked arena floor, its edge glinting menacingly under the light. Across from him, the hero stands motionless, his arms slightly raised, testing his movements. This body still feels unfamiliar, he thinks. I need to see if it can move like I want it to. Draw your sword. Gupyeong-ho barks. The hero looks up, calm and steady. I won't use this weapon against you. Laughter erupts from the spectators behind Gupyeong-ho. Did you hear that? The son of the cult leader's mocking you. Gupyeong-ho's teeth grind. His face twists in fury. I won't kill you, he growls, but I'll make sure you regret ever standing here. I'll cut off that arrogant hand of yours." With a roar, he charges. Steel whistles through the air, but the hero's already gone, sliding effortlessly out of reach. This body reacts faster than I expected. Gupyeong-ho swings again, his sword slicing through the air with such force it leaves shimmering traces behind. The hero leaps, flipping cleanly over his opponent's head. He lands lightly, feeling his heartbeat pound strong in his chest. This body is young alive. "Bastard," Gupyeong-ho shouts, his voice cracking with rage. "How dare you laugh at me?" But the hero doesn't flinch. His expression stays calm, almost indifferent. In a blur, he dashes forward. His elbow slams into Gupyeong-ho's chest, driving the air from his lungs. Before Gupyeong-ho can react, the hero's fist smashes into his nose, sending blood spraying across the arena. The crowd gasps. The hero grabs him by the collar and pulls him close, his knuckles ready for another strike. The sound of bone meeting flesh echoes as he pummels Gupyeong-ho again and again. Another blow crashes into his ribs. Blood bursts from his mouth. Gupyeong-ho's head drops forward, dazed. The hero grips his opponent's right arm tightly. His one visible eye burns with fury. "Tell me," he growls, "was it this hand you used to bribe the cook and poison my food?" Gupyeong-ho's eyes go wide. Then crack. The bone snaps. Gupyeong-ho screams in agony, collapsing as his broken arm dangles uselessly. His face slams against the arena floor, blood smearing the stone. The crowd stares in stunned silence. The hero stands over him, his breathing steady. This time, he thinks, "Now that I've returned to the past, no one will ever control my fate again." He raises his hand slowly, the crowd holding its breath. Then, a commanding voice cuts through the tension. As promised, the heavenly demon announces, his tone calm but resonant. "The victor shall receive a wish. Tell me, my son, what is it that you desire?" The arena falls silent. The hero looks down at Gupyeong-ho, who kneels before him, broken and trembling. Then he lifts his eyes toward his father's throne. Back then, he remembers, winners always asked for something grand. A rare sword, a secret martial arts manual. But this time, his wish will be different. The entire arena falls silent, waiting. Everyone knows what comes next. The victor's wish, a rare sword, a forbidden manual, a treasure worthy of legends. All eyes turn toward the heavenly demon, who studies his son quietly, his expression unreadable. But this time, the boy decides to follow his instincts. In front of him stands his father, still and imposing like the mountain behind their pagoda. The hero takes a breath. "I want to go hunting," he says, "with my father." A hush falls over the crowd. Even the wind seems to pause. The heavenly demon blinks once, saying nothing. Gupyeong-ho stares in disbelief, his mouth slightly open. Finally, the father speaks. "You want to go hunting with me?" The boy nods. "I heard you loved to hunt when you were young. I'd like to learn from you." For a moment, there's only silence. The heavenly demon rests his hand on the armrest of his throne. Then, slowly he stands. "Very well," he says. "We leave at dawn." The hem of his white robe sweeps across the floor as he walks away. The elders behind him bow deeply, folding their hands in respect. The hero looks up, his expression calm. Behind him, Gupyeong-ho glares, clutching his broken arm. "You idiot," he spits. The hero turns slightly, his faint smile returning. "Remind me again, what was your name?" Gupyeong-ho's face twists in rage. "You bastard. I'll kill you. Guards, execute him right now." The hero just watches him, unbothered. Now that I've come back, that reckless, violent life they all cling to means nothing to me anymore. Clouds drift lazily above the sect's rooftops. Inside his room, the hero stands before a mirror. He studies his reflection, the youthful face, the clear eyes, the energy pulsing in his veins. "I'm young again," he thinks. "It's really me." His gaze hardens. "Wamoogie, where are you now?" If he could strike that man down before he ever rose to power, everything would end easily. But that's the problem, finding Wamoogie. The man had appeared out of nowhere in Jeonghu. No family, no history, just strength. And after destroying the Murim Alliance, the Unorthodox Alliance, and even the demonic cult itself, he vanished from the world completely. To search for him openly would draw too much attention, the hero thinks. Even mentioning his name is dangerous. He crosses his arms, his jaw tightening. In the end, it all comes down to one thing. I must become stronger. Stronger than Wamoogie ever was. Rows of old scrolls and books line the shelves beside him. His thoughts are interrupted by a familiar voice. You fought brilliantly today, young master. He turns sharply. Standing in the doorway is a round-faced woman, smiling warmly. Leon, he asks, startled. The girl laughs softly. Yes, young master. It's me, your bodyguard, Leon. For a moment, he just stares, caught between recognition and disbelief. Leon, a hint of sadness touches his expression. In his past life, he never realized the truth, that her heavy build wasn't laziness or indulgence, but the result of a martial art she'd practiced in secret for him. Her loyalty had been absolute, and he hadn't even noticed. Elsewhere, a muscular, bald man stands surrounded by towering stones, training in silence, the calm before the next storm. The hero's thoughts wander as he watches Leon. The body petrification technique, he recalls. It hardens the body to the strength of stone. A technique so rare, only a handful of people in the entire world even know of it, and those few were the ones who taught Leon. But there was one flaw. The martial art demanded a massive body to contain its power. His gaze lowers. That's why she looked the way she did. Then, a memory surfaces, a moment burned into his soul. Leon standing before him, arms outstretched. The blinding flash of Mugi's sword. Her body absorbs the blow. She shielded me with her own life. He thinks, the memory tightening his chest. That's why I survived. Leon tilts her head. Young master, why are you looking at me like that? He doesn't answer. His hands hang loosely at his sides. He never noticed before. Her voice is gentle, warm, and beautiful. He takes a slow step forward. Leon, she was always ready to die for me. And I treated her like she was nothing more than a shadow at my side. Something I didn't even think about, like the air I breathe. They stand face to face. Leon smiles politely, confused by his silence. In his memory, she wasn't so large. She used to be smaller, he thinks. Leon's eyes flicker in puzzlement. Why are you staring at me, young master? She smiles again, cheerful and unguarded. Everyone used to say Leon grew into a breathtaking beauty, the hero recalls. But then she started gaining weight. Her bright voice breaks his thoughts. Don't worry, young master. I'll always protect you. Tears well in her eyes as she says it. He remembers now. In his past life, he never realized she cried so often. He thought her eyes were always swollen from exhaustion. He didn't know the truth, that she wept because she hated what she'd become. Still smiling, Leon holds out a plate of food, waiting for his approval. And when she gained weight, I turned colder toward her, he thought bitterly. His eyes darken with regret. I was so blind. He looks at her, at the person who'd given him everything without ever asking for anything in return. This time, I'll fix it, he vows silently. I'll rid you of the side effects of the body petrification technique. You'll live free, the way you were meant to. Leon blinks, surprised by his quiet stare. Young master, is everything all right? He doesn't respond. Then, lifting his gaze, he forces a small smile. I'm fine. Leon frowns slightly. You're acting a little strange today. He closes his eyes for a moment. Of course she noticed. She's my bodyguard. She watches over me every day. She can sense the difference immediately. The hero grips his sword and turns away. Come with me, he says. I'll show you something even stranger. She blinks. Where are we going? He glances back over his shoulder. To restore order in the food sector. Night falls over the sect. The hero stands in front of a line of cooks, his expression cold and sharp. The torchlight flickers across his face as he frowns. Tell me, he says, his voice low and steady. Why did you commit this crime? The head cook, an old man with a gray beard, looks up in confusion. I don't understand, young master. What crime do you mean? The hero's expression remains cold, detached. He studies the row of trembling cooks before him, eyes unreadable. Beside him, Leon watches in disbelief. She's never seen her master like this. Tell me, the hero says evenly, why did you poison my food with a toxin that disperses internal energy? The air goes still. One of the younger cooks stumbles forward, panic in his eyes. I didn't do it, young master. I swear. The hero tilts his head slightly. Then where did the 3,000 yang you received go? The cook's face drains of color. His body starts shaking. He knows he's been caught. The hero's thoughts cut through the silence. Gambling debt. He lost everything. His family's money, his friends' trust. And when he had nowhere else to turn, he sold his soul to Gup Young Ho. The cook collapses to his knees. Please, I made a terrible mistake. I was blinded by greed. Forgive me, young master. The hero's voice sharpens. Did Gupyeong Ho give you the money himself? The man's head bows lower. Why, yes, he did. In a single, fluid motion, the hero's sword flashes. A dull thud follows. The cook's body collapses, head severed cleanly. The other kitchen workers freeze, horror twisting their faces. The hero wipes the blade clean and looks down at the fallen man. The last thing I ever expected, he says quietly, was that a cook would dare poison another's food. An older man with gray hair drops to his knees, trembling. Forgive us, young master. This is my fault. I take full responsibility. The hero's gaze slides toward him. You're taking responsibility for another man's crime? The old man lowers his head. Everything that happens in this kitchen is under my care. The hero studies him for a moment, silent. Then, calmly, he asks, if that's the case, does that mean every evil within this cult is the fault of the heavenly demon himself? The old man looks up, eyes wide. And no, of course not. Leon tenses, fists clenched tightly by her sides. Then tell me, the hero pressed, why take the blame for what you didn't do? The old man shuts his eyes, silent. The hero turns away. Enough, he says. Stop spouting nonsense and make me chicken noodles for dinner. The cooks blink in confusion. I haven't eaten that dish in a long time, he adds. I've missed it. The old man's mouth opens slightly, unsure what to say. Leon hurries after her master as he walks off. Young master, you ate chicken noodles just a few days ago. The hero glances back at her, eyes softening for a brief moment. For you, Leon, maybe it was days ago, but for me, it's been decades. Morning light breaks across the courtyard. The heavenly demon stands before his grand residence, arms folded, watching his son with a puzzled expression. Why have you packed so many things? He asks. The hero adjusts the straps of the large pack on his back. I'll need them in the next few days. His father raises an eyebrow. We're only going hunting for a day. The boy smiles faintly. Perhaps, father. But if the hunt turns out enjoyable, you might decide to stay a little longer. The heavenly demon studies him silently, curiosity flickering behind his calm eyes. The heavenly demon gazes at his son. The boy meets his father's eyes as the man remarks that his son's ambitions are daring. Mist drifts over the vast forested mountains as the two walk side by side, their steps weaving between the roots of ancient trees. The boy's eyes widen when his father admits that he has surpassed all expectations. But in the boy's mind, a single thought stirs. Did father notice? Did he see that I held back during my fight with Pyongho? Before the heavenly demon stands a wall of towering trunks. The boy exhales slowly. Maybe it's better to tell him everything. Leaning against a tree, he confesses, I hid some of my abilities. His father only nods. I know. A faint smile crosses the boy's lips. I'm no hissing cat, father. I'm a beast that hides its claws. From ahead, the heavenly demon stops and turns his head slightly. Then tell me, why would a beast need to hide its claws? Gripping the straps of his pack, the boy pauses. I never thought of it that way. Then, the man replies calmly, you're still just a cat. They pass a tree wrapped in thick vines. Without breaking stride, the heavenly demon asks, how far have you come with the soaring sword technique? The question stirs old memories. Flashes of the boy training alone, the gleaming arc of a sword cutting through air. The soaring sword, a secret art of their bloodline, revered even among higher demons. I've mastered it, the boy answers with confidence. A flash of white cuts through the air beside his face. He freezes. There's a hole, clean and smoking, in his backpack. If he hadn't moved, that strike would have pierced his cheek. The heavenly demon lowers his hand, pointing at his son. Then it seems you truly have. Still stunned, the boy blurts, you didn't believe me and still attacked? What if I hadn't dodged? Then, his father replies coldly, you'd have paid the price for lying. The boy touches his cheek, half smiling. Good thing I take after you. A scar there would have looked terrible. His father's eyes linger on him in silence. The boy realizes he may have spoken out of turn. Finally, the heavenly demon clasps his hands behind his back. To master the soaring sword at your age, that's worthy of praise. The boy looks up. Father and son continue through the forest path. Thank you, father. After a while, the heavenly demon kneels, his gaze softening. Tell me, who taught you to hunt? My older brother, he says after a pause. The boy blinks in surprise. Wait, I have an uncle. Heavenly demon says his brother is dead. No, not just dead, killed by his own hands when he was around the hero's age. The boy stares at his father, stunned. Heavenly demon only nods, saying he did what had to be done. The young man glances at him from the side and declares that his father made the right choice, because if he hadn't, he himself wouldn't even exist. Heavenly Demon stays silent. The boy studies him, realizing that even someone like his father isn't free from the weight of family blood. The stronger a man stands, the deeper his unseen scars run. Heavenly Demon finally speaks, saying that back in his youth, he simply couldn't find another way. The hero understands. His father had no path to victory in the struggle for succession, except through his brother's death. He tightens his fist, then asks if his father thinks he would ever do the same. Heavenly Demon turns slightly, meeting his son's gaze. The young man continues, saying that his father should already know he has no reason to even consider such a thing. After all, the eldest brother is cruel and heartless. Heavenly Demon frowns, unimpressed. The two stand before a massive tree, its roots tangled among strange stone formations. Heavenly Demon asks calmly, "Why speak ill of your brother when he isn't here to defend himself?" The hero begins to walk forward. His son watches him move ahead, lost in thought. He recalls that in his past life, he was never married, he never knew what it meant to have a child. He steps off a rock, following behind. Heavenly Demon walks with his hands folded behind his back. The young man wonders, what exactly was he to his father? He quickens his pace and catches up. Ahead, hunters wait at the forest's edge. The boy calls out, asking if someone is there. Heavenly Demon answers, dinner is hiding nearby. The hero unslings his bow. Then let's hunt. The man raises an eyebrow. And how do you plan to kill what you can't even see? He instructs his son to close his eyes, to feel what's around him, not see it. The boy looks confused but obeys. His eyes narrow, then shut completely. Ripples of energy begin to swirl around him. He focuses, recalling that martial artists read the air, sensing the faintest vibrations, the flows of life energy. He searches the space around him and feels only one presence, his father's. Heavenly Demon tells him to gather his energy to align it in a single thread. The boy stands still, head slightly bowed. His father adds, "Don't destroy your energy. Make it thinner. Imagine your body as a single ball of yarn, unraveling, steady, and whole." Faint white streams shimmer beside the boy's head. Heavenly Demon instructs him to release his energy slowly, as if pulling on a delicate thread. A bright current of light bursts forth, streaking away from the young man. He focuses, listening closely to every sensation within. His father asks if he managed to do as he was told. At the far end of the glowing stream, a flash of light erupts. The boy nods slightly. "I can feel it," he says. Heavenly Demon asks, "And what do you think it is?" With his eyes still closed, the boy answers quietly. He sees the faint shapes of trees. The cult leader tells him to scan the surroundings, but to do it slowly. The white current flickers again, outlining faint contours in the dark. The boy maintains his focus, following the trail of energy. Gradually, an image forms before him, a wild boar. He snaps his eyes open. "There's a boar ahead of us," he declares. Heavenly Demon glances over. "Or perhaps a bear," he replies calmly. The boy shakes his head. "No, its fur is coarse, its body long. Definitely a boar." His father gives a short nod. "Correct." The young man clenches his fist, triumphant. The older man remarks that, at first, even he struggled to recognize such creatures from a distance. The boy casts him a sidelong look and smiles faintly. "I tend to master martial techniques rather quickly, so this was easy enough." Heavenly Demon remains silent, watching his son. Later, a fire crackles between them. The scent of roasted meat fills the air. The boar turns slowly on a spit. Heavenly Demon breaks the silence. "When did you learn to cook your catch?" The boy replies, "From books." His father raises a brow. "Books? For someone who's never cooked before? You seem far too skilled." The boy glances at the roasted head before him. "I'm just glad it turned out this way," he says with a small smile. Inside, he thinks to himself that after countless hunts before his regression, he's become quite the cook. Heavenly Demon sits calmly on a tiger pelt, observing his son. The young man admits that he prepared the meal to please his father and doesn't regret carrying the heavy burden of the hunt to do so. Heavenly Demon narrows his eyes. "So, you joined this hunt to impress me? To earn the right of succession?" Leaning closer to the roasting boar, the boy answers, "As far as I know, none of this will affect your decision. I can become your successor without needing to win your favor." His father's gaze hardens. "Those words tell me you have immense confidence in yourself." The youth meets his eyes as the firelight flickers between them. Watching his son turn the spit, Heavenly Demon finally asks, "Then tell me, why did you really want to hunt with me?" Raising his hand slightly, the boy replies, "2 reasons." The boy speaks first. His main reason, he says, is simple. He wants to learn everything he can from his father and grow stronger. And judging by how far he's come, it seems he's already succeeding. Heavenly Demon glances at him. "And what then?" he asks. "What happens after you become stronger?" The young man sits down beside him, choosing his words carefully. He says he'll be honest. He doesn't seek power to take his father's place. After all, Heavenly Demon is still strong, still very much alive. Competing against him would be pointless. He looks upward, saying that it would be enough just to master his father's martial arts, the techniques of the Heavenly Demon himself. His gaze drifts to the star-filled sky. Deep inside, he thinks that he must perfect the 9 calamities demonic art, and even surpass it. He closes his eyes. In his mind, a vision flashes, a man impaled by countless blades. The memory burns into his thoughts. He remembers how even his father, a master of the 9 calamities art, once fell in battle to Wa Mugi. That's why he needs to grow stronger. Stronger than anyone, even his father. The night stretches on. Heavenly Demon breaks the silence. "And your second reason?" The boy turns to him, smiling faintly. "The second reason," he says softly, "is that I just wanted to spend time alone with you. We've never done that before." Heavenly Demon responds coldly. Pointless sentiment. Such emotions only make one weak. The young man spreads his arms wide, laughing lightly. "Not all. I'm spending time with the strongest man in the world. If you sing a song, it'll become a legend. If you share a drink, it'll be remembered by all. How could that be useless?" Heavenly Demon glances back at him for a moment before turning away again, saying nothing. The cult leader sits quietly, his back to his son. The boy studies him, and a shadow passes through his mind. He realizes that every memory he has of his father is marked by fear, the cold, unyielding presence of a man who ruled through strength alone. He thinks quietly to himself, "I don't want that to be all I remember of him in this life." He looks at his father again and thinks, "Don't misunderstand. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for myself." Clouds drift slowly above the cliffs. The boy finally breaks the silence. "It's already dawn," he says. "We should head back." But with his back still turned, Heavenly Demon replies, "We're not leaving yet. If you came to hunt with me, we won't return until we've killed at least a tiger." The boy blinks in surprise. "A tiger?" he asks again, unsure he heard correctly. Heavenly Demon tells his son not to stand there like a fool. If he wants to learn, he should just follow. The boy grips the straps of his backpack and quickly nods. "Yes, father." They move through a dense stretch of bamboo, the tall stalks whispering in the wind. Heavenly Demon stops and instructs his son to close his eyes again. "Your target is to your right, 100 yards out. Slightly farther than before," he says calmly. This time, he adds, "The boy must feel the wind's breath and channel his energy into it." The young man closes his eyes, focusing. In all his years of training, he's never even considered something like this. For a moment, it feels as if he's floating. In his past life, no one had ever taught him anything remotely close to this technique. Not a single martial art he knew worked this way. Heavenly Demon's voice cuts through the quiet. "Now, release your energy." The boy doesn't move. His father sighs. "If you're that slow and cautious, the result will be worthless. To make it count, strike fast. Direct your energy to the target immediately." Eyes still closed, the boy takes a deep breath. A stream of white energy begins to writhe through the air. He can see it, the current twisting, weaving in front of him. He feels the wind on his skin, senses the pulse of energy within himself, and struggles to merge the two. His jaw tightens. The tension builds. Then, slowly, the current begins to blend with a small white cloud drifting by. Something clicks in his mind. He realizes the truth. The power of energy and the flow of wind aren't meant to overlap. They must become one. He follows the merged flow as it winds through the bamboo, slipping between the trunks and leaves. Dark streaks form within the light, and suddenly, the outline becomes clear. A tiger. His eyes snap open. "Father, there really is a tiger there." Heavenly Demon looks at him, saying nothing. Seeing his father's expression, the boy frowns. "What? You don't look pleased." Heavenly Demon turns away. "Stop wasting time and discharge your energy properly. The more threads you can control, the better your odds of survival." The boy nods sharply. "Understood." Later, The two sit beside a campfire, the flames flickering against the trees. The young man pulls out a small bottle, smirking. "This is my strongest trump card." He takes a drink and immediately winces, wiping his mouth on his sleeve. "Ugh, too strong for me." Heavenly Demon eyes the bottle, then takes it from him, inspecting it. "Magnificent," he murmurs after a sip. The boy's face tightens. He knows he's lying, but says nothing. His father leans back against the tree trunk, shaking his head slightly. No true demon complains that the drink burns too strong. The fire crackles between them, its glow reflecting in both their eyes, the quiet bond between teacher and son hidden beneath their words. The boy lifts the bottle, staring into the flames. He says that being able to drink isn't what matters most. What truly counts is having a ruthless heart. Heavenly Demon raises an eyebrow. "A cruel heart, you say?" He repeats, then asks calmly, "Tell me, could you kill me? If that were the only way to survive?" The boy grips the bottle tighter. "How could a child kill his own parents?" He answers, his voice steady, but inside he knows it's a lie. If he ever had enough reason to do it, he would. He realizes this is the first real conversation he's ever had with his father, and even now, he still doesn't know whether he values his own life more than the man's. He looks straight at him. "Then tell me, Father, how could I possibly kill you?" Heavenly Demon studies his son in silence before replying. "If you hesitate, don't claim to possess a truly cruel heart." He raises the bottle and takes a long drink. The boy gives a small, almost defiant smile. "In that case," he says, "I should learn to drink strong wine." The hero takes a swig, the burn catching in his throat. His father watches quietly. Above the Heavenly Demon and the hero, stars shimmer in the night sky over the mountain pagoda. A sword rests beside the boy as he exhales slowly, steadying his breath. Before him, streams of white energy twist and ripple in the air. After days of training, he's finally able to channel his energy into the wind, maintaining 3, even 4 streams at once. He lifts his hand, staring at the faint glow pulsing beneath his skin. He hadn't expected his father to teach him a technique that lets him use energy to feel the world around him. It's as if he's been given another life, the ability to sense enemies before they strike. Energy flows from beneath him as he sits cross-legged, the wind carrying faint trails of light. He thinks that if he continues refining this skill, if he can one day control more than 10 streams, he might even be able to counter any stealth technique his enemies use. He clenches his fist, determination flashing in his eyes. Then, kneeling, he reaches for a small orb before rising, sword in hand. He reminds himself, even his father, far more skilled than he is, once fell to Mugi, who managed to infiltrate the Heavenly Demon Pavilion itself. He looks out toward the distant structure, its grand windows glowing in the dark. The Heavenly Demon Pavilion, a fortress protected by 3 barrier forms, 6 layered traps, and an elite squad of warriors. Beyond that, in 8 directions around it, stand the supreme demons, each commanding their own deadly followers sworn to guard the pavilion. His thoughts turn north, where the demonic swordsmen of the Northern Heaven's sword family reside, led by the One Sword Supreme. And to the south, where the demonic blades of the Southern Heaven's blade family, led by Blood Heaven's blade master, stand ready. In the boy's mind, the image of 2 powerful forces facing each other takes shape. He clenches his fist, the resolve burning within him stronger than ever. In the east, there are the iron fists of the Eastern Fist faction, led by the undefeated Fist Demon, a man whose blows can crush stone and steel alike. A priest stands nearby, gripping an odd object that looks suspiciously like a toilet plunger. The hero continues his thoughts. In the west dwell the demonic sorcerers of the Western Illusion Formation, led by the soul-stealing demon, master of deception and twisted mirages. Over the gathered fighters, a figure stands with his hand covering his face, his presence heavy and unsettling. In the northeast, the faceless warriors are said to dwell, disciples who strive to become like the evil, smiling demon. The smiling man raises his hand, his eerie grin flickering in the shadows. To the southeast, the drunken swordsmen reside, constantly lost in their cups under the watch of the demonic drunkard, whose blade grows sharper the more he drinks. A serpent slithers across the scene, followed by 2 other strange figures. In the southwest, the poisonous fangs live, cultivators of venom and toxins under the Poison King, forever experimenting with new ways to kill. And finally, in the northwest, There are the mad monks, consumed by their warped devotion to a demonic Buddha who spreads false enlightenment through chaos. The hero closes his eyes. In his past life, he had believed the enemy came from beyond their borders. But he was wrong. The outer defenses were never breached. Now he knows someone inside the pavilion had opened the door. One of the 8 supreme demons had betrayed his father, allowing Mugi to infiltrate the heavenly demon pavilion. Shadows flicker through his thoughts, hazy, indistinct faces of those he once trusted. It's possible he realizes that there wasn't just one traitor. He lowers his gaze, remembering bitterly that the true culprit was never found. His lips curl in quiet contempt. It doesn't matter who it was, he thinks coldly. To me, they're all traitors. Blood stains the steps in his memory, a scene forever burned into his mind. After his father's death, not one of those 8 dared to take revenge. Instead, they simply disbanded the demonic cult, scattering like cowards. He exhales slowly, eyes sharp. That was in the distant future, he reminds himself. But I already know everything about them. Their crimes, their betrayals, even the way each of them died. He takes a single step forward, sword in hand, his expression hard as iron. This time, he vows, I'll use every one of them to their fullest. He approaches the heavy doors of the hall, but freezes when he hears a voice from outside. Hey, Fat Leon, is the cult leader's heir still training there? A bald man stands before his bodyguard, his tone impatient. It's been days already. I'm done waiting. Leon's eyes flash with anger. Say that again, she snaps. The doors open. The hero steps out of the training hall, his presence immediately silencing them. What's going on here? He asks, his voice calm but firm. Leon turns, startled. The boy looks at her and sighs. I told you to take some time for yourself while I trained. And yet, you've been standing guard here this whole time. Before she can answer, the bald man, the same one who had been searching for him, steps forward, smirking. Yampa crosses his arms, glaring at the young heir. Why do you suddenly start training like a madman? You've been at it for days without rest. The boy recognizes him immediately. Yangpa, one of Blood Heaven's Blade Master's disciples. Bald, loud, and arrogant. He stands there with his hands on his hips, wearing that same smug expression as always. The young man thinks to himself that this kind of insolence only exists because of his father's declaration. He remembers that day, his father standing before the crowd, his voice echoing across the cult grounds. The day the heavenly demon announced that anyone within the cult could compete to become his successor. From that moment, the title of Heavenly Demon's son stopped meaning privilege and instead became a target. Now, every ambitious fighter in the cult dreams of defeating the demon's own blood to climb higher in rank. The young man narrows his eyes. What do you want, Yampa? Yampa scoffs. You should stop playing around. You know full well that Gupyeong Ho can't even train anymore after what you did to him. The hero raises an eyebrow. So what? You want me to play nurse for him? Yampa scowls. This isn't a joke. You crippled him. You should take responsibility and apologize. The boy's faint smile fades. Apologize? Yampa's expression hardens. Yes, you went too far. The young man studies him for a moment and realizes what's really happening. Of course, the best disciple of Blood Heaven's Blade Master hasn't been chosen yet, and Yampa is desperate to stand out. He's here to make a show of defending honor. He imagines Yampa bragging later, telling his master he forced the cult leader's son to apologize, earning praise for his righteousness. The boy smirks. You really think Blood Heaven's Blade Master will pick you as his best disciple after seeing you act like a fool? Yampa's face twists with anger. You talk nonsense. I'm only here for Gupyeong Ho. From behind him, Gupyeong Ho finally speaks, frowning. Yampa, enough. Just shut up. Yampa whirls around. What? The wounded man looks at him coldly. If anyone needs to apologize, it's you. Yampa blinks, stunned. What should I apologize for? Leon, standing beside them, looks startled. The young heir answers calmly. For being rude to my subordinate. Yampa's jaw drops. What? Leon quickly shakes her head. It's fine, my lord. Really, I don't mind. But her master doesn't look away. You heard me, he says quietly, stepping closer. You were disrespectful to her. Kneel and apologize. Yampa lets out a short laugh. You're kidding, right? The boy smiles faintly, one hand resting on his sword's hilt. I'll ask one last time. Will you apologize? He draws the blade slightly, the steel glinting under the light. Or will you die before you even get the chance? The air thickens. Yampa freezes. The young man's voice stays calm, almost casual. Very well. I understand. Let's grant the villain's final wish. Leon stands frozen beside them, her lips parted in disbelief. The bald fighter stammers, "You've gone mad." But the boy only raises his sword, his expression calm, controlled. "Kneel and apologize," he says evenly, "or fight me." He adds coldly, "And if you run, your master won't be pleased." Yampa frowns, his voice trembling. Why go this far? Between the buildings, the wind rustles through the trees, but the air between them is heavy, suffocating. "I don't care why you and your friends came here," the hero replies. "You insulted my subordinate, and for that, you'll apologize." Leon's eyes widened. She can hardly believe what she's hearing. The two face each other in silence, the tension sharp as steel. Yampa suddenly smirks. "You'd kill me over that fat pig?" The boy doesn't hesitate. "She matters to me," he says. "That's reason enough." Yampa lifts his sword, his comrades shouting for him to stop. "Don't do it, Yampa." The hero calmly hands his scabbard to Leon. She grabs it, panicking in her voice. "You're being reckless." The two opponents lock eyes, then move. A flash of steel. In an instant, the hero's sword pierces Yampa's skull. Gasps break the silence. Yampa's comrades freeze where they stand, horrified. Leon covers her mouth with trembling hands. The boy lowers his hand, his voice cold and steady. "His mouth killed him. A filthy tongue that insulted my subordinate and refused to apologize." Blood drips from the blade, still lodged in the man's head. He pulls the sword free with a sharp motion. Yampa's body collapses to the ground, blood splattering across the dirt. His comrades rush forward, faces pale with shock. One of them glares at the boy, shouting, "Do you think you'll get away with this?" The young man turns to him, eyes burning. "You sound just like him," he says. "The same filthy mouth." The men freeze, their anger turning to fear under his gaze. "Take him," the hero says quietly, "and tell your master what happened, exactly as it did." He steps closer, his tone turning razor sharp. "If you twist even a single word, I'll find you." The men grab Yampa's corpse and hurry away, their faces pale as ash. Leon finally speaks, her voice shaking. Why did you do that?" He looks at her, confused. "Do what?" "For me," she says softly. "Why did you have to do it for me?" He studies her, noticing how her fear isn't for herself, it's for him. Even after what happened, she still worries about him. He exhales slowly. "I didn't do it for you," he says. "I killed someone who deserved to die." Leon looks down, whispering, "Bloodheaven's blade master won't let this go." The hero's eyes dim. His expression hardens, yet there's a trace of sadness behind it. He remembers his father, standing proud, surrounded by loyal followers. It's no wonder Leon is afraid. Bloodheaven's blade master isn't just any warrior. He's one of the demonic cult's most powerful combat masters, a man whose influence runs deep. Even the heavenly demon himself cannot afford to ignore him. A shadow flashes across the courtyard. An old man with a sword charges forward, his killing intent sharp enough to pierce the night air. The boy realizes it instantly. He's crippled one of the old man's students and killed another. He and Leon exchange a quick glance. Bloodheaven's blade master won't act, the hero says calmly. It's not in his interest to interfere. If he does, it'll only prove he failed to train his disciples properly. Leon looks at him doubtfully. But won't that hurt his pride? The boy shakes his head. He doesn't have any pride left. Leon still seems uncertain. He lifts a hand and rests it gently on her shoulder. "Don't worry about me," he says quietly. She turns away, uncertain, as he steps past her. His thoughts are cold and focused. If anything, this might work in my favor, he thinks. Killing Yampa could earn me quite a lot. The night stretches over the rooftops, stars glimmering faintly above. I've already defeated Gupyoung-ho, he reminds himself. And now Yampa's dead. That should make waves. He imagines the whispers spreading through the cult, the rising tension, the shifting power. If the inheritance were measured in points, I'd probably just earn one. He stops suddenly. Behind him, Leon's voice breaks the silence. "Thank you for today." He turns slightly. She smiles, her face glowing in the moonlight. "I'm really happy you stood up for me," she says. "And I mean that from the bottom of my heart." He looks at her in silence, then turns away. "Remember this favor," he says softly. "For the rest of your life." Leon bows her head. "I will." His hair, tied back with a red ribbon, moves gently in the breeze. A faint smile crosses his face as he thinks, "Keep smiling. Leon, stay cheerful. Always." The moon shines high above, pale and distant. Later that night, he sits alone on a massive boulder outside his house, dressed in loose pajamas. He stares up at the stars, lost in thought. After the fall of the demonic cult, he recalls, I barely escaped alive. The weight of that defeat crushed me. I only survived because I set a new goal. He lowers his gaze, the memory of despair flickering behind his eyes. If I hadn't discovered the regression technique, my story would have ended there. Then, a shift in the air. Something makes him tense. He sees his reflection gleaming in the polished surface before him. But something's off. Light flashes near his face. The hero freezes. A blade gleams beside his neck. Behind him stands an old man, Blood Heaven's Blade Master. The hero's blood runs cold. His eyes widened. Already? He hadn't expected the old man to come this soon. The master's eyes glow faintly in the darkness, sharp and predatory. The boy doesn't move. Sweat trickles down his face. Can I dodge it? He wonders. His mind races, drawing from everything he learned in his past life. Every fight, every lesson, every escape. But this is different. The blade's edge presses lightly against his throat, cold, silent, and merciless. He has almost no internal energy left to dodge. The boy looks ahead, then to his right. The old man sits down beside him on the boulder. The two remain silent for a moment. The elder asks why the boy acted as he did. The hero answers that Yampa behaved like an idiot. The old man closes his eyes. The boy asks if the visitor really came to fight Heavenly Demon's youngest son. He squints, then raises his sword once more. The blade presses against the boy's throat. Blood Heaven's Blade Master asks what would happen if he cut off the boy's head and presented it to the Heavenly Demon. Would that upset the father? The hero replies that anyone who remembers Heavenly Demon's expression will doubt whether the father could bear such a thing. The old man narrows his gaze, then withdraws the blade from the boy's throat. He drags his sword along the ground in front of the boulder. Dust lifts. 2 lines appear, intersecting on the earth. The elder explains that the lines form a diagram marking the territory Heavenly Demon controls. A small section is for the boy. The rest belongs to the old man. The youth glances at the drawing, then points at the cross. He says that, as Heavenly Demon's son, his share should be about 7, while Blood Heaven's Blade Master's share would be no more than 3. The old man steps over the boy and offers to test that claim. He asks how the hero thinks Heavenly Demon will react if presented with the severed head. The boy closes his eyes and answers that the elder is underestimating a father's love for his son. The old man tightens his grip on the sword until it shows a faint red glow. He says the only way to know is to test it in practice. The hero replies that testing is unnecessary. Heavenly Demon has 2 sons, while Blood Heaven's Blade Master exists only once. The old man bares his teeth and states the boy is not nearly as foolish as his dead student. The hero places his hand on his knee and stands before the elder. He says that if he had been even a little like the old man, he would still be alive. The old man asks the boy to listen. Looking down with a cold, distant gaze, the man known as Blood Heaven's Blade speaks. He says misfortune has followed him his entire life, and for that reason, he hopes he'll cross paths with Muguk as little as possible. The young man smiles faintly. I'll remember that, he replies. His eyes drift toward a large boulder nearby, then upward. The moon glows above, and beside it stands the old man, Blood Heaven's Blades himself. The young man stands motionless by the stone. A sudden flash of light bursts behind his head. He clenches the fabric of his pajamas. 2 crimson stains bloom on his right side. The memory hits him. How the old man had jabbed his side with the hilt of his sword, asking why he had killed his disciple. The hero presses his hand against his wound, his mind racing. Blood Heaven's blades may appear reckless, but every move that man makes is deliberate. He recalls the old man's expression, the way he had said, twice, that he would bring the boy's head to his father. The words weren't threats. They were intent. Leaves drift quietly near the pagoda. The boy realizes the old man didn't just happen to appear. He came here to see him. Perhaps their earlier fight left an impression, one strong enough to draw Blood Heaven's Blade's personal attention. Maybe it was also because of his strange request to hunt alongside his father after victory. When he killed Yangpa, the old man must have decided to test him, to see if the second son truly had what it takes to become the successor of the Heavenly Demon. The hero exhales slowly, his eyes closing. A white light ripples outward, surrounding him. A bright current swirls through the night air. He opens his eyes. Now he stands on the ridge of the roof, trees swaying behind him. He senses someone ahead. It's his father. "Father," the boy calls out. The heavenly demon turns to face him. "Did you truly kill the disciple of Blood Heaven's blades?" he asks calmly. The young man doesn't answer at first. Then, firmly, he says that boy deserved to die. "It doesn't matter who deserves what," his father replies. "What matters is that your actions have brought Blood Heaven's blades to me." The hero's eyes widen. "He came to you himself?" The heavenly demon nods. "Yes, he came in person to ask that I punish you." The young man can hardly believe it. His father adds, almost to himself, "It was unexpected. That man rarely asks me for anything." The hero's single visible eye narrows. He understands now. Blood Heaven's blades isn't just testing his strength. He's testing his bond with his father. He wonders quietly, will father punish me? And if he does, how far will he go? The heavenly demon's expression remains calm, unreadable as always. The young man realizes the old man wants to see whether the heavenly demon truly sees his second son as a worthy successor. Then his father's voice breaks the silence. "You'll be punished." Standing tall on the ridge of the roof, the hero stares at him. "You have no reason to," he says. His father's reply is cold. A reason can always be made. The boy falls silent, his eyes locked on the man before him. The heavenly demon continues. "During the hunt, you asked me which of the supreme demons I trusted most." "I remember," the young man replies. The scene shifts. Father and son sit before a crackling fire, deep in the mountains. The boy repeats the question, "Who do you trust the most, father?" Back then, the heavenly demon said nothing. The young man had thought he simply didn't want to answer. Now, his father's calm voice echoes again. "I told you then, and I still mean it. I don't trust the supreme demons, or anyone at all." The boy looks at him in disbelief. Still standing on that perilous rooftop, the heavenly demon goes on. "During that hunt, you also spoke of maintaining strict discipline within the cult. Let's set aside talk of corruption for now. Tell me, what exactly did you mean by that?" The wind stirs. The heavenly demon waits. The boy lowers his head, his face half hidden in shadow. He murmurs, "I think we've strayed from the true demonic path." His father, taken aback, asks, "What do you mean by that?" Light flickers from the tall pagoda windows nearby. "What meaning do you place behind those words?" his father presses. The hero looks up, his voice steady. "To me, the true path is unwavering faith in our cult and the conquest of absolute evil." The heavenly demon stares, stunned. They stand facing each other on the rooftop, the night air sharp between them. "We shouldn't waste our strength fighting the orthodox factions," the boy continues. "Then who do you consider our true enemies?" his father asks. "Absolute evil," the hero answers without hesitation. The heavenly demon is silent. Images flash behind the young man. Warriors, blades, chaos. He says, "I'm talking about a force so wicked, so vile, that even demons themselves would recoil from it." He pauses, eyes unwavering. "Perhaps the orthodox sects, guided by justice and their sacred codes, can handle the lesser evils of this world. But they'll never overcome absolute evil. Their creed is built on forgiveness." The heavenly demon remains wordless. The boy takes a slow breath and speaks with quiet conviction. "Compassion can't defeat evil that's cast away everything human." Closing his eyes, the young man speaks with quiet certainty. "We are the only ones in all of Nurium capable of defeating true evil, because we can become something even more vile, even more ruthless than it." He opens his eyes wide, voice rising. "When the great evil, the one no orthodox faction can stand against, finally falls to its knees before us, that will be the moment everyone understands the true meaning of the demonic path." He lifts his hand as if to strike the sky. The heavenly demon watches, eyes widening in disbelief. The boy continues firmly, "If we can't walk the real path of demons, our existence will crumble. So, we must punish ourselves to have even a chance at survival." The heavenly demon's brow furrows as he looks down at his son. The boy meets his gaze. His father's expression is unreadable, lost somewhere in deep thought. The young man realizes his father has probably never even considered such an idea before. Perhaps no one has ever dared say something like this to him. He steps forward slowly, leaving footprints in the snow behind him. "In my previous life," he thinks, "I could never grasp this truth while inside the cult. I only understood it after wandering the world alone." The heavenly demon's voice cuts through the wind. "Do you have any more bold thoughts to share?" The boy looks up at him, then turns his eyes away. That's all I wanted to say today, he replies quietly. His father nods slightly. I see now why Blood Heaven's blades asked that you be punished. The young man blinks in confusion. It seems, his father continues, that the old man saw something special in you and wanted me to test it myself. The boy nods slowly. Then, you must have wanted to see whether your second son could truly become your successor. Standing on the edge of the roof, dangerously high above the ground, the heavenly demon adds, perhaps he thought you might become a threat to the cult itself. The young man allows himself a faint smile. He's wise and sharp. He probably saw further than I imagined. For a long moment, the heavenly demon simply watches him in silence. Then, without warning, he turns. Follow me. The boy blinks. At this hour? Where are we going? They move through the night. A large stone marker comes into view, carved with 3 words, Minor Heaven Cave. Father and son stop at its gates. The young man studies the heavy stone doors, thinking to himself, this is where the heavenly demon's disciples and his children are tested to see if they can become his successors. The gates are sealed shut. He knows entering is simple enough, but surviving inside, that's another story. The cave is filled with trials, and anyone who fails them is trapped forever. He does a quick calculation in his mind. Only half survive. The rest never return. He remembers his older brother, and how even that proud man had never once spoken about challenging the cave. Minor Heaven Cave, he thinks. Even he was afraid of it. The boy stands before the towering gate, studying it in silence. He knows this is it. To become the next heavenly demon, he must conquer this trial. He raises his hand slightly. Father, do you really want me to go there? His father nods. When I was your age, I entered Minor Heaven Cave myself. The boy hesitates. How long did it take you to come out? 2 months, his father answers simply. The hero's eyes widened. 2 months. Even for the most gifted heavenly demon in history, it had taken that long. His father adds, for most, it takes around 3 years. The heavy gates remain shut, unmoving. The boy's voice tightens. You want me to enter such a place? With no preparation? I told you. The heavenly demon says, you are being punished. The boy lowers his head. Sweat trickles down his cheek. So, this is punishment? Or is there something more? His father's gaze pierces him, as if weighing his resolve. The boy realizes it's not just punishment. His father wants to see him grow stronger, to survive what few ever have. His lips curl into a faint smile. Then I'll finish the trial faster than you did. A small grin touches the heavenly demon's face. Just don't die in there. The boy steps forward. The gates open slowly, rumbling as if warning him to turn back. He moves through the entrance, passing rows of glowing stone pillars that light his path. The air is heavy, cold, and strangely still. He scans the surroundings, trying to sense what makes this place so deadly. Up ahead, a dark passage yawns open. He walks toward it and spots a black pedestal covered in strange markings. He leans closer to read. The inscription is clear: eliminate all enemies. Use no aura, no sword enhancement. If you fail, your next attempt begins in 10 days. The boy frowns. 10 days between attempts. It's an oddly long recovery time for a trial meant to test endurance. He glances around and spots several clay jugs filled with grain nearby. Understanding dawns. This is the only food he'll have for those 10 days. He exhales. So that's how it is. Without hesitation, he steps into the red circle etched into the ground. There's no point in waiting. Instantly, the air shifts. Figures appear around him. Rows of mannequins, lined in perfect formation. Their surfaces gleam faintly under the dim light. Red markings trace across their bodies, highlighting vital points. The boy grips his weapon tightly, so I have to strike only the red zones. His eyes narrow. He takes a stance, then moves. The sound of steel cuts through the silence. One mannequin falls, then another. He swings relentlessly, his blade flashing again and again, carving through every target. Shards of wood scatter across the floor as he keeps going. Each strike precise, each motion sharper than the last. Sweat drips down his chin as he lowers his gaze for a moment, then lifts his weapon once more. The hero doesn't stop. He won't stop. He keeps cutting until the silence breaks beneath the weight of his determination. The wooden dummies burst apart, fragments flying in every direction. The young man glances to his right and realizes it's all much simpler than he expected. But before he can take another breath, the floor beneath him shifts. From the cracks, new dummies crawl out. their limbs creaking as they rise. Grinding his teeth, the hero launches forward. He can't let them sink back underground. He swings, his strike lands cleanly, shattering the target. But more appear beside him, climbing up from the darkness. He leaps into the air, blade flashing as he cuts through several at once. A white crack spreads across the floor from the force of his last swing. Panting, he hopes that was the final one, but the ground splits again beneath him. Another head emerges, surrounded by twisting black lines. The boy reacts instantly. His blade descends, slicing clean through it. He breathes heavily, staring at the countless remains scattered around him. If I had relaxed for even a moment, he thinks, I'd be stuck here for 10 more days. He knows the truth. Without the experience from his past life, he would never have cleared even this first trial. Ahead, an open doorway glows faintly. He steps toward it. Beside the entrance, a stone slab is covered in inscriptions, notes carved by those who came before. He leans closer to read. Passed on the 9th attempt. It took me 16 tries. 37. I can't do this anymore. I'll die here. The boy's eyes move down the list. 2 more carvings catch his attention. I want to go back, but there's no way out. 6 attempts. Best results so far. He straightens, realizing these are the records of his ancestors. Then, one inscription makes him pause. The handwriting is bold, confident, familiar. Idiots. All of them. A faint smile crosses his face. So this one's father. He touches his ear lightly, amused. Typical of him, to insult his own ancestors. Stepping through the door, he freezes. The walls around him gleam with countless weapons, swords, spears, blades of every imaginable design. He takes a moment to absorb the sight. So many types. Does that mean I'll need to use each of them? Before him stands another stone slab, etched with instructions. Cut the stone with a single strike using any weapon on the wall. Aura and sword enhancement are permitted. If the applicant fails, the next attempt may be made in 20 days. At the bottom, to begin, stand in the red circle. The boy exhales slowly. So the next test begins here. He steps into the glowing circle. A small pedestal rises before him. Resting on top, an unremarkable sphere, silent and still. The young man stares at it without a word, waiting for what comes next. The stone sphere begins to shimmer faintly, light rippling across its surface. The boy narrows his eyes. Strange, he thinks. The time limit for this trial seems unusually long. If he were to use the sword's enhanced aura, the sphere would be nothing but dust, cut into 100 tiny fragments. But something feels off. There's a catch here. There has to be. He rubs his chin, eyes locked on the glowing orb. Then, gripping a sword from the wall, he takes position. The blade comes down with a sharp crack, only to shatter in his hands. He stares at it in disbelief. So it's not going to be that simple after all. Picking up another sword, he decides to use enhanced aura this time. Energy gathers around the blade, humming with power. He raises it high, then stops. His eyes widened. The blade's tip trembles slightly in his grasp. He freezes. Something inside him tells him not to strike. It's too easy, too obvious. He lowers the weapon slowly, mind racing. What did the others do in this room? He turns toward the stone slab, reading the old inscriptions etched across it. Cut it with an enhanced aura. It worked for me. Tried 89 times without aura. Failed. Used enhancement in the end. Managed to cut it without aura. I can't figure this out. Using aura doesn't help. The boy searches carefully for one more line, the one he's sure will be there, and then he finds it. All of these idiots are wrong. Heat the sphere, and it becomes impossible to cut. He blinks, almost laughing in disbelief. Of course, that sounds just like him. His father's handwriting, his father's tone. The heavenly demon hadn't offered advice. He mocked everyone who tried before him. The boy stares at the sphere again, replaying the conditions in his head. They said aura can be used, but they never said it has to be. Realization strikes like lightning. This test isn't about power. It's about control. Sweat rolls down his cheek. If father's warning is true, then using enhanced aura will only create heat. And heat makes the sphere harder to cut. He tightens his grip on the sword and swings again, this time without aura. The impact rings out, but the sphere doesn't even crack. He tries again, switching to a short axe, then a hammer. Nothing. Not a single mark. His breathing grows heavy, frustration burning in his chest. How can anyone cut this thing without aura? He can feel time slipping away. Panic sets in. I'm running out of time. Gritting his teeth, he prepares to break his own rule, to unleash his aura again. But before he does, an image flashes through his mind. His father, calm, silent, confident. The man who cleared this same room, without using enhanced aura. Then it hits him. An idea. The boy straightens, eyes sharp as steel. A faint blue glow begins to ripple around his body. He doesn't channel it into his blade. Instead, he guides it outward toward the sphere itself. The light swirls across the air, becoming a stream of pure white energy that wraps around the stone ball like a living thing. The orb trembles, the glow intensifying. And in that moment, the test truly begins. The young man's eyes narrow. Something catches his attention. A faint, almost invisible white line running along the sphere's surface. He leans in closer. It's not a trick of the light. The mark is perfectly even, circling the orb like a boundary. A spark of realization flashes in his eyes. He raises his sword high above his head. For a brief moment, everything falls silent. Then he strikes. A sharp line of energy cuts through the air. The sphere splits cleanly in two. The boy exhales in disbelief before breaking into a wide grin. I did it. Inside the broken halves rests something small, a tiny glowing orb, pulsing faintly with energy. He freezes. That's at the demonic essence pill, cradling the purple sphere in his palm. The hero feels the power radiating from it. He knows what it is, an artifact capable of amplifying a cultivator's strength many times over. He glances at the halves of the stone. If I'd used enhanced aura, the heat would have destroyed this pill completely. It hit him then. This was the true reward. For restraint. For understanding. He smiles faintly. Thank you, Father. Your advice saved me. Without hesitation, he swallows the pill. Instantly, a surge of violet light bursts from within him. The glow surrounds his body, growing brighter, thicker, swirling into dark, powerful currents. He closes his eyes, controlling his breath as the energy floods through every vein. Then, he exhales. The purple glow fades, leaving him kneeling on the floor, fists clenched tight. A smile crosses his face. My strength, it's grown beyond anything I've felt before. He can feel it, the energy inside him flowing freely for the first time. The void that once existed within him is gone. Then, another pedestal rises from the ground, its surface glowing faintly. Carved words shimmer across it. Separate life and death. In case of failure, you may try again in 5 days. As before, a red circle appears on the floor. The young man rubs his chin thoughtfully. Separate life and death, what does that mean? Before he can ponder further, a rectangular pedestal emerges before him, covered with an assortment of plants. He studies them carefully. A moment later, his eyes sharpen. Healing herbs and poisons. A smile touches his lips. So that's what this is. He remembers a toothless old man from his past. His teacher, the one who had sent him across the world searching for rare ingredients for GWI Ryanja. Those endless travels taught him well. How to distinguish every plant, every toxin, every antidote. He crouches down and begins examining the herbs. This one's harmless, he mutters, plucking a strand of seaweed between his fingers. It's a simple test for him, almost too simple. He raises the plant toward the light. So this is the only one here that isn't poisonous. He turns toward the pedestal again and pauses. The arrangement has changed. Another set of herbs now lies before him, nearly identical. He lets out a quiet chuckle. So they've removed the element of luck, huh? It's clear now. This isn't just a test of skill, it's a test of patience. For anyone unfamiliar with medicinal herbs, there's only one way forward. Trial and error, one deadly plant at a time. The hero studies the final route carefully before setting it down. With a deep rumble, the pedestal sinks into the floor and disappears. He waits for a moment, then nods to himself. It's not coming back up. That means the test is over. Turning to his left, he spots another stone slab covered in etchings. He walks closer and reads them, smiling faintly as he goes. At this rate, I'll turn into poison myself. Whoever designed this test is an idiot. Everyone here handles toxins daily. I made too many mistakes and now I'm bald. The boy chuckles quietly. As he walks down the dim corridor, he recalls his father's old note, the one that warned him never to rely on luck. So father probably tested each herb himself and memorized their effects firsthand. He smirks. I'm just glad he still had his magnificent hair after all that. Up ahead, a final stone gate stands tall, carved with a new inscription, the rules of the last trial. Survive the illusion of life and death. Those who die within the illusion will die in reality. The boy's smile fades. He understands immediately this one is real. One mistake and it's over. He glances at another slab beside the gate, covered with the scrawls of those who came before him. That fight nearly killed me. When I become heavenly demon, I'll strangle whoever made this test. Unbearably hard. Never again. I'm never entering this illusion again. Then, at the bottom, he finds a line he was looking for. Don't stop. He traces the familiar handwriting with his fingers. Father. The words aren't just advice. They sound like a farewell. Taking a deep breath, the young man steps into the red circle. The air ripples. The walls blur like melting glass. A hum fills his ears, then silence. When his vision clears, he's standing under a blazing sun. The world around him a sea of endless sand. A desert. He kneels, letting the grains run through his fingers. The texture, the heat, everything feels real. Too real. A small lizard scurries past his hand. He watches it disappear into the dunes. This illusion, he murmurs. It's perfect, he realizes then. This must be the legendary illusory life and death trap formation, capable of creating reality so vivid it's indistinguishable from the truth. The thought alone chills him. He turns his head and freezes. They're everywhere. Monsters surround him, their eyes hollow, their skin gray and rotting. One, clutching a rusted axe, steps forward with a guttural growl. The boy knows they're illusions, but the killing intent he feels from them is very real. He stands motionless, watching them advance. From below, the faintest trace of a grin spreads across his face. This is perfect, he thinks. A real chance to test myself. Slowly, he draws his sword. The zombies snarl and charge. The boy doesn't flinch. He plants his feet in the sand, steady and calm, waiting for the first one to reach him. Then, as the horde closes in, he moves. The monsters close in, their shadows stretching over the sand. The boy's eyes sharpen. A sword whistles past his head. He ducks, and his own blade flashes upward, driving clean through a zombie's jaw. The creature collapses instantly. More swarm from every side, snarling as they swing their weapons. The hero launches himself into the air, twisting mid-flight. He lands far back, heels digging into the sand, leaving behind a glowing white streak. Streams of energy spiral around him. With one swift motion, he slashes through several at once, his strikes splitting the air like thunder. They're not human, he thinks. There's no need to hold back. The light around him grows brighter, pulsing with raw force. The demonic essence pill burns inside him, flooding his veins with spiritual power. From the left and right, blades thrust toward him. He turns, face calm but focused, eyes locked on every movement. Zombies dive from above, howling. He exhales, steady and cold. A blinding arc flashes across the battlefield. A white trail hangs in the air, followed by the crack of electricity. Sparks dance around the monsters as their twisted forms freeze in place, eyes wide with madness. The boy charges forward, cutting through them in a blur. Blood sprays across the sand. Bodies hit the ground around him, torn apart by clean, merciless strikes. He stands still for a moment, sword dripping, the air heavy with silence. A dust cloud rolls past his feet. He almost laughs. So that's it? Then he senses it, something else. He turns, a grin spreading across his face. A new horde emerges from the haze. Hundreds more, their presence darker, their killing intent far heavier. So that was just the warm-up. The pressure radiating from them makes the ground tremble. The first one rushes the hero. He cuts its head clean off. An arrow hisses through the air, grazing past his ear. He tilts his head slightly, letting it fly by, smiling to himself. They're faster now. More arrows rain down. He moves between them effortlessly, blade flashing with every motion. Gritting his teeth, he remembers his father's words. Don't stop. Now he understands what they meant. He cuts down two more, whispering to himself. This is my first real battle. Since his regression, he's faced countless foes, but never like this. He fights without pause, because hesitation here means death. The world narrows, his mind, body, and blade moving as one. Dozens of projectiles streak toward him. He spins his weapon in a blur, deflecting every single one. A deep frown crosses his face as he lunges forward, driving his sword into a zombie's side. Faster. I need to be faster. He cuts through several more, his movements relentless, precise. Each strike cleaner than the last. Then a roar. A massive zombie towers before him, muscles bulging, eyes blazing red. The boy doesn't hesitate. In one swift motion, he brings his sword down. The blade cleaves through the creature's skull, splitting its head clean in half. The giant falls, and for a brief moment, the desert is silent again. The last enemy collapses to his knees. The boy stands over him, sword still in hand. Slowly, he drives the blade into the ground, letting out a long breath. Sweat drips down his face as he scans the battlefield. Is it over? Ahead, a faint glow catches his attention. A stone slab rises from the sand, etched with words. He steps closer and reads, "Congratulations. You have successfully passed the trial. May the strength you've gained serve to rebuild and empower the heavenly demon cult." The boy exhales slowly. So it's really done. Still, a thought lingers in his mind. Father took 2 months to complete Minor Heaven Cave. I did it in 1 day. He stares into the distance, lost in thought. If anyone finds out, the cult won't celebrate. They'll doubt me, suspect me. A faint shadow crosses the lower part of his face. No, better to keep this to myself. He looks toward the sealed gate and decides quietly, I'll stay here. Train more. Refine everything I've learned. Time passes. White clouds drift above the towering pagoda. Inside the grand hall, the heavenly demon sits upon his throne. You took 100 days, he says. The hero stands on the red carpet before him, head bowed. I tried my best, but I couldn't surpass your record. The man doesn't rise. And the sphere, did you cut it properly? The boy smiles faintly. With the hint you left me, Father, failure wasn't an option. But the final test, he pauses. That one was brutal. For a moment, the heavenly demon simply studies his son. Then, just barely, a smile flickers across his face. The boy blinks, uncertain if he really saw it. When he looks again, the expression is gone, replaced by the usual cold calm. Maybe I imagined it, he thinks. His father exhales softly, eyes closing. If you pass Minor Heaven Cave in such a short time, it means you're not a fool. The boy straightens slightly, answering with a grin. Of course not. I am your son, after all. The man sighs quietly. The hero watches him in silence, thoughts stirring. I used to think he enjoyed watching his children fight over succession, watching us tear each other apart for the title of heir. He looks at the man standing before him, hands clasped behind his back. But I was wrong. He's not entertained by it. He's simply willing to accept it, even if it means his children die, as long as the cult benefits. Still, there's no cruelty in his father's eyes, only resolve. The boy blinks in surprise when his father finally speaks again. Conquering Minor Heaven Cave in just 100 days is extraordinary. Another voice joins the room. Calm, composed. A man in wide, flowing robes steps forward, his sleeves sweeping across the floor. His gaze is steady, his presence dignified. The hero turns to face him. So he's here too. Inwardly, the young man notes, the only person my father truly trusts, the only one who can advise him. The man's name echoes in his mind. Sima, senior advisor of the heavenly demon cult. Folding his hands before his face, the boy nods respectfully. It's been a long time, Advisor Sima. Sima watches the young man in silence. As he walks down the stairs, his voice breaks the stillness. He's glad the hero has returned, because there's something important to discuss, something about the cult. The hero raises an eyebrow, clearly surprised. Why discuss that with me? He asks. Father and son exchange glances. The young man instantly understands. If the advisor wants to speak with him, it's because his father ordered it. With his hands calmly folded, Sima begins. We recently received an anonymous letter. It claims corruption is spreading through the demon army. The hero's eyes widened. He lowers his gaze, lost in thought. Sunlight spills across the grand buildings outside as his mind turns over the possibilities. The demon army, one of the cult's elite forces, commanded by his brother, the Blade of Bloodheaven. Does this mean he'll have to face that man again? Sima continues. A similar message reached us last year. We investigated but found nothing. The investigator was later killed. Who was the killer? The hero asks quietly. The black columns in the room seem to loom higher as Sima answers. A demon warrior. He took his own life right after. Silence hangs in the air. Then Sima looks straight at him. I hope you'll take on this investigation. The hero doesn't respond immediately. He knows corruption in the cult means death. Whoever is guilty will do anything to hide it. And the investigator won't be seen as the heavenly demon's son, only as a threat. This is dangerous, the hero says at last. It is, Sima agrees. Whoever accepts it must be ready to stake their life. The young man's eyes shift to his father, seated upon the throne, his face unreadable. Another test. That's what this is, another trial arranged by his father. You once said you wanted to restore order in the cult. The heavenly demon reminds him. I did, the hero replies, but I meant when I become heavenly demon. His father's gaze sharpens. Are you afraid? The young man rubs the back of his neck. If you're calling me a coward, I can't refuse, can I? He touches his temple, exhaling slowly. Fine, I'll take the case. Father and son lock eyes, neither blinking, neither yielding. The hero closes his eyes briefly. He still doesn't know what his parents are planning, but if this is the path before him, then he'll walk it. He raises his right hand. Then let's drink together, he says quietly. It might be the last time we see each other. But the heavenly demon turns away without a word. The hero and Seema stare at the cult leader, puzzled. The young man mutters that, despite his father's cold exterior, he still worries about him. Seema lets out a dry chuckle. Worries? It doesn't look that way to me. Outside, a modest one-story building comes into view. A young man holding a few books greets them with a polite smile. Special Investigator Code, Daryong from the Nirvana Pavilion. Pleased to meet you. The hero studies him, arms crossed. I told Seema to send me the prettiest assistant, he says flatly. Daryong grins. Then I guess the advisor must have thought I was the prettiest one around. The hero's brow twitches. He exhales sharply, closing his eyes in irritation. Enough. Get to work. As the hero turns to leave, Daryong calls after him. You're leaving already? The hero doesn't answer right away. The sunlight slips under the pavilion roof, tracing golden lines across the floor. What do you think about the leader of the demon army? He finally asks. Daryong replies. His name's Gu Qianyang, younger brother of Gu Qion-pa. He's held his post for 8 years now. Dangerous missions, countless victories. Thanks to him, the demon army's known across the entire empire. The hero nods slightly, eyes distant. So he's done his job well. Exactly, Daryong agrees. The hero climbs a few steps, then glances back. You don't seem very eager about this case. I want to investigate, Daryong says, but even if we catch the culprit, nothing will really change. The hero pauses, frowning. What do you mean? Daryong's expression darkens. The hero realizes he's talking about the corruption rooted deep within the cult's leadership itself. The hero closes his eyes, resuming his steps. So are you afraid? Daryong shakes his head. No. The hero lowers his gaze. Not even after what happened to the last investigator. He was my superior, Daryong says quietly. The hero stops in his tracks, stunned. He turns toward Daryong, who looks down, his voice heavy with grief. He taught me everything I know. The hero watches him in silence, the weight of loss clear in every word. Later, in front of the Demonic Dragon Council building, 2 guards stand at attention. One of them asks, Where are you 2 headed? Daryong steps forward confidently, extending a hand. Special Investigator, Nirvana Pavilion. We're here on official business. We need to see the head of the demon army. The hero glances at his companion, hiding a faint smile. This guy's got patience, he thinks. The bearded guard narrows his eyes, his tone full of contempt. I don't see anything special about this guy. Beside him, the bald fighter folds his arms. No one gets in without permission from above. Daryong calmly pulls a folded paper from his book and holds it up. This is an official order, he says. The guards glance at it, unimpressed. Then wait here, the bald one growls. We'll report your arrival. Daryong's expression hardens. That won't be necessary. We'll go by ourselves. The bearded guard's lips curl into a grin. I already told you. No one enters without approval. Didn't you hear me? Daryong raises a brow. So you're saying you'll block a special investigator holding an official warrant? The bald one scowls. Don't spout nonsense. Around here, we follow our rules. Daryong's voice tightens. Is that so? The bearded fighter laughs. You're just a weakling hiding behind your title. You'll wait here like everyone else. Daryong looks between the 2 towering men, at a loss for words. The hero finally steps forward. Just one question, he says quietly. Do you 2 even know who's standing in front of you? The guards exchange glances. We can guess. The hero's eyes narrow. Then you'll understand why I doubt that. He takes a single step forward. Then in an instant, both guards are struck down by powerful blows. The air crackles with silence. The hero looks down at them coldly. If you knew who you were dealing with, you wouldn't act like fools. Foam drips from the bearded man's mouth as he crumples. Daryong stares, speechless, at the two fighters bent in half on the ground. The hero glances back at him. Why are you standing there? Move ahead. Daryong stammers. All right, I'll go first. They move deeper into the council hall, where more rough-looking men stand waiting, eyes full of hostility. Daryong holds up the paper again and shouts, Your interference is obstructing an official investigation. Keep this up, and I'll have every one of you locked away. The crowd erupts in mocking laughter. From the back, a bald man steps forward, his voice sharp. Who are these scumbags barging into the council building, throwing their weight around? The hero straightens. Special investigator for high-rank cases, he says coolly. Identify yourself. The man smirks. Captain of the First Corps of the God's Demon Army. Does that answer satisfy you, boy? Daryong's gaze drops to the floor. He knows this man, the highest-ranking officer here, infamous for his foul temper. The captain steps closer. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue. Daryong clenches his fists. Watch your words, he warns. We're here under official orders from the Nirvana Pavilion. Godang leans in close to Daryong, his towering frame casting a shadow over the smaller man. And what if I don't watch my words? He sneers. Daryong doesn't flinch. Then everyone here will be arrested for disrespecting an official investigator and obstructing a lawful investigation. Godang smirks, lips curling into a mock smile. Oh, you'll arrest everyone. He chuckles, shaking his head. That's cute. The hero's brow tightens. Godang spreads his arms dramatically. I'm terrified, investigator. What now? Are you going to slap cuffs on us all? Daryong stays silent, but the hero steps forward. Captain Go, he says calmly. It's been a long time. Godang blinks, thrown off for a moment. The young man extends his hand. Last time we met was at Heavenly Demon's reception, wasn't it? Still uncertain, Godang hesitates, then reaches out and shakes his hand. A sharp crack echoes through the room. Godang grits his teeth in pain, his expression twisting. The hero's voice turns cold. We need to meet with the head of the demon army immediately. You'll let us through, or you won't be using that hand ever again. Godang's eyes widen, sweat beading on his brow. Some people, he mutters through clenched teeth, think noble blood protects them from steel. But a sword can still find a prince's gut. The hero steps closer, his tone like ice. Then let's test it. See what falls first. Your sword or your guts. Silence fills the hall. The tension is suffocating. Then the hero releases his grip and turns away. Thanks for letting us through, he says casually. Next time, I'll buy everyone a drink. He strides past the stunned guards, Daryong trailing behind. As they climb the stairs, Daryong asks quietly, You know that, Captain? The hero doesn't look back. Never seen him before in my life. Daryong frowns. Then how did you make him back down? Simple, the hero replies. I broke his right hand. Daryong stops in disbelief. You what? Relax, the hero says. He'll get used to using his left. They move deeper into the building. Voices echo from above. Orders, footsteps, metal clanking. 7th floor, Daryong says, glancing back. That's where the head's office is. At the top of the stairs, a guard in heavy armor steps forward, blocking their path. No entry without an appointment. The hero sighs. I'm getting tired of this. He steps closer, his tone hardening. Move. We're conducting an official investigation. The armored guard doesn't budge. Orders are orders. You can't pass. Daryong flashes the paper right in front of his face. This is an order. The hero adds coldly. By refusing, you're denying entry to the heavenly demon's son. The color drains from the guard's face. The hero fixes his gaze firmly on the guard and asks if he truly dares to ignore the paper in his hand, or is he challenging the authority of the person who signed it? Sweat trickles down the guard's face. After a tense pause, a voice orders him to let them through. The guards exchange bewildered looks as the tension fades just slightly. An elderly man with gray hair steps forward, greeting the second son of the heavenly demon with a calm smile. He chuckles softly, saying it seems his men have been rather rude. Then, with a wave of his hand, he asks for their behavior to be forgiven. The hero studies him carefully. He instantly understands. This man before him is none other than Gu Qianyang, the commander of the demon army. Power radiates from the old man, an overwhelming force that presses down like an invisible weight. The hero feels it. His companion, Daryong, can barely withstand it, trembling uncontrollably beside him. Myuguk remains silent, standing tall before the seated old man. When he finally speaks, his tone is steady. He says he simply observed, watching as those men stumbled into trouble of their own making. Gu Qianying lets out a quiet laugh and remarks that courage often comes in inverse proportion to education. The hero shakes his head. That idea, he says, is outdated. In this era, knowledge doesn't weaken courage, it strengthens it. A man who understands strategy doesn't hesitate. He acts with purpose. Gu Qianying smiles faintly and admits that perhaps he's fallen behind the times. Without rising from his seat, he then asks why the young master has chosen to personally take charge of this investigation. The hero answers calmly. It's likely a punishment handed down directly from the heavenly demon himself. Gu Qianying arches a brow. A punishment? The hero nods. He confesses that he made a mistake during the recent hunt. For a brief moment, the old man's jaw hangs open. Myuguk watches him closely, thinking how impossible it must be to understand why the son of the cult leader has been sent to lead such a case. Gu Qianying rubs his chin in thought. Then he asks why the Nirvana Pavilion has taken an interest in this investigation at all. His tone sharpens. Perhaps they received another anonymous letter? Daryong begins to stammer that this information is confidential, but the hero cuts him off, confirming the old man's guess. Yes, it came from an anonymous letter. Daryong freezes, terror flashing in his eyes. Behind Gu Qianying, faint hieroglyphs shimmer in the air as he leans back and mutters that it's hardly surprising. Surrounded by fools, he says his unit is always the target of slander and false accusations. The weariness in his voice deepens. The hero closes his eyes for a brief moment, then speaks with quiet resolve. He promises to finish the investigation swiftly. Offering a polite bow, he apologizes for the inconvenience and asks for understanding. Qianying leans forward slightly, his tone calm yet firm. He assures the hero that there's no inconvenience at all. Their bond is strong enough that such formalities aren't even worth mentioning. The hero meets his gaze and replies that everyone already knows how openly the Blood Heaven's blades support the first son of the cult leader. With a hand pressed to his chest, Qianying swears solemnly that his loyalty belongs to the hero. The young man smiles faintly. You've given me hope, he says. Please, take care of yourself and Daryong for the next few days. Qianying nods, raising a hand. You'll be escorted to your quarters. Get some rest. The hero bows slightly. Then we'll take our leave. But before he can step away, the old man stops him. Wait a moment. The hero tenses, glancing back. Qianying's voice softens. Gangyang is quite worried about you. The young man turns to him. You mean the investigator for special cases? The one who arrived before us? Qianying smiles knowingly. Yes, that's exactly who I mean. But even so, he adds with a hint of doubt, I can't imagine the cult leader would ever send his own son to die. He lifts his hand again. Don't trouble yourself too much. I'll try, the hero replies quietly. Now, if you'll excuse us, we really must go. Behind him, Qianying sits motionless, his lips pressed together. His eyes follow the young man's back as he walks away. Beads of sweat roll down Daryong's face. The hero smiles faintly to himself, thinking, the heavenly demon must have sent me here so that one of us wouldn't return. Elsewhere, the cult leader, the heavenly demon himself, examines a sword under dim light. It won't be easy to uncover what really happened, a voice says. It's Sima. He looks at his master with concern. I should have handled this investigation instead of your son. The heavenly demon's voice is calm but heavy. He said it himself. The cult has lost the path of the demon. Sima's eyes widened. Master, did you truly send your son into danger over mere words? He lowers his gaze, thinking that the boy must be either fearless or foolish to speak that way to his own father. The dull edge of his sword catches a faint glint of light. The heavenly demon runs his hand along the blade. Words mean nothing, he says coldly. Only actions prove worth. Beside him, Sima stares in shock, unsure what to say. Outside, a crow hangs upside down from a branch. Below, demon warriors gather in large numbers, murmuring among themselves. What's that bird doing here? One asks. Why a crow? The air grows tense. Someone spits. Damn those Nirvana Pavilion rats. Another scoffs. Their investigators think they can do whatever they want. The hero watches them silently, his brow furrowing. Funny, he thinks, the ones who stopped us at the gate are now the loudest complainers. One of the soldiers raises his hand, declaring loudly that everyone's blowing things way out of proportion. Before the commotion settles, Myuguk, standing beside Daryong, notices someone else step forward. A massive fighter with a deep scar running across his face glares at him. His expression full of irritation. The hero looks at him and asks calmly, "And who might you be?" The man's voice booms across the courtyard. "I'm Jang Ho, commander of the 3rd Corps of the Demon Army." Daryong's voice echoes in the hero's mind. He's the strongest among the commanders, but his temper is dangerous. The hero's tone sharpens. "Then tell me, Commander Jang Ho, what exactly are you so unhappy about?" Jang Ho points toward a dead crow hanging nearby. "Why in the world is that filthy thing hanging where people walk?" The hero doesn't flinch. "Someone from your army threw that bird onto my bed," he replies coolly. "So I assumed this was considered normal around here." A murmur spreads among the soldiers. Jang Ho folds his arms, voice steady but cold. "If that really happened, you should have punished the one responsible, not made a spectacle of it." The hero takes a step closer, his tone turning sharp. "Then I'll start with you, Commander." Jang Ho frowns, caught off guard. "What are you talking about?" "The investigation," the hero says firmly. Jang Ho stares in disbelief. "Why me?" The hero turns to Daryong beside him. "Bring me all the records related to Commander Jang Ho, especially his finances and mission reports." Daryong nods quickly and starts searching through the files. Jang Ho's fists tighten, his voice rising in anger. "You have no right to do this." The hero meets his glare without hesitation. "I have every right." Dust bursts around Jang Ho's boots as he stomps the ground in fury. The hero doesn't even blink. "Think whatever you want," he says. "But remember, if you obstruct this investigation, it'll count as treason." The commander's men rush to restrain him, whispering for him to calm down. The hero's gaze stays locked on Jang Ho. "I'll begin my investigation with you." Jang Ho grits his teeth, his voice trembling with anger. "Fine. I'd love to see how this ends." Clouds drift above the high pagoda. Inside, Jang Ho sits across from the hero and Daryong. The tension between them is almost visible. The hero studies him quietly. Jang Ho frowns, breaking the silence. "How long?" The hero finally says. "Do you plan to test my patience?" Jang Ho blinks. "What are you talking about?" The hero leans forward. "It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who sent that anonymous letter." Daryong's eyes widen in shock, unsure if his partner is bluffing or dead serious. Jang Ho narrows his eyes. "And just what?" he growls. "Are you trying to say, boy?" The hero studies the man across from him in silence. His eyes lower slightly, hands folded neatly before him. Jang Ho breaks the stillness first. "How did you figure it out?" he asks, his voice low. The hero leans back slightly. "Because you got involved in yesterday's incident," he says evenly. "You shouldn't have, but you did. That tells me you were trying to deflect suspicion from the Demon Army's command." Jang Ho exhales slowly. "You're right." The hero nods. "And your unit, out of all the corps, was the only one that stayed silent when I hung that dead crow. No laughter, no insults." Jang Ho looks up surprised. The hero continues. "Your men also try to hold you back when your temper got the better of you earlier. That says a lot. Someone like you, you'd find it unbearable to witness corruption within your own ranks." Jang Ho's gaze drops to the floor, silent. The hero, watching him closely, knows he's right, but for a different reason entirely. He remembers Daryong's earlier words. Jang Ho's the best martial artist among the commanders, but his personality's difficult. That memory triggers something deeper, an image from another life. He recalls a body lying cold on the ground, the death of the strongest commander in the Demon Army. Back then, everyone believed it was an accident. But the truth? That man had sent an anonymous letter exposing the rot inside the army, and he paid the price for it. The hero returns to the present. Jang Ho finally speaks. "I did write that letter," he admits quietly, "but I wasn't sure anyone would take it seriously. That's why I left out the details. I never imagined the second son of the cult leader would come here himself." The hero looks at him calmly. "And when you realized who was sent to investigate?" Jang Ho gives a short, dry laugh. "Honestly, I thought you'd fail." A faint smile curves the hero's lips. "Is blunt honesty a trend among the younger generation now?" he asks, glancing at his companion. The special investigator, Ayong, crosses his arms. "You do realize you're the youngest person in this room, right?" The hero smirks. "Fair point." Then his tone hardens. His eyes lock on Jang Ho. "Tell me, what's really happening inside the Demon Army?" The room falls silent. The candles flicker faintly. Finally, Jang Ho speaks, his voice carrying a quiet bitterness. "The army commander's using his troops for his own gain," he says. "He takes money for assassinations, turning soldiers into hired killers. Anyone who refuses is forced into it anyway. The hero's brows draw together. Contract killings? He repeats, disbelief flickering in his eyes. He had suspected that the upper ranks might be taking bribes to promote certain martial arts schools. But this was far worse. His thoughts darkened. It would already be a serious crime if the demon army were merely using fighters for private interests. But this is corruption of the deepest kind. The revelation hits like a thunderclap. So that's what it comes down to. The demon army isn't just corrupt. They're turning bloodshed into profit. Daryong stares wide-eyed. That's insane. How is something like that even possible? The hero's voice stays calm. Most likely, the higher-ups manipulate the numbers, underreporting their strength. That way, the burden of missions falls mostly on the first corps. Jang Ho's eyes widened. How did you figure that out? The hero closes his eyes briefly, recalling yesterday. The first corps soldiers were the first to stop us at the gate, he says, and the loudest to curse when they saw the crow. Their reaction told me everything. Jang Ho lowers his head, sadness flickering across his face. The hero leans forward slightly. Tell me, how did you realize that the first corps was behind all this? Jang Ho folds his hands before him, voice heavy. The man who killed the previous investigator and then took his own life was my friend. He's the one who sent the first anonymous letter. The room falls silent. The hero's tone softens. How close were you? Jang Ho clenches his teeth, eyes fixed on the floor. He was like family. I joined the demon army because of him. The hero's gaze sharpens. Then who do you believe was responsible for his death? Jang Ho hesitates, then answers in a low voice. I believe it was Gu Qianyang who gave the order, and Go Dang, the head of the first corps, who carried it out. The air thickens. The hero's mind races. If Jang Ho's telling the truth, then this isn't just corruption, it's treason. He remembers the slain investigator, the silenced whistleblower, and now the names tied to the demon army's leadership. His thoughts drift briefly to his father, the heavenly demon. Did he already know? The realization dawns cold and heavy. His father must have sent him here not just to punish him, but to see if he could face this darkness head-on, to see if he could confront the demon army's own commander and survive. The hero's gaze softens as he looks back at Jang Ho. You had a good friend. Jang Ho lowers his head, voice trembling. He was a good man. If I were more like him, I would have acted when they killed him. The hero and Daryong both look down, the weight of it pressing on them. After a long silence, the hero speaks quietly. Thank you, Commander Jang Ho, for your courage and your honesty. Jang Ho's eyes widened, his composure breaking. Tears spill down his cheeks. Daryong looks away, his throat tight. The hero watches them both and thinks to himself, as long as there are men like this, there's still hope for the demon cult. Jang Ho's sobs echo softly through the chamber. Daryong wipes his eyes. Myuguk remains still, deep in thought. In the new cult I want to build, he thinks people like him must stand at its very core. The hero looks quietly at Jang Ho, the proud commander now reduced to tears. In his heart, a thought rises. In my past life, Jang Ho died, but this time he's still alive. His hand rests on the armrest, fingers tightening slightly. Saving those who shouldn't die, he thinks. That's why I came back. That's my purpose. Myuguk exhales softly and turns his gaze toward Daryong, who suddenly breaks the silence. You're not like the rumors say, Daryong mutters, walking beside him as they leave the chamber. The hero raises an eyebrow. Rumors? Daryong hesitates, looking down. They say, you're unfit to be the next heavenly demon. I'm sorry. The young man pauses, then lets out a faint smile. Don't be. I'll take that as a compliment. Daryong blinks, confused. A compliment? Leaves drift through the air, scattering across the courtyard as the hero walks beneath the trees. I wouldn't feel proud, he says quietly, if people said I was worthy of being the heavenly demon. Not as things stand now. The trees around them sway, their green leaves shimmering under the light. He glances at the cult's fortress in the distance. The cult isn't ruled by strength anymore. It's ruled by fear. His tone hardens, and it's time to change that. Daryong stares at him, astonished by his resolve. The hero closes his eyes for a moment. His thoughts grow heavy. If the cult doesn't change, my family will fall, and everything will be lost. Suddenly, a frantic voice echoes through the halls. The man in a yellow cap runs toward them, panic written all over his face. Sir, there's been a serious incident. You have to see this. The next day, the hero bursts into the room, his eyes immediately taking in the chaos. Members of the Nirvana Pavilion, clad in yellow coats, stand on one side, facing off against armed demon army soldiers on the other. Blood streaks down Daryong's face. Another investigator lies unconscious on the floor. "Stop this," someone shouts. The hero rushes to Daryong. "Are you badly hurt?" Daryong wipes the blood from his cheek, shaking his head. "Not as bad as him," he says, glancing at his fallen colleague. "He took the worst of it." The hero kneels beside the unconscious investigator, eyes narrowing. "Broken ribs, internal bleeding. Get him to a healer." "Now," he orders. Two men from a yellow coat unit lift their comrade and hurry out. As they leave, the hero straightens, his gaze cold and focused. "This was the work of the First Corps commander, wasn't it?" A voice answers from the opposite side of the room, calm but dripping with arrogance. "You're quick," says Go Dang, smiling faintly as he steps forward. His soldiers stand behind him like shadows. The hero's eyes narrow. "Why did you attack one of my investigators?" Go Dang shrugs, his tone casual, almost amused. "He bumped into me in the corridor. Didn't even apologize. I thought I'd teach him some manners." The room grows tense. The hero's voice cuts through the silence, calm but sharp as a blade. "No," he says. "You were the one who bumped into him, and you didn't even give him the chance to speak." The First Corps commander studies the young man and allows a thin smile. "That could be true," he says. The hero answers plainly. "You and your men are poison to this place." Go Dang blinks. "Poison? What do you mean?" "This army is poisoned by your subordinates," the hero replies. "You killed several cult members the same way last year, and 2 years ago you killed 3 fighters in a bar fight." The hero thinks over the pattern. The victims were low-level warriors, incidents quietly covered up by the demon army to avoid scandal. Go Dang spreads his hands. "There are too many fools who don't respect the demon army," he says. The hero asks a direct question. Does Go Dang know the hero holds the authority to hand down death sentences? Silence fills the room. Go Dang answers with a biting grin and asks what the hero will do, whether he has the courage to carry out that sentence. The hero recognizes the trap he warned about. The commander's ranks act as a shield, the men around him doing exactly what keeps him safe. The commander looks to his soldiers for backing. The hero steps forward. The First Corps men close ranks, creating a barrier. Go Dang declares that striking the First Corps would be a challenge to the entire demon army. He wants to see if the hero will do it. The hero replies that he will not hide behind his subordinates. Go Dang raises his hand and claims he was injured by a coward, insisting the hero is lucky he hasn't answered for that insult. He taunts the hero to act. Matching the gesture, the hero lifts his hand and says he will not use that limb, then asks if Go Dang will fight him one-on-one under those conditions. Go Dang asks whether the hero will complain to his father if he's injured. The hero swears that Go Dang will not be able to blame Heavenly Demon if he injures or even kills the leader's son. Daryong, watching, asks himself what the hero is trying to do. Go Dang draws his sword and says they will fight. Daryong thinks to himself that the commander is ambidextrous. The hero watches his opponent closely, reading the confidence behind that arrogant smile. Now he understands why Go Dang seems so sure of himself. The young man raises his sword, holding it steady in front of him. Around them, Daryong and the First Corps soldiers stand frozen, tension thick in the air. The tip of Go Dang's blade gleams. In the next instant, he lunges. Steel flashes, but the hero twists aside, his movement clean and fluid. Go Dang's strike shatters the floor, splinters exploding across the room. The hero flips backward, landing firmly, his sword spinning in his grip. A blur of motion, then a sharp, merciless cut. The blade flashes. Go Dang screams as his arm is severed, blood splattering across the floor. Before the commander can react, the hero drives the hilt of his sword into his nose, sending him crashing backward. Blood sprays upward. Go Dang hits the ground hard. "Protect the commander," someone shouts. The soldiers rush forward. Daryong calls out, but the hero's eyes are cold. His sword moves faster than they can react. 3 swift strikes. 3 throats pierced. The bodies drop to the ground one after another. The onlookers can only stare, stunned to their core. The hero lowers his blade slightly. Those who raise a weapon against the investigation, he says evenly, commit treason. And treason has only one price. Go Dang whimpers, clutching his severed arm. "Please have mercy." The hero steps closer, frowning down at him. "Do you even remember the families of the men you murdered in that tavern?" Go Dang, face swollen and bloodied, doesn't respond. The hero continues coldly. "You never once thought about the sons, husbands, and fathers you left to rot." Tears mix with the blood, on Go Dang's face. I'm guilty, he stammers. Enough, the hero says sharply. He raises his leg. A final sound. Blood splashes again across the floor. The soldiers of the First Corps stand frozen, their faces pale with horror. Daryong covers his face, unable to watch. The hero's voice cuts through the silence, low and dangerous. Who gave you the right to kill the followers of the demonic cult? The scene shifts. Music drifts through the air. A woman plays a stringed instrument, her expression serene. Two dancers move gracefully beside her as cups are filled with wine. Qian Yang, gray-haired and smiling, pours a drink for the hero. I heard there was an incident, he says lightly. The hero keeps his tone neutral. It wasn't intentional. But yes, there was a conflict. Gu Qianyang, holding a bottle, adds, Go Dang was made commander of the First Corps because of a shortage of officers. But even then, there was always something off about him. The hero stays silent, though his thoughts are bitter. Qianyang, you snake. That man served you loyally, and instead of defending him, you've turned him into a scapegoat. Qianyang drinks from his cup, the faintest smile playing on his lips. Qianyang sets his glass down, his smile faint but deliberate. Go Dang died during the investigation, he says slowly. One of the demon army's commanders, gone, with all his sins still unjudged. If word of this spreads, you'll be the one held responsible. Qianyang glances toward Muguk. And what do you make of that? Qianyang leans back, eyes narrowing slightly. Perhaps it's best if we end the matter here, he suggests, his tone casual but edgy. Before the hero can respond, Qianyang continues. The death of a corps commander and 3 of his men should be more than enough to close the case, don't you think? The hero inclines his head. I appreciate your foresight, he says politely. Then his tone darkens. But there's still a problem. Qianyang raises a brow. A problem? The hero closes his eyes for a moment. I don't have a single piece of evidence. I came here to conduct an official investigation, but right now, I have nothing to report to my superiors. The old man chuckles softly, pouring himself another drink. Evidence, he says, can be forged. The hero's reply is firm. Not this time. The anonymous letter claimed that the demon army carried out missions for outsiders and accepted money in return. Covering that up will be difficult. Qianyang eyes him, the alcohol clearly taking hold. Still, he mutters, without evidence, this investigation cannot be closed. He refills his glass again. The room grows quiet, the 2 men watching each other across the table. So that's how it is, the hero thinks. If I want this investigation sealed, I'll have to make him give me the proof himself. Later that night, Daryong spots the hero entering the infirmary. He blinks in surprise. What are you doing here? The hero clasps his hands behind his back, checking on a man who is wounded. Why do you sound so shocked? Daryong explains. A demonic doctor is tending to him now. The hero nods. Good. Then I suppose I came at the right time. Daryong looks at him curiously. You sent it to that doctor, didn't you? The hero waves off the thanks. There's no need for gratitude. I'm temporarily acting as an investigator, so it's only natural that I look after my colleagues. Just then, a voice breaks the quiet. Am I really hearing the voice of the second son of the heavenly demon? The 2 men turn. The hero's gaze sharpens. Standing before him is an elderly man in a blue robe, calm, composed, and unmistakably authoritative. In that moment, the hero recognizes him. The demonic doctor, the most skilled healer in the entire cult. A man whose services are reserved only for the most powerful and influential. Inside the room, the investigators sit nearby, watching in silence. The hero steps closer and asks, Doctor, what's his condition? The old man's reply is steady. Fortunately, his life is not in danger, he says. But he'll need time, some rest before he's fit to work again. The hero nods slowly, his expression unreadable. But something catches the hero's eye. He glances toward the investigators gathered nearby, each one wearing the same uneasy expression. Their faces seem to carry both gratitude and fear. Finally, one of them, standing at the far end of the room, bows deeply. We thank the second son of the heavenly demon for his kindness. The hero coughs lightly into his fist, acknowledging the gesture without a word. As he and Daryong step outside, the investigator following him finally asks, what did the commander of the demon army say? The hero's voice is quiet. He told me to end the investigation. Claimed that the only one responsible was the commander of the First Corps. Daryong frowns. Qianyang said that? even though Go Dang was his most trusted man. The hero lowers his gaze. Go Dang wasn't what he appeared to be. Qian Yang used him, a fool thrown into the fire. And now that he's gone, someone else will just take his place. Clouds drift lazily above the pagodas. Daryong asks, "Then what will you do now?" The hero watches the sky. "I've cast the bait," he says. "Now we wait to see which fish bites." Daryong looks puzzled. "Bait?" The hero only smiles faintly. "You'll know when the time comes." Daryong hesitates, then asks quietly, "And what about me? What should I do in the meantime?" The hero glances at him, his tone lightening. "For now, let's drink." Daryong blinks, confused. "Drink? Now?" The hero chuckles. "My treat this time." Daryong stares at him for a moment before smiling faintly. The next day, scrolls and documents cover the table. Daryong stands beside it, hand behind his back. "These came from the demon army," he says. "Records of contracts, assassination orders, payments worth thousands of Niang. All of it was found in the house of the first corps commander." The hero's eyes narrow. The fish has taken the bait. He turns to Daryong. "Find the smartest man in the first corps. Someone sharp enough to stand out among the scum that remains." Daryong nods. "Understood." Leaning over the table, the hero adds, "I'll meet with the commander of the demon army myself. I just need to buy you some time to find him." A short while later, the hero stands on a rich crimson carpet, facing Qian Yang once again. "I've received the evidence," he says. "Everything found in the house of the first corps commander." Qian Yang beams, sitting comfortably in his chair. "Excellent. Now that everything's settled, we should celebrate. I've already made reservations at the same place we went last time." The hero closes his eyes. "There's one small problem." Qian Yang sighs heavily, rubbing his temples. "What is it this time?" The hero stands straight, voice steady. "The evidence was submitted by the demon army itself. Ideally, investigators should have been the ones to uncover it." Qian Yang leans on one hand, looking unimpressed. "Does it matter where the evidence came from?" The hero meets his gaze. "It does. Senior advisor Simon isn't an idiot. If he realizes the evidence was handed over by the demon army, he'll question the entire investigation." For a moment, the image of Simon, the very man in question, seems to linger behind Qian Yang's shoulder like a shadow. Without rising from his seat, Qian Yang asks, "Then what do you suggest we do?" The hero replies calmly, "We'll pretend the investigation is still ongoing. Just for one more day. After that, I'll bring everything together. I'll need the demon army's full cooperation in the meantime." Qian Yang studies him in silence. The hero adds, "I don't want to drag this out. The investigation will be purely procedural. I'll only need simple, routine documents." Zhang raises his hand with a smile. "Understood. We'll cooperate fully." The hero nods slightly, watching the two men. A faint smile appears on his face. Perfect. He doesn't need secret scrolls or top-level orders. What he truly wants are enlistment papers and last wills written by soldiers before they set out on dangerous missions. With those, he can compare handwriting and uncover who forged the documents that reached him earlier. Later, in a dimly lit room, a man sits tied to a chair. His name is Yanggu, a fighter from the First Corps. "Why was I captured?" Yanggu demands, voice shaking. "Why am I here?" The hero folds his arms across his chest, his gaze cold and sharp. "Because you falsified the murder reports that were sent to the investigators." "I don't know what you're talking about." Yanggu blurts out, eyes wide. The hero closes his eyes briefly. "I didn't expect you to know everything," he says quietly. "You were just following orders. But even so, you need to tell me exactly what you did." "I didn't do anything." Yanggu insists. "I never received any orders like that." The hero watches him for a moment, then speaks evenly. "I understand why you're silent. You're afraid. You think the commander of the demon army will kill you if you talk." Yanggu doesn't answer. His jaw tightens. The hero exhales softly. "You can go." Yanggu blinks in disbelief. "What?" "I said you can leave," the hero repeats. "If you won't talk, I can't help you. And I don't torture those who are simply following orders." Yanggu stares up at him, tied to the chair but too stunned to speak. The hero's voice is calm, almost too calm. "You do realize what's going to happen, don't you?" he says, looking at the tied man. "The investigators will return home safely, and you'll be dead before morning, on Qian Yang's orders." Yanggu's face drains of color. He looks down, trembling. What are you talking about?" The hero steps closer, eyes steady. "Qian Yang has already heard that you're being interrogated. If you walk out of here without a scratch, he'll assume you talked. And you know better than anyone what happens when Qian Yang thinks someone's betrayed him. Sweat trickles down Yonggu's face. His voice breaks. No, he wouldn't. He would. The hero interrupts quietly. You've seen what he's capable of. Daryong, standing behind the hero, adds grimly. Commander Jang Ho already suspected it. Qin Yang ordered the death of the previous investigator, and the member of the Third Corps who carried it out is already dead. There are countless other crimes, all traced back to him. The hero crosses his arms, listening in silence. Daryong's tone grows colder. He's a murderer, and he won't surrender easily. Still, the hero doesn't speak. The silence stretches, heavy and sharp. Finally, he says, I'm not planning to arrest him. Daryong blinks. What? The hero's voice hardens. Qin Yang won't be arrested. He'll be killed. Daryong's eyes widen. You can't mean. But the hero continues, unflinching. If we try to arrest him, he explains, the Blood Heaven's Blade's commander, his brother, will retaliate. He won't stand by while his own blood is put on trial. The cult will split apart overnight. He raises his left hand slowly, as if weighing the consequences in the air. And then, he says, they'll flood the investigation with fake evidence, enough to clear Qin Yang's name and frame me instead. The second son of the heavenly demon, branded a traitor. Daryong stands before the table, watching the young man who now sits motionless in thought. But that's not all. The hero continues, his voice low. If Qin Yang lives, witnesses will start disappearing. Jang Ho will be the first to die, then anyone from the Third Corps who tries to defend him. And eventually, he glances at Daryong. You'll be next. The investigator's face tightens, fear flickering in his eyes. The hero leans back in his chair. But if Qin Yang dies during the arrest, things change. His death will confirm everything. Only the evidence of his crimes will remain. For a moment, there's silence. The tension in the room is suffocating. Daryong finally speaks, his voice unsteady. Even if you're right, what happens when the Blood Heaven's Blade's commander learns you killed his brother? The hero rises from his seat. His expression is calm, almost detached. Then, he says quietly, we'll find out what kind of demon I'm meant to be. He says that within the cult, not everyone is willing to throw away their life for the sake of revenge. Some understand that blind hatred isn't worth dying for. As the hero turns to leave, Daryong calls out, asking where he's headed. Without breaking stride, the young man glances back and replies, he's going to kill the head of the demonic army. The investigator blinks, confused. Why the rush? Later, the hero sits at a table, calm and composed. He says that thanks to Qin Yang, everything turned out better than expected. Reclining in his chair, he adds lightly that, in the end, all's well that ends well. The old man nods, his tone heavy. He admits that he feels both relieved and saddened. Relieved that things are over, but saddened to part ways with the young man. The hero places his hands on the armrests and says firmly that once he becomes the head of the cult, he'll repay the favor he owes. Qin Yang shakes his head and tells him there's no need to say such things. Still, he won't forget that the hero handled the investigation in the best possible way for everyone involved. The young man smiles faintly, thinking to himself that Qin Yang won't have the chance to forget. Not before his greed comes back to haunt him. Lifting a bottle, he offers a toast to the end of the investigation. Qin Yang grins and agrees. The sound of liquid pouring into a glass fills the room. As they drink, the hero studies the old man and wonders why he did what he did. When he finally asks, Qin Yang looks puzzled, as if he doesn't understand the question. The young man's tone turns sharp. He says that Qin Yang has made enough money to live comfortably for the rest of his days. So why? Why keep killing others? Qin Yang looks over the rim of his glass, then sets it down slowly. With eyes closed, he says the hero should ask the late commander of the First Corps about that. The hero refills his glass and mutters that a puppet wouldn't know much anyway. Qin Yang's eyes flare with rage. He demands to know what the young man is implying. They lock eyes across the table. The hero's voice is calm but cutting. He says he wants to hear what the true mastermind behind this chaos really thinks. Then, with an edge of finality, he declares that there's nothing inside Qin Yang but darkness. A greed so deep it will never let him stop. The glass in Qin Yang's hand shatters into pieces. He glares at the young man, eyes wide and wild. Have you lost your mind? He roars. The hero takes a slow drink, unbothered. He answers coldly. The only madman here is the one who kills for money. With a crash, the table splinters under Qin Yang's furious strike. I won't listen to this nonsense, he screams. Food and debris scatter through the air, but the hero doesn't flinch. He drains his glass to the last drop, then looks up at the old man. The old man glares back at him, fury burning in his eyes. A sword protrudes from his chest. The strike was swift and deadly. Myuguk calmly pours himself another drink and downs it in one motion. It's said that he used both the soaring sword and heavenly strike techniques in a single move. The glass slips from his hand and shatters against the floor. Rising from his chair, he looks down at the still-breathing old man. His voice is steady as he announces that the leader of the demonic army, Gu Qianyang, has been arrested, charged with abusing his power and orchestrating the murders of over 20 cult members. The old man stares at him in disbelief. The sword pinning him to the chair makes escape impossible. With a bitter laugh, he mutters that this hardly feels like an arrest. The hero answers coldly. Whether it looks like one or not, Qianyang's fate is sealed. His life ends here, so that others may still live. He grips his weapon and delivers the final blow. Blood bursts through the air, splattering across the walls. Qianyang watches in stunned silence, unable to believe what he's just seen. He never imagined Myuguk possessed such lethal precision. His head falls forward, crimson spreading above his crown. Everyone, investigators, soldiers, even the hardened members of the demonic army, stare in shock. The once feared Qianyang lies dead before them. The hero stands beside the corpse, his tone calm and authoritative. He declares that the leader of the demonic army was executed after resisting arrest. Behind the others, Jang Ho steps into view. The hero turns toward Daryong and orders him to uncover every accomplice tied to Qianyang's crimes and arrest them all. Daryong bows, hands pressed together in acknowledgement. The order has been received. Jang Ho's eyes widen as he watches the young man continue, his voice unwavering. The commander of the Third Corps is now to take control of the demonic army and assist in bringing every guilty party to justice. The hero then raises his voice, commanding the room's full attention. From this moment, he declares, his word carries the same authority as the head of the cult, and anyone who defies his order will face immediate execution. His gaze sweeps across the hall. Carry out my command. Now, Jang Ho bows deeply, hands folded once again. Yes, sir. Their eyes meet, Daryong, Jang Ho, and the hero. The weight of his authority settles over them all. Then, slowly, a faint smile touches the young man's lips. He turns and begins climbing the grand staircase. At the top stand Sima and Cheon Pa beside his father. All three watch as he approaches. The hero walks the length of the red carpet, his steps deliberate and firm. Those who meet his eyes lower their gaze under his frown. Cheon Pa studies him closely, silent and still. Myuguk stops before them, standing tall upon the carpet. He folds his arms respectfully in greeting. Sima watches him intently. The boy's eyes are sharp, unwavering, filled with quiet resolve. The boy turns his gaze toward Cheon Pa and greets him, saying he's glad to meet the man of Blood Heaven's blades once again. The old man nods slowly, asking if the cult leader's second son is safe. Then his tone shifts. He says there's something he'd like to ask about, something that happened not long ago. The hero answers calmly, eyes steady. Everything that occurred is already written in the report, he says. The old man can read it for himself. But Cheon Pa isn't satisfied. The massive sword strapped to his back glints as he takes a step forward. He insists that he wants to hear it directly from the boy's mouth. Silence fills the hall. The hero's eyes shift slightly to the left. He can feel Sima and the heavenly demon watching him, weighing his every word, testing his composure. Finally, he speaks. During his investigation, he discovered that Qianyang had committed severe crimes, and when confronted, he tried to kill the cult leader's second son. The boy pauses, then adds quietly that he regrets having to take a life. Cheon Pa studies him, his expression unreadable. Behind the boy, tall marble columns rise toward the ceiling. The man of Blood Heaven's blades finally says he's satisfied. If Qianyang was punished for his own sins, then justice was done. Yet, he admits, there are things he still doesn't understand. Cheon Pa continues. His brother might have been pathetic in many ways, but he wasn't foolish enough to attack someone right after his crimes were exposed. The boy's hair brushes his shoulders as he lowers his head slightly, thinking, Qianyang must have sensed danger. He realizes, perhaps he called on his brother for help. And Cheon Pa, he's no fool either. He must have already guessed that the leader of the demonic army wasn't arrested, but killed. And now, he's trying to end the matter before it spreads further. Closing his eyes, the boy says softly that he too doesn't know why Qianyang resisted arrest. Maybe it was pride, Or perhaps the old man simply couldn't bear being captured by someone so young. The man of Blood Heaven's blades narrows his eyes. He says he saw his brother's corpse before coming here. A single wound through the chest. A clean strike. He admits that this alone proves the boy's remarkable skill. The hero meets his gaze, saying nothing. Cheon-pa adds that he never thought his brother could fall from a single blow. The boy replies evenly that he owes that skill to his father's training. Sima and the heavenly demon exchange glances as the young man continues, explaining that when Qianyang lost control of his emotions, he couldn't use his full strength, and that's what sealed his fate. The old man's mustache stirs as he exhales deeply. Then, with a solemn nod, he thanks the boy for speaking honestly. He says he feels at peace now, as if a weight has been lifted. The hero responds gently. There's no need for thanks, he says. He truly feels sorry for him. The boy notices something strange. Cheon-pa hasn't shown a single trace of anger or frustration, even though he's lost both his brother and his student at the hands of the hero. The man from Blood Heaven's blades glances toward the cult leader, studying his face for any sign of emotion. But Cheon-pa remains expressionless and silent. The heavenly demon breaks the silence, telling the old man to prepare for his brother's funeral and to take some time to rest. Cheon-pa bows deeply, hands clasped before his face, and thanks the cult leader for his concern before turning to leave. He descends the stairs slowly, passing by the hero on his way out. Muguk stays where he is, lost in thought. He suspects the old man came only to remind his father that things had gone too far, that what happened with Qianyang could have been resolved without bloodshed. Both Sima and the heavenly demon turn their attention to the hero. The senior advisor commends the young man for his outstanding work, noting that the evidence he gathered was undeniable. He adds that it's impressive how cleanly the situation was handled. The hero looks at Sima, slightly taken aback. With his arms crossed, the advisor asks if the young man is feeling all right. The hero gives a small smile and assures them that he's fine, thanking both his father and Sima for their concern. Sima opens his mouth to say more, but suddenly stops himself. The boy blinks in confusion and asks what's wrong, but the advisor simply waves it off, saying everything's fine. Then, Sima signals to a servant, who steps forward carrying a long, black case. The servant stands still, eyes lowered. With a formal tone, Sima announces that the cult leader is rewarding his son for his service. Inside the case lies a breathtaking black sword. The boy's eyes widened in disbelief. Sima declares that the heavenly demon himself is bestowing upon him the black demonic sword. The hero takes the weapon into his hands. He knows immediately. It's one of the cult's rarest treasures, a counterpart to the legendary white demonic sword. Looking down, the young man says quietly that if his father truly wanted to reward him, he should have given him the white sword instead. It suits his nature far better. The heavenly demon closes his eyes for a moment before replying that, in his judgment, his son is more deserving of the black one. The hero studies the weapon again. Then you don't know your son very well, he says softly. A chilling aura begins to spread from the blade, surrounding him in a faint glow. Even without channeling any of his own energy, he can feel its icy power radiating through the air. Light glints across the right side of his face. The heavenly demon watches silently, while Sima glances at his master. Sensing that beneath that calm exterior, the cult leader feels a quiet pride in seeing his son so content. A faint smile touches Sima's lips. The young man raises his hand slightly, touching his face, and admits, honestly, this reward feels far too generous. Sima insists it wasn't a simple matter. The commander of the demonic army posed a grave threat to the entire cult. He admits he didn't expect the young man to handle the mission so cleanly. Turning to Heavenly Demon, Sima asks if the cult leader anticipated such a result. Heavenly Demon closes his eyes and replies that he would have considered it a success if his son had only survived the task. The hero hears that and thinks the words aren't entirely sincere. His father must have believed in him enough to send him anyway. Memories flash. The blade that whizzed past his head, trees felled in the forest. He remembers mastering the soaring sword and the tiny sphere inside the shattered orb. He remembers swallowing the demonic essence pill. He knows his father must have been aware. Killing him would not be easy. He remembers the slain Xyong and realizes his father likely did not expect the demonic commander to die. Holding the black sword at his side, the boy glances left and understands why his father gave it to him. A message to Blood Heaven's bladesman. A red light shows behind the cult leader. The boy thinks Cheon-pa should now know that whatever his service is to the cult, he must not harm the hero over what happened. He folds his arms and bows his head in thanks. "Thank you for the sword," he says, and then, smiling, adds, "And thank you for what it represents." Heavenly Demon tells him he may leave. The hero offers a small smile and departs. Someone calls after him that the sun is unusually pleasant today and asks him to sit a while before he goes. The boy looks left. Cheon-pa sits on a low parapet. The hero had guessed he wouldn't simply walk away after everything that happened. He walks over and sits beside the old man. The old man notices the sword at the boy's hip. "Summer's warmer than usual," the hero says. Cheon-pa spits a curse and snarls at him. How dare he frame his brother and then kill him? The words cut through the air. The old man vows to tear every limb from the boy's body. Flowers nearby wither. He screams that he will take the boy's legs and arms to his brother's grave. Flames flare behind him. The hero grits his teeth. Cheon-pa grinds his own teeth, and then, abruptly, the old man smiles. The hero glances down at the hilt of his sword, the very same one that had struck his side before. The old man gives a faint, mocking smile. "Is this what you expected to hear from me?" he asks. Without hesitation, the hero catches the old man's blade with his bare hand. His voice cuts sharp through the air as he calls the Blood Heaven's Blades man a degenerate, one who's aged but learned nothing. "How dare you," he snaps, "disrupt the order of our cult just to serve your own twisted ambitions?" Cheon-pa stares at him, stunned. The hero's tone turns darker. "And how dare you act for your corrupt brother's sake? I should chop you into pieces and scatter what's left of you through the city's filth." A faint smile crosses the young man's face. Calm, almost too calm. "That," he says softly, "is exactly what I would have said if you'd given me the chance." Cheon-pa's expression twists. Then he throws back his head and bursts into wild laughter. The sound is deafening. The hero feels his eardrums ache as soldiers nearby stop and stare, unsure what to make of the scene. When the laughter fades, the old man raises his head. "No matter how much of a scoundrel my brother was," he says, "you should have at least pitied him, for my sake." The hero lowers his gaze, his voice quiet but steady. "I tried," he says. "I really did everything I could to end it peacefully." They sit side by side in silence. "But Qianyang," the hero continues, "he went too far." "No, that's not even right. The truth is, he never had any limits to begin with." Cheon-pa looks up at the sky, then bows his head. "Now I understand," he murmurs. The hero turns to him. "If you knew how rotten the demonic army had become," he asks, "why did you do nothing?" The old man doesn't answer. Clouds drift slowly over the pagoda roof. After a long pause, Cheon-pa finally speaks. "My brother never listened to me, and I wasn't the best one to lecture him. My own hands aren't exactly clean." His voice lowers further. "To be honest, when I heard he was dead, I felt relieved. I knew he'd never stand in my way again." The hero looks at him in disbelief. The old man's honesty catches him off guard. The hero and Cheon-pa sit quietly on the parapet. Finally, the hero says, "I get it. I really do." Cheon-pa looks up, surprised. Muguk's eyes are calm. "If I learned that my older brother had died," he admits, "I'd probably feel the same way, because it would mean I wouldn't have to kill that bastard myself." Cheon-pa stares at him, speechless. The two lock eyes, neither speaking, neither moving. The air between them feels heavy. The hero remains silent, trying to grasp what it is the old man sees when he looks at him. The old man keeps his gaze fixed on Muguk, unblinking, unreadable. For a long moment, neither moves. Then, at last, Cheon-pa turns away. Above them, clouds drift lazily across the sky. "It seems this year will be a hot one," the old man says quietly, slinging his sword over his shoulder. He begins to walk off, his back still turned. "Fortunately," he adds, "I've long grown used to the heat." The hero watches him go, thoughtful. He realizes he may never truly understand what lies inside Blood Heaven's Bladesman's heart. Cheon-pa passes beneath the elegant archway and disappears beyond it. The boy thinks that although the old man spoke of relief, he still lost a brother. And maybe, just maybe, he still plots against the one who took that brother's life. Tilting his head slightly, the hero wonders if those heavy feelings might one day fade away, like the clouds drifting overhead. He lifts his gaze to the sky and tells himself that, whatever happens next, he doesn't regret what he's done. Drawing the black sword from its sheath, he studies the hilt. The first moments with a new weapon, he thinks, are crucial. Faint currents of white energy ripple across the dark blade. He feels it. The sword is alive in its own way, reaching out to connect. The black demonic sword, one of the cult's most treasured relics, communicates with its wielder more deeply than any other weapon. Raising it before him, the hero reflects that if the sword does not reject its master and their energies align, it can reveal its true power. A small smile touches his lips. In his mind, he greets the blade. From now on, he declares silently, "I'll be your master." He exhales slowly and pushes the weapon forward, trying to channel his energy into it. The glow around the blade flares, brighter and steadier. A surge of joy fills him. This sword is unlike anything he's ever touched, and he loves it. The tip of the blade flashes with light. Holding the sword in one hand and the scabbard in the other, he launches himself off the ground. His movements cut through the air, swift and fluid. He decides not to attempt the black sword's ultimate technique yet. That will come later. Night fades into evening. In a quiet, one-story training hall, the hero continues to practice. The sound of steel slices through the air as Leon enters, carrying a tray. Outside the window, a warm light glows. The hero brushes a finger along the blade's edge. Dawn breaks. Morning light spills into the room. Exhausted but satisfied, he finally steps outside. Then he stops. A crowd stands before him. Warriors, silent and grim, their brows furrowed as they stare at the young man. The hero immediately recognizes them, the sword demons of Bloodheaven. Their presence makes the air feel heavier. He narrows his eyes, scanning the crowd. He can't tell whether Chionpa sent them or if they came of their own accord. Either way, the hostility radiating from them is unmistakable. Orange streams of energy pulse around the warriors, sharp and violent. The hero clenches his jaw, feeling the pressure of their demonic aura pressing against him. If he mishandles this, if he absorbs it carelessly, it could tear through his body from within. They glare at him, their hatred plain. The young man meets their gaze without flinching. In his eyes, a cold fire burns. He knows exactly what this is. They want to intimidate him, to corner him, to make him look weak, to show the cult that the so-called hero can't even step outside without trembling. But then a thought sparks. He remembers something. If he can channel and absorb enough demonic energy from this many warriors at once, the gain could be enormous. A faint white light flickers in his lower abdomen as he activates the meridian strengthening technique, a secret art that reinforces his body's energy channels. Facing dozens of opponents, the hero steadies his breath. The more fighters there are, the greater the benefit. This, he realizes, is the perfect chance to strengthen himself. The warriors tense, teeth gritted, their energy flaring like wildfire. The hero mirrors them, his own teeth clenched, but instead of resisting, he draws in their power. More, he demands silently. Give me more. The pressure builds. The sword demon's faces twist with strain, but the young man steps forward. A sphere of light forms around him, pulsing brighter with each breath. Confusion flickers across their eyes. What is he doing? Inside his core, the glow intensifies. He can feel the technique reaching beyond the second stage, pushing toward the third. Veins of brilliant light trace across his face. More, he commands again. Behind the sword demons, the air crackles orange and hot. Sweat drips down their faces. The hero keeps walking, every step pulling in their power. The atmosphere trembles under the weight of it. Almost there, he thinks. The meridian strengthening technique is nearing its fifth and final stage. He closes his eyes, and when he opens them again, everything changes. The energy is gone. The warriors stand frozen, their auras completely drained. Around him, silence falls. The sword demons stare at him in disbelief. The mustached one's jaw drops. The fighter with the red headband looks pale with shock. The hero remains still, calm amid the stunned crowd. Their fear is obvious now, written across every face. He steps forward once more, fists clenched. As he passes them, a faint smile crosses his lips. He understands they've acknowledged his strength. Before him, a grand throne rises above crimson steps. The hero's eyes widen slightly as he gazes up at it. Then, a deep voice speaks from behind him. Do you wish to sit on that throne? He turns. His father, the heavenly demon, stands there. Myuguk blinks, unsure when his father even arrived. One moment the throne room was empty. The next, the heavenly demon was there. The hero lowers his gaze. I don't want that seat, he says quietly. If I take it, I might never be able to leave it. The heavenly demon closes his eyes and exhales. Why do you always speak in riddles, my son? He asks calmly. Standing beside the throne, he gestures for him to come closer. Go on, sit. Muguk hesitates, then steps forward. The throne looms above him, carved from black stone that seems to breathe. Slowly he sits. His father watches in silence before asking, "What do you feel?" The hero lifts his eyes. The vast chamber stretches before him, lined with elegant dark pillars. To his right, a towering statue of a demon watches from the shadows. The young man tilts his head slightly. I thought I'd feel something, he admits. Excitement, maybe, but there's nothing. The heavenly demon nods. When I first sat there, I felt the same. The hero glances at him in disbelief. You didn't feel anything, even after killing countless people, even your own brother, to take this seat? His father doesn't answer right away. When he finally speaks, his tone is even. Those fighters you saw earlier, they came on their own. Blood Heaven's Blades man gave them no command. The young man's gaze hardens. So you knew, he says quietly. The heavenly demon turns his face slightly, not meeting his son's eyes. You acted as if nothing was happening, the hero continues, while I was surrounded, taking in their energy. When I finally left them, my body wouldn't stop shaking. His father raises a brow. Were they truly that frightening? The hero's hand tightens around the armrest. I wasn't afraid of them, he says. I was afraid of choosing wrong. If one of them had lost control, if just one of them had attacked, I might have died. Silence fills the hall. Even if I survived, he adds, I'd have to kill them all. And if I did that, I could never become heir. Not after slaughtering the sword demons of Blood Heaven. The heavenly demon stands beside him, watching his son in quiet thought. Fear, he says finally, isn't always weakness. I too feared that such moments would return, moments when choice costs everything. The hero exhales slowly. When that thought came to me, he says, voice low, I suddenly wanted to see you. The heavenly demon doesn't speak. He studies his son, puzzled, as though trying to understand why, after everything, his son would still long for him. A bead of sweat slides down the young man's cheek. His father finally says, those of the demonic path don't look back. We move only forward. The hero raises his eyes to him. For a fleeting moment, he feels something strange. It almost seems like his father is trying to comfort him. A dark shadow falls across the heavenly demon's eyes. The young man turns his head to the left, then looks down again. I just had another thought, he says quietly. His gaze drifts toward the demon's statue standing before him. Maybe we should replace that one. His father looks at him. With a sculpture of a woman, the hero says, a faint smile curving his lips. No, 4 women. He imagines them. 4 breathtaking figures, each one etched into his mind with impossible clarity. He suggests placing one of the famed central plane 4 flowers as the statue. Then amends it. Why stop at 1? 4 would be better. The remark hangs in the air until his father's gaze quiets him. The boy rises from the throne. I've been talking nonsense, he says. I should go. He steps down and offers the seat back to his father. Walking down the stairs, he stops and asks directly, can I kill Blood Heaven's Blades man? His father gives no answer. A laugh echoes through the hall. Heavenly demon. The father says, even if you killed Qian Yang, that doesn't guarantee beating Qion Pa. He adds that Qion Pa remains a force to be reckoned with. The young man turns to his father and asks why. If that's true, his father provoked the conflict with Blood Heaven's Blades man in the first place. Shouldn't the man take responsibility? The father replies that he will take responsibility, and then announces he will appoint the hero as commander of the Nirvana Pavilion. The boy processes the title. The Nirvana Pavilion is an inspection body of the cult. Its commander enforces discipline. Is that your plan? The father asks. You wanted to bring order. The boy studies the choice, weighing what the appointment could mean. It begins to seem like his father is using him to settle problems that have been postponed. Anger tightens his jaw. He considers another possibility. His father might not care whether he lives or dies. The two stand across from one another for a long beat. The boy forces himself to stop guessing at motives and focus on the decisions he can control now. He imagines his father leaving lessons on cave walls for his children, then sending them on dangerous missions when it suits him. The thought hardens his resolve. If you're going to send me to kill a bull, he says, give me a weapon to do it with. The father asks what he wants. The boy meets his gaze and requests access to the heavenly demon's archive. A flash of anger crosses the father's eyes. The scene shifts to the archive, a library reserved for a few. The boy thinks of what the archive holds. Secret manuals gathered from across Murim, restricted to the highest circle and the heavenly demon himself. The cult leader's voice fills the hall, calm but sharp. If you think you'll uncover some grand martial art in the archive, he says, you're mistaken. You'll probably walk out after reading only the titles. Myuguk looks toward the towering shelves that hold centuries of knowledge. He knows his father is right. There are too many books, too many secrets buried in dust. Even if luck guided his hand to a powerful manual, it would likely be no greater than the soaring sword he already wields. Still, he meets his father's gaze. I just want to try my luck, he says evenly. The heavenly demon studies his son in silence. A bead of sweat rolls down the boy's cheek. Then the man speaks. I don't know what schemes you're hiding, he says, but I'll allow you entry. 7 days. No more. The hero bows, folding his hands respectfully, though irritation flickers in his eyes. Thank you, father. The massive doors of the heavenly demon's archive creak open. Inside, endless rows of ancient tomes stretch into shadow. The hero steps inside, his footsteps echoing faintly. He walks along the shelves, thinking how strange it feels to return to this forbidden place. The same halls where once, in another life, he came seeking the secret demonic soul. He looks to his left, memories rising unbidden. In that past life, everyone believed him dead. Years had changed his face enough that no one recognized him when he returned. Back then, he was no longer the young warrior he once was, but a man chasing knowledge that others had forgotten. He runs a hand along the dusty spines of the books, remembering how long it took him to climb from a nameless soldier to someone trusted enough to secretly meet the cult's new leader. From that man, he learned of an art whispered only in legends, the 4 strides of the wind god. It was said to consist of only 4 movements, simple yet profound. A support technique created to complement the heavenly demon's own martial art. The moonlight falls softly through the lattice windows of a gazebo. The memory sharpens, an old man pouring liquor into a glass, his voice rough with age. I became leader, he said, because I found the lost art, the 4 strides of the wind god, right here in the heavenly demon's archive. The hero in that memory had asked him, if it was here, why was it considered lost? The old man, Bekto, lifted his cup and smirked. Because it wasn't on the shelves. Now, standing once again before a dusty row of books, the hero glances to his right. He grips the side of a heavy shelf, lifts it slightly, and pulls out a single old volume wedged beneath one of its legs. In the memory, Bekto drinks deeply. And where was it? The younger hero had asked. Propping up the leg of the 19th bookshelf, the old man had said, his voice laced with amusement. The present merges with the past. The hero holds the same book in his hands. A circular indentation marks the cover, the print of a bookshelf leg. He opens it carefully. The pages are aged but alive with power. Across the parchment, words glimmer faintly. Only 4 steps are needed to walk across the world. The hero's eyes narrow. The forgotten technique, the 4 strides of the wind god, is real. The young man smiles faintly as he sits cross-legged on the floor, the ancient manual open before him. 4 strides of the wind god, 4 movements, nothing more. Yet each line pulses with hidden power. Behind him, faint hieroglyphs shimmer into view. Shadow step, flicker step, death step, swift step. He studies the first. Shadow step, a movement of silence. At first, it hides the user from a single opponent's eyes. With mastery, dozens can pass him without ever sensing his presence. He visualizes himself among warriors, blending with their shadows, his form slipping unseen through the chaos. Next, flicker step. The script says it shields the body, a motion born from pure instinct. A step that can save one's life even when escape seems impossible. Around him, he imagines arrows slicing through the air, every one missing by a breath. Death step. A strike that tears through all defenses. The step of killing intent itself. He sees himself rushing forward, his palm outstretched, every obstacle dissolving before him. And then swift step. The wind's own motion, pure speed, unbound. A lantern flickers above his head as he imagines it, his body light as air, faster than sight. 7 days later, inside the heavenly demon hall, torches burn low. Myuguk stands before the crimson steps, hands clasped. I have returned, he announces. The heavenly demon sits upon the throne, silent, studying him. And what? He asks. Did you learn of my archive? The boy meets his father's gaze calmly. A movement technique, he replies. What technique? The 4 strides of the wind god. The hall stills. The heavenly demon's brow furrows, disbelief flashing across his face. Don't be ridiculous, he says. That art was lost generations ago. How could you possibly? I wouldn't dare lie to you about something like this. The hero cuts in, his tone even. His father leans forward slightly, eyes narrowing. Then show me. The boy tilts his head. And what will I receive in return? The heavenly demon closes his eyes, inhales slowly, then answers, your life. A quiet smile touches the young man's lips. Fair enough. He closes his eyes. The air trembles. Energy gathers around him, dense and bright. The heavenly demon's eyes widen as white currents spiral at his son's feet, a vortex of wind and light. The boy opens his eyes. His body moves, smooth, silent, unstoppable. First, shadow step. His figure flickers, vanishes, reappears, ghost-like, slipping through the hall's dim light. For an instant, half his face fades into the air itself. The heavenly demon's jaw drops. Impossible, he breathes. The boy stops at the base of the stairs, calm and steady. Where, his father demands, did you learn that? Miguk raises his gaze. In your archive, he replies. The room falls into silence. Only the faint hum of lingering energy remains. The heavenly demon stares into his son's eyes, his voice low and sharp. How dare you lie to me? The young man stands silently, meeting his father's burning gaze without flinching. That art, the father continues, his eyes glowing with restrained fury, does not exist in the heavenly demon's archive. It does, the hero answers evenly. That's where I learned it. The room tightens with tension. His father takes a step forward. So you're going to keep insisting on this lie? The boy shakes his head. Just because you couldn't find it doesn't mean it wasn't there. Maybe it wasn't where it was supposed to be. For a long moment, neither moves. Then the heavenly demon glances past him, to the towering shelves that reach into the shadows above. If you found the manual, he says slowly, then you must have known it was there all along. That's not true, the hero replies. I was searching for something else. I only stumbled across 4 strides of the wind god by accident. The two lock eyes again. Father on the steps, son below, both unyielding. Where was the book? The heavenly demon demands. Under a shelf, the boy answers. It was propping up one of the legs. I only found it when I tried to level the cabinet. The man closes his eyes, exhaling through his nose. Then I assume the most important part of the manual isn't there anymore. The hero blinks in surprise. How do you know that? Because the heavenly demon says, turning away, that's exactly what I would have done. He climbs the steps, his long braid swaying behind him. Without looking back, he commands, tell me the steps of the technique. The boy lowers his head. He'd known this was coming. His eyes drift toward the throne, that cold symbol of power he never desired. He doesn't want to surpass his father or take his place as the heavenly demon. His goal is different, to kill Wamugi, to save his father and the cult itself. He pictures the world beyond these walls, wide skies, distant mountains, peace. Once this is over, he thinks I'll live freely. I'll wander until my last day. The right side of his face catches the light. He realizes that even if his father learns 4 strides of the wind god, it won't matter. But still, he speaks aloud. I won't teach you. The heavenly demon stands with his hands clasped behind his back. He slowly turns, his gaze heavy with authority. In this world, the boy continues, nothing comes for free. The man turns halfway toward him, his tone like steel. Did I ask for anything in return when I taught you the secret technique during the hunt? The young man smiles faintly. That was payment for the drinks we shared that day. The heavenly demon's eyes narrow. You dare bring it to this point? He shakes his head, almost incredulous. You truly are made of iron. The hero's smile widens slightly, calm, unshaken. He says he never revealed his full strength until the time was right. The heavenly demon looks at his son and asks what he desires. The boy lowers his head, then raises his gaze with firm resolve. He declares that he wants to learn the heavenly demon defense art. A fierce image flashes, a warrior lifting a blazing fist. The hero recalls that this art shields the body completely, a skill only the heavenly demon can master. Learning it is like gaining another life. The heavenly demon extends his hand and states coldly that his son cannot even hope for it. Only the successor of the clan leader has the right to learn the heavenly demon defense art. But the young man doesn't back down. He suggests his father teach him in secret. hidden from everyone. The heavenly demon raises an eyebrow in surprise. The scene shifts. A grand statue of a demon looms tall. The hero explains that the heavenly demon defense art requires no external energy to activate. If taught in secret, no one would ever notice. The heavenly demon falls silent, lost in thought. The hero folds his hands and says calmly that his father can think about it. For now, he'll take his leave. Before he can go, the clan leader stops him. He commands his son to first explain the 4 strides of the wind god. The boy freezes, turning back in disbelief. Did his father just agree? A faint smile crosses his lips. He asks if his father wants to learn the technique right now. The heavenly demon replies that his son seems too trusting. Does he really think his father won't deceive him and give nothing in return? The boy answers without hesitation. He believes in his father. He says the heavenly demon isn't the kind of man to betray his own son. Silence. Then, the heavenly demon tells him to begin. The boy nods. They face each other across the grand hall, surrounded by ornate relics and towering pillars. The heavenly demon closes his eyes as his son begins explaining what he learned from the library. White energy lines shimmer before the black columns. His words echo against the towering pagoda outside. Majestic mountains rise behind the vast settlement. A radiant aura flares around the heavenly demon. He opens his eyes. The boy asks if he should repeat it again. His father shakes his head. That's enough. Then his body starts to fade, merging with the air. The boy glances to the side. The heavenly demon's presence flickers across the hall like a phantom. Astonished, the hero realizes that his father's version of the 4 strides of the wind god is unlike his own. He wonders if his father has already adapted it. The man moves effortlessly, then appears behind his son. Lifting his left hand, the heavenly demon speaks. This is an extraordinary technique. The hero stares at his father in silence. He realizes he has just altered reality more than ever since his return. Now, he wonders, can Mugi really stand against his father? The heavenly demon speaks solemnly. He declares that he will now pass down the heavenly demon defense art to his son. But he warns he will not repeat it. The boy must remember every word. The young man nods, his tone steady. He understands. An imprint appears on his forehead. Leon clenches her fists in anger, demanding to know who dared to do this to him. The boy answers calmly. It was his father. Her voice falls silent. A bright light surrounds the hero as he sits deep in focus. He exhales slowly, looking down. He has succeeded. He has mastered the heavenly demon defense art. Smiling faintly, he tells his father that they now share a secret, one that makes him even happier than mastering the 4 strides of the wind god. The heavenly demon flicks his son's forehead with a sharp tap. He warns him not to get too full of himself. The boy turns toward Leon, asking why she doesn't take revenge for him. She answers simply, her duty is to protect, not attack. He smiles. In his past life, he never once exchanged jokes with her. Touching his forehead, the hero calls out her name. Then, turning slightly away, he says he's not ready yet. Leon looks at him, puzzled. The young man meets her gaze and says that someday he will cure the side effect that has disfigured her body. They face each other across the room. He tells her to wait just a little longer. Leon's eyes widen in surprise. The hero looks back at her and says he told his father something, that the cult must change. It should become a place where no one needs to learn body-destroying techniques just to protect others. He adds that he wants to rebuild the cult so no one is ever forced into anything they don't wish to do. The boy smiles faintly at Leon. She stands frozen, eyes wide, her mouth slightly open. Taking a step closer, the hero commands her to listen carefully to what he's about to say. Leon straightens, folds her hands, and shouts that she's listening to her commander. The boy declares firmly, from this moment, she will no longer serve as his guard. Leon gasps, raising her hands in disbelief. She asks if he's serious. Is he really sending her away? The hero shakes his head. He tells her that he's appointing her as the captain of the Phantom Shadow Corps. Leon stands speechless, staring at him in astonishment. Leon spreads her arms wide, declaring that she's never even heard of the Phantom Shadow Corps. The hero smiles, closing his eyes. He admits she's right, because the organization doesn't exist yet. He says he's creating it now, one that will answer only to him. Leon blinks in disbelief. She asks how she's supposed to join a unit that hasn't even been formed. The hero looks straight at her and asks firmly, will she become the head of the Phantom Shadow Corps for him? They hold each other's gaze for a long moment. Then Leon folds her hands before her face, closes her eyes, and declares that Warrior Leon will carry out the order. The scene shifts. People walk through the busy streets of the settlement. In the background, the hero leans against a wall, arms crossed. He thinks to himself, saying he'll create an organization is easy. Actually building it is something else entirely. He'll need money. A lot of it. Tilting his head slightly, he recalls an incident from his past life. That memory might be his chance to earn what he needs. A man named Yang Dang stands nearby, a sword strapped to his back, shouting to the crowd. He calls for people to join a mission, an escort for two noble gentlemen. The pay is high, Yang Dang says, but the job is dangerous, and anyone who dares to betray them will be executed on the spot by his own hand. The gathered fighters frown at his words. Then Yang Dang turns to the hero, eyeing him closely. He asks if the boy was sent by a warrior named Seal. The hero nods. He was. Yang Dang narrows his eyes. Are you sure of your skills? He asks. The hero grins and replies that if he wants proof, he can test it. He's happy to put a sword through him right now. Yang Dang scoffs, calling him arrogant. He warns that in this world, people like that disappear like morning dew. The hero folds his arms and tells him not to worry. He'll follow orders. He's only here for the money. The man studies him for a moment, then says he'd better be careful. From now on, he's under special watch. The hero glances to the side and spots a mother with a small child. He recognizes them instantly. In his past life, they died during this very mission. But not this time. He's going to save them. The little girl looks up at him nervously. He raises his hand in greeting, and her expression softens into a small smile. Her mother glances back, sadness lingering in her eyes. The carriage rolls forward through the forest, guarded on all sides. The sun dips low behind the trees. The commander calls for a halt. He distributes food among the fighters, reminding them that no one knows when they'll eat again, so they'd better eat their fill now. Campfires flicker to life. One soldier grumbles, complaining that all they've been given is dried beef. One of the fighters says the meat was enough to satisfy his hunger. The hero looks up. He knows the squad was attacked before and the bodies were never found. Stars pepper the sky. A fighter begins coughing, clutching his throat. Corpses lie on the ground. The hero watches in shock and realizes the beef everyone ate was poisoned. He clenches his fist and stares at the corpse at his feet. He cannot understand why he himself is unharmed. Yang Dang approaches. The hero recognizes him as the one who poisoned the beef distributed to everyone. The young man tells him he didn't eat what the others ate. The scoundrel draws his sword. He says this is bad, and it would be better if the boy died with the rest. The young man calls Yang Dang pathetic and asks what he plans to do with the money from killing his comrades. The scumbag answers that the money can be spent on drinks and women. He levels his sword and asks if it was worth killing so many for that. Yang Dang calls the boy an idiot and tells him to think about his own life. Someone nearby says it looks like it's all over. The hero and Yang Dang turn toward the voice. Men in straw hats stand before them. The hero assesses them and realizes they are not weak. The scumbag moves up to meet the newcomers and says they're just in time. The leader bellows for the carriage passengers to get out before he burns it. The carriage curtain parts. A mother and her young daughter step outside. The man with the black headband says the two were hiding like rats and he was punished for failing to find them. The woman pleads with the warrior Quan to spare the child. He closes his eyes and says he will. The man who ordered the pursuit speaks, asking if she really thought she would hear mercy. He commands her to kneel and beg and not act as if she is still his mistress. The girl's eyes fill. The woman trembles and promises that if her child is spared, she will pay 10 times what those who ordered her murder promised. Quan coldly says he won't fall for such meaningless nonsense. He adds that the woman's father has already been captured. Tears fill her eyes as she stares at him. Quan's attention shifts. The hero steps forward, raising his right hand. Quan glances at Yang Dang and asks who this newcomer is. The hero moves closer, his voice calm and steady. He states that he was paid to deliver the mother and daughter safely to their destination. Quan turns to Yang Dang again, asking if this boy belongs to his squad. Yang Dang answers that he'll handle him immediately. Quan's voice booms. He demands that the hero be dealt with at once. Yang Dang smirks and promises to stab him right away. The hero speaks evenly, telling the man he's made a mistake working with traitors, men who have clearly betrayed their master. He asks if Yang Dang truly believes he'll ever see his reward. Most likely, the hero adds, they'll kill him next to erase a witness and take his share. Yang Dang freezes, his expression twisting in fear. Kwon glares at the hero, shouting, "Who is he calling traitors and thugs?" The hero stands firm, the mother and daughter visible behind him. He replies that he'd say it more directly if the child weren't present. Kwon's eyes narrow. He demands to know why a mercenary dares to speak to him in such an insolent tone. The hero answers quietly. Kwon only acts insulted because he knows the words are true. Grinding his teeth, Kwon roars for his men to kill the hero first. The fighters rush forward. The hero points at Yongdang and says flatly, "You'll be the second." Yongdang blinks in confusion, starting to ask what he means, but then his eyes widen in horror. A dagger bursts through the back of his head. He collapses instantly, lifeless. Kwon extends his hand and sneers that the fool was too slow. He never should have trusted cheap mercenaries. The hero looks down at the fallen man and says quietly that this is the price of betrayal. Kwon shouts for his men to finish the hero, demanding to know how much longer they'll listen to his nonsense. The hero stays calm. He tells the woman to cover her daughter's eyes and ears. She obeys at once. The air shimmers. Bright shock marks flash around the hero's head. He moves without hesitation, activating the 4 strides of the wind god and death step. In the blink of an eye, he's right in front of Kwon. The man's eyes widen in disbelief. How did the boy move so fast? Before he can react, his subordinates collapse to the ground, already dead. The woman shields her child, trembling in shock. Kwon's mouth opens wide, frozen in terror. Kwon's voice trembles as he demands to know who the hell stands before him. The hero replies calmly. That's exactly the question he wanted to ask. The woman speaks up. She says the man before them is Kwon, a vassal once sworn to protect her family. The hero glances at her. Still shielding her child's face, she introduces herself. Her name is Jeom Se-yeon, daughter of the owner of Golden Manor. The hero studies her silently. He thinks to himself that this is why he chose to hide his identity and pose as a simple mercenary. Her father, Jeom Ah-soo, is one of the 10 wealthiest merchants in the Central Plains, the richest man in Fujian, lord of Golden Manor. A tall pagoda rises behind an image of the old man. The hero's expression hardens as he recalls what happened in his past life. Jeom Ah-soo was betrayed by his closest vassal and perished with his daughter. Kwon narrows his eyes, realizing he might still have one last chance. He lunges forward, sword drawn, aiming for the hero's back. But before he can even get close, the hero strikes without turning. Kwon's body hits the ground. His head drops beside it, rolling through the dirt beneath the forest trees. Jeom Se-yeon covers her mouth in horror. The hero looks down at the corpse and says evenly that people like this always try to strike when his back is turned. Still clutching her daughter, the woman begs him to help them. She offers to hire him, no matter the cost. The hero says that the situation has changed, and so have his rates. She nods quickly, saying she'll pay whatever it takes. Then, through her tears, she pleads with him to save her father. The hero exhales slowly and says they should move. Their journey begins now. Elsewhere, an unpleasant-looking man speaks to a group of armed fighters. He laughs, declaring that after 10 long years, their plan has finally succeeded. They've captured both the father and the daughter. But his voice falters as he notices movement ahead. The hero steps out of the carriage, Jeom Se-yeon and her child beside him. Someone from the group demands to know where Kwon went. The hero answers calmly. Everyone except him is dead. Shock ripples through the men. One of them asks whose hand killed Kwon. The hero meets their gaze and says it was done by a mysterious martial artist. Young and very handsome. The scoundrel repeats the words in disbelief, mouth hanging open. He asks why the hero would praise his enemy like that. The hero stays silent. Then realization flashes across the man's face. He points at the hero and shouts that it was him. He's the one who killed Kwon. The hero closes his eyes for a moment, then says evenly, "It seems you're quite skilled at figuring people out." The fighters surrounding the hero draw their swords, circling him tightly. Their commander stares in disbelief, saying that if the hero truly meant to save the woman and child, he should have fled far away. Instead, he walks straight into the tiger's den. The young man smirks and answers coldly that he sees no tiger, no den, only a pack of dogs that dared to bite the hand of their master. Se-yeon glances nervously over her shoulder at the armed man, standing behind her. The squad leader studies the hero and realizes something chilling. This man killed Kwon, yet instead of running, he came straight to their base. Even surrounded, the hero stands at ease, calm, steady, confident. The leader frowns, folding his hands in front of his face. He admits to himself that this one is different, far too composed for someone cornered by death. He lowers his tone and says they should talk, maybe share a drink. Despite the circumstances, he offers to treat the hero to something fine. The young man doesn't move, surrounded by drawn blades. He replies that there's no point pretending civility. It won't save him. He tells the man to drop the act and keep spitting venom instead. The leader's eyes narrow. His hands stay raised in mock courtesy, but his voice hardens as he orders his men to kill the boy. They charge. The hero draws his sword in one smooth motion and rushes forward. Steel flashes. His first strike lands before the nearest fighter even reacts. The man stumbles, eyes wide, and screams that this guy is too fast, but the words die mid-sentence as his head splits cleanly in two. The hero moves like lightning. Each step is fluid, each swing precise. A bright arc glows before his face as more enemies fall one after another. Bodies hit the ground before their blades even touch air. Seon trembles, turning her face away from the slaughter. The leader stares in horror. His men lie scattered across the floor, lifeless. The hero stands among them, sword dripping, unshaken. The man's voice breaks. "Who the hell are you?" The hero places his left hand on his hip and answers evenly. "No one special. Just a mercenary who saw a chance to make some money." The leader gulps, desperation creeping into his voice. He asks how much the hero wants, how much it'll take for him to walk away. The young man smirks faintly and says that he must be a very rich man to speak like that. The pagoda's windows glow brightly behind them, light spilling into the dark hall. The man nods quickly, insisting that he has enough money to change any man's life. All the hero needs to do is name his price. But the hero tilts his head slightly and asks, "If you're already so rich, why keep doing evil?" He scoffs that if the scoundrel wanted to change his miserable life, he would use his own money, not steal from his master. The man falls silent, staring at the youth. Someone nearby yells for the boy to drop his sword. A blade presses against Jeom Asu's throat. A vile-looking fighter stands over the old man. Seon screams for her father. The thug smiles and warns the youth, "Drop the sword, or the owner of Golden Manor dies." Without hesitation, the hero snaps his weapon upward. A bright red streak slices the air and flashes between the criminal's legs. In a single sweep, he severs both the thug's sword and his own blade. Blood arcs into the air, proof he used the soaring sword in flaming heaven. The thug reels, horrified. The hero asks him to repeat his threat, his face grave. He steps forward. The thug stammers, holding his hands out and begging for time. The hero says he doesn't care what the man asks for. If he doesn't want to die, he must come out now. The thug stares, remembering the previous strike and the vast aura behind it. He realizes he likely spent all his inner energy. Gripped tight on his sword, the thug lifts it high. The hero parries the strike without turning. He strains to deflect the next swing as the thug resolves to gather whatever energy remains and end this instantly. Steel meets steel. The thug's blade slams into the ground. His eyes burn red. White shock marks flicker around them. The earth cracks beneath their feet. They stand locked in combat. The thug swings again, convinced the boy's arms must have gone numb. The hero presses his weapon forward. The thug thinks one more push will finish him. Then horror spreads across his face. The hero's sword is buried in the thug's chest. He tells the dying man that he is pathetic. He should have trained instead of feeding his greed. He adds that the head of security sworn to protect Golden Manor should not have lived such a shameful life. The thug's eyes roll back. White clouds his gaze. Blood beads at the tip of the blade. The hero looks down at the fallen enemy and says evenly that if the man wants to be rich in his next life, he should try being a merchant instead. The old man folds his hands respectfully before him and thanks the youth. He says he will never forget that this boy saved his entire family from death. Giamasu asks if the young man would share his real name. The hero stays silent for a moment, then closes his eyes and replies that he's just a mercenary passing by. Giamasu spreads his arms, saying that not even the king of mercenaries could have defeated those scoundrels so easily. The hero smiles faintly and says the old man is giving him too much credit. Seon turns to her father, reminding him that she promised the boy a reward. Giamasu nods approvingly. She did well, and their family can certainly keep that promise. Standing before him, the hero listens as Giamasu says that if he needs money, he's come to the right place. The young man smiles inwardly, thinking this is exactly why he took the role of a mercenary in the first place. At the end of the corridor, a massive door looms. With a gesture, GM Asu says that since the hero saved his family, he deserves everything they have, though giving it all away wouldn't be practical. The hero replies that he would never ask for something so excessive. Pointing toward the vault, GM Asu offers another solution. He'll pay whatever amount the boy names, but he suggests the hero simply take as much as he can carry. The hero's eyes flicker with interest at that idea. GM Asu adds that carts or helpers aren't allowed, but internal energy is fair game. The young man chuckles, saying that in that case, he'll be taking quite a bit. The old man folds his hand again and says that if not for this youth, his family would already be dead, so there's no reason to hold back. The hero bows his head slightly in thanks. The heavy door creaks open. The hero steps forward and peers inside. Countless white glimmers fill the darkness beyond. He walks in, his figure swallowed by shadow. Father and daughter watch silently as he disappears. Seon murmurs that with skills like his, he'll take more than her father could ever imagine. She asks if he's truly fine with that. GM Asu smiles gently. He says that there's nothing in that vault more valuable than what they gained today. Seon looks at him, startled. The old man rests his hands on her shoulders and says that all he wants is her and her child safe beside him. Seon's eyes soften, touched by his words. GM Asu adds quietly that the young man is a very unusual person. Seon agrees. He hides it well, but for someone so young, his skills are extraordinary. The old man shakes his head slightly. I wasn't talking about his martial arts, he says. The vault door stands wide open. The old man gazes into the darkness beyond and says there's something about that boy, something that words alone can't capture. GM Asu imagines the young man, recalling the countless people he has met in his life, yet none so young, so composed, and carrying such a powerful presence. He tells his daughter that wealth can always be rebuilt, but meeting someone like him again may never happen. Seon looks at her father in surprise as he continues, saying that's why he doesn't regret a single coin spent. The greater the reward, he explains, the stronger the bond they'll form with someone like that. Seon says nothing, only watching her father quietly as the vault door closes behind them. The hero walks through the streets with the weight of a giant bag slung over his shoulder. He recalls how he sold the gold and treasures taken from Golden Manor, visiting one city after another, since no single shop could buy it all. By the time he finished, he had earned 38 million yang, his first fortune. He thinks that this money will be the foundation for the future squad he plans to build. Soon, he arrives before a towering pagoda. Climbing the steps, he finds his father seated upon the throne, with Sima standing at his side. He realizes that his father is deep in council, receiving reports and making decisions that decide life or death for others. The boy watches quietly, wondering if the heavenly demon is content with the life he leads or if it weighs upon him. He walks forward along the red carpet. The heavenly demon studies his son closely, then says that he has heard the boy left the city. The hero looks surprised, then closes his eyes and admits that he went out to earn money. His father asks why he needs it. Standing before the steps of the throne, the young man replies that he can't keep living off his father's wealth, and besides, he'll soon have major expenses. The heavenly demon narrows his eyes, asking what those serious expenses mean. The hero answers directly. He wants to form his own squad. Heavenly demon and Sima both turn toward him, stunned. His father's voice hardens. What did you just say? The boy stands firm on the red carpet and explains that every supreme demon commands their own forces, and to stand against them, he'll need his own organization. The clan leader's tone turns sharp. He declares that such a thing cannot be allowed. If his youngest son creates an army, the eldest will follow, and the cult itself will fracture. Heavenly demon forbids him outright. The hall falls silent. The boy meets his father's gaze, his eyes steady, saying nothing, but the fire behind them refuses to fade. He had expected pushback. After all, the man before him would never agree to such a thing right away. Without a word, Muguk reached beneath his robe and pulled out a scroll. Holding it out, he declared that it was something he had brought for his father. Both the heavenly demon and Sima turned to him, surprised. The man raised his hand, and the scroll floated gently into his grasp. Unrolling it, the heavenly demon frowned. What is this money for? He asked. The boy replied calmly. Father can use it however he wishes. Anger flickered in the man's eyes. He looked at his son in disbelief, asking again, as if he couldn't quite understand. The boy didn't flinch, his gaze steady. Sima, standing nearby, glanced between the two silently. From the lower shadow of the cult leader's face came a low, firm voice. Do you not realize how wealthy I am? I do, the boy answered softly. You're the richest man in the world. But the first money a child gives to their parents, that's something special. For the first time, the heavenly demon seemed at a loss. His expression hardened, but beneath it, something else stirred. I wanted to thank you, the hero continued, for giving me life and for raising me. The room fell silent. Neither the cult leader nor his advisor spoke a word. With his hands folded before him, the young man bowed his head slightly. At least once in my life, I wanted to do this properly, he said. Please rest well, father. Then, turning away, he walked out. The heavenly demon stared at the scroll in his hands. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Seema, beside him, remained silent, his eyes following his master's reaction. The scene shifted to the Nirvana Pavilion. Leon stood beside the hero, watching him quietly. It's time, a voice said. The hero looked up. Standing before him was Daryong. Everyone's waiting for you, Daryong said. A faint smile crossed the hero's face. Good to see you, Daryong. I volunteered for this, Daryong replied with a grin. Standing beside Leon, the hero chuckled. Didn't expect we'd meet again under these circumstances, did you? To be honest, Daryong said, I was pretty surprised. They locked eyes for a moment. Then the hero said simply, let's go. Leon blinked, caught off guard, but then smiled as well. Daryong returned the look, his expression softening. Together, they followed the hero out through the doors. Outside, rows of disciples in yellow robes stood in perfect formation. The hero stopped, looking over them, arms relaxed at his sides. Cheers erupted as the subordinates greeted their new division leader. He didn't say a word. Their enthusiasm caught him off guard. They're friendlier than I expected, he thought. Then a thought struck him. He turned slightly toward Daryong. Daryong, he asked, did you tell the Nirvana Pavilion members that their pay would be cut if they didn't greet me properly? Daryong, looking a bit flustered, quickly protested, insisting that he hadn't done anything of the sort. Then why does it feel like the whole place is glowing with energy? The hero asked, raising a brow. The men and women in yellow robes exchanged amused looks, smiling at their new leader. Daryong stepped forward, explaining, it's because you've already earned their respect. You're one of us, a member of the Nirvana Pavilion. The hero exhaled quietly, realizing what he meant. So it's because of that incident. His thoughts drifted back to recent events, the chaos that had shaken the demonic army. God, the commander of the First Corps, had murdered the investigator in charge of the initial inquiry. Not long after, one of their own had been gravely wounded. In the middle of it all, the hero had stepped in. He'd sent a demonic physician to treat the injured investigator, and later, he'd personally taken down God, avenging everyone involved. Now, standing before his new division, Daryong leaned closer. Sir, everyone's waiting. You should say something. The hero's gaze swept across the rows of disciplined subordinates, their hands neatly folded behind their backs, their eyes fixed on him in silence. After a moment, he finally spoke. I don't even know, he said evenly, if all of you will end up happier or more miserable under my leadership. Daryong and Leon stayed quiet beside him. But one thing, the hero continued, I can promise, your hearts will beat faster than ever before. A beam of light flared behind him, catching the attention of those gathered. Daryong turned his head toward the glow. Across the ranks, a few investigators exchanged glances. One of them clenched his fists with a spark of determination. Above them, clouds drifted slowly over the Nirvana Pavilion, the new home of their fearless leader. Later, inside his office, the hero sat at his desk, scanning a pile of reports. He sighed. A few minutes ago, the atmosphere was perfect. Now they dropped this on me, probably just to kill my mood. Daryong, standing nearby, replied, That's the report you requested. An incident investigated under questionable circumstances. The hero closed his eyes briefly. And of course, it's tied to Blood Heaven's blades again. I know, Daryong admitted. I'm not thrilled either. But it happened recently, and it fits the exact criteria you said you want to report it. Leon, standing beside them, cautioned, Please, don't act impulsively this time. Blood Heaven's blades barely survived your last encounter. Handing her the document, the hero said, This report describes something outrageous. We can't just ignore it because some old man's temper is wearing thin. Read it yourself. Tell me if you can look the other way. Leon took the paper, scanning it carefully. Her eyes hardened. No, you're right. Something has to be done. Cut to a dimly lit room. Several people sat around table. "It's happening at the entertainment pavilion," one of them said grimly. A small shot glass slammed onto the table, echoing through the room. The flushed man holding it stared down, silent. The old man beside him urged him to stop drinking, but the man only kept drinking. He said he couldn't stop. His child was in a coma, and the men responsible had been declared innocent. The old man frowned and asked how that could be, since the Nirvana Pavilion had investigated the case. The drunk man slammed another shot glass back and said the investigators claimed his son was hurt in a training sparring match. He refused to accept it. He set the glass down hard and added that, as far as he knew, the father of the attacker was the 100-sword demon. A figure stood nearby, a stern fighter with a sword on his back. A report named him the 100-sword demon, a subordinate of Bloodheaven's Blades and a squad commander. The drunk man called the investigator from the Nirvana Pavilion a real bastard, worse than the one who crippled his son. The old man put a hand to his mouth and warned him to be quiet. The drunk man snapped that everyone should hear it. If the Nirvana Pavilion wanted, they could come and cut off his head or ask the 100-sword demon to do it for them. The old man urged restraint. At the next table, another man spoke of his son in a coma and of a wife who could not be resurrected. He said he had no choice but to kill the man responsible. He was in a miserable state. Someone challenged him. Did he really think he could kill the attacker? The desperate father turned and saw armed men approaching. A young man stepped up to the father and asked who he was to claim he could kill someone. The father stood and shouted, calling the young man a bastard, demanding his son back. He said the attacker had not even apologized. The man lowered his head and offered an apology, promising the act would never happen again. He bowed before the father. One of the attacker's companions sneered and declared the apology sufficient. No one could reproach them now. The father, furious, drew his sword and shouted that the young man was a scumbag. The man's fist shot out toward the father's face. The blow landed square on the man's nose, sending him crashing onto the table. Pointing at his fallen opponent, the bastard shouted, "You all saw it." He drew his sword first. His henchman snickered and chimed in, "Yeah, we saw everything. We'll testify if needed." Then the beating began. The man struck again and again, his voice rising with fury. "How dare a lowly warehouse manager report me to the Nirvana Pavilion?" he yelled. "All because of that brat. Your son. I only told him to bring me some money, and he refused, saying it was earned through your blood and sweat." His fist smashed into the man's jaw. "Your son made me look like a fool," he shouted. "He acted so righteous, like some saint. That kind of arrogance infuriates anyone." The bloodied father glared up at him. "You just confess yourself," he said weakly. The bastard froze for a second, his fist hovering midair. "Confessed?" he repeated mockingly, straddling the man. "And what exactly did I confess to?" The wounded father coughed, his voice trembling. "Everyone here heard you. Your reason for attacking my son. You said it yourself. It wasn't a friendly spar. You did it on purpose." The man's expression darkened. He slowly turned his head, scanning the room. "Did any of you hear me say that?" The people at nearby tables looked away in silence. The old man who tried to help earlier lowered his gaze. The bastard smirked. Seems no one heard a thing. His laughter filled the room, loud and cruel. Tears streamed down the beaten man's face. He shut his eyes as the mocking laughter echoed above him. The bastard sneered. "Look at this. An old man crying like a woman on her wedding night. No wonder your son turned out just like you." His henchman burst into laughter. But then, a voice cut through the noise. "I heard everything." The laughter stopped. The thugs turned sharply, their faces stiffening. Standing at the entrance were the hero, Leon, and Darion. The bastard spun around. "Who the hell said that?" The hero frowned. "You really have the nerve to talk like that, without even knowing who you're speaking to?" His voice was calm, but heavy, commanding silence in the room. "I have no idea who raised a degenerate like you," he said coldly. The bastard and his followers froze, staring at the young man in disbelief. After a moment, the bastard lowered his head slightly. "My apologies," he said, his voice suddenly meek. "I got a little emotional. Please, don't be angry." Then just as quickly, he laughed, mocking, defiant. "Did you really think I meant that?" he sneered. "I don't care who you are, but since you've stuck your nose where it doesn't belong, you'd better make a last wish." The hero's lips curved into a small smile. "So," he said evenly, "if the son of the 100-sword demon can behave this disgracefully in broad daylight, that must mean his father holds a lot of power around here." The bastard smirked. "And who exactly did you just call someone's child?" he asked, his tone mocking. But the grin froze on his face the moment realization struck. His eyes widened in shock as he recognized the young man before him, the second son of the cult leader. Gasps spread through the room. Someone whispered, "Wait, that's him? What's he doing here?" The bastard's expression twisted from arrogance to fear. You're really the son of the heavenly demon?" he stammered. The hero's voice was calm, almost cold. "Relax. I'm not here as a son. I'm here as the head of the Nirvana Pavilion." Leon, standing at his side, smiled faintly. Then this fool should be even more nervous now. But the hero shook his head, doubtful. Someone like him isn't afraid of names or ranks. The bastard quickly bowed his head, pressing his palms together. "Forgive me, young master. My youth and foolishness blinded me. I failed to recognize you and behaved disrespectfully. Please forgive my ignorance." The hero studied him silently. "Judging by your attitude, it doesn't seem like you think of yourself as a saint," he said. The man forced a nervous laugh. "I'm just an idiot, young master. I don't understand much about life." The hero could see right through him. He's cunning, he thought. Knows exactly when to bow and when to bite. The bastard wiped sweat from his brow. "If you'll excuse me, I should take my leave." But the hero's voice stopped him cold. "I came here today specifically to find you." The man froze mid-step. "To find me?" The hero's expression didn't change. "Yes, I'm investigating the attack committed by you." The bastard blinked, confusion giving way to defiance. "But the Nirvana Pavilion already investigated me. I was found innocent." "That's true," the hero said evenly. "But I decided to reopen the case myself." The battered father looked up in disbelief, blood still trickling down his face. Around them, the bastard's followers exchanged anxious glances. The hero spoke clearly, his tone leaving no room for argument. "You're accused of extortion, incitement to theft, and inflicting serious bodily harm. You also assaulted the victim's father." The wounded man stared at him in stunned silence. The bastard and his lackeys began to tremble. "The crimes you've committed are vile," the hero continued. "I'll personally make sure you spend no less than 20 years behind bars." The bastard flinched. 20 what? He threw his arms wide in protest. It wasn't an attack. It was just sparring. The hero tilted his head slightly. "Funny, you seem to have forgotten your little confession just minutes ago." The one heard by the head of the Nirvana Pavilion. The bastard froze. The memory of his own words echoed in his mind, and panic flashed in his eyes. "My father," he stuttered. "My father won't let this happen. He'll never allow his son to become a defendant." The hero's gaze hardened. "You don't need to worry about that," he said quietly. "The 100-sword demon will be far too busy to defend his son." The bastard blinked, confused. "What do you mean?" The hero took a step forward, his voice cutting through the air. "Because I'm arresting your father as well, for bribing a Nirvana Pavilion investigator." The scumbag gasped, incredulous. "You really think my father will let this stand?" he spat. "When he's out, he'll make you pay. Maybe kill you even while you rot in prison." His shout cut off when the hero's fist slammed into his stomach. Tears, and maybe drool, streaked down the man's face as he collapsed forward, choking. "Do you know what you just did?" the hero asked coldly. "Threatened the head of the Nirvana Pavilion, and you just added 30 years to your sentence." The scumbag begged for mercy, voice breaking. The hero didn't look away. He leaned down and demanded a single reason why the man deserved forgiveness, or for them to stop invoking the 100-sword demon. The thug mumbled incoherently through his tears. Daryong and Leon watched, expression hard. The hero pressed. Had this ghoul ever spared or helped anyone? Give one example. The henchmen shifted, fear playing in their faces. The hero said he would hear any excuse, however implausible. The villain's eyes dropped. He couldn't come up with a thing. "I'll be different from now on," he pleaded. A stinging slap answered him. Blood spilled from the scumbag's mouth. The room fell into stunned silence. The beaten father stared, shocked to his core. Standing over the slumped man, the hero said simply that an exemplary life could begin only after the man served his time. His tone left no doubt. The henchmen cried that they'd only followed orders and begged to be spared. The hero folded his hands behind his back and gave them one choice. Tell everything you know or face court too. They caved and agreed to talk. "Take them to the Nirvana Pavilion," he ordered. Daryong acknowledged, and the men in yellow robes moved in to escort the prisoners. The beaten father and the tavern keeper watched as they were led away. Then the hero, facing everyone present, spoke up. "If anyone senses injustice, reported to the Nirvana Pavilion. As long as he led the organization, its decisions would not bow to outside pressure. The entire tavern stared at the young man, jaws hanging open. Then he said calmly, "And if anyone dares threaten their father like that fool just did, I'll go straight to my father for help." For a moment, silence hung in the air. Then a ripple of laughter spread through the room. Even the young men near the railing couldn't hold back their giggles. Leon smiled. "By the way," she told the battered man, "the demonic physician already examined your son, under direct orders from the cult leader's second son himself." The man blinked, stunned. "You mean that doctor treated my boy?" The hero nodded. "Your son is far more important than you realize. I saw him regain consciousness. Go see him right away." The man's eyes widened, his lip trembling. Then tears broke free. He stumbled forward and bowed deeply. "Thank you, young master. I'll never forget your kindness." The hero gently placed both hands on the man's shoulders, smiling faintly. "You've devoted your life to serving the cult. It's only right that the cult protects you in return." The man wept openly, clutching the hero's hand. Thank you," he repeated over and over, voice shaking. Leon and Daryong exchanged small smiles as they watched. Even the tavern worker wiped tears from their eyes. The hero's eyes gleamed as he said softly, "No, it's the cult that should thank you for everything you've done." Outside, the city's dim lights flickered to life one by one. The scene shifted. The Nirvana Pavilion loomed under the evening sky. The hero stood before it, his expression dark and thoughtful. He had expected resistance from Blood Heaven's blades and the sword demons, but instead, opposition had emerged within the Nirvana Pavilion itself. Chief Investigator Gok Myung stepped forward, greeting his superior with a bow. "Sir," he began, hands clasped before him, "I was on my way to your office, but nearly all our investigators insisted on coming along. I apologize if this seems improper." The hero's gaze swept across the crowd. "Why did you all come?" Gok Myung straightened. "I heard you plan to reopen an investigation that's already been completed, where the suspect was cleared of guilt." "That's right," the hero replied simply. Gok Myung hesitated, then spoke carefully. "With respect, sir, doing this might crush the morale of our investigators." The hero regarded him in silence for a long moment, then turned his attention to the assembled crowd. "Do the rest of you agree with him?" Murmurs of assent rippled through the ranks. One by one, the investigators voiced their support for Gok Myung. The hero's expression hardened. "I couldn't disagree more," he said firmly. "The case of Yang Ho has shattered the very credibility of the Nirvana Pavilion, completely and utterly." Gok Myung's brows knit in surprise. "Sir, what do you mean by that?" The hero's voice rang clear across the courtyard. "As most of you already know," he began, "Yang Ho confessed to his crimes before multiple witnesses. After that, he was arrested." Gok Myung folded his hands neatly in front of him. "Yes, I'm aware of that, sir." "Then tell me," the hero said evenly, "why are you here with all your subordinates, if you already know the facts?" Gok Myung's tone hardened. "Because we are outraged. A case that has already been closed is being reopened without precedent." The hero studied him closely. "So, this is a matter of principle, then?" The view widened. The Nirvana Pavilion stretched below like a vast hive of order and tension. "Yes," Gok Myung said firmly. "It is. And, to my knowledge, this is the first time in our organization's history something like this has happened." The hero's eyes narrowed. He shut them briefly, then opened them to meet Gok Myung's gaze head-on. "Yang Ho was beaten half to death," the hero said, "and the man who did it admitted his guilt in front of witnesses. Do you not think a reinvestigation is necessary? Should principles stand in the way of justice?" Gok Myung straightened, his expression unmoved. "You may call me old-fashioned," he said, "but preserving the organization's structure and its rules is essential. Without them, the Nirvana Pavilion loses its foundation." The hero exhaled sharply, shaking his head. Then he extended one arm to the side. "Fine," he said. "Let's hear it from the others. Anyone who believes a reinvestigation is the right thing to do, stand to my left." The men in yellow robes glanced at one another uncertainly. A heavy silence lingered, until one man finally stepped forward. The hero turned to him. Daryong stood with his hands at his sides. "I believe it's necessary," he said. The hero asked simply why. "The first investigation was poorly handled," Daryong replied. "We can't ignore that, and we can't rule out the possibility that the investigator was pressured." The hero's gaze swept across the remaining investigators. "Does anyone else agree with what he just said?" For a moment, No one moved. Then another voice rose. I do. Gok Myung's brow furrowed as the man beside him spoke up. With a calm bow, the man said, My name is Ikho. I haven't yet had the chance to thank you, sir, for your help earlier. The hero gave a faint nod. Your wounds, have they healed? Yes, I've fully recovered, Ikho said. I'm glad to hear it, the hero replied. Around them, the remaining investigators watched in tense silence. Then the hero's voice broke the stillness again. Investigator Zhonghua. The man blinked, startled. Yes, sir, that's me. The hero clasped his hands behind his back. You're the one who handled the original investigation, correct? Yes, sir, Zhonghua answered. I conducted it as thoroughly as possible. The hero's expression hardened. Did you take a bribe? The air went still. The investigator stiffened, his face twisting in outrage. How dare you accuse me of something like that? He shouted. Before he could say more, Gok Myung stepped forward, his voice sharp with anger. Young master, how can you make such accusations without proof? But then, the air itself seemed to shift. White energy began to rise and swirl around the hero, pulsing in quiet waves. His eyes narrowed, his tone turning cold. From this point on, he said, no one speaks without permission. The pressure in the courtyard intensified. Even Gok Myung's eyes widened, a flicker of fear crossing his face. The hero's gaze locked on Zhonghua. Did you take money from the 100-sword demon? Zhonghua pressed a trembling hand to his chest. I swear on my life, I took nothing. If you doubt me, conduct a special investigation yourself. The hero watched him for a long moment. Then, unexpectedly, a faint smile appeared on his lips. I already did, he said, and I found that you're telling the truth. You didn't take the money. Zhonghua blinked in shock. Gok Myung's voice burst out, incredulous. You mean to tell me you carried out an internal investigation on one of our own investigators? That's impossible without special authority. The investigation had such authority, the hero replied calmly, and the permission came directly from the cult leader himself. Gok Myung froze, speechless. The hero turned back to Zhonghua. So tell me, he said, voice low, if you didn't take the bribe, why did you falsify the report? Zhonghua lowered his eyes. I didn't falsify anything, he said quietly. Based on the evidence I had, my conclusion was correct. The hero's tone sharpened. Did someone threaten your sister? Outside, clouds drifted slowly above the Nirvana Pavilion, their shadows sliding across the courtyard. The investigation confirmed you're completely incorruptible, the hero continued. I didn't believe that at first. I checked everything myself, because I've never met anyone who truly doesn't care about money. He paused, but to my surprise, I found out you really are that kind of man. Zhonghua stared at him, speechless. I had to understand why a man so pure would falsify a report, the hero went on. And I found your weakness. Your younger sister, the only family you have. The investigator's eyes went wide, disbelief and fear mixing on his face. Gok Myung turned toward him sharply. Is that true? Did someone threaten her? Speak, the old man barked. Tell him the truth. The hero watched them quietly, reading the moment. So that's why he brought them here, he realized. Gok Myung wanted to protect Zhonghua, to shield him, like a father protecting his son. Gok Myung's anger burned, but the hero understood it wasn't hatred. It was guilt. Then the hero's voice rose, clear and resolute. There's no need to worry about your sister. Both Gok Myung and Zhonghua froze, staring at him. She's safe, the hero said. I've already stationed guards near her home. Until this case is fully resolved, no harm will come to her. Zhonghua's eyes filled with disbelief, then with hope. You really did that? He asked softly. The hero confirmed it. Zhonghua collapsed to his knees and shouted that he had committed a heinous crime. Gok Myung raised a hand and demanded to know if Zhonghua had indeed done it. The hero asked the investigator if he knew he was obliged to act honestly even under threats. Zhonghua admitted everything and said he would accept any punishment. Colleagues watched in silence. The hero ordered him to rise. Zhonghua stood. The hero said that if this offense had occurred after the man assumed leadership, there would be no forgiveness. But since it happened before, he would make an exception and pardon Zhonghua this once. He warned that the clemency was granted only because Zhonghua had previously proven himself incorruptible. The investigator asked if the pardon was real. The hero answered that it was one time only. Zhonghua thanked him repeatedly. Others reacted with surprise and murmured thanks. Daryong and Li On looked toward their new leader, standing before his subordinates. The hero declared that now, as head of the Nirvana Pavilion, the families of its employees were under his protection. If anyone dared threaten them, he would deal with those responsible personally. Those in yellow robes listened as he added that the organization would no longer tolerate outside pressure. He promised that anyone who attempted interference would be severely punished. He instructed that any threat must be reported immediately. A large pagoda rose above the assembly. The hero said that if necessary, he would ask his father to protect the families of those present, and he repeated that all outside interference must be reported directly to the head of the Nirvana Pavilion. Looking at his subordinates, he ordered them to perform their duties with their heads held high. Gak Myung and Manhwa stood in stunned silence. The hero stated that when people and their families feel secure, the Nirvana Pavilion could function properly. He concluded by declaring that everyone who commits crimes must be punished, including any employee of the Nirvana Pavilion. The scene shifts over the towering building, the headquarters of the organization. Inside, the hero stands tall, his voice cutting through the silence. He declares that if the leader of the cult dares to commit a crime, then even he will face justice. The hall goes still. The followers in yellow robes stare at him, stunned. But the young man doesn't falter. He continues, saying he fears no one, not even the head of the 8 supreme demons. What truly worries him, he says, is that Nirvana Pavilion will lose its purpose, that they will fail to protect the very people they swore to defend. The staff exchange uneasy glances. The young man's tone hardens. He says he can't stand by and watch criminals smile freely at him and his comrades. Manhwa, eyes still red with tears, looks up at him. From the crowd, a voice rises, hesitant but sincere. It's a woman, saying perhaps this is a late confession, but she too wants to follow the orders of Nirvana Pavilion's head. All eyes shift left. Standing apart from the others is a girl, striking, calm, and familiar. Daryong recognizes her instantly. Jo Hyang. Manhwa turns in surprise, while the other investigators watch in silence, their reactions mixed. Jo Hyang walks to stand beside Daryong. Behind the young man, more investigators gather, forming a quiet wall of support. The young man steps forward and addresses an old man. He says he has goals to achieve, and for that, he'll need his wisdom and guidance. Extending his hand, he asks for the old man's help. For a moment, the old man says nothing. The hero waits, silent. Then, slowly, the old man clasps his hand. He thanks the head of Nirvana Pavilion and grips the young man's hand tightly, refusing to let go. The young man turns to his team. He orders Daryong and the reinforcement squad to move. Their mission, capture Yang Tae, the 100-sword demon, and Yang Ho's father. The old man warns him that Yang Tae won't surrender easily. He owns 100 warriors. The young man nods, unfazed. He tells Daryong to offer Yang Tae a choice. Come willingly or be charged with treason. The followers in yellow robes look on, tense and silent. Cut to Yang Tae, the 100-sword demon, as he greets the second son of the cult leader. The young man corrects him coldly. He should be addressed as the head of Nirvana Pavilion. They sit across from each other at a table. Yang Tae leans back, apologetic yet curious. He says he was summoned on accusations of betrayal. Could someone explain what that means? The young man admits this was the only way to bring him here for a talk. Yang Tae rubs his chin, studying him. He apologizes again, saying he didn't respond immediately because he must consider his reputation. After all, they serve the same organization, and leadership demands balance. The young man closes his eyes briefly, acknowledging the point. Then, a sharp cut. A beating scene flashes before us. Yang Tae's voice echoes. This entire incident should never have gone public. He insists it was nothing serious, just the children playing, and things got out of hand. A faint smile curves across the face of the 100-sword demon. He leans back and says that the young man must already understand. Running the Nirvana Pavilion will eventually demand both external help and a steady flow of money. The hero listens in silence, eyes narrowing slightly. It's clear to him now, Yang Tae isn't offering advice. He's circling around a bribe. Meeting the young man's gaze, the 100-sword demon continues. He says this is only the beginning. If the boy intends to one day become the official heir of the cult leader, he will again need powerful allies. After all, everyone currently backs the first son of the heavenly demon, the young man's greatest rival. The hero responds calmly. He says he would, of course, be deeply grateful for Yang Tae's support. Yang Tae folds his hands together, his voice growing smooth and confident. He says he never doubted the boy's intelligence and vows to serve him with loyalty and sincerity. Rising from his seat, he adds that he'll even prepare a grand feast in the hero's honor soon. The young man looks at him, puzzled. "And where are you going, 100-sword demon?" he asks. Yang Tae blinks, genuinely surprised. He thought their meeting had concluded. The hero shakes his head. "When you spoke of helping me," he says evenly, "I assumed you meant after you get out of prison." Yang Tae freezes, confusion flickering across his face. Then he chuckles softly, saying he doesn't take kindly to jokes like that. The young man doesn't smile. "You think this is a joke?" he asks quietly. "You threatened the family of one of Nirvana Pavilion's investigators." Yang Tae's tone hardens. He denies everything. Folding his arms, the hero states that Yang Tae's words are irrelevant. There is already testimony, and it's from the investigator who received those threats. Yang Tae looks genuinely bewildered. The young man explains calmly that within the cult's laws, the testimony of any Nirvana Pavilion investigator carries more weight than anyone else's. This rule exists for one purpose: to protect the authority and integrity of the Pavilion's investigators. He adds that Yang Tae probably never knew this law even existed, and truthfully, the young man himself only discovered it after assuming his current role. He believes this very rule was written to deal with men like Yang Tae, those who think denial alone is enough to escape justice. Yang Tae sits motionless, his red headband glinting faintly in the light. The hero leans forward, steady and composed. "If you confess," he says, "your sentence will be reduced by 10 years. If not, you'll serve 20. He pauses, then adds with quiet finality, "And with that, I believe our negotiations are over." The two lock eyes across the table. Yang Tae finally breaks the silence. "Has the head of Nirvana Pavilion gone mad?" he asks, disbelief in his voice. The hero stands, his tone sharp but calm. "Even if I had," he replies, "I'd still do exactly this, because dealing with people like you requires nothing less." The hero looks at him steadily. "Why?" he repeats. Behind him, the dim outlines of weapons and relics line the walls. He answers calmly. Yang Tae's son, Yang Ho, nearly beat his friend to death. And it wasn't the first time. For years, Yang Ho had tormented that same victim. Now, the hero says, the boy's father threatens to kill an investigator's family member just to bury his son's crimes. "And I'm the one being questioned for holding him accountable?" he asks. Yang Tae raises his left hand sharply, shouting that a mere warehouse guard can't be compared to the noble warriors of the cult, men who carry pride in their strength. He accuses Nirvana Pavilion of always turning a blind eye to small incidents like this. The young man stares back at him without emotion. "What I've just heard," he says slowly, "is not only disappointing, it's frightening." Yang Tae frowns in disbelief. The hero folds his arms and declares that what Yang Tae described, this entire way of thinking, must end now. Yang Tae's eyes flash. He warns that the supreme demon himself will not sit quietly while his subordinate is treated this way. But the young man doesn't flinch. "Blood Heaven's blade won't interfere," he says evenly, just as he didn't when the commander of the demon army was killed. With a roar, Yang Tae smashes the table with a single, violent strike. His fury fills the room. He snarls that the head of Nirvana Pavilion should listen carefully to what he says next. The young man remains calm. "Are you about to threaten to kill my people again?" he asks. Yang Tae freezes, his rage caught in silence. The hero rises from his chair, his tone cold and final. "You have a few minutes left to confess," he says, glancing back over his shoulder. A deafening shout erupts behind him. The scene tightens. We see the young man's eye, sharp and focused. His thoughts echo quietly. Maybe the fall of the demon cult wasn't only because of Wam Mugi. He looks up toward the rooftops above him, mind heavy with realization. If a mere commander dares to threaten a Nirvana Pavilion investigator, he thinks, then order within the cult has already rotted beyond recognition. Clouds drift slowly across the sky. No, he decides, this isn't just about Wam Mugi's power. The hero steps through the doorway into the open air. Ahead, someone stands waiting. It's Cheon Pa, an old man with a massive sword strapped to his back and a small shot glass in his hand. He tips the drink back effortlessly, then greets the young man with a faint grin. "So, should I call you the head of Nirvana Pavilion now? Second son?" he asks. The hero says nothing. Cheon Pa pours another drink and offers the glass with a chuckle. "Come on," he says. "Drink with me." The young man frowns at him but walks forward, sitting beside the old man. Pouring himself another shot, Cheon Pa mutters, Didn't I warn you? Nothing good ever comes from us meeting this often. The young man allows himself a small smile. And yet, he says quietly, you're always the one who finds me. The old man studies the boy in silence. The boy meets his gaze, unflinching. Cheon-pa downs the rest of his drink, sets the cup on the ground, and says that lately, whenever he thinks about the young man, he feels something different, something unusual. He recalls the day the boy won his duel. When you made that wish, he says, to go hunting with your father, it felt right. Like it was exactly what you needed. He lets out a quiet chuckle, admitting that he thought the boy was clever for choosing such a wish. The hero nods slightly. I agree, he says. It was the right choice. Cheon-pa picks up the bottle again, pouring another drink. That's when it all began, he says, his tone dropping lower. The liquid ripples in the cup as he brings it to his lips. That day, my sword began to weep. The young man raises a brow. Your sword is crying? Over me, he shakes his head. No. If anything, your sword should be insulting you. Cheon-pa pauses, surprised by the reply. Lanterns sway gently above them, their light flickering between the two. The hero continues, voice steady. He reminds the old man that his disciple once used poison during a fight against him, and that another of his followers humiliated one of his subordinates afterward. Images flash, Qian Yang and Yang Te. The young man's tone sharpens. Your own brother used the demon army for personal gain, he says, and one of his men threatened to kill a family member of a Nirvana Pavilion investigator. If your sword truly mourns, it's because those around Blood Heaven's blade have fallen far below his standards. Cheon-pa watches him quietly, then smiles faintly. You do have a way with words, he says, but you're wrong. He raises his glass once more and takes a slow sip. The young man watches, waiting. Then explain, he says. What part of what I said isn't true? Setting the cup down, Cheon-pa answers calmly. You said the people around me don't live up to my standards, he says. But they fit me perfectly because you think too highly of me. The old man fixes his eyes on the boy again, silent but steady. The young man's thoughts stir. He's tougher than I expected, he thinks. Harder to deal within the prideful ones who chase glory. Cheon-pa's gaze grows thoughtful. Then, in a firm voice, he demands that the 100-sword demon be released. The man's arrest, he says, has shattered the morale of his troops. The young man remains calm. If the investigation proves him innocent, he replies, he'll walk free. A bright aura suddenly bursts behind the old man. A surge of demonic energy, so intense the air itself seems to tremble. The hero grits his teeth, standing his ground against the pressure. Cheon-pa's eyes disappear beneath a dark shadow. The young man can barely breathe. So this is Blood Heaven's blade's true power, he thinks. Now I understand why Father warned me not to provoke him yet. Teeth clenched, Cheon-pa takes a step forward. Listen to me, he growls, voice low but heavy with power. You'd better take my advice. The young man locks eyes with the old warrior. His voice is calm but firm. Stop, he says. Cheon-pa raises a brow, slightly puzzled, even smiling. Stop. Yes, the boy replies. You came here to ask for a favor. You should focus on that, because asking for a favor and giving advice at the same time isn't exactly good manners. Cheon-pa's jaw tightens. His teeth grind softly. The two sit facing each other in silence. The old man frowns, then lowers his gaze, fingers brushing against his beard. After a long pause, he exhales. You're right, he admits quietly. It's rare to meet someone who speaks their mind so honestly. He pours himself another drink. The young man watches him. You should be careful, he says. Even still water starts to rot if it never moves. Cheon-pa glances at his reflection in the drink, the liquid trembling slightly in the glass. The hero continues, his tone low and steady. No one wants to be trapped in stagnant water, but once they sink into it, they grow comfortable and forget how to climb out. A gust of wind stirs the leaves, sending them drifting between them. The boy leans forward. Take this chance to rise out of it, he says. And know this, the 100-sword demon isn't the one worth protecting. Cheon-pa looks at him over the rim of his glass, then drains it in one motion. Setting the cup down, he stares straight at the young man. Will you drink with me? He asks. He slides a cup toward the hero. The young man takes it. The old man pours the clear liquid, the sound sharp in the quiet air. I'll take your advice, Cheon-pa says with a half smile. I'll leave the stagnant water behind. The young man lifts his glass. That's a wise choice. But before he can drink, Cheon-pa adds, in exchange, I want you to become my new water. The boy freezes, glass in hand. His eyes widen slightly. The old man sits back, watching him. The young man's thoughts swirl. Did I hear that right? Cheonpa's voice cuts through the silence. Drink, he says, if you intend to become the heavenly demon. Do that, and I'll stand behind you. The young man stares at him, stunned. He can't mean that, he thinks. Everyone knows he supports my older brother. He lowers his glass slightly. As far as I know, he says slowly, you've always supported him. Cheonpa smirks. That was before I realized how insane the younger son of our cult leader truly is. The young man raises his cup, eyeing him carefully. He must have gone mad, he thinks. In his mind, memories flash. The man before him is the one whose brother he killed, whose student he crippled, whose subordinate now sits in a prison cell. And yet, he thinks he says he'll support me? Cheonpa's brother, the late Qinyang, appears briefly in the hero's mind, seated, lifeless, a memory that refuses to fade. The young man breaks the silence. You do remember, he says quietly, that I killed your brother. Cheonpa, Blood Heaven's blade himself, meets his gaze without flinching. His expression is calm, unreadable. The weight of his silence says more than any words could. The old man folds his arms across his chest, his gaze steady. From the moment my brother and I left our parents' house, he says, we became strangers. Blood means nothing to me. He looks directly at the young man. I won't mourn someone just because we share a family name. That kind of sentimentality is absurd. Cheonpa lets out a quiet chuckle. A thorn under the fingernail hurts more than a relative's death, he says. The young man sits silently, glass still in his hands. The old man leans forward. And for the record, I never swore any oath to serve only your brother. But even if I had, I'd still have the right to change my mind and choose a different side. The hero remains still, his fingers tightening slightly around the glass. If you truly stand with me, he says slowly, that means I gain the strength of an entire army. He pauses, then asks, but tell me, why me? Why choose this side? The old man rests a hand on his knee. The stars above shimmer faintly through the trees. I've seen how you move forward, Cheonpa replies. You tear through everything in your way. That kind of resolve, it makes me think I can tie my fate to yours. The young man gives a faint, wry smile. So, you chose me because you think I'm insane? Cheonpa grins back. Exactly, and I plan to enjoy every moment of your madness. The boy says nothing, only watching him. The old man's grin lingers. We see the back of the young man's head, motionless, calm. If I were naive, he thinks I might actually fall for this act, for the flattery that hides the manipulation underneath. He knows the tricks of men like Cheonpa, the subtle games older warriors play to sway the young. His mind drifts briefly. Didn't he just ask if I wanted to become the heavenly demon? In the reflection of the glass, the young man sees his own face, his past self staring back. He understands now. Cheonpa is trying to make it seem as if the path to becoming a heavenly demon runs only through him. The boy sets his glass down gently. I appreciate the compliments, he says, but I have something more important, my father's orders, and I intend to carry them out. Cheonpa looks down at his own cup, the surface trembling faintly. The young man continues, his voice firm. Tell me, old man, what do you think the heavenly demon will say if he learns that his son has chosen to ally himself with Blood Heaven's blade? Silence hangs between them. The boy answers his own question. He'd think his son has abandoned his duties, that he's chasing politics instead of fulfilling the mission he was entrusted with. The old man's expression shifts slightly. Then he asks, and what do you think will happen if you pour everything you've got into Nirvana Pavilion? The night deepens around them. Cheonpa's gaze sharpens as he stares straight into the young man's eyes. If the cult leader keeps you tied to Nirvana Pavilion, he says, then you'll end up trapped, stuck in stagnant water, rotting away while the world moves on. His tone deepens, edged with certainty. You have no real choice, boy. Either you become your father's heir, or you fade into obscurity. The young man says nothing, his eyes thoughtful. Cheonpa raises his hand as if sealing his point. If you align yourself with me, he says, your father will have no choice but to notice. The moment Blood Heaven's blade stands by your side, every whisper in this cult will revolve around you. The hero studies him carefully, letting the words sink in. He's right, he admits to himself. But there's something he doesn't see. He recalls his father's words, that the will to restore strict order within the cult doesn't belong to one man alone. Even the heavenly demon himself desires that balance. The young man glances at the glass before him, still filled. He speaks quietly. "Give me time," he says. "I'll drink when I've made my decision." Cheon-pa's eyes narrow. Then slowly he nods. "Fair enough," he says, reaching for the bottle. "That's an acceptable answer." He grips the hilt of his sword. "If you had drunk right away like a fool, I'd have been disappointed." Dust swirls as he moves. In a flash, his blade slices through the air, fast as lightning, stopping just beside the young man's head. The hero reacts instantly, blocking the strike with his black sword. The steel hums, the air around them vibrating with power. Cheon-pa's expression turns grim. "You have until tomorrow," he says. The young man meets his gaze, unwavering. "I'll answer in 5 days." Red veins flare in the old man's eyes. 3, he growls. And with that, he leaps back, soaring into the air before vanishing into the night. The young man lowers his sword, feeling the weight of the clash. "That old lunatic nearly broke it," he mutters. Morning light spills across the courtyard of Nirvana Pavilion. The sound of strained breaths and pounding fists fills the air. Under the high walls, investigators train relentlessly, sweat dripping onto the ground as they perform push-ups with a massive log balanced across their shoulders. One man, Jang Ho, a scar running down his cheek, shouts furiously, "Have you all given up already? This is child's play compared to the demon army's training." Grunting, the exhausted investigators strain to lift the log again. Muscles shake, faces twist with effort, but they push through. "Don't stop," Jang Ho roars. "Wives, children, even friends can betray you, but the sweat you spill now will sink into the earth, and the strength it gives you will never betray you." Nearby, the hero and Daryong watch with faint smiles. Daryong chuckles. "That guy isn't even married," he says, "but he sure talks like he's seen it all." The young man closes his eyes, amused. "He's right, though," he says quietly, and for a brief moment, amid the weight of responsibility, ambition, and coming war, there's a rare feeling of calm. Standing behind the young man, Daryong asks curiously, "How did you even manage to pull all this off?" The hero glances back, puzzled. "What do you mean?" Daryong crosses his arms. "I'm talking about the official apology Southern Blade House just issued. How in the world did you get them to publicly admit their guilt?" The young man shakes his head slightly, still surprised. "I never thought they'd actually go that far," he says. Then, smiling faintly, he adds, "If you're that curious, Daryong, why not go straight to their compound and ask them yourself?" From behind, one of the investigators groans. "Please, don't joke like that. If he walks in there, he won't walk out alive." The hero chuckles softly. Actually, right now, Daryong could stroll right into their training hall, perform the most shameless dance he can think of, and not a single person would dare say a word. Daryong stares at him in disbelief, completely taken aback. But as the laughter fades, the young man's mind shifts elsewhere, to Cheon-pa's words echoing in his memory. "I'll be waiting for your answer." The group approaches the front gate. The hero's expression hardens. "Send Yang Tae and his son to prison," he orders. "Make sure they're placed somewhere they can't reach anyone. No communication. No favors." Daryong's face darkens. "Those bastards deserve it," he mutters. "Exactly," the young man replies. "They should pay for what they've done." Daryong bows his head. "Understood." As the hero passes through the gate, his thoughts grow heavier. If I hadn't stepped in when I did, he thinks, those monsters would have lived out their lives in comfort, while Guak Su and his family suffered until the end of their days. His eyes glint sharply. Because of people like Yang Tae and his corrupted kind, hundreds of families inside the cult are suffering. Families I don't even know about. And the longer this continues, the more victims there will be. The view tilts upward. The roof of the pavilion looms above him. "I can't allow this infection to spread any further," he resolves. "People like Yang Tae must be cut out completely." In the demonic village, life moves as usual. Merchants shout, villagers walk, and an old man with a sharp mustache pauses in surprise at the sight before him. A group of workers are mounting a new sign. He squints at it. Is that a Nirvana Pavilion branch? The hero steps forward, his presence commanding attention. "That's right," he says. "From now on, anyone who's been wronged by cult members can come here directly." Murmurs ripple through the crowd. People stare at him, unsure, disbelieving. The young man raises his voice slightly. "Tell me, when someone from the cult mistreats you, where do you usually go?" The old man hesitates. "Go? What can we even do?" The crowd falls silent. Faces turn toward each other, uncertain and weary. The young man studies them, understanding dawning in his eyes. They've lived under this tyranny for so long. He thinks they've forgotten what it feels like to fight back. He realizes that even those who knew about Nirvana Pavilion never dared approach it. Not with the walls, the guards, the endless inspections at the first gate, and the demand to declare one's intentions before entering cult grounds. The image shifts, wide and grand, to the palace complex itself, its stone towers rising above a vast courtyard. And within those walls, the seeds of change, quiet, fragile, but defiant, have already begun to take root. The young man watches the gate procedure in his mind and grows uneasy. He knows petitioners would have to repeat that inspection again and again just to reach the Nirvana Pavilion building. He places a hand behind his back and announces that the pavilion is opening a branch in Demonic Village specifically for locals. Anyone who suffers criminal acts by martial artists is to come straight here and report everything. An older villager asks if this is true. The hero confirms it and orders the innkeeper to tell everyone. This branch will accept complaints without fear of retaliation. He makes the rule plain. Anyone who takes action against a complainant will face only one outcome: death. The innkeeper bows and promises to spread the word. The hero moves past a huge tree and thinks this is only the start. He intends to protect common villagers, low-ranking martial artists, anyone weaker who suffers injustice. He resolves to make people understand that life has equal value for everyone. He walks toward a door. Inside, Cheon-pa sits on the ground. The old man asks if the head of Nirvana Pavilion is ready to drink. The hero sits down and says he is ready. Cheon-pa produces a bottle and fills a shot glass. He places the filled glass in front of the boy and demands he drink. The boy meets the demand with a counter. He needs a snack before he drinks. Cheon-pa asks what the boy wants. The boy answers plainly. He wants a demonic army. The old man asks for clarification. The boy repeats, "Place a demonic army" in his mouth. A black shadow crosses the old man's eyes as he speaks. He tells the second son of the cult leader that the world does not work the way the boy imagines. The hero replies that having a snack while drinking is the most natural thing to do. The old man raises his hand, covering his face. "I gave you 3 days," he says. Fire ignites in Blood Heaven's blade's eyes. "And after all that," he growls, "you dare to stand before me and make such ridiculous demands?" The air cracks. The ground bears the mark of his sudden strike. Dust explodes as the old man shouts that he's had enough. "I'll take your head myself," he roars, "and deliver it straight to your father." The young man meets the attack head-on. His sword flashes upward, steel clashing against steel. The impact sends stones scattering under his feet. His blade trembles, his grip tightening. He glances at the old man. "Not bad," he says. Dust swirls around Blood Heaven's blade. "Magnificent," the old warrior replies. "Tell me, how much of your internal energy did you waste just now?" Flames flicker around his head, curling like living serpents. "Looks like I'll need to work harder if I want to take that insolent head of yours." He swings again, a strike fierce enough to split stone. The hero braces himself. His sword shudders under the pressure, the force of the blow pushing him back. Sparks burst between the blades. For a brief moment, even Blood Heaven's blade looks surprised. White energy streams ripple across the courtyard near the pagoda. Black fragments rise into the air. The two fighters clash again, their movements blurring in a storm of power. A violent strike sends the hero flying backward. He twists midair and lands on his feet, leaving pale streaks carved into the ground. Blood Heaven's blade lowers his sword, eyes narrowed. His weapon trembles faintly as he grinds his teeth. "Interesting," he mutters. Flames coil around him once more. The young man faces him in silence. He steadies his breathing, thinking quickly. It's not easy holding back against him. Should I use the 4 strides of the wind god? Would he be able to block Death's step? Blood Heaven's blade rests his sword on his shoulder, watching. The young man clenches his jaw. No, he decides. Not now. Using that technique here would be reckless. Time favors me. My energy's still stable. I'll wait. He lowers his weapon and straightens his back. "Give me the demonic army," he says. The old man glares at him, hatred burning in his eyes. "And who?" he spits. "Do you intend to make its commander?" "It can't be you. You already lead Nirvana Pavilion." The young man answers without hesitation. "Jang Ho, commander of the 3rd Corps." Cheon-pa's eyes narrow. "Jang Ho. As far as I know, He's already one of your men. Flames surge upward, roaring behind him like wings of fire. The air between them ripples. Two forces, pride and ambition, colliding once more. He roars that greed will be the boy's downfall. The hero, his voice cutting through the chaos, shouts that it's Blood Heaven's Blades man, the one pretending to be insane just to consume everything around him. He reminds everyone that it was the old man who first proposed they work together. The boy stands firm, saying that the road walked by madmen isn't one an ordinary person can follow. Cheon-pa grips his sword in silence. After a moment, he glances at the boy and asks why he's talking about lunatics. Facing his opponent, the young man answers that perhaps he's right. If Blood Heaven's Blades man truly suggested such an alliance, then he must have lost his mind. The old man studies the hero carefully. Calmly, the young man watches Cheon-pa, thinking to himself that this man has no idea how deep his ambition runs. In his past life, Cheon-pa died without ever showing the world his true potential. It still shocks him that Cheon-pa was the first among the 8 supreme demons to fall. A shattered, blood-stained sword lies on the ground. The hero can't comprehend how such a cunning, calculating man could have perished so early in the great conflict. The old man's weapon gleams near his face as he grits his teeth and curses the boy, calling him a brat whose greed destroyed their negotiations. Blood Heaven's Blades man stomps hard, cracking the earth beneath him before launching into the air. The hero watches as the old man rises skyward, knowing full well that this man can't possibly refuse the offer he's been given. After all, he understands better than anyone that the other 7 supreme demons, the ones the hero can ally with, are his greatest rivals. Dark silhouettes of those 7 figures appear briefly in the hero's mind. Then, 2 days later, Jang-ho walks toward a table where the young man sits. He explains, astonished, that Blood Heaven's Blades man has personally recommended him to become commander of the demonic army. The commander of the 3rd Corps asks directly if the hero is behind this decision. The young man, pleased by Jang-ho's perceptiveness, thinks that his instincts were right. This one is sharp and knows how to read people. Calmly, the hero admits that yes, he was the one who asked Pa for that favor. Jang-ho's eyes widen in disbelief before he bows his head in gratitude, saying he's honored but unworthy of such a position. The hero dismisses his humility, saying there's no need to be modest. The last commander of the demonic army wasn't special. He simply died fighting him. An empty throne sits where that commander once ruled. Jang-ho protests that the circumstances were completely different, but the hero interrupts. He tells him to just lead the army the same way he led the 3rd Corps. Nothing more, nothing less. The hero adds that if Jang-ho succeeds, he'll go down in history as the greatest commander the demonic army has ever seen. Jang-ho stares at him, stunned, saying the young man is giving him far too much credit. The hero simply replies that perhaps he is, but there will be other candidates for the position anyway. So for now, they should just wait and see how everything plays out. Jang-ho lowers his hands and nods in agreement. The hero watches him silently, thinking to himself that he bent the truth a little. In reality, he'll make sure Jang-ho does become commander, no matter what it takes. Then his gaze shifts. Someone stands before him, his father. The hero meets his eyes, expression calm. The heavenly demon stands there in what looks like pajamas. The young man blinks in surprise and asks what his father is wearing. The heavenly demon answers evenly that yes, it's pajamas. Father and son stand facing each other in the quiet hall. The man asks why his son has come at such a late hour. Lights flicker in the pagoda windows behind them. The young man raises a brow, saying it's still early evening, not late at all. He then remarks that perhaps the heavenly demon should keep his early bedtime a secret. If the Murim Alliance ever found out, they might take advantage of it and launch an assassination attempt. The man cuts him off sharply, demanding he get to the point. The hero doesn't hesitate. He declares that he intends to use Blood Heaven's Blades man as his sword. The father reminds him that not long ago, he wanted to kill that very same old man. The hero answers that doing so would have been a waste of a valuable resource. The heavenly demon studies him in silence. The young man lowers his head slightly, realizing his father has probably already figured out the truth, that when Blood Heaven's Blades man recommended Jang-ho for the commander's post, the heavenly demon must have known his son was behind the move. After a pause, the heavenly demon finally speaks. He warns that Blood Heaven's Blades man isn't someone who could be easily controlled. The young man replies that he has no intention of taming anyone. He only plans to use the old man until he breaks, nothing more. He adds that such a person isn't even valuable enough to be part of his collection. The heavenly demon narrows his eyes and asks, what if that very sword ends up striking his own son? The hero smiles faintly. He says he'll let the old man try. Then he adds that there's a clear difference between him and Cheon Pa. Blood Heaven's Bladesman is old. Once he breaks, he's finished. But the hero? He's young. Every hit only makes him stronger. The heavenly demon studies his son quietly, then closes his eyes. He says words are meaningless and asks why his son even started this conversation. The hero answers casually, because he still gets paid by his father. The hero explains that since he still receives his salary from his father, it's only natural that he reports his actions to him. The heavenly demon studies his son carefully before asking if he's sure he's not here to request approval for the appointment Blood Heaven's Bladesman is about to make. The young man smiles and shakes his head. Instead, he tells his father to do the exact opposite. No matter how much the old man insists, he should reject the candidate Pa proposes. The heavenly demon raises a brow, asking if his son truly wants him to refuse Blood Heaven's Bladesman's recommendation. The boy nods firmly. He says he intends to use this opportunity to show that old man his place. He continues, saying that Cheon Pa is full of pride. He hides behind a mysterious persona and acts as though he's even greater than the heavenly demon himself. The young man says he plans to crush that arrogance and strip him of his delusions. His father doesn't respond right away. After a moment of silence, the heavenly demon remarks that this is still a chance to seize control of the demonic army. But the hero insists that all he wants is to teach the old man a lesson. The heavenly demon narrows his eyes, clearly unconvinced. He tells his son he doesn't believe a word of it and demands to know what he's really planning. The hero realizes instantly that his father sees through him. Smiling faintly, he admits the truth. The heavenly demon is right. He just wants something from Blood Heaven's Bladesman. And for that to happen, everything must go terribly wrong for the old man. Behind them, through the open doors, a carved stool sits elegantly against the wall. The heavenly demon asks if this goal is truly more important to him than gaining command of the demonic army. The hero admits that's partly true, though he hasn't abandoned his ambition to seize the army, and perhaps much more beyond it. The heavenly demon turns away, saying the whole thing sounds absurd. The young man frowns at his father and thinks silently that, between them, nothing looks more absurd right now than those pajamas he's wearing. Cheon Pa says that perhaps things aren't going the way the cult leader originally intended. His tone shifts as he mentions that his second son is gradually drawing more and more attention within the cult. The heavenly demon asks if Cheon Pa has anything to do with this. Standing on a red carpet, Cheon Pa clasps his hands before his face and claims he has nothing to do with it. After all, the young man is the cult leader's son. With a sigh, he admits he only recently realized how exceptional that boy truly is. The heavenly demon closes his eyes, saying his son is still far too inexperienced. Cheon Pa bows slightly, saying that's precisely why he wishes to offer the boy something that could help him grow even greater. The cult leader studies him for a moment. Then, closing his eyes again, he finally says that if Blood Heaven's Bladesman can truly help his son, it would indeed be a great benefit. The old man lifts his gaze toward the heavenly demon, who stands tall upon the platform. With a deep bow, he thanks him for granting permission. Looking down humbly, Cheon Pa adds that since the cult leader has offered his fatherly blessing, perhaps he might also extend that same support to his faithful servant. The heavenly demon narrows his eyes, asking sharply what Cheon Pa means by that. The old man answers calmly. He seeks permission to appoint a new commander for the demonic army. The heavenly demon falls silent, his mind recalling his son's warning. No matter what, do not approve the candidate Cheon Pa proposes. Still standing before his throne, the cult leader finally says that agreeing to such a request would be difficult. The old man replies that his proposal is made purely for the benefit of the young man. The heavenly demon closes his eyes, saying the old man should already know his second son receives more than enough support. Yet, as a father, he cannot simply neglect his eldest. Cheon Pa's expression remains composed. He says that in all his years as a teacher, he has learned one simple truth. When you decide to support someone, you must give them everything, every ounce of strength, every resource you have. He admits, however, that many have criticized him for failing to do so in the past. The heavenly demon opens his eyes again and speaks coldly. He says such criticism means nothing to him, Anyone who dares question his methods will simply be killed. Bloodheaven's Blades man bows slightly and asks if that was the only matter he wished to address. The heavenly demon nods once. Folding his hands before his face, the old man says he has no further business and requests permission to take his leave. The heavenly demon watches silently as the supreme demon turns and walks away. Cheon-pa, his face illuminated by the dim light, watches the departing figure, trying to decipher what lies beneath this strange hesitation. To him, one truth remains certain. If you choose to support someone, you must follow through until the very end. The moon hangs high above the old man's head. Later, he speaks to the hero, saying that it appears the heavenly demon favors his first son, not the second. Standing before the old man, who sits upon a boulder, the young man asks if that's truly the case. His tone is skeptical. He admits that working together seems unlikely now. The entire reason he wanted an alliance with Cheon-pa was to balance the growing power of his brother. The old man's eyes flash dangerously as he demands to know if the young man thinks his ally isn't strong enough. Standing calmly before Bloodheaven's Blades man, the hero replies that he means no insult, only that the old man has his flaws as well. Cheon-pa grits his teeth in fury. The old man sets down his shot glass with a quiet clink. He says flatly that making Jang Ho the commander of the demonic army was never realistic to begin with. The hero looks at him and asks if he's already given up. Pouring himself another drink, the old man replies that he's never seen any point in chasing the impossible. The young man tilts his head slightly and asks why Cheon-pa, who spent so long hiding behind a false identity, suddenly stopped halfway, doing absolutely nothing for his supposed ally. Bloodheaven's Blades man freezes mid-pour. His hand trembles slightly as he glares at the boy. His tone sharpens as he demands to know what exactly those words mean. Someone unknown and absolutely nothing. Standing before him, the young man answers calmly that he came to Cheon-pa first. He offered his support. Cheon-pa snaps back that the boy merely pestered him like a child, begging for something that could never be done. The hero retorts that if that were truly the case, the old man should have refused him from the start, not agreed to recommend Jang Ho for the commander's position in the first place. Anger flashes in the old man's eyes. His hand moves to his sword. The young man steps forward and drags his own blade across the ground, carving a sharp line between them. A faint white mist rises from the crack. He says that Bloodheaven's Blades man once boasted about the deep trust between himself and the heavenly demon, and that he genuinely believed those words. Pointing at the line with his sword, the young man continues coldly. This line right here, this is the real measure of the relationship between Cheon-pa and the heavenly demon. Bloodheaven's Blades man glances at the blade. The hero stands tall over him, a faint smile touching his lips. He thinks to himself that there's nothing more to say. Then, aloud, he adds that if he had been the one to handle the appointment, Jang Ho would already be the commander by now. The old man's expression hardens. He stares at the boy with pure resentment, refusing to look away. Finally, he growls that if the boy's words are so strong, then he should try convincing his father himself. The hero blinks in surprise. Bloodheaven's Blades man scoffs, irritation rising in his voice. He says that if the boy dares mock him, then he should have no problem proving what he just claimed. The young man steps closer, meeting his gaze, and asks if he truly manages to persuade his father to approve Jang Ho's appointment. What will the old man do then? Bloodheaven's Blades man replies confidently that the boy won't succeed. The hero studies him in silence, realizing that Cheon-pa is convinced the heavenly demon will reject the second request just as he rejected the first. He understands then, this old man knows his father's temperament too well. With a calm smile, the hero proposes a wager. Cheon-pa's eyes narrow. His jaw tightens. Through gritted teeth, he repeats, a bet. Cheon-pa glares at the young man, his fury barely contained. He declares that he accepts the bet, and adds his own condition. If the boy fails to convince his father, he will join Cheon-pa's side and stop pestering him with his endless requests. The hero's eyes narrow. He asks what will happen if he wins. The two face each other, locked in silence. Their gazes collide, sharp and unyielding. Finally, Cheon-pa answers. If the boy wins, he'll grant him one wish. Anything. Without hesitation, the hero states his demand. He wants an elixir, one even more powerful than the demonic essence pill. The old man's eyes widen in disbelief. He asks if the boy has any idea how difficult such a thing is to obtain. Outside, leaves drift past the pale moonlight. The young man says calmly that of course he knows. That's exactly why he made it the condition of their bet. He adds that if they're both in the same boat, then having a stronger ally will only benefit them both. Their eyes meet again. The hero thinks to himself that this is the perfect excuse to secure the elixir he needs. In his mind, an image flashes, a black sphere crackling with yellow energy. He's certain the old man possesses the very elixir he seeks, the heavenly divine pill. Cheon-pa sneers, insisting that the boy will never make Jang-ho the commander of the demonic army. The young man looks back at him steadily. He warns that if Cheon-pa fails to keep his word and give him the elixir, he'll lose all interest in any future alliance with Blood Heaven's Bladesman. The old man's expression hardens. His sharp gaze fixes on the boy. Finally, he says coldly, if the boy can make Jang-ho commander, then the heavenly divine pill will be his. The hero nods once. Drawing his sword from its sheath, he holds it upright. His tone is calm, but resolute. He's making a promise. A dark shadow falls over the old man's face. He raises his blade and lightly taps it against the hero's weapon. In the next instant, Cheon-pa launches himself high into the air. The hero watches him rise, a faint smile on his lips. He thinks that if he manages to combine the heavenly divine pill with the demonic essence pill he already consumed, his internal power will rival that of any supreme demon. Only the lower half of his face is visible now, curved in quiet confidence. He knows exactly how to win this bet. Later, he sits across from Sima, his father's senior advisor. The older man asks if he truly wants to know Jang-ho's chances of becoming the commander of the demonic army. The hero nods, requesting an honest answer. A heavy silence falls. Sima closes his eyes. Between them, the table sits untouched. At last, the advisor speaks. The odds are 1 in 10, perhaps even less. The young man leans forward slightly and asks, even with Blood Heaven's Bladesman's recommendation? Sima folds his hands before him, his tone steady but firm. He reminds the young man that the heavenly demon has already rejected Blood Heaven's Bladesman's recommendation, and that the cult leader is not known for reversing his decisions without an exceptional reason. The hero nods slowly, saying that no one knows that better than he does. Then he steps closer to the advisor and asks what would happen if another supreme demon were to give a recommendation for Jang-ho. Sima blinks in surprise, unsure if he heard correctly. The hero meets his gaze calmly and says, yes, he heard right. In his mind, an image flickers, a girl with a sword, surrounded by drifting rose petals. Sima sits at the table, his eyes scanning a book as his mind races. After a moment of thought, he looks up, concentrating deeply. The young man, still composed, confirms that he fully intends to obtain the backing of not one, but 2 supreme demons. Sima leans back, resting his hands on the armrests of his chair. He admits that such a thing has never happened before, but if it did, then Jang-ho's chances of becoming commander would rise dramatically. The cult leader would have every reason to reconsider his decision. But then, narrowing his eyes, Sima adds that he doubts the boy will ever manage to secure a second recommendation. The young man smiles faintly. Then I'll just have to try, he says. Sometimes it's easier to face 2 tigers than one. Sima lowers his gaze to his book again, sighing softly. Let's just hope, he says, that the second tiger isn't the Sword Supreme. The scene shifts. Before him stands Bei Jong-tak of the Northern Heaven Sword clan. He looks irritated as he demands to know what accusation he's being charged with. The hero sits across from him at the table, replying evenly that it's a case of rape. The man scowls, insisting the maid lied and begging for a chance to confront her directly. The hero asks calmly why anyone would falsely accuse him of such a crime. Jong-tak raises his hands in frustration, declaring that he has no idea. Maybe someone ordered her to do it, or maybe he said something that offended her. Either way, he insists he has never harmed anyone. The young man studies him in silence, his gaze sharp and unwavering. Then, he says he'll grant the confrontation. He calls out for Daryong. Moments later, Daryong enters, guiding a young girl into the room. As soon as she appears, Jong-tak leaps to his feet, shouting, demanding to know why she's doing this to him. The hero folds his arms across his chest and cuts him off coldly. Be quiet, he orders. If you shout again, I'll forbid you from speaking to her at all. Turning to the trembling girl, he asks gently, do you recognize your attacker? The girl stays silent. Jong-tak's mouth hangs open in disbelief. The girl raises her fist to cover her face, her shoulders trembling. He points at her, shouting that she's lying, that her shaking is proof she's afraid because she knows she's about to be caught. The hero looks at Jong Tak calmly and explains that the girl is shaking not because she's lying, but because she's afraid. Jong Tak freezes, his confusion turning to anger. He demands to know why the boy has taken the side of a deceiver. The hero's gaze sharpens. He says that, according to what he's learned, Jong Tak threatened the girl, told her that if she ever spoke out, he would go to her hometown and kill her entire family. The man's face drains of color. His voice trembles as he asks if the hero truly believes the words of a child. The hero doesn't answer. Neither does Daryong. They both simply stare at him. Then the door opens. Two more girls step inside. Jong Tak's expression twists in fear. The hero speaks, reminding him that he must remember these faces, the maids who once served him. Trying to compose himself, Jong Tak raises his hands nervously, saying that yes, he knows them. They've just grown up since the last time they met. The girls stand in silence, their eyes fixed on him. The hero steps forward, his tone hardening. He warns Jong Tak not to pretend ignorance. All three have already testified. The man's eyes widened. Fear seeps through his forced calm. The hero tells him that he treated these girls exactly the same way. Used them for 2 or 3 years, then discarded them for younger ones. The scene shifts on the lower half of Jong Tak's face as he lowers his head, muttering that he made mistakes when he was drunk. He begs for another chance. He insists that no one in the cult has ever been imprisoned for mistreating their servants. The hero studies him coldly and says it seems he's done his research. After a brief pause, he admits that Jong Tak is right. There's no precedent for sending someone to prison for such crimes. Relieved, Jong Tak lifts his hand and swears by the heavens that it will never happen again. He promises to write a full confession if the hero wishes. But the young man shakes his head. He says there's no need to go that far, and that Jong Tak won't be going to prison. The girls glance at him, startled. Fear and confusion flash across their faces. Jong Tak relaxes slightly, forcing a smile. He starts to thank the hero, saying one day he'll repay his kindness. But he never finishes. The hero's sword flashes through the air. In an instant, Jong Tak's head separates from his body. As the corpse collapses to the floor, the young man says coldly that he won't be going to prison. He'll be going somewhere far worse. The room falls silent. The girls stare at the fallen body in shock. Even Daryong stands frozen, unable to speak. Then the hero turns to the girls and tells them that the man who tormented them is dead, and that no one will ever threaten their families again. From now on, they can live in peace. The girls, still trembling, stare at him with wide eyes. He continues softly, saying that they'll probably never be able to forget what they went through. But from this day on, they'll also remember what happened to the one who caused it. He hopes that memory will eventually overshadow the pain of the past. The hero's voice cuts through the silence. Remember that face. Remember it for the rest of your lives. The young man looks down, thinking quietly that this is all he can do for them. The girls stand frozen in shock. After a long silence, one of them lowers her head and thanks him, thanking him for helping them take their revenge. Then, the silence breaks. The girls begin to sob uncontrollably, their cries echoing through the blood-soaked room. One of them lifts her face, tears streaming down, and thanks him once more, this time with all the sincerity in her voice. The hero watches them, his eyes heavy with sorrow. Daryong lowers his gaze. Closing his eyes, the young man says softly that they shouldn't thank him. He only punished the monster because they had the courage to speak the truth. Blood covers the floor beneath their feet. He tells them that he hopes they'll keep that same courage for the rest of their lives. The girls bow deeply before him, promising that they will try. Daryong leads them out, their quiet sobs fading into the corridor. Left alone, the hero looks up toward the ceiling, his expression pensive. Inwardly, he speaks to his father. If we can't even protect children like them, if we justify it by saying only the strong survive, then our cult will never withstand the enemies waiting beyond our gates. He lowers his eyes again, sadness flickering across his face. People like that man, he thinks, shouldn't be allowed to exist. The door opens. Leon steps inside, calling his name for the first time. Geometry Muguk. Her voice trembles slightly as she looks at the headless corpse on the floor. She stammers that the man he killed was a member of the Northern Heaven Sword clan. The Flower Sword Supreme will never overlook this. She asks if he's afraid. The hero meets her gaze. Of course I'm afraid, he answers, but only that I might die before I can rid this world of filth like him. Leon hesitates, then says that ever since Muguk became the head of the Nirvana Pavilion, Their cult has been changing, improving. If things continue this way, she believes they'll soon have more good people than even the Murm Alliance. But the young man only closes his eyes. Not raping children, he says quietly, isn't goodness. It's just the bare minimum of being human. Leon looks at him in stunned silence. Standing tall, with Leon behind him, Myuguk orders Daryong to immediately notify the Sword Supreme. There was an issue during the investigation, and he must meet her to explain everything personally. The scene shifts. A settlement belonging to the Northern Heaven Sword Clan stretches before us. Bamboo sways in the wind. Myuguk and Daryong walk side by side through the forest path leading to a large building. A voice announces the arrival of the head of the Nirvana Pavilion. They stop at the base of a small staircase. A figure stands above, a slender leg visible beneath the hem of a long robe. A woman with flowing dark hair turns slightly toward them. A soft, melodic voice greets the hero. The announcement echoes through the hall. The Flower Sword Supreme, So Yun Rang. Yun Rang glances at the young man over her shoulder, her gaze calm yet sharp. The hero studies her silently. She looks barely 20, he thinks, but in truth, she's at least twice that age. He recalls an old saying within the cult. The world may change 1,000 times, but the Flower Sword Supreme never will. Her face comes into full view, elegant, timeless, untouched by age. If anything, he thinks she looks younger every year. Myuguk folds his hands before his face, bowing slightly. He says it's been a long time since he last had the honor of speaking with her. Yun Rang steps toward him, her movements calm and deliberate. Her voice is soft, but carries weight as she says she's not used to being called madam. He may simply call her Sword Supreme. The young man hesitates, replying that it's difficult for him to do so, given the difference in their ages. Yun Rang studies him for a moment, her eyes thoughtful. Then she asks if the respect he shows her comes only from that age difference. She adds that age, in truth, means nothing. Respect should be given only to those who earn it, no matter how young or old they are. Myuguk meets her gaze in silence. They stand facing one another, the air between them calm, but heavy with mutual awareness. Finally, he nods and says that he'll address her as she wishes, and in return, he hopes she will also set aside formalities when speaking to him. A faint smile touches Yun Rang's lips. She agrees. Myuguk glances to his right, where Daryong stands with his hands clasped respectfully. The hero explains that Daryong is a special investigator, brought along to clarify the details of the recent case. Daryong introduces himself politely. Yun Rang closes her eyes and raises a hand slightly, saying there's no need for formalities. If the Nirvana Pavilion has ruled that a crime was committed, then that judgment is final. Looking directly at the hero, she adds that the man's execution was justified, the rapist deserved to die, and her sect has no objection. Myuguk's expression remains composed, but his gaze lingers on her. Behind him, Daryong and Myuguk exchange a glance. A moment later, the investigator quietly takes his leave. Yun Rang turns back to the young man with a smile. She says that, thanks to the Nirvana Pavilion's efforts, a new wind of change is sweeping through the cult, and that it's a wonderful thing to witness. Myuguk closes his eyes, replying humbly that such change is only possible because the Flower Sword Supreme herself stands as one of the cult's pillars. Yun Rang chuckles softly and closes her eyes again. She tells him there's no need to flatter an old woman like her. The young man responds earnestly, telling her not to say that. She looks no older than her 20s. Raising her right hand lightly, Yun Rang calls it a lie. She says she left the world of politics long ago, choosing instead to devote herself entirely to the path of martial arts. Myuguk studies her carefully, lost in thought. The Flower Sword Supreme in my previous life was nothing like this, he thinks. Blood trickles down the stone steps in his memory. Yun Rang's mind drifts back to the day when Mugi killed his father. After his death, chaos erupted. The supreme demons and martial artists turned on one another, all vying to seize control of the cult. The scene shifts, a battlefield drenched in blood. Corpses lie scattered around Yun Rang as she stands amidst the slaughter, her blade dripping red. Myuguk remembers clearly. The Flower Sword Supreme eventually rose to lead the cult after his father's death. Her face, splattered with blood, lingers in his mind. That era, he thinks, the time when she ruled the cult was soaked in crimson. Perhaps, the young man thinks, things might have turned out differently if the Flower Sword Supreme had been more skilled in politics. But history wasn't kind. She was killed after only 3 years by the very man who would later take control of the cult. Myuguk speaks aloud, saying that, to be honest, the recent incident involving the assault put him in a rather difficult position. Yunrang blinks in surprise. A difficult position? She asks. Myuguk nods. You've probably heard, he says, that I've been in conflict with the Southern Blade House lately. We see his back as he speaks, his tone calm, his words deliberate. Inwardly, he admits he mentioned the Southern Blade House on purpose. That faction belongs to Blood Heaven's Bladesman, and everyone knows the tension between him and Flower Sword Supreme runs deeper than any other rivalry among the 8 Supreme Demons. Their disciples can't even stand one another. Constant clashes erupt wherever they meet. Turning back to Yunrang, Myuguk says evenly, Blood Heaven's Bladesman has pressured me for a long time. And now, it seems I've come into conflict with your faction as well. Yunrang's lips curl slightly. He and I, she says, are complete opposites. The young man nods. You're absolutely right. She studies him for a moment before asking, speaking of him, I've heard that Cheonpa recommended someone from the Southern Blade House, a man named Jang Ho, for the position of commander of the demonic army. What's happening with that? Myuguk glances at her, replying calmly. Jang Ho is a remarkable man, loyal, capable, and, to be honest, one of my subordinates. Yunrang's eyes narrow slightly. Then tell me, she says, how did you manage to make Blood Heaven's Bladesman recommend one of your people? Outside, Daryong and one of Yunrang's disciples stand waiting, listening faintly through the papered doors. Myuguk answers with a faint smile. I press his pride, he says. I told him to act for the sake of the cult, not for himself. That as one of the supreme demons, he had a duty to rise above selfishness. Yunrang lowers her gaze, shaking her head slightly. That old man, she says quietly, would never fall for such reasoning. The hero meets her eyes. He didn't agree because of my argument, he admits. He agreed because he didn't want to lose to me. Yunrang looks up, faintly surprised. Myuguk continues, saying that Cheonpa has always claimed to care about the cult's interests more than any other supreme demon. She remains silent, her expression unreadable, as he adds, and yet, even with his recommendation, it wasn't enough. Jang Ho still couldn't become the commander. His hand rests lightly near the hilt of his sword as he continues. My father's senior advisor offered a possible solution, though it's not an easy one. Yunrang tilts her head slightly. What kind of solution? Myuguk answers, his gaze steady. According to advisor Sima, Jang Ho could be appointed commander if another supreme demon supported his candidacy. But there's a problem. No one wants to do it. Yunrang studies him carefully, her tone calm, but curious. And why? She asks. Do you think that is? Myuguk looks at her, startled. From behind him, we see the back of his head as he asks quietly. Sword Supreme, could you repeat that? Yunrang remains composed, as if nothing unusual has been said. Her calm voice cuts through the silence. Why do you assume Blood Heaven's Bladesman is the only one who thinks about the cult's interests? Myuguk straightens. His tone hardens. I never said that. The scene shifts on the lower half of Yunrang's face. Her lips curve faintly as she continues. You came here today to test my pride and to ask for my recommendation for this Jang Ho. Her blue eyes lock onto his. The young man thinks silently, realizing she saw through everything from the very beginning. There's no point pretending anymore. It's time to be honest. The shot shifts upward, the ceiling visible above Myuguk's head as his thoughts echo in the background. When deception and truth intertwine so tightly that they become indistinguishable, that's when achieving a desired outcome feels most satisfying. He looks at Yunrang and asks softly, So, you noticed everything right away? Yunrang lowers her gaze without replying. Myuguk can sense her hesitation, and he understands it. Blood Heaven's Bladesman is infamous for his lack of principles. He once betrayed his own brother without a second thought. So why now, of all times, would such a man side with him? The two stand facing each other. Her earrings catch the light, delicate yet regal. Her eyes are tinged with sadness as she finally speaks. Now I see why the cult leader made you the head of the Nirvana Pavilion. Myuguk blinks, surprised. What do you mean? Yunrang steps closer, her movements slow and deliberate until she's standing right before him, close enough that their faces nearly touch. Her voice softens. You have a gift, she says. A rare one, the ability to touch people's hearts. Then, with a small, knowing smile, she adds, I will give my recommendation to Jang Ho. Muguk's eyes widen slightly. You will. She turns her head, glancing back over her shoulder at him. Yes, I want to make it clear that Blood Heaven's Blades man is not the only one who cares for the cult's future. Muguk clasps his hands before his face and bows deeply. I will never forget this favor, Sword Supreme. Daryong appears quietly beside him, observing the exchange. Inwardly, Muguk reflects on her decision, that he had anticipated this outcome all along. He knew Yun Rang would agree because she understands the larger picture, that he might one day become the leader of the cult, and she cannot allow Blood Heaven's Blades man, having already secured a connection with him, to monopolize that influence. But as he lifts his gaze, a trace of melancholy crosses his face. Even if it were something as worthless as horse manure lying on the ground, he thinks Yun Rang would still do everything in her power to keep it from Cheon Pa. The young man finally understands. This woman holds nothing but hatred for the men of Blood Heaven's Blades. Yun Rang glances down at the fallen enemy. His mind drifts back to the past, the first person he ever killed. Back then, the man who led the cult was also from Blood Heaven's Blades. Behind the towering pagoda, trees sway quietly in the wind. A voice breaks the silence, surprised that the cult leader's second son actually managed to sway the Flower Sword Supreme. The heavenly demon closes his eyes. He must have taken advantage of the rift between the two supreme demons, he says calmly. He asks, who is this Jang Ho? Can he really be trusted to command the demon army? Sima lowers his gaze. He's remarkable, master, but politics isn't his strength. He's a warrior, nothing more. He forward. Even so, Lord Muguk's decision to promote him was a wise one. Seated upon his throne, the heavenly demon's voice echoes through the hall. I doubt Muguk truly understood Jang Ho's worth. His choice was likely driven by emotion. Sima responds softly. Emotion can be both strength and weakness. The heavenly demon's eyes narrow. No, emotion is weakness. Nothing more. The senior advisor bows slightly. Then, my lord, shall we confirm his appointment as commander? After a long pause, the cult leader's tone turns firm. Two supreme demons have spoken in his favor. I cannot reject both without wounding their pride. He raises his head. Jang Ho is hereby appointed commander of the demon army. Sima bows deeply, hands clasped before his face. Your order will be carried out. High above, clouds drift over the hero's head. Someone beside him murmurs, I don't know how to repay your kindness. Jang Ho stands silently, eyes lowered. Muguk watches him, resting his hands on the railing before looking into the distance. From what I know, he says quietly, you won't be able to repay it. Jang Ho lifts his head, stunned. What do you mean by that? The young man's voice remains calm. I made you commander of the demon army for two reasons. First, because no one else fits the role better. I did it for the sake of the cult. Nothing more. Jang Ho says nothing. His silence fills the air. He finally mutters, I don't deserve such praise. Muguk smiles faintly. And second, because I want the demon army to become my strength. He turns toward Jang Ho, lowering his hands from the railing. Tell me, don't you think those two reasons contradict each other? The young man says nothing. He finally speaks, saying that maintaining a personal relationship with Jang Ho will be difficult, for the man is far too incorruptible. The newly appointed commander of the demon army looks at him, surprised. Muguk continues, warning him plainly. I'll tell you now, I'll never use personal ties to make you obey my will. Jang Ho's expression hardens. Muguk studies him silently as the warrior speaks, voice steady but sharp. If you think I can cut off all emotion for the sake of the organization, you're wrong. Muguk blinks, taken aback. What do you mean? Jang Ho clenches his fists. Do you remember our first meeting? After I killed my comrade, I wrote that anonymous letter. His tone deepens. I was consumed by the desire for revenge. He presses his hand to his chest. Even now, emotions rule me. To me, personal bonds are everything. The young man looks at him, genuinely surprised. Jang Ho bows his head slightly, fist still to his chest. I will serve you with loyalty. No, he corrects himself. I already am. Muguk listens in silence as Jang Ho continues, voice firm. I swear to obey the head of the cult, and if needed, I'll lay down my life for the demon army. The young man stares, eyes widening slightly. Jang Ho declares, my greatest loyalty will always belong to my benefactor. On Muguk's face, a faint smile forming. Jang Ho, you're far better than I imagined. With that smile, Muguk nods. Then it's settled. I'll be counting on you, Commander. Zhang Ho folds his hands in front of him, bowing slightly. It's an honor to serve alongside you. Not far away, Cheon Pa stands with his arms crossed, silent as stone. Muguk turns toward him. You look like a statue, elder. The old man lifts his head, unamused. Are you calling me a fool? Comparing me to a rock? Muguk shakes his head quickly. Of course not. I meant no disrespect. He bows politely. Cheon Pa exhales. So, you actually made Zhang Ho the commander of the demon army. Muguk smiles faintly. I appreciate your acknowledgement. The old man doesn't respond right away, his gaze drifting into the distance. Muguk watches him closely. Strange. I expected him to be furious that the Sword Supreme got involved. But he's calm. The young man's thoughts sharpen. I can't let my guard down yet. Not until I know what he's planning. Finally, the Blood Heaven's Blades man breaks the silence. Tell me, Muguk, how did you manage to persuade the Flower Sword Supreme? Muguk glances at Cheon Pa and says quietly, I'll tell you everything, but promise me you won't get angry. Above them, stars shimmer faintly through the trees. The old man folds his arms and answers in a calm tone. Go on then. I'll listen. Muguk takes a breath. I told Yun Rang that you see yourself as the true supreme demon. It wounded her pride. Cheon Pa hums thoughtfully, eyes narrowing. So that's what happened. He crosses his arms tighter. Then it was you who got played, not her. Yun Rang wouldn't fall for something that cheap. Their eyes meet, sharp, cautious. The Blood Heaven's Blades man adds, I'm almost certain the Sword Supreme deceived you. She'll probably act like your ally now, just to keep her distance later. His gaze hardens. And if that's true, boy, what will you do then? Muguk answers firmly. My priority is still to work with you. Nothing changes that. The two stand face to face, tension thick in the air. Cheon Pa finally speaks again. Even so, the Flower Sword Supreme did help appoint Zhang Ho as commander of the demon army. Muguk doesn't flinch. That's fine. You were the one who helped first. The old man's hand moves, lifting a small, elegant box. Then we'll see, he says slowly, what you'll do when Yun Rang offers you something you can't refuse, something like this. Muguk leans closer, curiosity flickering in his eyes. What is that? Cheon Pa's expression softens. I always keep my word. Muguk's eyes widen as the box opens. Inside, a radiant blue pill gleams under the moonlight. Without looking at him, the old man speaks. This is the heavenly, divine pill. Muguk's breath catches. He can't believe it, that the Blood Heaven's Blades man would part so easily with something this priceless. He takes the box carefully in both hands, still stunned. I thought he'd find every excuse not to give it up. Cheon Pa's voice breaks the silence. This elixir has been with me for many years. It's still here because my body can't handle it. I don't have the strength to take it myself. Muguk stares at him, speechless. You mean, you're really giving this to me? The old man suddenly scowls. If you don't want it, I'll take it back. His sword slams into the ground beside him, the steel vibrating through the dirt. He takes a long drink from his glass, then sets it down carefully. Lowering himself, Cheon Pa rests both hands on his knees and looks up at Muguk, the second son of the cult leader. He pauses, then declares firmly, from this day on, I'll dedicate the rest of my life to you. Muguk stands frozen beside the Blood Heaven's Blades man, still trying to process the weight of those words. He really showed his strongest card without hesitation. Muguk thinks to himself, watching the old man's distant gaze fade into the starlit horizon. Muguk's mind drifts back to his father's cold words. He had called Cheon Pa a man of little worth. The boy clenches his fist. He was wrong, completely wrong. Looking at the old man now, Muguk thinks if he's this devoted, then I need to do everything I can to keep him by my side. Folding his hands in front of his face, he bows slightly. Thank you, Blood Heaven's Blades man, for your trust. As Cheon Pa reaches for his glass to pour another drink, Muguk's voice stops him. I'm going to take the heavenly divine pill right now. Please guard me while I do. Cheon Pa freezes, eyes wide in disbelief. Have you lost your mind? You plan to swallow the elixir right in front of me. Their gazes lock. Neither looks away. Muguk's tone is calm but resolute. Since you're the one who gave me the pill, it's only right that I take it in your presence. The scene shifts on a young man's eyes, sharp and unwavering. Guarding someone during their energy circulation is no small task, he thinks. It's a sign of absolute trust. The old man studies him closely. Do you truly trust me that much? Muguk raises his hand slightly. I trust you as I trust myself. I'll take it now. He smirks faintly. Besides, If you had poisoned it, I'd have no choice but to obey you to get the antidote. Cheonpa tilts his head, intrigued. Then tell me, why are you so sure it isn't poisoned? The first light of dawn spills over the pagodas, painting the horizon gold. Muguk looks up, voice steady. Because you're not the kind of man who'd do something that vile. The old man exhales. You forget, boy. I can be a very treacherous person when I want to be. Muguk nods. There are many kinds of treachery. But I know one thing. You're not the type to break your word. Cheonpa narrows his eyes. And if your instincts are wrong? Muguk kneels on the ground, sitting cross-legged. Then I'll deal with that when this is over. He lifts the glowing blue sphere to his lips. The old man watches in silence. Muguk closes his eyes. Heavenly divine, pill, merge with me. The pill shimmers. Cracks spread across its surface, then a blinding flash. Inside his body, blood cells surge, vessels pulse with light. Muguk's breath quickens. Sweat beads on his face. His body trembles as a brilliant vortex of energy swirls within him. Then stillness. Muguk opens his eyes, calm, focused, radiant. My inner energy, he says softly, has increased many times over. Cheonpa raises an eyebrow. And what did it taste like? Muguk turns toward him, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Sweet, he replies. Like honey. I've never tasted anything so delicious in my life. Blood Heaven's Blades man suddenly clutches his head. He curses, loud, raw, furious, shouting that he should have swallowed the heavenly divine pill long ago. Muguk rises to his feet. Don't be upset, Elder, he says calmly. The pill will make me 10 times stronger than it ever could have made you. Blue light flickers from his palms, soft at first, then radiant, humming with power. He can feel it, the surge of pure energy coursing through every vein. Now he thinks, I won't lose to anyone because of lack of strength. Cheonpa's gaze sharpens, locked onto the young man's face. His voice trembles with disbelief. Who the hell are you? Muguk tilts his head upward, eyes distant, thoughtful. The old man's tone deepens, almost reverent. What kind of person could touch my heart? Enough to make me surrender the heavenly divine pill. His pupils shrink as he catches it, the whirl of energy glowing in the young man's eyes. Blue light dances between them. Muguk clenches his fists, standing tall. I'm the one who'll guide you, he says firmly, if you live long enough to follow. The old man studies him in silence, his own body surrounded by faint streams of blue energy that mirror the boy's. Slowly, he reaches beneath his cloak. We see the lower half of Muguk's face as his voice cuts through the tension. Tell me, Elder, what is your ultimate goal? Cheonpa folds his arms across his chest, frowning. My ultimate goal? He echoes, uncertain. His eyes drift to the side, then up to the stars glimmering above the pagoda. A faint smile tugs at his lips. I'm old now. There's not much left that I want. I just wish to live the way I used to. Muguk chuckles quietly. For a man like you, Elder, isn't there too much fire in your heart to live a quiet life? Cheonpa raises a brow. What makes you think that? When you tried to pressure me, Muguk says, your energy flared like a young warrior's. I could feel the flames burning inside you. The old man stares, caught off guard. They stand side by side near a massive boulder, silence stretching between them. Finally, Cheonpa lowers his gaze. I'm glad to hear that, he murmurs. I've been thinking I'd grown too old, too soft. Muguk looks at him quietly, eyes reflecting both understanding and a strange sadness. He can feel it, what this man carries inside. The weight of years, the fading of passion. I've lived that life before, Muguk thinks. No matter how strong the will, time devours everything. He turns his head away, reaching for the glass beside him. Without a word, he picks up the bottle and offers it to the old man. Elder, he says softly, pour me a drink. Cheonpa freezes, eyes wide in disbelief. Then, with a tired chuckle, he folds his arms. Looks like I've lost the bet after all. Muguk smiles faintly. No, Elder, the moment you gave me the heavenly divine pill, I was the one who won the biggest bet. He glances toward the bottle beside them. And now, I'll drink the cup you offered me. Cheonpa's eyes widen again, clearly taken aback. The young man meets his gaze, steady, determined. I don't know if it's possible, he thinks, but I'll make this man mine. The old man picks up the bottle, pouring the drink into a small glass. Their eyes remain locked, unblinking, testing one another's resolve. Muguk lifts the glass, then downs it in one smooth motion. Shion Pa watches quietly until the corners of his lips begin to rise. From now on, he says, "Let's work together." Myuguk wipes his lips with the back of his hand, smiling. "Gladly. You can even use those dirty tricks you're so fond of." The old man's smile vanishes in an instant. His jaw tightens. "What did you just say?" he growls. Myuguk meets his glare, calm, unshaken. Shion Pa grits his teeth, then bursts into roaring laughter. The sound echoes across the clearing. Myuguk raises his empty glass. Another. The old man smirks. With pleasure, he pours again, the liquid catching the faint light between them. Myuguk squints, smiling as he studies the old man. He's laughing freely now. He thinks, but his heart is still closed. There's more to him than he lets on. He drinks again, feeling the burn slide down his throat. This man, you can't understand him by peeking through the cracks of his heart. He's deeper than that. Across from him, Shion Pa lifts the bottle and drinks straight from it. Myuguk's thoughts harden. Whether he ever opens his soul to me will depend on what happens between us from here on out. He hands a glass back to the old man and looks him directly in the eyes. Shion Pa grins wide, flashing sharp teeth, full of life. Myuguk's gaze lingers. I'll either burn this man to ashes or pierce him with my sword. Or maybe we'll stay allies until the day we die. A flicker of sadness crosses the boy's face. They lock eyes once more. Two warriors who understand each other too well, and not at all. This day, Myuguk thinks will decide everything. The scene shifts. The tip of a blade gleams in the sunlight. Myuguk is training relentlessly, the ground cracking beneath each strike. Blue energy streams surge behind his back, wrapping him in power. My internal energy has multiplied. My attacks are faster, stronger. The air ripples, lined with thin white threads of energy. He strikes again. A shock wave splits the earth. Now, he realizes I can stand toe-to-toe with the supreme demons. A flash of light streaks across his face. His foot slams into the ground, solid, unyielding. The training continues, his power now unstoppable. The young man thinks this still isn't enough. He must accumulate even more internal energy. A voice informs him that his internal energy has increased again. He halts. The heavenly demon enters through the door. Myuguk states that he received the heavenly divine pill from Blood Heaven's Bladesman. The father studies his son in silence. A lantern stands beside Myuguk as he asks why his parents are not surprised that he swallowed the pill. The man replies that the boy had told him he wanted something from the old man, and he immediately realized what it was. They stand opposite each other. Myuguk asks how the heavenly demon could have known. The man answers that long ago he was the one who gave the old man that elixir. Myuguk recalls the line Blood Heaven's Bladesman drew before him not long ago and recognizes that the old man was truthful about his special relationship with the head of the cult. The heavenly demon asks what Myuguk offered in return in the dispute with Shion Pa. The boy answers that he offered himself. The man closes his eyes and says that Blood Heaven's Bladesman appears to have made a poor bargain. Myuguk replies that he has only begun and plans to rob all the other great demons. They face each other in silence. Myuguk finds it strange because in the past the heavenly demon would have dismissed such talk. He asks why the heavenly demon remained silent when he announced his plan to rob the great demons. The man answers that he believes the boy might actually be capable of doing it. Myuguk notes that his father seems to have finally recognized his value. The heavenly demon turns and tells the boy to continue his training. Myuguk thanks his father for appointing Jang Ho as commander of the demon army. The heavenly demon responds that it was not because of his son, but because Jang Ho was recommended by two supreme demons. Myuguk says his father should be happier, that it would be better for the people around him and for the cult as a whole. The heavenly demon turns to the boy and starts to speak, but Myuguk interrupts and finishes the sentence himself, that such useless emotion will lead to death. The heavenly demon remarks that it is good the boy understands this. Holding the door open, the heavenly demon says flatly, "If you truly plan to walk this path, then forget about such trivial things as happiness." Myuguk's voice rises sharply. "No, I won't forget. I want to be happy, even on this path." The door closes with a heavy thud. We see the lower half of the boy's face, his expression calm but resolved. "I'll make it happen," he thinks, "no matter what it takes." The scene shifts. A sea of flowers stretches across the valley, swaying gently in the wind. A hand reaches out, brushing against the petals. Yun Rang bends down to examine them. They're magnificent, she murmurs. Walking slowly through the field, she adds, there's an old saying, flowers only grow more beautiful with age. But that won't apply to you, not for a very long time. Muguk stands nearby, hands at his sides. He thinks of his past life, how much harder this moment would be if he had lived longer then. In his hand, he holds a bottle. Thank you, he says sincerely, for all your help. I brought you something to drink. Yunrang lowers her gaze to the flowers. It's a kind gesture, she says softly, but I haven't had a drink in a long time. I see. I'm sorry, Muguk replies. But inside, he admits the truth. I knew she didn't drink. That's exactly why I brought it. I wanted her to think I didn't know. They stand in silence, surrounded by the endless field of blooms. Mending a relationship takes time, Muguk thinks. You can only move forward one small step at a time. He looks down. Still, he says, I should express my gratitude. Tell me, what is it you want from me, Lady Yunrang? She straightens among the flowers. If you truly wish to repay me, she says calmly, then cut all ties with Blood Heaven's Bladesman. Muguk's eyes narrow slightly. So this is what the old man warned me about. He asks, may I at least know why? Yunrang lifts her head, white clouds drifting above the treetops behind her. Because his ideals are the opposite of yours, she says. You seek order, discipline, and law within the cult. But Blood Heaven's Bladesman despises such restraints more than anyone alive. Muguk listens in silence, his thoughts running deep. After a long pause, he finally says, I can't do that. Yunrang turns, surprise flickering across her face. You can't. Muguk looks at her, his tone steady but sad. He gave me something priceless. He doesn't say what it was, but he knows she understands. His gaze drifts away, calm yet determined. One day, he thinks, both Blood Heaven's Bladesman and Flower Sword Supreme will stand by my side, as true allies. Yunrang looks at him sadly. Tell me then, she asks quietly, what did Cheon-pa give you? Surrounded by a sea of flowers, the young man says quietly, it's a very personal gift, so it's hard for me to name it. Yunrang turns to him. I thought we were close enough for you to share something like that. Muguk meets her gaze in silence. Behind him, the bamboo forest sways softly in the wind. Finally, he nods. Since you've helped me so much, I'll tell you. The old man gave me the heavenly divine pill. Yunrang's eyes widened. What did you say? She stares in disbelief. Cheon-pa actually gave you that pill? Impossible. That greedy old man would never part with something so precious. Muguk smiles faintly. It seems he decided that I was worth more to him than the pill itself. The woman says nothing, only watching him carefully. Muguk bows his head slightly. Once again, thank you for your help. If you ever need anything from me, don't hesitate to ask. He straightens, preparing to take his leave. But Yunrang's voice stops him. Wait. He turns back. She looks at him, her tone softened now. What kind of person does Blood Heaven's Bladesman seem to you? Muguk pauses, considering. He's hot-tempered, he says. Aggressive. Does whatever he pleases. At first, I didn't like him at all, but the more I got to know him, the more I respect him. Yunrang narrows her eyes. Are you sure that isn't because he gave you the heavenly divine pill? Muguk closes his eyes. I won't deny it. Yunrang exhales, her voice calm but firm. Even so, Blood Heaven's Bladesman is not someone you should be associating with. If you want my continued support, cut all ties with him. Muguk looks at her, his tone turning sharp. Then you'll have to prove it to me. Her eyes narrow. Prove what? They face each other across the field of flowers. Prove that you can help me more than he can, Muguk says. The flowers stretch endlessly behind them, petals stirring in the wind. Cheon-pa gave me the heavenly divine pill. Muguk continues. If I'm to sever that bond, I need a reason stronger than that gift. Yunrang frowns. Wouldn't it be enough that I'll be invaluable to your goal of rebuilding the cult? Muguk lowers his gaze. People who manipulate others always talk about dreams, ideals, and loyalty, he says evenly. I despise all of it. A faint hum fills the air. Streams of energy rise around Yunrang as the flowers around her turn white. Muguk stands firm, his eyes unwavering. I don't know what you think of me right now, he says, but I'm preparing for something far greater than any of this. White streams of energy rise and swirl around Muguk's head. He looks at Yunrang and says calmly, from now on, I'll meet many people, and I can't promise every decision I make will be the right one. He steps forward. So show me something that'll convince me I'm choosing the right path. Yunrang frowns. Muguk raises his hand toward her. Give me something, he says quietly, something worth more than the heavenly divine pill. The woman remains silent, eyes fixed on him. Inside, Muguk thinks to himself, I need Blood Heaven's Blades man as an ally, no matter what she says. White light ripples across the field as energy flows from Yun Rang, spreading through the flowers around her. Her eyes dim slightly with sadness. What is it you need, Muguk? She asks. He clenches his hand into a fist. Honestly, he says, I don't need anything right now. Yun Rang's gaze lingers on him. Muguk holds his fist close to his face, thinking, she'll take this to mean I already have Blood Heaven's Blades man and don't need anyone else. Lowering his head, he adds softly, it's time I go. But I won't forget the help you gave me, Yun Rang. He turns and walks away, a faint smile crossing his face. Yun Rang stands among the glowing white flowers, watching him leave. Since I said I don't need anything, Muguk thinks she'll keep thinking about today and what she needs to do next. Stars glimmer above the pagoda as the scene shifts. Muguk and Cheonpa sit together. The old man perches on a boulder, grinning. So, he asks, what did that old fox say? Muguk replies evenly, she told me to cut off all ties with you. Cheonpa snorts. Exactly what I warned you about. And what reason did she give? She said our ideals are too different, Muguk answers. That you're too free-spirited to work within strict boundaries. The old man scoffs. Nonsense. He looks at Muguk. So what are you going to do now? Muguk smiles faintly. I'll work with whoever offers me the better deal. Cheonpa raises an eyebrow. Oh, is that so? Muguk gazes slightly upward. I'll weigh all the options. I'm sure you'd do the same, wouldn't you? The old man frowns, then slowly smiles. Muguk meets his eyes. Right now, you're leading this race. I doubt Flower Sword Supreme has anything to offer that can top the heavenly divine pill. Cheonpa crosses his arms. Don't underestimate her. Yun Rang will do everything in her power to destroy me. Muguk's expression sharpens with curiosity. Why, he asks. What happened between you two? Cheonpa looks off into the distance, lost in thought. He says nothing. The night wind stirs, carrying silence between them. Muguk looks at Cheonpa, his thoughts steady. I already know the answer to the question I just asked, he thinks. Blood Heaven's Blades man exhales through his nose. There's no need for a special reason to hate someone, he says simply. Muguk raises his hand. Then let's have a drink. Ending on that note would leave a bad taste in my mouth. Cheonpa glances at him. Tell me, boy, what do you think of me as a person? Muguk answers without hesitation. I think you're cool-headed and rational. It's not a bad thing. But if you're sad, you should be sad. If you're in a foul mood, you should talk about it. The old man turns his eyes forward, silent for a moment. Muguk grins. Come on, I'll buy you a drink. We see the lower part of Cheonpa's face. A faint smirk forms. He grips his sword, pulls it from the ground, and leaps into the air. I'll be waiting for you at Demonic Village, he shouts. Muguk watches him soar away, smiling. Lanterns glow warmly beneath the bar ceiling. Several customers sit at tables, whispering nervously and glancing toward the corner where two figures have taken their seats. Cheonpa sits with his arms folded, expression unreadable. Muguk leans back slightly. Honestly, I thought you'd invite me to a brothel instead. The old man snorts. I hate such places. Muguk chuckles. Really? I'm surprised. Your late brother loved them. Cheonpa closes his eyes, his tone low and sharp. Don't mention him. It ruins my mood. Muguk raises a hand in mock surrender. Understood. Inside, he thinks, I said it on purpose, to stir up the wound that still hasn't healed. The tavern owner approaches nervously, bowing. It's an honor to have such distinguished guests here. Muguk smiles warmly. We came because your food and drink are said to be the best. The old man inclines his head. Thank you. The owner retreats quietly. Cheonpa grumbles. You're too friendly for no reason. Friendliness is never unnecessary, Muguk replies. It's always useful. The old man sighs deeply. If you rely too much on emotion, it'll only bring you trouble in the end. The tavern owner reaches the door. Cheonpa gestures toward him. Let's use him as an example. Tell me, which would make the food taste better? A friendly word, or threatening the cook with death if he fails. They lock eyes across the table. In that case, the old man adds, your late brother had the upper hand over you. Muguk raises his hand slightly, smiling. Sure, life's easier when you keep a cool head, but that's not the way I plan to live. Cheonpa studies him. Then tell me, what's bothering you, boy? The boy lets out a faint smile. Glancing at the old man, he says softly that he believes food always tastes better when the one cooking it is happy, free from fear, not trembling while preparing it. The man known as Bloodheaven's Blades watches him in silence. Then, lowering his gaze, he warns that someday, someone will surely try to take advantage of that kindness, asking for something outrageous. And when the boy refuses, that same person will go around saying he was betrayed by an unworthy man. Looking up again, Gampa adds that this, too, is simply human nature. Muguk closes his eyes for a moment, replying that the opposite can also be true. The one who receives kindness might one day return it tenfold, or even save a life in return. Meeting the old man's eyes, he says quietly that such actions are also part of what makes us human. Bloodheaven's Blades man studies him for a long while before speaking. In time, he says, "You'll see it all for yourself." Muguk gives a faint smile and replies that, from what he's seen, the old man might be even more sentimental than he lets on. On the table before them, the meal is ready. They begin to eat in silence. Raising a cup to his lips, Giant Palm mutters that Muguk is blind. He understands nothing about people. Muguk also takes a drink, thinking that perhaps, this time, the old man's words strike closer to the truth than usual. The Bloodheaven's Blades man drinks as well. The young man studies him quietly, realizing that in every situation he's seen him before, the old man had always seemed distant and controlled. But tonight, he speaks with genuine feeling. Muguk can't help but notice how uncharacteristic that is. The two sit across the table. Setting his cup down, Muguk says that since the topic has come up, perhaps it's time he starts managing the Bloodheaven's Blades disciples himself. Otherwise, they'll keep clashing with the Nirvana Pavilion. Cheonpa's jaw tightens. "You're getting arrogant," he growls. Muguk's tone remains calm. "No, you're the one being arrogant." The old man's eyes widened in fury. "What did you just say, you brat?" he shouts. Muguk leans forward slightly, his voice cold. You look down on both the cult and its leader. The nearby patrons freeze, glancing at them in terror. The old man glares. "I am who I am," he snaps. "And I'll never change that." Muguk's expression hardens. "So you think no one cares what your disciples do?" With a thunderous crack, the table between them explodes into splinters. Gampa stares at Muguk, rage burning in his eyes. Muguk meets his gaze without flinching. Shattered dishes scatter through the air, and the shop owner recoils in horror. All around, customers leap from their seats, panic spreading through the room. Bloodheaven's Blade man explodes, shouting that the boy has crossed the line and he'll beat him to death. He spins toward the shop owner and asks what he's staring at. Cheonpa orders at once for food and drink to be brought. The boy tells the old man this is a moment to act according to the situation. Bloodheaven's Blades man pauses, a little surprised. He sets a stack of coins on the table and, addressing the owner, apologizes. The money is for the pilgrim he caused trouble for. He promises to cover any other losses. The owner shrugs and says it's fine. The young man needn't worry. Muguk presses a coin stack into the owner's hand and says it isn't fine. The owner should take the money and then load the table with food and drink. He insists the table be filled. Cheonpa, still seated, asks if he's really expected to do what the boy just demanded. Muguk replies that even if the old man wants to, he mustn't smash everything around him. Leaning on the armrest, the old man asks if the boy is trying to teach kindness to a great demon. The boy answers that the demon path he's building doesn't include wrecking decent restaurants over a quarrel. Cheonpa opens his mouth and asks what nonsense the boy is talking about. The old man lowers his hand. The boy stands beside the table and orders Bloodheaven's Blades man to stop yelling and to come sit. The old man folds his arms and calls the young man an impediment, saying he must have lost his mind. Muguk reacts. The old man then warns that if Muguk betrays him, the young man finishes the old man's sentence. He will kill him. The owner almost drops his tray and flees. The boy turns to Cheonpa and asks if that's what he meant. Bloodheaven's Blades man confirms the boy isn't wrong. He glances to his right in displeasure. The boy says then that he must swear allegiance, and he must do it sincerely. He raises his hand. The lower half of his face is visible as he states plainly, if he swears allegiance and then betrays him, the boy will drive his sword into his heart. Muguk places a hand over his chest. Bloodheaven's Blades man watches in silence. He pours a drink and tells the boy to take it. Cheonpa looks at the filled cup. Muguk pours one for himself. The old man keeps his gaze fixed on the young man. The boy meets his stare. He holds the glass out before him. Cheonpa's gaze lingers on the boy for a long moment before he finally reaches out and takes it. Muguk raises his own glass, bringing the drink to his lips. As the liquid burns down his throat, he thinks quietly that the supreme demon has already accepted his oath, even without a toast. The moon glows brightly above the garden, silver light spilling over Yun Rang as she stands among the flowers. She tilts her head upward, lost in thought. Someone approaches and informs her that the clan leader's second son is drinking with Blood Heaven's Bladesman. Standing behind the Flower Sword Supreme, a young servant with half his face hidden by his hair mutters that the man is unpleasant and that a lady should always keep her guard up around him. Yun Rang turns slightly and replies that there's nothing ruder than speaking ill of someone behind their back. The servant bows his head. I'll remember that. Their faces are caught in the moonlight. The Flower Sword Supreme murmurs that Muguk has changed completely. He's nothing like the man she once knew. The young attendant shrugs it off, saying it's probably nothing more than a storm in a teacup. Yun Rang glances at the cup in her hand and asks quietly, "Then what if all of Murim fits inside this glass?" The servant blinks in confusion. Lowering her gaze, Yun Rang continues, "If the old man gave him the heavenly divine pill, it means he's wagering everything on that boy, that he sees him as the cult leader's potential successor." The servant hesitates, then asks if she, too, sees that possibility. Yun Rang says nothing. Clouds drift slowly above the quiet garden. The woman's thoughts grow heavy. Muguk has shown a new side of himself, but not enough to earn something as precious as the heavenly divine pill. Still, she can't help but feel uneasy. Maybe Blood Heaven's Bladesman noticed something she didn't. Annoyed by the thought, Yun Rang lifts her eyes toward the sky, wondering what exactly the old man saw in the guy. Behind her, the servant bows deeply and softly suggests that she rest for the night. He mentions he's arranged for a new attendant. Without a word, the Flower Sword Supreme walks toward the pagoda, its windows glowing faintly in the night. The servant stays behind, staring down sadly. Meanwhile, Muguk enters a vast hall, his father's private training chamber. He pauses, taking all in. The air feels different here, heavier. At the center lies a massive stone slab with a deep hollow in its middle. His eyes widen as realization hits. It's 10,000-year-old cold iron. He notices strange markings etched across its surface. Reaching out to touch it, he whispers in awe, asking if treating such a masterpiece this way isn't an insult to its craftsmanship. From behind him, the heavenly demon's voice cuts through the silence, commanding him to stop talking nonsense. The heavenly demon steps forward and orders his son to demonstrate the 4 strides of the wind god. Muguk straightens, nodding once. Understood. He takes a breath, and in the next instant, his body rises lightly into the air. The heavenly demon watches closely, eyes sharp as his son begins to move. The boy moves gracefully across the floor, his steps sharp yet fluid. He shifts from one stance to another, forming intricate patterns in the air. As he moves, he thinks to himself, the 4 strides of the wind god, 4 foundational steps, yet over 900 variations. Its power depends entirely on how one interprets and applies it. He lands lightly, his feet steady. Lowering his gaze, Muguk glances up at his father, searching his expression for any sign of disapproval. Did he make a mistake somewhere? The heavenly demon watches him in silence before finally speaking. Have you really mastered it to such a degree? Muguk pauses, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. He senses his father's acknowledgement, perhaps a rare moment of quiet approval. They begin discussing martial arts in depth, their voices filling the vast hall. Later, Muguk leaps once more, moving with newfound confidence. He realizes his father not only shared his insights, but also listened, truly listened, to his counterpoints. Now they sit across from each other on the wooden floor. What surprises Muguk most is that the clan head actually accepted his reasoning. The heavenly demon closes his eyes briefly, then opens them again. You're right, he admits. Putting more weight on the right leg is the proper interpretation. Muguk can't help but smile faintly. It's almost unreal. His father, the unyielding heavenly demon, speaking so calmly and rationally about technique. Then, the man says quietly, "Close your eyes. I'll tell you what I've discovered." Muguk obeys. Their faces are calm, yet the air feels charged. In his mind, Muguk sees himself walking across the surface of a lake, then sinking beneath it, then rising once again to stand atop the water. He realizes that after speaking with his father, He's taken the 4 strides of the wind god to an entirely new level. Pressing his hands together before his face, he bows. Thank you for your guidance. His voice grows quiet. For what you've done for me, I'll repay it someday. Inside, a darker thought flickers. He will repay it by killing Wamugi. The heavenly demon studies his son for a long moment, then sighs. Resting his hand on his knee, he says, enough of that nonsense. You should eat before you leave. Muguk blinks, taken aback. Lunch. His father raises an eyebrow. What's so strange about that? The boy hesitates, still surprised. It's just you've never invited me to eat together before. The heavenly demon looks at him, then turns away. No reason to be surprised, he says, his tone distant but softer than before. Soon after, a table is set with an array of exquisite dishes. If it's not enough, the clan head remarks, we'll have them bring more. Muguk nods. I understand. They sit across from each other, a quiet tension in the air. Neither speaks, yet both can feel the unspoken weight between father and son as they share their first meal together. Muguk notes that his father likely thinks he's odd because he speaks less than before. An ornate lantern hangs over the table. Muguk recalls that in a past life, he never imagined they'd share a meal. From behind him, we see the back of his head as he lifts his chopsticks. He realizes now that he always wanted to eat with this man. He brings a piece of food to his mouth. The heavenly demon asks if the food is to his liking. Muguk answers and then asks if the heavenly demon would ever consider swapping cooks with him. The heavenly demon replies with a sigh that it will never happen and sets his chopsticks down. A grand chandelier hangs from the ceiling. The heavenly demon asks why Muguk came today. Muguk says he has a request. The heavenly demon asks for details. Muguk states that he wants to bring another person into the family. The heavenly demon, taken aback, asks if Muguk means marriage. Muguk closes his eyes and clarifies that he does not mean marriage. He wants to teach the soaring sword art to his bodyguard, Leon. Muguk explains that Leon should learn the soaring sword to match her role as head of the Phantom Shadow Corps. The problem, he notes, is that the soaring sword can be taught only to the heavenly demon's bloodline. The heavenly demon finds it strange that Muguk treats his own brother poorly, yet seeks to raise his bodyguard to the level of a blood heir. Muguk counters that Leon is more important to him than some relatives and that she will one day perform unprecedented feats. The heavenly demon points out that the soaring sword is his son's exclusive art. Muguk offers that he will take the 9 calamities demonic art instead, an art reserved for the cult heir. The heavenly demon considers and then, if Muguk is so sure of his skills and judgment, gives his consent. Muguk reacts in disbelief that the answer came so easily. The heavenly demon then sets one condition. Muguk asks what the condition is. The heavenly demon states that next time Muguk decides to kill a supreme demon, he must consult his father first, no matter which demon it is. Muguk promises to honor that request. The young man stands with his hands clasped behind his back. A voice breaks the silence, asking if he was the one who summoned her. Leon stands a few steps behind him. Muguk turns his head slightly toward her. Leader of the Phantom Shadow Corps, he says evenly. Leon folds her hands before her face, bowing slightly. I await your command, Master. Muguk studies her quietly for a moment before speaking. From this day on, he declares, I'll be teaching you a new martial art. Her eyes widened. A new martial art? She repeats, unsure if she heard correctly. The soaring sword, Muguk replies. Leon freezes, disbelief written across her face. She clenches her fists. Master, you can't. Only the heavenly demon's bloodline can learn the soaring sword. Muguk raises an eyebrow. Are you finished? She folds her arms, then exhales. I have plenty more to say, but I'll stop there. Even so, she refuses again, insisting that if the heavenly demon discovers this, the consequences will be unimaginable. They face each other in silence. Muguk answers calmly. I already have his permission. Leon blinks. You what? He meets her eyes. You heard me. He agreed. Leon's fingers tighten into fists, her face thoughtful and conflicted. But the soaring sword, it's your art. Why would you give it to me? Muguk replies evenly, because as the head of the Phantom Shadow Corps, you need a technique of that level. You're practically family. The words hit her like a thunderclap. Leon stares at him, speechless. Muguk smiles faintly. I don't understand, she stammers. How can I possibly learn an art that belongs to you? Muguk steps closer, his voice soft but steady. You've always been important to me. Leon trembles, unable to hold back her emotions. No one has ever treated me this kindly, she says through tears. Myuguk places his hands gently on her shoulders. That's because you deserve it. Tears stream down her face as she looks up at him. Myuguk watches her quietly, then reaches for his sword. Leon draws hers as well, lifting the blade before her in salute. Time passes. Myuguk devotes himself to teaching Lee on the duties of the Nirvana Pavilion while continuing his own training. Now, Leon stands before him, her sword raised high above her head. Myuguk sits cross-legged, watching her movements carefully. He thinks to himself that she learned the soaring sword at an astonishing pace, absorbing each lesson as naturally as water soaking into cotton. Her talent was undeniable, her dedication unmatched. Day by day, she advanced with breathtaking speed. Myuguk looks up, startled by the force of his own movement. His strike tears a deep rut into the earth. For a moment, he just stares at it. Then realization dawns. Teaching someone else has helped him understand his own technique in a way he never could before. Across from him, Leon clenches her fists, her face bright with triumph. Myuguk watches her silently, a faint smile forming. In his past life, he never once imagined himself as a teacher. Yet now, guiding someone like her, he feels an unfamiliar but steady sense of fulfillment. He reaches out and gently pats her head. So this is what it feels like, he thinks, to have purpose. The scene shifts to the towering structure of the Nirvana Pavilion. Myuguk stands before his gathered subordinates, smiling. It's been a while since we've all assembled like this, he says. A chorus of voices replies at once. It has, sir. Standing on a small platform, Myuguk looks over the crowd. I like your spirit, he says. I called you all here today to remind you what that fighting spirit feels like, to feed it a little. The members of the pavilion, dressed in yellow robes, exchange puzzled glances. At Myuguk's feet lies a small red box beside Daryong. Open it, Myuguk orders. Daryong lifts the lid, peers inside, and freezes. Sir, what is all this money? Without turning his head, Myuguk says, give everyone here 1 banknote. Daryong hesitates. What? Sir? Myuguk's voice hardens. Do it. Now. Reluctantly, Daryong obeys, passing the notes around. The investigators look down at the crisp bills in disbelief. This, Myuguk says, is a personal gift from me to all of you. Murmurs ripple through the crowd. Myuguk straightens his back. You are receiving this not as payment, but as a promise. From today forward, the Nirvana Pavilion will stand as an organization free from outside influence. The room goes silent. Every face turns toward him. With this, he continues, I'm telling you that you will take no bribes. Not from anyone. A stunned quiet fills the courtyard. If any of you ever need money, Myuguk says, folding his hands behind his back, you come directly to me. I'll advance your salary. And if that isn't enough, I'll use my own funds to help. He lets the words hang for a moment, then asks, is that understood? Yes, sir, they reply in unison. Outside, clouds drift above the pavilion's high pagoda. Myuguk nods once. Good, you're dismissed. Later, in the corridor, footsteps echo. Daryong walks beside Myuguk. How did you even know about this? He asks. Myuguk looks ahead. Know about what? Ikho, Daryong says. He needed money for his brother's wedding. He spent everything he had on his parents' treatment, and now has to care for his younger siblings too. Myuguk keeps walking, his pace unchanged. I couldn't have known that, he says calmly. Daryong frowns. Sir, please, don't lie to me. Myuguk's lips curl into a faint smile. In truth, he didn't know. He found out by accident, but sometimes he thinks even accidents happen for a reason. Myuguk had originally planned to give the money only to Ikho, but at the last moment, he changed his mind. Instead, he decided everyone deserved a share. As they walked, Myuguk smiled faintly. Does it really matter whether I knew about Ikho's situation or not? He asked. Daryong placed a hand over his chest. Of course it matters, he said firmly. What you did today will strengthen everyone's loyalty to you and to the pavilion. Myuguk chuckled quietly. Don't be so easily fooled. It was just a small trick to make a good impression. Daryong blinked in surprise. A trick? I don't understand. You could have earned their loyalty without playing games like that. Myuguk turned his head slightly, eyebrows raised, as if he didn't expect that response. Daryong bowed stiffly, disappointment written on his face, then turned and walked away. Myuguk watched him go, his smile fading. Alone in the corridor, he let out a slow breath. Outside, 2 tall pagodas rose side by side. the headquarters of the Southern Blade. Inside, Blood Heaven's Blades man sat at his desk with his arms crossed. "What are you doing here?" he asked sharply. "Come to arrest me, have you?" Muguk smiled faintly. "Why ask that? Unless, of course, you've done something worth arresting you for." The old man gave a snort. "I've done plenty of things worth that." "Luckily for you," Muguk replied lightly. "I'm not here to arrest anyone today." Cheon Pa's tone turned impatient. "Then why are you here?" Muguk stepped forward, placing an elegant red case on the table. "I brought something for you." The old man eyed the box warily. "What's this? Some kind of trap? Am I going to be poisoned if I open it?" Muguk's expression twitched. "If you know where to buy poison boxes that fancy, tell me. I'll take a few dozen." Cheonpa gawked at him. "Then what's inside? Open it and find out," Muguk said. The old man lifted the lid. Inside was a single bright red pill, gleaming faintly in the light. "That," Muguk said, "is a blood poison pill of the highest quality." Cheonpa's brows furrowed. "I can see that. What I don't see is why you're giving it to me." Muguk smiled. "It's a birthday gift." The old man blinked. "A birthday gift?" "Happy birthday, Blood Heaven's Blades man," Muguk said with a calm grin. The old man stroked his beard, looking down. "Birthday, huh? I can't even remember the last time I celebrated it." Muguk tilted his head. "You forgot your own birthday? It's been a long time," the old man muttered. Then he frowned. "How did you even know when it was?" Muguk smirked. "You seem to forget where I work now. The Nirvana Pavilion keeps records of everything, including how many pairs of underwear you own." The old man froze mid-thought, glancing up with an expression that was part disbelief, part horror. Muguk just smiled wider. "You'd be surprised what we know." The old man leans forward, placing both hands on the table. "Then tell me," he grumbles, "just how many pairs of underwear do I have, huh?" Muguk smiles lightly. "That was an exaggeration," he admits. "But my congratulations are real. I truly wanted to wish you a happy birthday." He bows politely. "If you'll excuse me, I'll take my leave now." Cheonpa raises an eyebrow. "Wait, you came all the way here just to give me this?" Muguk stops at the doorway, glances back over his shoulder, and nods. "That's right. I came only for that. You don't need to worry about anything else." The old man huffs. "And you're just going to walk out after that?" Still smiling, Muguk says, "I'm a busy man, you know. But if you'd like, I'll be at the tavern tonight. We can share a drink then." He turns to leave, adding, "I'll be waiting for the Supreme Demon." Blood Heaven's Blade Man watches as Muguk disappears down the corridor. Left alone, he stares at the red case for a long time, unable to believe someone remembered his birthday. His rough hands linger over it, the faintest glimmer of warmth in his eyes. Above the twin pagodas, reddish clouds drift lazily across the sky. Muguk descends into the courtyard and stops. Sitting on a stone boulder ahead of him is Yun Rang. "Rough day?" she asks lightly. "You must be exhausted. Have a drink before you go home." Muguk's expression shifts as their eyes meet. The Flower Sword Supreme looks back at him steadily. Muguk takes a seat at the low table in front of Yun Rang. "I thought you didn't drink," he says, remembering her words. Yun Rang tilts her head. "It's not for me," she replies. "It's for you." She pours the liquor into a small glass and slides it toward him. Muguk nods once. "Then I'll accept it." "Thank you, Flower Sword Supreme." He takes the glass and drinks it in one motion. Yun Rang blinks in disbelief. "You just drank it? Without even checking if it's poisoned?" Muguk sits calmly on the boulder, resting his elbow on his knee. "I already took precautions," he says evenly. "Precautions?" He covers his mouth with his hand and reveals a tiny red pill resting on his tongue. "A blood poison pill," he explains. "It neutralizes most toxins." Yun Rang eyes the pill closely. Judging by its size, that's a high-grade one. Muguk rolls the pill gently between his fingers. "I know you're not exactly fond of me right now," he says quietly. "So I wouldn't just drink whatever you hand me. Not without this." Yun Rang's gaze sharpens. "Then tell me," she asks, "did you have that pill in your mouth when you drank with Blood Heaven's Blades man?" Their eyes meet. Muguk hesitates, then answers honestly, "No, I didn't." Yun Rang narrows her eyes. "Then why trust him, but not me?" Muguk exhales. "Because before I drank with him, a lot of things had already happened between us." Yun Rang's expression cools. "And what makes you think our situation is any different?" The wind shifts, carrying the faint scent of blossoms between them as the tension lingers in the air. The sun sinks low beyond the horizon, painting the sky in soft red and gold. Muguk sits beside Yun Rang on the boulder. "You're a little mistaken," he says quietly. She frowns, her voice cool. Mistaken? I was the one who recommended Jang Ho, wasn't I? Muguk turns to face her. Did you really make that recommendation for my sake? Her eyes narrow slightly, surprised by the question. You did it, Muguk continues, to distance me from Blood Heaven's Blades Man. That's what it was really about. Yun Rang doesn't respond. She simply watches him in silence, the evening breeze stirring her hair. Muguk lifts the small red pill between his fingers, the last rays of sunlight glinting off its surface. I'd like to have a good relationship with you, Flower Sword Supreme, he says softly. Maybe one day I'll be able to drink with you without needing this. Yun Rang's gaze hardens. Then tell me the truth, she says. Have you already made your decision about Blood Heaven's Blades Man? Muguk places the pill down on the table between them, pours himself another glass, and drinks it slowly. The glass clicks softly as he sets it back down. Yun Rang studies him closely. Muguk meets her gaze, thinking silently to himself. She hates being compared to him. She's certain everyone should choose her side, never his. The empty glass sits between them, reflecting the fading light. Muguk knows now. Yun Rang would never poison a drink. That's simply not who she is. Yun Rang's expression softens, just slightly. Muguk, she says quietly. He turns his head. I'm listening. Behind her, pink clouds drift across the evening sky. Tell me, she says, what is it that you really want? Muguk's voice is calm, but firm. I want your help to become the heir. Her eyes widen in surprise. He continues, and I want you to help me without demanding something in return, like cutting ties with Blood Heaven's Blades Man. Yun Rang stares at him for a long moment. Then she rises, her movements graceful and controlled. The only people who help without expecting anything in return, she says, are parents. As she steps past him, her hair brushes lightly across his face, carrying her scent with it. Muguk leans back slightly, watching her go. I'll be at the entertainment pavilion tonight, he says. If you'd like, you can join me. Yun Rang doesn't look back as she walks through the doorway and disappears into the fading light. Muguk rises soon after, walking down the stone path. Then he stops. On the roof above, silhouetted against the sunset, stands his father. A bead of sweat runs down Muguk's cheek. 3 supreme demons in one day, he thinks. It really must be a special occasion. The heavenly demon stands motionless, facing the horizon. Muguk tilts his head. What brings you here, father? Without turning, his father replies simply, I came to see how you live. Muguk looks up at him, silent. He's never come here before, he realizes. Not once. His thoughts drift back to their recent conversations, to the lessons shared, and the strange, almost fragile connection forming between them. He thought about it for a moment. Their first hunt, their first shared meal, all those firsts they'd experienced together. Maybe, he wondered, something like that would happen again someday. Muguk lifted his gaze toward the roof where his father stood. Father, why don't you come down and visit for a bit? He called out. Heavenly Demon looked down at him, unimpressed. Why would I want to enter the room of a lonely man who's probably made the whole place reek? Muguk chuckled. Then I'll bring a chair up to you. There's no need, his father replied coolly. I've already finished my visit for today. Muguk tilted his head, then leapt up in one swift motion, landing beside his father on the roof. The demon physician said sitting too long in one spot isn't good for your health, he said casually. His father glanced at him. Are you planning to live a long life? Of course, Muguk replied. There's still so much I need to do. The two stood side by side, gazing toward the fading light. Muguk finally asked, Father, are you satisfied with being the head of the cult? Or do you wish things were different? Heavenly Demon's eyes followed the sun, sinking below the horizon. Not at all, he said quietly. Muguk blinked, surprised by the answer. His father's tone carried something else, as if there were countless things he still wanted to do, but couldn't speak of them yet. After a pause, Muguk said softly, Someday, I want to travel with you to the Central Plains. Heavenly Demon turned to look at his son. The boy was smiling. Of course, Muguk continued with a grin. I want to attack the Miram Alliance together with the head of the cult someday too. His father let out a heavy sigh. They stood there for a while, shoulder to shoulder. Muguk looked toward the distance again. I'd also like to visit places where people live, go on a trip with you sometime. I bet the mountains are beautiful in summer. Heavenly Demon said nothing, simply watching the faraway horizon as the last light of day painted the sky. Father and son stood together under the glowing sunset. Later, inside a small tavern, dishes of steaming food covered the table. Enjoy your meal, the tavern owner said warmly. Muguk smiled. Thank you. The old man laughed. No, thank you. Ever since Nirvana Pavilion opened a branch on the next street, things around here have been so much better. Fewer incidents, and people actually pay their bills now. Muguk closed his eyes with a calm smile. I'm glad to hear that. All thanks to you, the owner said. It's not just me, Muguk replied modestly. Around them, the other customers turned to look at him. The tavern owner gestured toward the room. Most of these folks have been helped by Nirvana Pavilion. You're quite popular around here, you know. The tavern door creaked open. Chionpa stepped inside. The moment he appeared, the chatter died down. Every customer froze, watching the old man with uneasy eyes. Muguk smiled calmly. Everyone relax. The Supreme Demon is an honorable man. There's no need to stop eating or drinking. Just don't bother Blood Heaven's blades when you're drunk. Chionpa closed his eyes. Why do you insist on lying to them? Muguk shrugged. These people came here to enjoy their drinks in peace. It wouldn't feel right if they were scared of the person sitting next to them. Chionpa glared around the room. If anyone doesn't like being here, he said coldly, they're free to leave. Muguk pointed his right. In that case, Blood Heaven's blades can pay for their meal elsewhere, and also compensate the tavern owner for any losses. From above, Chionpa and Yugok could be seen standing across from each other, tension filling the air. The old man let out a sigh. Still pretending to be some kind of saint, are you? Muguk smiled faintly. Not all. I just think it's called having manners. Something everyone should have. Chionpa raised an eyebrow. And that's how a member of the demonic cult should behave? Muguk's smile didn't waver. The cult's made up of people, not animals. Blood Heaven's blades watched him with interest, then pointed his finger. Sometimes, I wonder if you're really from the Murim Alliance. Muguk closed his eyes, still smiling. Deep down, he knew the truth. He never truly saw himself as part of the demonic cult. In his past life, he'd left them when he was still young and met many others along the way. He raised his glass. To your birthday, old man. Chionpa's eyes widened. Keep your voice down, you fool, he hissed, glancing around nervously. The Supreme Demon frowned. Don't say such nonsense. What's so great about getting older? Muguk grinned. I just wanted an excuse to drink. They both sat down at the table. Blood Heaven's blades leaned forward. You seem to enjoy alcohol quite a bit. The old man chuckled. Chionpa's right. You like drinking, don't you? Chionpa fell silent, staring into his glass. After a pause, he lifted it and said quietly, I used to, but not so much anymore. Muguk smirked. So you haven't given it up completely then? Suddenly, Chionpa froze, eyes widening. Muguk turned his head, and his breath caught. Standing before them was the Flower Sword Supreme. The woman looked uneasy, and the old man's gaze toward her was anything but kind. The two Supreme Demons locked eyes across the room. Fear scraped back. The customers stood, fear rippling through the tavern. Muguk quickly moved a table and gestured toward it. Please, take a seat, he said to Flower Sword Supreme. She stopped, studying him for a moment, then quietly walked past the old man. Yun Rang quietly took her seat at the table. The air was heavy. None of the Supreme Demons spoke, and Muguk remained silent too. Finally, Yun Rang broke the silence. Why did you call me here? Muguk met her gaze. Today is Blood Heaven's Bladesman's birthday. No matter how much one might dislike another, it's only right to offer a word of congratulations on such a day. He smiled faintly. It's a happy occasion. We're here to celebrate. After all, the Supreme Demons turned their eyes toward him, unreadable. Yun Rang rose from her seat, voice cool and sharp. Next time, only invite me if you're alone. Chionpa frowned. What's Flower Sword Supreme so unhappy about? A look of disbelief crossed Yun Rang's face. Without even glancing at him, she asked coldly, Are you seriously asking me that now? I am, the old man replied evenly. What exactly did I do wrong? Her eyes flashed with hatred. You still have to ask? It's because of you. He didn't flinch. And what exactly did I do? Her patience snapped. Shut up, she shouted. I don't want to hear another word from you. For once, the old man fell silent. The room was still again, the two Supreme Demons glaring at each other across the table. Then, through clenched teeth, Yun Rang hissed, You selfish bastard. Chionpa's expression darkened. What did you just call me? Their eyes locked, filled with fury. Go on then, Yun Rang spat. Are you going to swing that dull sword of yours again? Go ahead. I'll take you one-on-one any day. Maybe get drunk first, so you can start spouting nonsense like you always do. Chionpa's hand trembled as he gripped his weapon. Muguk watched silently, eyes narrowing slightly. He knew they wouldn't actually fight. The law of the demonic cult forbade supreme demons from clashing with each other, and neither would dare cross that line. He took a quiet breath. "It's still a while before midnight," he said softly. "Let's all calm down." Yun Rang's fury turned toward him. "Calm down," she snapped. "Why did you even do this? How much do you despise me for dragging me into something this disgusting?" White streaks of energy shimmered faintly beside Muguk's head. He closed his eyes, speaking steadily. "I'll tell you why I asked Flower Sword Supreme to come." He lifted his gaze. "Because I need her." Both Cheon Pa and Yun Rang froze, confusion flickering in their eyes. "I was hoping," Muguk continued, "that you'd both reconsider how you treat each other." Yun Rang exhaled slowly, her expression hardening again. Standing beside the table, she said quietly, "Do you really think that if a bottle of alcohol could fix what's between us, we wouldn't have solved it long ago?" Muguk smiled faintly. "In that case, you two should keep meeting until you finally settle everything between you." He leaned forward. "Curse each other, pull each other's hair, do whatever it takes. Just don't stop until you make peace." Flower Sword Supreme let out a short breath. "You're far too optimistic." Muguk's expression softened. He looked at her with quiet sadness. "I told you the very first time we met," she said firmly. "I will never work with Blood Heaven's Bladesman." Without another word, she turned and walked away, her expression tight with irritation. Cheon Pa placed his glass down on the table. "Thank you, you damn brat," he said dryly. "What a wonderful birthday celebration." Then, with a sudden slam, he struck the table, splitting it clean in half. Muguk remained seated, unfazed. Coins rolled across the broken wood. He glanced at the tavern owner. "Looks like our supreme demon still hasn't kicked his bad habit of breaking furniture." The old man gave a low chuckle. "My carpenter's been earning well because of it." Muguk stepped outside, and left the tavern behind. The night sky was clear. Stars shimmered above him as he walked alone through the quiet street. He thought to himself that he'd expected something like this from their first meeting. Still, that didn't mean he'd give up on reconciling the two. He stopped and looked into the distance. "I have to draw out what's hidden inside them," he thought. "Even if they keep fighting, I'll keep pushing. I'll make them see that all their grudges are meaningless. Nothing but old, absurd wounds." Clouds drifted lazily above the pagoda. Later, Muguk was asleep. He stirred, eyes opening slowly. Someone was calling him, a faint presence outside. He placed his hand on the door. Yun Rang stood there, illuminated by the moonlight. Muguk's fingers instinctively tightened around the hilt of his sword. He recognized her immediately, Flower Sword Supreme. Without turning, Yun Rang said calmly, "I'm not releasing any aura right now. The fact that you could still sense me, that's impressive." She paused. "Your instincts are remarkable." Muguk rubbed his eyes. "I'm not even fully awake yet." Still facing away from him, Yun Rang continued. "Earlier, you said you despise those who win over their subordinates with grand speeches and hollow ideals." "That's right," Muguk replied quietly. "I despise a certain kind of person too," she said. He tilted his head. "And who would that be?" Yun Rang's voice sharpened. "Those who talk big, but can't prove their words through action." The stars gleamed above the rooftops. Muguk's tone was steady. "Are you saying I'm one of them?" She finally turned slightly, her hand resting on her sword. "Let's find out." Steel whispered through the night as Flower Sword Supreme drew her blade. Muguk frowned, studying her stance. Of course, he thought. I expected nothing less from a supreme demon. Even with her back to him, she showed no opening, not a single weakness he could see. Muguk's gaze sharpened. "I despise another kind of person too." Flower Sword Supreme arched a brow. "And what kind is that?" "The strong who turn their power into cruelty," Muguk said steadily. "Those who use it to dominate, to build relationships where they always stand above others. I hate people like that, people with no imagination who can only think of hurting." Behind Yun Rang, a fierce wave of energy flared to life, rippling through the air like a storm. She turned toward him, her voice cold. "It seems I've been far too patient with you. You're growing more insolent by the minute." White streams of aura rose around her flowing dress, spiraling like flames. Muguk smiled calmly. "Then tell me, what will you do if you lose?" Yun Rang blinked, taken aback. "You actually think you can defeat me?" "I don't think," he replied firmly. "I know." Her eyes glowed dangerously. "Very well. If you defeat me, I'll grant you any wish you name. If you wish for my death, I'll even give you that." Muguk looked at her, realizing she spoke with absolute confidence. She didn't believe for a moment that she could lose. They faced each other in silence, the tension between them crackling like lightning. "And if you lose?" Yunrang asked. "I'll grant your wish," Muguk answered without hesitation. Her expression hardened. "Then my wish is simple, the same one I've told you before. You will sever all ties with Blood Heaven's Bladesman." Muguk studied her closely. Of course she's confident, he thought. In skill, she's second only to my father. The two stood opposite each other, eyes locked, two shadows beneath the night sky. "Not curious what I want?" Muguk asked quietly. "I don't care," Yunrang replied, "because I'll never have to hear it." He smiled faintly. "You will. Tonight, you'll finally understand what I want." He lifted his blade. "This sword," he warned, "is the black demonic sword. If it strikes true, it can even damage your weapon." Yunrang's lips curved slightly. "Then, I'll let you attack first." Muguk raised his sword. "In that case," he said, "I'll gladly accept." He took a breath, focusing. "Guess I'll begin, then." His thoughts tightened, sharp as his blade. "I'll strike hard," he decided, "but I won't use the 4 strides of the wind god. Not against her." His grip tightened on the hilt. 3 attacks. That's all it'll take. Then he surged forward. The air split with the first form of the soaring sword art. A blinding slash carved the space in front of Flower Sword Supreme. Muguk followed instantly with celestial equilibrium, his blade a blur of light. Yunrang's eyes widened. She barely caught the strike, her sword ringing as it met his. Bright sparks exploded between them. Through the clash of steel, their eyes met. Locked, unwavering, neither yielding an inch. Their blades pressed together, steel grinding against steel. Muguk and Yunrang clashed again. Each strike sharper, faster, heavier than the last. A surge of force sent Muguk flying backward, his pajamas fluttering as he hit the ground hard. Yunrang rose into the air, her sword gleaming beneath the moonlight. Muguk steadied himself, one foot digging into the earth. Gritting his teeth, he raised his sword once more. The blade cut through the air with blinding speed, trails of white light swirling above him. Second form, soaring sword art. He followed immediately with shifting slash. Their swords collided again and again. Sharp flashes of white energy streaking toward Flower Sword Supreme. The streams struck her directly. Yunrang landed, shock flickering in her eyes. For the first time, she looked uncertain. She clenched her teeth, gripping her sword in one hand and her sheath in the other. Then she swung, unleashing a brilliant beam of white energy that tore through the air toward Muguk. He barely managed to block, sparks exploding on impact. She broke her word. Muguk thought grimly. She said I'd have 3 attacks before she countered. Yunrang cursed under her breath, her aura flickering wildly. Flashes of light erupted under Muguk's feet as he steadied himself. She didn't have a choice, he realized. The shifting slash can't be blocked forever. He pushed off the ground again, sword poised. A black whirlwind roared to life in front of him, dark energy spiraling outward. His eyes burned with fierce intent. Third form, soaring sword art. He swung. A wave of black energy shot forward, followed by his heavenly slash. Yunrang's eyes widened as the dark current slammed into her sword. A shock wave burst outward, black energy splashing across her face. This is impossible, she whispered, trembling. The darkness erupted around her, black energy bubbling and crackling in every direction. Don't touch my face, she shouted, shielding herself. When the chaos cleared, her eyes widened even more. Muguk's sword was pointed straight at her, just inches from her face. They stared at each other, frozen. What just happened? Yunrang breathed. Muguk slid his blade back into its sheath. I told you to be careful, he said calmly. The black demonic sword isn't something to take lightly. Yunrang frowned. Even so, I shouldn't have lost. Not even to that weapon. Muguk smiled faintly. It wasn't just the sword. I've mastered the entire soaring sword art. For a moment, she stood speechless, eyes wide, mouth slightly open. They faced each other again, both still gripping their swords, their breathing heavy. You can't be serious, she finally said. You've completely mastered the soaring sword? Muguk looked down, his voice quiet. Soaring sword? He thought. An advanced martial art, one even supreme demons struggle to perfect. Of course, she can't believe it. Muguk looked straight at Yunrang. Do you really think my father made me head of the Nirvana Pavilion just because I'm his son? Yunrang's lips parted as if to respond, but Muguk cut her off. And besides, he added, I took the heavenly divine pill to make up for the lack of internal energy I was born with. Her eyes widened. What? She gasped. Muguk's tone stayed calm. So, do you admit your defeat? Yun Rang pressed her lips together. After a moment, she closed her eyes. If I'd known you were this strong, I wouldn't have let my guard down. Muguk thought quietly to himself. She's right. She had allowed him 3 free strikes, and that was what decided the outcome. The moon hung high above the treetops, its light washing the clearing in pale silver. So you won't admit it? Muguk asked softly. You do realize, if the supreme demons hear that you broke your word, they'll call you a coward for the rest of your life. Yun Rang raised a hand sharply. Enough. Don't try to provoke me with such cheap threats. Her eyes met his. I'll keep my word. Say whatever you wish. Muguk closed his eyes briefly. You said, he reminded her, that if you lost, you'd even give up your life. Yun Rang stared at him in shock. You want me to die? He smiled faintly. Of course not. Blood Heaven's Bladesman may call me insane, but I'm not that kind of man. They stood facing each other, the night silent except for the whisper of wind in the trees. Then what do you want? Yun Rang asked quietly. Muguk lowered his gaze, then looked up again with resolve. I want you to accept my apology. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Muguk brought his hands together before his face. I apologize, he said earnestly, for the disrespect I showed you before. I ask for your forgiveness. Yun Rang said nothing. The moon glowed softly above her, casting light across her face. Are you mocking me? She asked finally, her voice quiet but edged with tension. The cult leader's second son, bowing and apologizing to me? Muguk didn't lift his head. I've been rude to you more times than I can count, he said. I shouldn't have invited you to that dinner. That was my mistake. Yun Rang looked at him, astonished. He won. Yet he's apologizing? It made no sense. I truly want to earn your favor, Muguk continued. That's why I'm apologizing, sincerely. I hope you'll support me from now on. Her eyes narrowed. Support you? You mean in your fight for the heir's position? He said nothing. She exhaled sharply. If you think this apology will change where I stand, she said coldly, then you've disappointed me more than I thought possible. Muguk met her gaze, his voice steady. Well, he said, that all depends on who we're talking about. He straightened slightly. I'm the kind of person who repays everything. Double. If someone throws sand at me, I'll push them into the mud. If they splash me with water, I'll start throwing filth right back. He paused, his tone softening. But I'm not going to do any of that to you, Flower Sword Supreme. Yun Rang looked at him, startled. You, Muguk continued, are the one supreme demon most worthy of respect, noble and gentle at heart. Her eyes flickered. Is that really? How do you see me? Muguk kept his hands together before his face, lowering his head slightly. Yes, you're noble and kind. Truly. Yun Rang turned away, saying nothing. Muguk lifted his sword and smiled faintly. I'll be waiting for our next meeting. He turned toward the stairs, walking away slowly, the blade gleaming faintly in his hand. As he descended, his thoughts grew heavy. Knowing what happened to her in my past life, my words weren't a lie. Not entirely. In his mind, he saw the image of her, Flower Sword Supreme, standing in a blood-soaked dress. Those events haven't happened yet, he thought. If meeting me changes her path, maybe that massacre won't happen this time. Maybe something new can take root instead. Above, the clouds drifted across the moon. Yun Rang stood beneath it, her face lifted toward the night sky. In that desolate desert behind her eyes, Muguk thought, perhaps one day flowers will bloom. The moonlight shimmered in her eyes, reflecting her quiet sadness. The next day, the moon hung high again, pale and distant. Flower Sword Supreme stood before Muguk, her expression calm. I accept your apology, she said. Muguk studied her face. She looked unwell, her usual composure cracked, as if she'd been battling her own turmoil ever since her loss. He bowed slightly, hands folded before him. Thank you. Yun Rang exhaled softly. I admit my defeat from yesterday, she said, but I'd like to fight again today. Muguk blinked in surprise. What? They faced each other in silence, the air between them still. I refuse, he said at last. Why? She asked, frowning. Muguk closed his eyes for a moment. Because I wouldn't win again. She tilted her head. You mean to tell me that? Yes, he said quietly. You only lost because you let your guard down. If you hadn't been so relaxed, I wouldn't have stood a chance. Yun Rang's expression softened. The moon's light framed her face as she looked at him carefully. From what I know, she said, you've mastered the flying sword technique, and your internal energy has increased greatly. You could win. Muguk shook his head. No. Last time was one of those rare moments when luck was on my side. And I'm not foolish enough to mistake luck for real strength. The two stood beneath the silver light of the moon, warrior and warrior, teacher and challenger, neither breaking the silence that followed. Yun Rang placed her hand over her chest. If I win, she said quietly, I won't ask for anything. But if I lose, you can have whatever you want. Muguk looked at her steadily. How foolish, he thought. How naive. Now, he understood why in his past life she had risen to lead a cult, drown the land in blood, and then fallen in defeat. Her pride, stubborn, relentless. It was both her strength and her downfall. And right now, that same pride made her wait for him to demand something of her. Muguk folded his hands before his face. There's no need to be so desperate, he said softly. I won't tell anyone about yesterday's duel. You don't have to prove anything. He gave a faint smile. You look tired. You should rest. Yun Rang's expression softened, her eyes clouded with sadness. I was deeply ashamed, she admitted. Muguk blinked, surprised. You have nothing to be ashamed of, he said after a pause. I already told you. I only won because of luck. Yun Rang shook her head slightly. It's not about the defeat, she said quietly. It's because I told you not to touch my face. Muguk stared at her, taken aback. The more I think about it, she continued, her voice low, the more disgraceful it feels. They stood opposite each other, the silence between them heavy and still. Muguk sighed softly. That sort of thing happens, he said. You're human, and you're a woman. I'd probably react the same way, even as a man. Yun Rang's lips curved in a faint, humorless smile. Perhaps, but I'm a sword master. I shouldn't have behaved like that. I should have let you strike me. She turned her head slightly, her eyes distant. Now you understand why I came back, don't you? Muguk's eyes widened a little. Yes, I do. Then will you fight me again? She asked quietly. Clouds drifted lazily across the pale morning sky. Muguk closed his eyes. No, he said after a pause. I still can't. I'd rather just enjoy the bit of luck I've been given in life. Yun Rang looked at him, sadness flickering in her gaze. I made a promise, she murmured. She shut her eyes. I swore I would never lose to anyone, except one person. Muguk stared at her, stunned. His eyes widened as realization dawned. She opened her eyes and looked straight at him. That person is the head of the cult. Muguk stood frozen, unable to respond. Yun Rang rested her hand lightly on the hilt of her sword. Her tone turned sharp. And if you're entertaining any disrespectful thoughts right now, let me make this clear. Do not tarnish my name in front of Heavenly Demon. Her gaze was fierce, unwavering, proud as ever, yet touched with something fragile beneath the surface. I didn't think anything like that, Muguk said firmly. Then, after a brief pause, he asked quietly, but tell me, why do you respect my father so much? Flower Sword Supreme stood there, her sword still in hand. Her eyes glimmered faintly, sad, distant, but she said nothing. Muguk waited, searching her face for an answer. When none came, he exhaled a long, quiet sigh. So that's it, he thought. If she's brought up my father, then this is her final card. I can't turn her down now. Light flickered through the pagoda windows behind them, glowing softly in the night. Yun Rang's voice finally broke the silence. The promise I made to your father will be kept. A faint smile touched her lips. Muguk looked at her, slightly startled. You look happy, he said. Did my agreement really mean that much to you? You can't even imagine, she answered softly. They stood facing one another, blades drawn once more. This time, Muguk said, lifting his sword, I'll give it everything I have. Yun Rang smiled faintly. Good, she said. That's exactly what I need. Behind them, the dark silhouettes of trees swayed in the wind. A low stone wall framed the edge of the courtyard. Muguk lowered his gaze for a moment, then looked up just as she charged. Flower Sword Supreme darted forward, blade gleaming. Their swords collided with a sharp clang that cut through the night. Steel met steel again and again, each blow faster than the last. Muguk turned his blade, drawing a perfect semicircle through the air. Yun Rang leapt upward, the edge of her sword flashing just above his head. Her movements were quick, graceful, her weapon catching his strikes with precise deflections. For an instant, surprise flickered across her face. Small stones scattered at her feet as she landed, immediately lifting her sword to block the next attack. Their blades locked once more. They stared at each other through the narrow space between crossed steel. Muguk slipped, falling headfirst, but twisted midair and landed firmly on his feet. The tip of Yun Rang's sword shot toward his face. He shifted just in time, the blade slicing past by a hair's breadth. He countered instantly, his sword flashing upward to parry her next strike. Their eyes met again, both calm, yet burning with focus. They attacked at the same moment, twin strikes cutting through the air. Both ducked, each narrowly missing the other. Yun Rang's sword brushed past his hair. His blade grazed close to her cheek. They leapt again, moving as one. Yun Rang rose higher, her body outlined against the sky. A faint mark of her last strike shimmered in the air behind her. Myuguk steadied his breath. The longer this fight goes on, he thought, the less winning or losing matters. He dashed forward, sword trailing light, meeting her head-on. Their blades clashed again and again. A rhythm, a dialogue written in movement. Right now, Myuguk thought, we're both completely lost in it, this pure exchange of martial art. Their feet shifted, circling each other like mirrored reflections. He could feel it. Her bloodlust had vanished. What remained was something far deeper. Now, there was only clarity. Two warriors, bound not by hatred, but by the art they shared. Myuguk's head tilted back, his breath sharp and heavy. She's incredible, he thought. No wonder they call her the Flower Sword Supreme. Yun Rang soared through the air, arms spread wide like wings, her movements graceful and fierce at once. Myuguk couldn't help but smile. This is thrilling. Above him, Yun Rang smiled faintly, angling her sword downward, its gleaming edge pointed straight toward him. Myuguk looked up, heart pounding. This feeling, this isn't about victory or survival. It's the pure joy of crossing blades, the art of combat itself. They stood still at last, facing each other, arms lowered at their sides. Sweat streamed down Myuguk's face, glistening in the moonlight. Yun Rang, too, was breathing hard, her forehead damp. After a moment, Myuguk folded his hands before his face. I lost, he said quietly. You didn't use your finishing strike. Yun Rang looked at him. Neither did you. He closed his eyes, shaking his head slightly. That's because I didn't have one. For a long moment, she said nothing, then bowed her head slightly. Thank you, young master. Myuguk blinked, startled. Yun Rang turned away, her back straight but trembling slightly. He watched her in silence. Her shoulders shook, as if she were holding back tears. Myuguk's expression softened. He looked down, then closed his eyes. A faint hum escaped his lips, thoughtful, almost melancholic. They stood facing each other again. Myuguk nodded. If I understand correctly, most women don't sleep that well, do they? Yun Rang's smile deepened slightly. You're right. But do you know what I was thinking about? He tilted his head. Tell me. Looking down, she said softly, I was thinking that maybe I should duel you every day. It seems to help me sleep. Myuguk chuckled quietly. Yun Rang lifted her gaze. There's a saying, the third round decides everything. A spark returned to her eyes. So how about it? One last, decisive duel. Myuguk looked at her for a moment, then smiled. He reached for his sword. I'm ready. Yun Rang drew her blade in a single, smooth motion. Moonlight filtered through the trees, silvering the ground between them. As they took their stances, Myuguk asked, during the 23rd exchange yesterday, why did you dodge left? It would have been easier to move right. Yun Rang raised her sword slightly. Because dodging right would have given you 3 possible follow-ups. By stepping left, I limited you to 2. Myuguk frowned thoughtfully. So, it was about controlling my options? He lowered his gaze slightly. Does that have something to do with my center of gravity? Yun Rang smiles faintly, agreeing that the hero is right. They sit on a boulder surrounded by roaring river currents, speaking calmly despite the chaos around them. Myuguk reflects. When he asked his question, the Flower Sword Supreme had answered with complete honesty, just as he had done for her. He can feel it. There's mutual sincerity between them. Yun Rang touches her chin with a light smile. The boy thinks that teaching means having nothing to lose, and that this moment feels the same as it once did with Leon. Moonlight spills across the jagged rocks. Flower Sword Supreme raises her gaze and says she can't quite remember the last time she truly lost herself in martial arts, when she practiced for the sheer joy of it. It's been too long since she felt that kind of happiness. Myuguk smiles. Then you can imagine how I feel now. He says, so, why don't we start again? Flower Sword Supreme's lips curve upward. Gladly, white foam surges over the river's surface as the two leap into action. Steel flashes. Splashes rise like bursts of silver light. Yun Rang lunges forward, her sword cutting through the mist. The hero braces himself, sword poised, teeth clenched. He springs upward, the river spinning beneath him. Water sprays across his face as Yun Rang kicks off the surface, soaring into the air. Their blades collide with explosive force, each strike leaving bright trails that shimmer against the night. Stones crack. A fallen tree crashes into the water. They chase each other across slick rocks, moving like shadows under the moon. Sweat drips from the hero's face. At last, both lower their swords, standing breathless, eyes locked. Yun Rang smiles. "Young master, do you have anything to drink?" He blinks in surprise. "Actually, yes. I brought a couple of bottles." "Perfect," she says. "Then let's share a drink." He laughs softly. "I'd like that." Clouds drift lazily over the treetops as the two sit side by side. The hero lifts his glass, the cool liquid catching the moonlight. Flower Sword Supreme studies the bottle. "This is excellent wine," she remarks. Muguk chuckles. "Do you even know anything about alcohol?" Yun Rang twirls the container in her hand. "Just because I don't drink doesn't mean I don't understand it. Besides, I wasn't always so disciplined." Her lips part slightly. "May I ask you something?" He nods. "I'm listening." She looks straight at him. "Why did you change so much? You weren't like this before." He meets her gaze silently. "I didn't pay much attention before," she continues, "but I knew exactly what kind of person you were." The hero holds the bottle in his hands, then gently sets it down on a nearby stone. He says quietly that everything that happened was no accident. He's been preparing for this moment for a long time. Yun Rang blinks in surprise. "So you were hiding your true nature all along?" He lowers his gaze, voice heavy. "You could say that. If I'd shown who I really was when I was young, my brother would have killed me. I had no choice but to suppress it, just to survive." Flower Sword Supreme's expression hardens slightly. "You're frightening. You know that?" she murmurs. She picks up the bottle, studies it for a moment, then sets it back on the stone. Rising to her feet, she stands beside him, her eyes drifting toward the horizon. "It might sound strange," she says softly, "but standing here, I feel like I'm next to a friend." Muguk looks up at her, surprised. Her tone is different now, gentler, warmer. He gazes at the woman beside him, and memories from his past life flicker through his mind. Somehow, Yun Rang had sensed something deeper in his words, echoes of what he once was. The hero reflects. Around his father or Leon, he always masked the darkness that still lingers inside him. But with Yun Rang, it's different, especially when they fight. He stands facing her. "Forgive me if this sounds disrespectful," he says, raising his hand slightly. "But when our swords meet, I feel our bond will grow stronger." Flower Sword Supreme smiles faintly. "I don't know what the future holds for us," she replies. "But this duel, I'll remember it for the rest of my life." Moonlight spills across the trees and the rippling river below. The hero bows his head. "I won't forget it either. Thank you for everything you've taught me." Flower Sword Supreme studies him. "Did I really manage to teach you something?" He doesn't answer, just smiles. Muguk knows without a doubt. He's learned more in these 3 days than he ever expected, mastering the core of the flying sword technique. A flash of lightning splits the night sky. He feels it, the wall of 10 stars beginning to crumble, the threshold of 12 stars just within reach. Flower Sword Supreme raises her sword, steady and graceful. The hero's eyes widen slightly as she points the blade toward him. Then he smiles and lifts his sword in return. Steel meets steel, a clear note echoing through the night. He thinks to himself, they never said goodbye. As she turns to leave, the hero watches her back, knowing that the final clash was their silent farewell. Later, a drink is poured into a glass. Yun Rang sits quietly at a table, lost in thought. Yun Rang sits alone, eyes distant, lost in thought. She remembers the day of her first defeat, the shame, the chaos in her mind. Thousands of thoughts collided inside her, and for a moment, she had even considered hiding behind a mask, returning to find the hero and ending his life. Now a glass sits filled before her. She stares at it, thinking about how much she's changed. The woman she was that day and the woman she is now feel like two completely different people. She lifts the glass and takes a quiet sip. A servant steps into the room. "My lady, is something troubling you?" he asks gently. He hesitates, frowning. He's never seen her drink before, not once. And now, seeing her do so makes him uneasy. "Does this have something to do with Muguk?" he asks carefully. Flower Sword Supreme glances at him, her tone calm but distant. "Kneel," she says softly, resting her hands on the low table before her. "Everything is fine." The servant bows low. Forgive me, my lady. I shouldn't have disturbed you. But there's a new man waiting in the secret chambers. I don't need anyone. Yun Rang replies flatly. He looks up, startled. My lady, her gaze drops. Stop bringing them to me. The servant freezes. She has never spoken to him in such a cold, formal tone. Moonlight filters through the window beside her as she mutters, I should have stopped this long ago. No, I should never have started. The servant stares in silence as her thoughts drift back. When Sa Wuzhong brought her that first young man, she had given in to her desire, convincing herself it was harmless, that it would end after one night. She only wanted to remember what it felt like to be close to someone again. But then it happened again. A second time. A third. Now, sitting there, Yun Rang knows it has to end. Completely. So Wuzhong bows deeply. Then I'll send him away, my lady. Just say the word when you wish to summon him again. Yun Rang's tone turns sharp. I will never need anyone again. Her eyes narrow. Do you understand me, Wuzhong? He lowers his head. Yes, my lady. I will remember. Leave, she orders coldly. And if you so much as touch another young man to keep this a secret, I'll kill you myself. The servant bows again, voice trembling. Understood, my lady. You don't need to worry. He turns and leaves, face twisted with frustration. As he walks down the corridor, his thoughts darken. So that's what she was doing, he thinks. Using those young men to earn their loyalty, to strengthen her grip as the cult's second-in-command. Despite her composed face, Yun Rang's coldness toward her once loyal servant is unmistakable. She sits quietly by the window, moonlight tracing her silhouette. In the corridor outside, Wuzhong's face is half hidden in shadow. His thoughts simmer. I was supposed to be the next swordmaster, he tells himself bitterly. His gaze hardens. Something inside him whispers that her sudden change, her distance, her restraint, all began after that man appeared. The hero, Geometry Muguk. Under the thick canopy of trees, chaos stirs within the Nirvana Pavilion. Workers and officials gather around, their faces pale. One investigator trembles, voice shaking. How? How could this happen? Another official staggers backward, clutching his chest as bile rises in his throat. Corpses lie scattered across the clearing, freshly buried, now unearthed. The hero approaches calmly, his subordinates bowing before him. One reports grimly, We found at least a dozen bodies, sir. All of them had their hearts removed. Muguk's eyes narrow. He knows instantly. This is no ordinary slaughter. Soul art. His thoughts darken. A faint glow flickers in his mind. The memory of that cursed technique. Soul art. A forbidden craft that feeds on life energy drawn from human hearts. And within the cult, only one name is bound to it. The soul-absorbing supreme demon. He remembers his past life vividly. Back then, when he returned to the cult to claim the secret of the demonic soul, he'd heard whispers, rumors that the supreme demon was using soul art to amass an ocean of demonic energy. Could it be true? He wonders. Has he really been doing this for decades? One of his men steps forward. We've examined the bodies. None of them appear to be martial artists. Muguk blinks. Ordinary people? Yes, he replies gravely. Men, women, even children. A hush falls down. Muguk's face hardens as his gaze drifts toward the body of a little girl, her small hand still clutching a scrap of cloth. His lips press into a thin line. He looks down, eyes shadowed. Martial artists can fight as they please, he thinks, because they chose to walk this cruel path. I'm not righteous myself. I've killed my share. But this, killing innocent children, that isn't cultivation. It's madness. His fists clench tightly. His aura hums. If the rumor I heard in my past life was true, he thinks, then that monster has been doing this for decades, thousands of lives devoured for his power. His eyes flash with cold light. The determination in them burns. An old man appears before him, eyes closed, silent and still. Muguk steadies his breathing, his mind torn between vengeance and reason. Revenge matters, but my life does too. I must complete what I came here for first. A voice cuts through his thoughts. Sir, please take a look at this. The investigator holds something out, a fan, delicate yet eerie. It's from the necromancers of West Illusion Fort, the man explains. We found it near the corpses. The hero's gaze lingers on the fan, a faint chill rising in the air. Muguk studies the investigator carefully, his gaze sharp. This can only mean one thing. He thinks, the handiwork of the soul-absorbing supreme demon. He unfolds the fan, examining it closely. The delicate fabric catches the light, as he turns it in his hand. Perhaps the man sent to dispose of the bodies dropped this, he muses. A small mistake, but one that speaks volumes. White motes drift across the trees, faint against the mist. Where's the herbalist who discovered the corpses? Muguk asks. He was nearby. One of the investigators answered quickly, but he vanished before we could question him. He must have panicked and fled. Muguk closes the fan with a soft snap. Search the area. Secure the site, he orders firmly. I'll handle the rest myself. Daryong steps forward, startled. Sir, are you really planning to go to West Illusion Fort? To confront the soul-absorbing supreme demon? Muguk raises the folded fan slightly, eyes glinting. With this evidence in hand, I have to. At the very least, I'll question him directly. He turns and walks away, his cloak brushing the grass as his subordinates watch in uneasy silence. But even as he moves, his thoughts whirl. Something doesn't add up, he realizes. If the supreme demon were truly behind this, he would never leave such obvious traces. He recalls the details. A herbalist conveniently finds the graves. A fan, unmistakably linked to necromancers, left right beside the bodies. Too neat, he thinks. Too deliberate. His eyes narrow. Someone wants me to believe the soul-absorbing supreme demon is responsible. Then a face flashes in his mind. Wu Zhang, Yun Rang's servant. In his past life, Wu Zhang had tried to assassinate the supreme demon, driven mad under the influence of a soul control spell. Muguk remembers the bloody aftermath, the rumors that followed, and the truth that surfaced later. Wu Zhang's hidden love for Yun Rang. The realization cuts deep. I spent 3 days with her, he thinks grimly. That alone might have been enough to provoke him. He keeps walking, the wind picking up around him. If this is Wu Zhang's doing, then he either wants me dead in battle, or he's trying to pull my attention away from Yun Rang. His gaze hardens as the landscape changes. The path leads him beneath the mountain, toward West Illusion Fort. Gray streams of ghostly energy curl upward from the ground. The air hums with a strange vibration. Around him, he spots eerie devices half buried in the soil. Talismans, conduits, and relics glowing faintly in the haze. Statues of demons stand watch among them, their carved faces twisted and silent. So this is it, Muguk thinks. The source of the ghost energy. His eyes move across the field, to gardens lined with strange, luminous flowers. He studies them carefully. These flowers emit the same spectral energy as the statues and pagodas. Anyone without necromantic training who stays near them, their inner energy flow will collapse. He pauses, frowning. And once their circulation falters, they'll become easy prey for soul control spells. The hero remembers one more thing about those strange flowers. Their fragrance can twist the mind, causing vivid hallucinations. In the worst cases, they allow inner demons to take control completely. Muguk steps forward, each stride echoing softly against the stone floor. He soon finds himself in an enormous hall, pillars rising like dark towers, steps leading upward into shadow. So this is the residence of the soul-absorbing supreme demon, he thinks. It feels less like a fortress and more like a trap waiting to be sprung. At the far end of the chamber, a man sits calmly at a table. His presence alone shifts the air around him. Yeso, the soul-absorbing supreme demon. Muguk studies him closely. In his past life, their paths had barely crossed. Even when he returned to the cult to gather materials for aggression, the two had never spoken. Ironic, Muguk thinks. Of the 8 supreme demons, Yeso is the only one who survived. The man's left eye glows faintly, a dark purple light that pulses with eerie rhythm. Muguk folds his hands respectfully before his face. Soul-absorbing supreme demon, he greets. Yeso raises his head, a calm smile spreading across his lips. Welcome, he says smoothly. Behind Muguk, the air begins to distort. Straight lines twist and ripple as streams of pale energy swirl above his head. Yeso's spell already at work. So, Yeso begins, voice low, what brings you to this distant corner of the world? Muguk looks him directly in the eye, unflinching. He can feel the invisible pressure trying to press into his mind, the unmistakable pull of a soul control spell. But his voice remains calm. I came to investigate a rather unpleasant matter. Yeso's eyes widen slightly, the purple light flaring stronger, hypnotic, probing. Muguk's lips curl faintly. I've been told I have an unusually strong will. Inside, he knows that isn't the full truth. His mind is being shielded by the heavenly demon defense art, keeping Yeso's magic at bay. He steps closer, facing the supreme demon seated before him. Several corpses were discovered recently, Muguk says evenly, along with an item belonging to a necromancer. Yeso tilts his head. And what item would that be? Muguk draws the fan from his robes and unfolds it with a snap. Yeso's expression freezes for a moment. Then he gestures sharply. Call in Nung Hayu. Muguk stays silent, watching closely. I made it clear that the corpses were unusual, he thinks. But he didn't even ask how. That means he already knows. Moments later, a man hurries into the hall and bows deeply. I have arrived, my lord. Yeso doesn't turn. Nung Hayu, where's your ghostly fan? The man hesitates, glancing nervously at the hero. I lost it yesterday. Muguk tosses the fan toward him. It lands at Nung Hayu's feet. He bends down, his face pale. This is mine, he admits. Where did you find it? Muguk's tone is quiet but cutting. It was lying beside a dozen corpses. Nung Hayu looks up, alarmed, panic flickering across his features. From behind his desk, Yeso watches everything unfold in silence, his glowing eye fixed on the boy. Muguk notices that Nung Hayu never asked where the bodies were found or how those people died. He states that, given the circumstances, Nung Hayu must be taken for interrogation. Yeso remains seated behind his desk, a black shadow hiding his eyes. Nung Hayu bows and says he understands. He will go with Muguk. Muguk folds his hands in front of his face and thanks Yeso for his cooperation, promising they will meet again. He leads Nung Hayu away. Yeso watches as they leave. Daryong warns that getting Nung Hayu to talk will be difficult. So far, the man only admits he lost his fan. Muguk sits at the table, arms crossed, thinking that a single look into Nung Hayu's eyes showed a fear of Yeso so strong that threats or persuasion won't work. Daryong points out that without concrete proof tying Nung Hayu to the killings, they cannot keep him detained for long. Muguk replies that Nung Hayu is only a subordinate. To solve this, they must arrest the soul-absorbing supreme demon. Daryong urges caution, calling Yeso very dangerous. Muguk, still seated, asks if Daryong remembers what Muguk promised when he took the post. Daryong recalls Muguk saying he would even arrest his father if he committed crime. Daryong falls silent for a moment, and then says he understands and will carry out the order. Muguk offers a faint smile. A Nirvana Pavilion attendant bursts into the hall and announces that the head of the cult has arrived. Daryong reacts with surprise. Muguk turns to his father and asks what brought him there. The heavenly demon sets a glass on the table and says he was passing by and decided to stop in. Muguk realizes his father is not telling the whole truth. Heavenly Demon and Muguk sit at the table. The head of the clan advises that Muguk should not engage the soul-absorbing supreme demon yet. Muguk places his hand on the table and asks why not. The man answers that Muguk will not be able to handle this opponent with his current abilities. Muguk counters that if he catches Yeso off guard, he can finish him. If not, he can attempt to get behind him. Heavenly Demon states that the latter plan, getting behind Yeso, is even more difficult than killing the supreme demon directly. The hero clenches his fist. He asks plainly whether the soul-absorbing supreme demon is truly that powerful. The cult leader closes his eyes and answers. The man is both the weakest and the strongest at once. Muguk studies the meaning behind those words and begins to piece it together. He pictures Yeso casting his spells and understands. If an opponent has martial techniques that block soul control methods, or has reached a level of comprehension where such magic fails, then the soul-absorbing supreme demon becomes an easy target. He looks at his father and asks if the leader can help him surpass Yoel. The cult leader says it cannot be done quickly. White clouds drift across the sky as Muguk replies that his father already knows how capable he is. The man remains firm. It still won't be enough. There are only two ways to neutralize Yeso's magic. The father names the first. Learn the 9 calamities demonic art to at least 5 stars, where soul-trapping spells will cease to work. Muguk cuts in, refusing to hear the second option and asking instead for help to learn the art just named. Heavenly Demon says the second option is to fully master the Heavenly Demon defense art. Since neither path is available to Muguk right now, the leader insists he must leave Yeso alone for the time being. Muguk asks whether the soul-absorbing supreme demon is truly necessary for the cult. The leader replies that among the 8 supreme demons, Yeso is the one who strikes the most fear into enemies of the Murm Alliance. They sit in silence at the table. Muguk asks plainly if it is acceptable for Yeso to rip hearts from living people to fuel his magic, and whether Heavenly Demon knew about it. The leader admits he learned of those methods only recently. Muguk thinks that his father cannot easily let go of such a powerful asset in their struggle with the Murim Alliance. He rises from the table, deciding he should not leave the matter to his father's discretion. He remembers his father's earlier request to be informed if his son planned to kill someone. Heavenly Demon does not answer. Muguk looks at him with determination and states, he will kill the soul-absorbing Supreme Demon. And among the 8 Supreme Demons, Muguk vows that Yeso will be the first to die. He remembers, in his past life, Yeso was the one who lived the longest. But this time, everything will unfold in the exact opposite way. Heavenly Demon says nothing, only watching his son in silence. Muguk sits at the table, his tone calm but unwavering. It's not anger that drives me, he says. But Yeso is worse than a madman who kills at random. His killings are deliberate, organized insanity. He lowers his voice. If his motives were noble, I could understand them somehow. But they're not. He kills for one reason only, to grow a little stronger. And that's disgusting. Across from him, Heavenly Demon remains still. To me, Muguk continues, that man isn't human at all. He lifts his gaze. I know you're bound by limits when it comes to the 8 Supreme Demons. So let me handle this one. His voice sharpens. If you gave me a sword, then let me use it. Behind Heavenly Demon, the elegant furnishings of the chamber glow faintly in the lamplight. The clan leader says nothing for a long time. Muguk waits, unsure how much his father agrees, but hoping that, at least for now, they walk the same path. He believes the soul-absorbing Supreme Demon must be destroyed. And if father and son must take different routes to reach that same destination, so be it. He turns to leave. Heavenly Demon closes his eyes, hand resting on his knee. Rising from the table, he finally says, I don't see any particular problem. Muguk stops, startled. What do you mean by that? The clan leader glances back over his shoulder. If your skills are so exceptional that you can kill the soul-absorbing Supreme Demon, he says, then you'll have no trouble filling the void left by his death. Muguk stares at him in shock. It takes a moment for the meaning to settle. His father has just given his silent approval. Heavenly Demon walks toward the door. Muguk watches him go, quietly thanking him in his mind. A small smile forms on his lips. He clenches his fist. At this point in my journey, he thinks my path and my father's still haven't diverged. Heavenly Demon disappears into the corridor, while Muguk stands in quiet resolve. We're still walking the same road. The scene shifts. A majestic pagoda rises before Muguk. West Illusion Fort. The next day, the hero stands tall, arms relaxed at his sides. Before him, Yeso sits once more at his table, calm and unreadable. Muguk frowns slightly, his mind focused. To kill the soul-absorbing Supreme Demon, he thinks, I've chosen a third path. But for that, I'll need time. 2 months. That's all he asks for. Muguk knows what he must do. Before the time comes, he has to make sure Yeso keeps a low profile, that the soul-absorbing Supreme Demon doesn't cause more bloodshed. Yeso leans back in his chair, his tone casual. So, then, what brings you here this time? Muguk answers firmly. Nung Hayu has been declared innocent. The Nirvana Pavilion investigators couldn't prove he was behind the killings. Yeso raises a brow, his purple eye flickering faintly. Then why visit me if you've already decided to release my subordinate? Standing before the steps leading to the throne, Muguk meets his gaze. Because there's something I need to say to you directly. Yeso folds his hands. I'm listening. Muguk's voice cuts through the still air. I know you're using soul arts. For a brief moment, Yeso's face changes, just slightly. Then he chuckles. Soul arts? I've never heard of such a thing. Muguk's eyes narrow. His voice hardens. Drop the act and stop using that technique. The soul-absorbing Supreme Demon stares at him wide-eyed, feigning confusion. I truly have no idea what you mean. Muguk's anger flares. The same words echo again and again in his mind. I have no idea what you mean. He takes a step forward. If you refuse my warning, his voice lowers, then you'll die. Yeso throws his head back and laughs, loud, mocking, unshaken. The sound fills the vast chamber. Muguk's teeth grind together. Above him, a chandelier trembles as a fiery aura ignites behind his back. The Heavenly Demon defense art flares to life, its heat swirling through the hall. Yeso's laughter fades into a smirk. His lips tighten. Muguk glares at him. I won't be the one to kill you, he says coldly. Their gazes lock, two forces staring each other down. I'll convince my father, Muguk declares, his voice rising, to destroy you himself. A bright aura bursts around him, flames swirling like a halo. If you think I can't persuade the head of the cult, Muguk continues, you're wrong. I'll go to him every morning if I have to, and beg him to erase you from this world. Yeso remains silent, eyes widening slightly. Muguk steps closer, unwavering. If he refuses, I'll go again, and again, until he understands that anyone who tears hearts from the living shames our entire organization. In Yeso's eye, Muguk's reflection burns, fierce, determined. I'll go to him day after day, Muguk says, until the moment you slip up, and when you do, the heavenly demon will destroy you himself. The light around the hero pulses stronger. Yeso's faint smile returns. His gaze sharpens. Muguk's hair falls over his eyes as the oppressive energy grows thicker, a psychic pressure pressing into his thoughts. Then Yeso speaks, voice calm, yet heavy with strange weight. Tell me, boy, do you truly understand the world you live in? He leans forward, his purple eye glowing brighter. What if this world, all of it, is nothing but illusion? The words echo through Muguk's head. And what if the real universe, Yeso whispers, is the one you feel right now? The air distorts around them. Reality bends. Muguk's mind wavers on the edge between two worlds, one real, one imagined. A blinding light glows behind the boy's head. He's hanging upside down, grinning as he mutters that this world must be amazing. You don't even need alcohol to get dizzy. He laughs, saying it already feels like he's had a good drink. Yeso watches him closely, a hint of intrigue in his gaze. In his mind, he confirms what the rumors said. This young man really is a hidden dragon beginning his rise. The boy tilts his head, surprised by the sudden remark. In the blink of an eye, Yeso appears right beside him. The supreme demon of soul absorption stands calmly next to the boy, his presence both unreal and overwhelming. The boy finally understands why his father warned him about this man. Just standing near him makes it impossible to tell if he's flesh and blood or a phantom. Smiling faintly, the boy says he has no plans of ascending anywhere. All he wants is to live long, enjoy the world quietly, and grow stronger each day. Yeso studies him with quiet surprise. The boy's thoughts drift. This must have been the same dream the supreme demon once had in a previous life, a peaceful existence he could never achieve. A memory flashes before him. An older Yeso, his tone calm but heavy. He had spent every single day growing stronger, not for glory, but to make sure no one could ever kill him. The supreme demon lets out a wild, echoing laugh. What a fine dream you have, he says, before his figure fades into thin air. The boy gazes ahead. A vast emerald meadow stretches out before him. White clouds floating lazily overhead. Leaves drift gently around him. He raises his head and shouts, voice full of awe. This martial art, it's truly magnificent. Yeso smiles faintly, replying that no one else in this world could perform something like that, except him. Leaves swirl in the wind as the boy narrows his eyes. No, he thinks the supreme demon was wrong. The leader of the Wind Heaven sect could do the same, and he knows this because he once saved that sect in his past life. Both arts were born from the same source, the blood cult techniques. Suddenly, a bell rings out, glowing in a blinding white light. Yeso, still smiling, asks the boy if he truly wishes to live in such a world. The boy's eyes glimmer with resolve. If the supreme demon is willing to teach me, he says, then I'll gladly learn. They stand close, their auras intertwining. Yeso chuckles. You're far more cunning than I thought. Try and get a supreme art for free, aren't you? The boy meets his gaze. Then I'll just make you my ally, he replies smoothly. Yeso's eyes narrow, glowing with a deep violet hue. He stares into the boy's soul, his voice low and sharp. I can see every thought in your mind. You may fool others, but not me. Muguk stares straight at Yeso and calmly asks him what's running through his mind right now. The supreme demon of soul absorption smirks. You're thinking about grabbing me by the hair and landing a punch, aren't you? They face each other, tension crackling in the air. Yeso tilts his head slightly. Or maybe, he continues, you want to slap me and demand to know why this bastard keeps ignoring you? The boy lets out a short laugh. Close, he says, but not quite. His expression shifts as he locks eyes with the demon. Then, with sudden sharpness, he growls, why do you keep killing people, you lunatic? I should rip that shameless heart right out of your chest. Yeso's eyes widen, caught off guard. The boy smiles again. Seems like your mind reading's not as accurate as you thought. The Supreme Demon stays silent for a moment, then lets out a quiet grin. So, you think that being the cult leader's son makes you less mortal than the rest of us? That's why you came here, to die at my hands. Muguk shakes his head, smiling faintly. Wrong again. I'd rather live quietly in the wilderness than be number one and end up dead. Energy begins to flicker beside his face, pulsing softly. These were your own words, he thinks to himself. You used to say that all the time in your past life. Yeso's composure breaks. His eyes tremble, white dots flickering in his irises. The boy looks up, confused, then the scene shifts. Yeso now sits at a table, staring at him intently. Aren't you afraid of me? He asks. If I wanted to, I could create a real hell right here and trap you in it forever. Muguk lets out a nervous chuckle. Of course I'm afraid, he admits. That's exactly why I plan to convince my father to handle someone as dangerous as you. The Supreme Demon bursts out laughing, his voice echoing through the room. Then, composed himself, Yeso looks at the young man. You're quite the extraordinary one, he says finally. You may go. The boy studies him for a moment, then folds his hands together in front of his face. Please stop whatever it is you're planning. Just for a while, he says quietly before turning to leave. As he walks away, Yeso's voice cuts through the air. If we ever meet again, he warns, you'll never return to this world. The boy freezes for a second, cautious. We catch a glimpse of the lower half of his face before the scene fades. Above the Pungi Tavern, white clouds drift lazily in the sky. Inside, Daryong sits across from Muguk, sipping from his cup. So, he asks, how did the visit go? Muguk shrugs. If it went well, good. If not, that's fine too. He leans back, thinking quietly. That threat was from my father, he realizes. The Supreme Demon will stay low for at least a few months. Daryong, seated nearby, spins his cup thoughtfully. So you actually spoke face-to-face with that monster, he murmurs. All to find solution. What Muguk did was nothing short of remarkable. No one else would have dared to take such a risk. Muguk glances at his subordinate, surprised. Daryong looks like he's on the verge of tears. He bows his head, apologizing. I couldn't do anything for you, sir. If I were strong enough, I'd have gone to deal with that soul-absorbing Supreme Demon myself. Muguk studies him quietly, realizing the man is just trying, awkwardly, to comfort him. He takes a sip from his drink and says calmly, I appreciate the thought. That's what a good first assistant is for. But Daryong shakes his head. I don't see myself that way. Leon's the one closest to you, not me. Muguk lifts his glass, holding it in front of his face. No, he says, setting it down and touching his chest. Leon isn't my right hand, she's my heart. Daryong stares at him, wide-eyed, before breaking into a smile. Then I guess I should start envying her. They both laugh softly. The tavern around them buzzes with chatter and clinking glasses. Muguk looks around and sighs. Still my left hand, my heart, and my left wing. Why are they all late? Daryong, still holding his cup, blinks. Left hand? Heart? Left wing? Who are you even talking about? Muguk chuckles and downs another drink. You'll find out soon enough. Before Daryong can respond, footsteps approach. Jang Ho arrives, slightly out of breath. Sorry I'm late, he says quickly. Muguk smiles. Hopefully I didn't pull you away from anything important. Jang Ho sits down, shaking his head. If you hadn't called me here, I'd have been disappointed. The newly appointed leader of the demonic army takes his seat, and Muguk nods approvingly. I had to invite you, he says. This is the first time I've gathered all my people in one place. He slides his bottle toward Jang Ho. Have a drink. Thanks. Jang Ho replies, accepting the offer. Across the table, Daryong glances at him with a faintly sad expression. Muguk notices, but says nothing. Then Leon walks in. She gives a small bow. Sorry for being late. Muguk gestures for her to sit beside him. No need to apologize. Take a seat. Leon sits down gracefully, greeting Jang Ho and Daryong with a warm smile. Jang Ho looks at her in surprise. You've changed, he says quietly. Muguk takes a slow sip from his glass, thinking to himself. He noticed. His perception's sharp. Leon's energy had shifted. She'd grown much stronger after mastering the flying heaven swordsmanship. Smiling brightly, Leon says, I've been training nonstop. I guess I lost a bit of weight. That must be what you noticed. She raises her glass, eyes gleaming. Besides, it's freezing outside. I could really use a drink. Leon leans forward, grinning. Pour me something stronger, she says. Muguk nods and fills her glass to the brim. You've earned it, he replies. Your training's been paying off. Across the table, Daryong glances sadly at Jang Ho, who's also looking at Leon with a faint, heavy expression. The two exchange silent looks, then both return to their drinks. Setting his glass down, Daryong sighs. Seems like I'm the only loser here. Leon turns toward him, surprised. Why would you say that? Daryong frowns and looks away. Myuguk raises an eyebrow. What? You want to learn martial arts too? The young man looks up slowly, locking eyes with his leader. If you teach me, he says, I'd learn. Myuguk chuckles softly. Not me. Daryong blinks. Then who? Myuguk leans forward, staring directly into his eyes. Answer me first, he says evenly. If I found you a good teacher, would you train under them? The lessons won't be formal, but you'll gain real combat skill. Daryong hesitates, then mutters, Who would teach me? Myuguk doesn't answer. He just looks at him silently. The scene shifts. Somewhere outside, footsteps echo. Passers-by stop and stare, fear flashing in their eyes. A man walks through the street, expression cold and furious. It's Cheon-pa, that insolent brat, he growls. He acts like he has the right to summon anyone he wants. Dark clouds begin to gather above the pagoda. Back in the tavern, Daryong looks toward the window. Looks like a storm's coming, he says quietly. Myuguk crosses his arms. Enough pointless talk, he says sharply. You have 15 minutes to decide. Daryong stares at him, startled. 15 minutes? You expect me to decide now. Myuguk takes another sip, his tone calm but firm. Some choices shouldn't be overthought. If you hesitate too long, this chance will pass, and you'll leave here empty-handed. Daryong lowers his head, silent and uncertain. Jang Ho and Lee on exchange a glance, both watching him with quiet sympathy. Myuguk pours another drink into a small glass, his thoughts heavy. I want to make Daryong the next head of the Nirvana Pavilion, he muses. But he's too young, no strong allies, no real faction behind him. If he's going to take that position, he'll need something more. He looks at Daryong, studying him carefully. Then, wordlessly, he slides the filled glass toward him. Daryong hesitates, then downs it in one go. Myuguk refills it. The young man drinks again without pause. Leon frowns. You're drinking too fast, she warns. Daryong slams the shot glass down with a loud thud. His face is flushed, eyes glassy. Jang Ho stares, baffled, while Leon folds her hands in front of her face, uneasy. Daryong lets out a strange, drunken sound before mumbling, I doubt I'm fit for that role anyway. I'm already 32. Myuguk leans back, arms folded across his chest. 32 is a respectable age, he says calmly, and it comes with its advantages. Daryong blinks, confused. Advantages? Myuguk lowers his gaze, the corner of his mouth curling slightly. It means, he says slowly, you'll try harder than anyone else. Myuguk's tone turns firm. Every swing of your sword will carry more weight than anyone else's, and every step you take will be sharper, more deliberate. Daryong freezes, eyes wide in disbelief. Across the table, Leon and Jang Ho exchange quiet smiles. The investigator lowers his gaze, silent for a long moment. Then he looks up at Myuguk. I'll do it, he says softly. A faint smile crosses Myuguk's lips. Daryong lifts his shot glass, voice unsteady but determined. If anyone else had made me that offer, I would have refused without a thought. But since it's coming from you, I'll take it. Leon reaches for the bottle and fills his glass again. Our master, she says with a teasing grin, has always been the best at convincing people. The tavern hums quietly around them. Myuguk listens to the chatter, saying nothing. Daryong stares at his drink for a moment, then sighs. Still, I can't help but feel a bit of regret. He lowers his eyes, his voice quieter now. I've been an investigator for 10 years. Spent countless sleepless nights chasing the dream of becoming a chief investigator. Giving that up, it's hard. Myuguk tilts his head. Who said you're giving it up? Daryong looks up, startled. You're the most capable investigator in the Nirvana Pavilion. Myuguk continues calmly. You're not going anywhere. I'm talking about training in your spare time. The young man blinks, half confused, half relieved. You want me to train after work? Are you trying to kill me from exhaustion? Myuguk smirks. At least you'd be dying for your dream. Jang Ho leans forward, frowning. He might be too late for that. It's risky to throw everything away for a dream that might never come true. Myuguk crosses his arms, his tone steady. Who said anything about throwing everything away? There's no need to rush. He can study little by little, after work, in his own time. The table falls quiet. Daryong and Myuguk exchange glances. Myuguk continues, voice even but commanding. Haste leads to failure, he says. Those who claim they'd risk their lives for success rarely find it. If Daryong trains from dawn till dusk, he'll only start doubting himself. He'll think he's too slow, start picking himself apart. Eventually, he'll give up. He leans forward slightly. But if he keeps doing his job and uses the time he does have to grow, he'll get there and stay there. Daryong looks at him, uncertain, the doubt clear in his eyes. He refills his glass slowly. Leon and Jang Ho exchange confused glances, unsure what to make of the conversation. Finally, Daryong sets his glass down with a thud. Understand, he says firmly. Then please, teach me. Miguk raises an eyebrow. And what made you think I'd be the one training you? Leon and Jang Ho stare at him in disbelief. Before anyone can answer, Leon's attention shifts. She turns her head toward the stairs. Footsteps echo softly from below. Someone is climbing up. The figure on the stairs finally steps into view. It's Cheon-pa. Leon's eyes go wide. She instantly covers her face with both hands, as if that might make her invisible. Jang Ho spins around too, his breath catching in his throat. The old man's face is half hidden in shadow, but his presence alone is enough to chill the air. His gaze sweeps over the table, sharp and unreadable. Leon and Jang Ho freeze where they sit, fear flickering across their faces. Daryong, confused by their reactions, turns toward them. What are you all staring at, he asks. Before he gets an answer, the Blood Heaven's Bladesman, Cheon-pa, steps closer, the faint clink of his weapon echoing with each step. Daryong's heart skips a beat. His face drains of color. Cheon-pa stops beside the table, his voice low and cold. Tell me, boy, do you think it's bold or just foolish to summon me here again? Daryong and Jang Ho both go pale, completely paralyzed. Miguk, calm as ever, pulls out a chair and gestures politely. Please, have a seat. The old man stares at him, puzzled, then slowly sets his sword down beside him. The Blood Heaven's Bladesman takes the offered chair. Miguk smiles. We invited the great demon here for a simple reason, to share a drink. He fills the old man's glass. Across the table, Daryong's face twists in disbelief. His mind races, wait no, don't tell me, this man is supposed to be my teacher. Miguk catches his expression and gives a knowing smile. Ah, so you figured it out, he says lightly. Daryong nearly chokes. This has to be a joke, he mutters, voice trembling. Jang Ho, holding a bottle in both hands, clears his throat. Thank you, sir, for recommending me earlier, he says nervously. I'm honored to finally express my gratitude. The Blood Heaven's Bladesman narrows his eyes, then glances toward Miguk. The recommendation wasn't my idea, he says. It was your cult leader's son who insisted. Thank him, not me. Miguk chuckles. I've already received enough thanks. But still, Cheon-pa deserves some credit. Without his help, none of this would have been possible. The great demon stares at the boy, slightly taken aback, before looking away. He raises his glass. I gave that recommendation because I believe Jang Ho could handle the job, he says flatly. No need to twist it into something else. Jang Ho smiles politely, lifting his own glass. Then I'll thank you properly, he says before drinking it all in one go. Miguk glances at Cheon-pa sitting beside him. Actually, he begins, I have one more request. Cheon-pa sighs. What is it this time? Miguk turns to Daryong, who's now staring down at the table, his hands clenched tight. I want you, he says to the old man, to teach this boy martial arts. The Blood Heaven's Bladesman blinks, completely bewildered. His eyes move to Daryong. This one, he scoffs. What kind of worm is that? Daryong's face turns crimson. Everyone expects him to crumble, but instead he suddenly stands, his voice loud and trembling. I might look like a man obsessed with power, he says, but that's not who I am. He raises his hand, his words tumbling out. I've only ever loved one woman my entire life. I may be a pacifist, but I'm also the right hand of my master. He clenches his jaw and meets Cheon-pa's piercing gaze. So no, I'm not a worm. The table falls silent. Even Cheon-pa seems momentarily stunned. Daryong lowers his head again, face flushed red. Miguk bursts out laughing, the sound echoing through the tavern. Leon and Jang Ho glance at the poor man with sympathy, their expressions caught somewhere between pity and secondhand embarrassment. Smiling, Miguk waves a hand toward the old man beside him. Forgive him, he says lightly. He's already far too drunk. But the Blood Heaven's Bladesman isn't amused. His cold gaze lands on the special investigator. Teach him martial arts? He scoffs. Be grateful I haven't cut him down already for showing me that miserable face. Muguk doesn't flinch. He sees the old man's glare and says calmly, "We need Daryong." Cheonpa frowns. "I refuse." Muguk calls out to him again, his tone steady. "Supreme Demon." But Cheonpa cuts him off. "I already gave my answer, and I don't see why I should waste my time teaching anyone." Muguk's voice hardens slightly. "You're the most skilled fighter in our clan," he says, "and I want Daryong to learn from only the best." The old man looks at him, silent for a long moment. The two lock eyes. Finally, Cheonpa exhales and closes his eyes. "That boy isn't my disciple," he says flatly, "so I can't teach him." Muguk's lips curl into a smirk. "Then make him one." He leans back, still smiling. "Because among your current students, not a single one is worthy of inheriting your place." He raises his right hand slightly. "Your youngest disciple, he's kind, soft-hearted. That nature will keep him from ever standing at the top." Muguk's gaze sharpens. "So tell me, what do you think of this one?" Cheonpa's tone turns sharp. "I don't like him." Muguk lets out a quiet breath. "You've lived your whole life doing exactly what you please," he says. "So maybe for once try doing the opposite." The old man grits his teeth, anger flashing in his eyes. "I said I don't like him." Muguk's expression hardens. "Then I don't like you." The two men glare at each other, the tension between them thick enough to cut. Leon and Jang Ho glance nervously between them, unsure if a fight is about to break out. Daryong suddenly lifts his head from the table, his eyes glassy, voice slurred. "Would you like it?" he says, swaying slightly. "If someone forced you to do something?" Leon quickly raises her hands. "Daryong, stop," she pleads. But it's too late. The drunk investigator slams his palm on the table. "I told you already, I don't like that old man," he shouts. "So he can forget about teaching me anything." He points a shaky finger toward Cheonpa. "I'll never agree to it. Never." Leon and Jang Ho both freeze, terrified of what might happen next. Muguk turns toward the old man, his smile gone. Then Daryong looks at him, eyes bleary, voice low but clear. "Master, may I ask you just one question?" Muguk crosses his arms. "Go ahead," he says evenly. "Ask." He adds with a faint smirk, "I'll answer you honestly, since you'll probably be dead soon anyway." Daryong lifts his head, his voice trembling. "Why are you handing me over?" he asks. "To someone so cold, so heartless?" Muguk lowers his gaze, saying nothing. Tears stream down Daryong's face. "If you do this," he says between sobs, "you'll break me completely." The Blood Heaven's blades man, eyes hidden in shadow, lets out a dark laugh. "You damn crybaby," he mutters. Muguk looks at him silently, then turns back to Daryong. "He can teach you martial arts," he says quietly. Daryong wipes his tears with both hands, shaking his head. "It still doesn't feel right," he shouts. Jang Ho glances at him with pity, unsure how to comfort his friend. Muguk sighs softly, then looks back at the old man. "At least train him for half an hour each day," he says. "After his work is done. It could last a few weeks or a few years. That's up to you." Daryong sits slumped over the table, his head resting in his hands. Muguk's voice stays calm. "If you don't want to teach him, then don't. Just give him one chance on the first day." Cheonpa and Muguk lock eyes. The old man narrows his gaze. "Do you really trust this drunkard?" he asks coldly. Muguk doesn't hesitate. "I trust you," he says. The great demon pauses, visibly surprised. Muguk meets his stare without flinching. Soon, the two men stand side by side. Cheonpa and Daryong. So different, yet somehow the same. Both are strange in their own way, Muguk thinks. Detached from a world, but burning with the same fire inside. "I'm not teaching anyone," Cheonpa says finally, his tone sharp. But before he can continue, Daryong interrupts him, tears still streaking his face. "Good," he shouts. "Because I don't want to learn from you either." Leon and Jang Ho exchange terrified glances. The old man's hand drifts toward his sword. Muguk chuckles lightly and raises a hand. "No need for that," he says. Daryong slams his forehead down onto the table with a thud. "I don't understand anything anymore," he mumbles. "But I don't want to learn." Both Muguk and Cheonpa stare at him, caught off guard. The old man looks thoughtful for a moment. "And if I do train him," he asks slowly, "what will you give me?" Muguk smirks. "I'll help you get rid of that old grudge you've been holding on to for years." Surprise flashes in Cheonpa's eyes. He turns to Muguk, studying his face. A glass is lifted. Muguk fills it for the old man. The young man watches quietly, wondering if the great demon truly wants to make peace with the Flower Sword Supreme. Cheon-pa downs the drink in one gulp. Leon and Jang Ho exchange uncertain looks as the old man pours himself another. Muguk empties his own glass, then refills both. The table is cluttered with half-finished bottles and plates of untouched snacks. Leon and Jang Ho, unable to handle much more, are completely drunk, faces flushed, eyes glazed, while the two demons drink on in silence. The old man leans back in his chair, eyeing Muguk carefully. "Were you serious," he asks, "about that promise you made?" Muguk smiles faintly. "Of course," he says. "It wouldn't be right for Daryong to learn martial arts for free." Cheon-pa narrows his eyes, studying the young man as if trying to figure out whether he's joking or not. Lifting his glass, the Blood Heaven's Bladesman changes the subject. So he asks, "How's the new Nirvana Pavilion doing?" Outside the tavern window, the streets of the demonic village glow softly under the lantern light. The bustling pavilion stands visible in the distance. "It's doing well," Muguk replies simply. The old man lets out a low hum. "I wasn't asking about your profits," he says. "I meant, has opening that place actually improved your reputation?" Muguk chuckles quietly, realizing the old man's assumption. "Ah, you think I did it for popularity," he says with amusement. He raises his glass. "Well, that's going quite well too," he admits. "But more importantly, helping the people of the demonic village matters just as much to me as defeating the soul-absorbing supreme demon." He glances at the old man, his smile sharpening. "Though I doubt you'd understand that." Then, with a playful grin, he adds, "Anyway, I'm entrusting Investigator Daryong to you." Cheon-pa tugs irritably at his beard. "You never stop throwing work my way," he mutters. "Once you're done handing off your favorite underling, what will you do then?" Muguk swirls the empty glass in his hand. "I'll be busy," he says. The old man arches a brow. "Busy with what?" Daryong and Jang Ho are both slumped over the table, dead asleep, their heads resting on their folded arms. Muguk looks at the empty glass before him. "I've got a lot to deal with," he says quietly. "There are monsters in this world that still need to be destroyed, and I still need someone who'll become my right wing." He smirks. "I even had to humor my father just to make it happen." The old man blinks, startled. His hand rests against the armrest of the chair. "Wait, does that mean I'm your left wing?" Muguk nods. "Exactly. But if you'd rather be my right wing," he adds, "you can take that spot too." Cheon-pa stares at him in disbelief. "You are insane," he says flatly. "You dare compare me to the Flower Sword Supreme? And worse, you talk as if we're some kind of pair." Muguk doesn't flinch. "You told me once," he says, "that you'd bet on me because I'm crazy, and that only the insane have the strength to conquer this world." He leans forward slightly. "Have you already forgotten those words, old man?" Cheon-pa goes quiet. He crosses his arms, eyes closing slowly, as if weighing the truth in the boy's words. Finally, he exhales through his nose. "I didn't realize you were this crazy," he mutters. Muguk grins. "Then let's go crazy together," he says. "You, of all people, should know you don't have much left to lose." The old man snaps his eyes open, scowling. "Watch your mouth," he growls. "You shouldn't speak to your elders like that." Muguk just laughs. "I talk like this," he says, "because I'm crazy." Cheon-pa grits his teeth, glaring at Muguk. The young man, holding a half-empty bottle, smiles faintly. "I'll be leaving for a few months," he says. "While I'm gone, keep an eye on my comrades." The old man snorts softly. "I understand." He downs another glass in one motion. Muguk glances down at the table. He didn't even ask for anything in return, he thinks. Just agreed. That's exactly why I can trust this man. Across the room, Daryong stirs, groaning. "Water," he mutters. "I need water." A voice answers lazily. "It's right next to you." Blinking in confusion, Daryong turns his head. "Huh? Where?" He spots a teapot on the table, grabs it, and starts gulping straight from the spout like a dying man. A moment later, he clutches his head. "Ugh, it hurts so bad," he groans. "If I ever drink again, I'm a dog. A real dog." He looks around, disoriented. "Where am I?" Turning his head, he realizes someone else is nearby. The same person who told him where the water was. An open book lies on the table. Daryong blinks, try to make sense of his surroundings. Then the door opens. Cheon-pa steps inside, another book in hand. Daryong's jaw drops. "Wah, what are you doing here?" he blurts. The old man doesn't even look up. "This," he says dryly, "is my house." Daryong blinks rapidly, panic setting in. "Then why am I here?" Cheon-pa flips a page, answering matter-of-factly. When we were leaving the tavern, you started yelling that I had to carry you on my back. He turns another page, voice calm. Then you grab my leg and accuse me of abandoning my disciple. Daryong's face twists in horror. I did that. The old man snaps the book shut with a loud thud. His glare is sharp enough to cut through stone. It's been decades since anyone's dared to touch me, he says coldly. Shionpa frowns, leaning forward slightly. You seem like a man who wants to die, but doesn't have the guts to jump off a cliff. Sweat drips down Daryong's face. He stares at the demon in shock. Then, why'd you let me sleep here? He asks weakly. The old man says nothing at first. Then, looking down, he mutters, seems you don't remember either. Daryong gulps, eyes wide. What else did I do? Outside, clouds drift lazily above the pagodas. Shionpa finally continues, his tone half annoyed, half amused. When I tried to take you to the guest room, you started shouting that a soulless demon was throwing his disciple into a filthy closet. He pauses, letting that sink in. Then you collapsed, rolled your eyes back, and screamed that you deserved better treatment, the old man says flatly. After that, you rolled around the floor, cursing your miserable fate. Daryong just sits there, frozen in silent horror. Daryong stands frozen, staring down at the floor in shock. The Blood Heaven's Bladesman watches him quietly for a moment, then sighs. Has life really been that cruel to you, boy? He asks. Because right now, I feel an overwhelming urge to be just as cruel and put an end to this pitiful sight. Daryong's eyes roll back as he drops to his knees. I'm sorry, he cries out. I'm so sorry. I'll never drink again, I swear. The old man frowns, genuinely puzzled. Why quit something so enjoyable? He asks. Just stop acting like an idiot when you drink. But Daryong shakes his head frantically. No, I'm done. I'll quit completely. Please forgive me. Shionpa glances back at his book, unimpressed. Then leave, he says curtly. Daryong blinks in surprise. Leave? He clasps his hands together, bowing slightly. All right, I'll go right now. As he stands, his eyes drift across the room, to the rows of neatly arranged books lining the shelves. He picks one up carefully. This one's my favorite, he says with a smile. Have you read it, sir? Shionpa's brow furrows. I hate when people touch my things without permission. The book is suddenly snatched from Daryong's hands and hits the floor with a thud. Daryong freezes, then scrambles forward, panicking all over his face. I'm sorry. I swear, only the pages with the boring parts got a little bent. He bows low. I'll leave immediately, but Shionpa's next question stops him. Why do you like that book? He asks quietly. Daryong looks up, startled. Because, he says after a pause, the main character reminds me of myself. He smiles faintly. He was born poor. He struggled all his life to connect with people. But despite everything, he became a real hero. I've read it at least 20 times, he adds softly. I still read it before bed. Shionpa doesn't respond. He just looks at the boy, then down at the book lying on the floor. Daryong bows again. Thank you for letting me stay the night, he says. I'll be going now. But before he can turn, the old man speaks again. Tell me, he says without looking up, do you really think Muguk can become the heir? Daryong stops in his tracks, eyes wide. Of course, he says firmly. He'll do it. Shionpa keeps his eyes on the book. Why do you believe that? Daryong answers without hesitation. Because Muguk is extraordinary. I've never met anyone like him. He has the power to change the cult for the better. The old man finally looks up. His gaze meets Daryong's. Would you give your life for him? He asks. The question hangs heavy in the air. Daryong pauses, then shakes his head. No, he says quietly. Never. Shionpa's eyes widen in disbelief. The old man reminds everyone that the investigator just called the hero an exceptional man. Daryong scratches the back of his head, muttering that he's not the kind of person who could throw his life away for someone else. The man from Blood Heaven's Blades studies him silently, his thick mustache catching the light. He turns toward Daryong and orders him to wait in the courtyard. The investigator, clearly uneasy before the supreme demon, quickly agrees and hurries out. A steep staircase winds up toward the pagoda. Daryong stands stiffly, hands at his sides, convinced he's about to be punished for admitting he wouldn't die for the head of Nirvana Pavilion. He glances nervously to his right, wondering if he should take back his words and claim he is willing to make the sacrifice after all. A sword stands planted in the ground before him. As Shionpa descends the stairs, his voice cuts through the silence. He orders the young man to pick up the weapon. Daryong grips the hilt and raises the blade, the weight surprising him. Cheonpa asks, "What's going through that Nirvana Pavilion official's head right now?" The boy looks up, uneasy. Eyes on the blade, he admits, "It's really heavy." The old man nods. "Good. You've understood the essence already." Daryong blinks in confusion. The master continues to feel the true weight of the sword. "That's both the beginning and the end of the technique I'm about to teach you." Daryong's eyes widened. Then a grin spreads across his face. "What you just said, it gave me goosebumps." Cheonpa snorts. "Probably because you drank too much yesterday. Or maybe you've caught something." Daryong quickly agrees, pretending not to take it to heart. The old man turns away, warning, "Don't be late for training." "Never." Daryong calls out brightly. Rain begins to fall over the settlement. The tavern is alive with noise and laughter. A man wearing a hat steps through the door, raindrops sliding down his face. The waiter shouts over the chatter that he'll be right there. The man, Mug, smiles faintly as he looks around. He remembers this place from another lifetime, when he came searching for a bell, and the boy serving him had already grown. Now, that same boy, holding an iron tray, bows and greets him as a warrior. He apologizes. Every table is taken. Muguk asks if there are any rooms available at the inn. The boy shakes his head. The entire settlement is crowded with visitors here for the god blood ritual. Lanterns sway gently outside the balconies. "When does the ritual begin?" Muguk asks. The boy closes his eyes. "In 10 days. He adds that there's another inn at the end of the street, but chances are it's full too. Just then, one of the customers yells for more drinks, and the boy rushes off to serve him. The boy spins around and dashes off, shouting over his shoulder that he's hurrying to serve the order. Muguk watches him go, a faint smile on his face. Perfect timing, he thinks. I've arrived just in time, enough to prepare for the god blood ritual. Colorful flags flutter above the street. He recalls that once every year, the Sky Heaven cult holds a grand ceremony to honor the blood god. And only during this event does a rare opportunity appear, an item that can suppress the powers of the soul-absorbing supreme demon. Before him looms an enormous iron gate. Behind it, he knows, lies sacred treasures, including a bell of great power. That gate is no mere barrier. It's a prison, forged from 10,000-year cold iron. The head of the Sky Heaven cult resides within, eating and sleeping there, never leaving its confines. A young man sits quietly in front of the bell. Muguk remembers him, the guard bound in the same cold iron shackles. Stealing anything from this place while those two are present is nearly impossible. The bars rise with a metallic echo. Muguk's thoughts sharpen. Once a year, for a brief moment, both the guard and the cult leader leave this place. He spreads his arms slightly, already picturing the scene. It happens during the god blood ritual, when both take part in the ceremony. A glint flashes under his straw hat. That's when I'll make my move, he thinks. That's when I'll steal the artifact that can destroy the soul-absorbing supreme demon. Steel flashes. Daryong swings his sword, one stroke after another. Sweat drips down his face as his blade cuts through the air. Cheonpa stands nearby, arms crossed. That's how it should be done, he says firmly. Yes, master. Understood. Daryong replies, his voice strained. The old man nods, then steps back. Good. Now do it 1,000 times. Daryong freezes, eyes wide. 1,000. The sword comes down again, and again. His arms tremble. He can barely keep his grip. Why? Why do I have to swing this heavy thing so many times without using inner energy? His lips press into a thin line. His shoulders burn. It feels as if his arms might simply fall off. Panting, he lowers the sword, his breath ragged. He stares at the blade, trying to understand if he did something wrong. Just yesterday, he thinks bitterly I was at home, sitting comfortably with a good book. He remembers the hero's words echoing in his mind. Since you started training at this age, you must give it your all. His eyes widen, sweat streaming down his face. He plants one hand on the sword, the other on his hip, gasping for air, ready to push through, no matter how much it hurts. He pants, then lifts the sword again. The boy raises the blade overhead and strikes. He thinks that if he's expelled after the first day of training, he won't be able to face the head of Nirvana Pavilion. Dusk falls. The boy counts every strike up to 1,000. His face is fierce as he throws the sword aside and drops to all fours. His hands are cut and bloody. He knows he completed the task. Cheonpa says if it's too hard, he can quit anytime. No one will force him to stay. Sweat drips from the boy's brow. The old man stands beside him. The boy looks toward him, then away. He lifts his chin and declares he will not give up. Cheon-pa looms over the kneeling student and asks why he keeps going if it's so painful. The boy answers that this chance comes once in a lifetime. The old man studies his student. He asks if the boy understands that he never passes on his martial art to anyone. The boy smiles a small, sad smile and says he doesn't expect to be chosen. What he wants is simply to learn from a true master. He clenches his fist and vows that one day, when he has a child, he will tell that child his father learned from the great Blood Heaven's Bladesman. That's enough for me, the boy adds. Cheon-pa breathes out, a little surprised, and then closes his eyes. He says aloud that this means the investigator will marry one day. The investigator replies that, yes, he intends to marry someday. The sun sets behind the pagodas. Cheon-pa asks why the boy wants this. The boy presses a hand to his chest and answers that he wants to raise a child and give him the fatherly care he never received. The old man, watching the kneeling boy, asks what will happen if the boy's child hates him as much as the boy hates his own father. The boy pauses for a moment, then smiles and says that if that happens, he will bring his child to the Blood Heaven's Bladesman to receive the same test. Cheon-pa considers this, then, mouth slightly open, orders another 1,000 strikes. The boy cries out in horror and asks, 1,000 again? Steep cliffs rise nearby. The cave entrance yawns into the mountain. A kettle boils on the rocks. The hero sits by the fire. He remembers that before arriving here, he visited a few shops and bought spirit grass, poison bellflower, sandalwood, and several other ingredients. If you cook the mixture for a few days, it will turn into an elixir so potent it can dull even the sharpest sense of smell. Myuguk gazes down, his expression dim. He recalls the man shackled beside the great bell. How, in his past life, that same man told him he'd been chained there since his youth. That means he's the one guarding the treasure. The kettle smokes softly over the fire. While the elixir brews, Myuguk sits cross-legged and begins to cultivate the heavenly demon defense art. He closes his eyes, his face glowing faintly in the firelight. The more he trains, the more fascinating this art becomes. He's heard that when combined with the 9 calamities demonic art, its power multiplies beyond imagination. He dreams of the day he can wield both at once. Stars scatter across the night sky. Myuguk steps out of the cave, tilting his head upward. From this same spot, in another lifetime, he once looked at the stars in silence. He thinks of Dae-ryong and Cheon-pa, how they both deny it, yet mirror each other in so many ways. He wonders how they're doing now. The scene shifts. Dae-ryong grits his teeth, his whole body tense. He buries his head in his hands, groaning. His mind is a haze. He remembers training deep into the night, swinging his sword until exhaustion swallowed him whole. He turns his head, trying to recall what happened next, where he is now. Then it hits him. He's lying in the same bed where he woke up after that awful drinking binge. What? Why am I sleeping here again? He mutters in disbelief. He stumbles out to the balcony and descends the stairs. Then he freezes. Before him stands Cheon-pa, holding a massive sword in both hands. The old man swings, and the air trembles. Dae-ryong's mouth drops open as white smoke swirls around the master. He stares at the enormous blade, realizing that Cheon-pa is performing the exact same movements he taught him yesterday. The old man's focus is absolute, his presence sharp as steel. Dae-ryong suddenly understands. The technique he was shown wasn't a meaningless exercise. It was the very same foundation upon which the supreme demon once began his rise to power. He looks at his teacher in shock and awe. Now he knows. The Blood Heaven's Bladesman hadn't been mocking him. Every strike, every repetition carried a purpose. Then Cheon-pa's voice cuts through the air, firm and commanding. Dae-ryong, don't you dare slack off just because the head of Nirvana Pavilion isn't here. The investigator stiffens, eyes wide with shock. Above the pagodas, clouds drift slowly by, silent witnesses to their relentless training. The young man shouts that he's late for work and needs to hurry. He promises he'll meet Cheon-pa later. The Blood Heaven's Bladesman watches him from small rise and calls out in surprise, asking if he really intends to come back. Dae-ryong turns around and yells, "Of course I will." The old man warns him that the pain he's feeling won't make his path any easier, and when he returns, he'll have to perform 2,000 strikes. Dae-ryong grins and shouts back that he understands, ready to do whatever his teacher commands. The old man watches him leave, his gaze steady and unreadable. Meanwhile, Myuguk walks forward through a forest path, broken trees scattered around him. His eyes are sharp with focus. 5 days left until the blood god ritual, he thinks. The elixir is ready. Now, it's time to see if the secret passage from his past life still exists. He plans to reach the throne room of the Sky Heaven cult's leader, the place where his target lies. Above him, a fortified structure towers over the cliffs. Miyaguk moves past the rocks and slips his hand beneath a large stone. A faint rumble follows as a hidden entrance opens before him. He steps inside the narrow cave. The air is cold, heavy with dust and memory. He recalls the last time he used this mechanism, how it had astonished him then, and still does now. From the outside, the passage is almost impossible to detect. Inside the dim tunnel, Miyaguk takes out a small green orb and pours the contents of a flask over himself. Then he descends the long, spiraling staircase that winds deep into the mountain. At the bottom stands an enormous gate. He knows the throne should be just beyond it. Blue energy flickers around his head like faint mist. One of the glowing streams drifts toward the gate, seeping through the cracks. Inside, the current of light reveals a figure, a bearded man sitting in silence. Miyaguk's heart tightens. That overwhelming pressure. There's no mistake. It's him, the head of the Sky Heaven cult. Another faint stream hovers near the man, chained beside the bell. Miyaguk nods inwardly. As expected, both are here. He releases a pulse of blue energy, then turns away from the gate, closing his eyes. Now that everything is confirmed, he thinks, I can begin preparations for the operation. It will all happen during the blood god ritual. Night falls. Pagodas shimmer with hundreds of glowing lanterns. The square below bursts with life. Crowds laughing, children running, food stalls filling the air with the smell of spice and smoke. Among them, Miyaguk sits quietly in the lotus position, disguised and calm. He pours the elixir from a small measuring cup over himself, masking his presence completely. Eyes closed, he listens, waiting for the precise signal. When the bell tolls for the 36th time, he will begin. Then, a sharp cry breaks the noise. A girl gasps in surprise. Miyaguk's eyes snap open. Across the courtyard, a long-haired young man steps forward, raising the mallet. The next strike of the bell is about to begin. A deep clang echoes through the night. The wooden log slams into the bell and bounces away, the sound rippling across the temple grounds. Miyaguk's eyes sharpen. The 36th strike. It's time. The man chained to the bell swings again, but before the echo fades, Miyaguk moves. With the speed of wind god's force stride and the silence of shadow's step, he blurs forward. A sharp impact, then silence. The chained guard collapses, lips twitching before he slips into unconsciousness. Miyaguk stands over him, calm and steady. He glances at the fallen man and thinks, 15 minutes. That's how long until the head of the Sky Heaven cult returns. He walks deeper into the chamber. Before him stands a massive statue, its serene face unmistakably that of the Buddha. Miyaguk raises 2 fingers. Slowly, he brings them to the statue's eyes. With a faint click, the stone lids open. He presses both pupils. With a grinding sound, the eyeballs slide out of their sockets. Finally, he thinks after all this time. Blood eye purification water. 2 tiny vials glimmer in his hands. He holds one up, watching the liquid shimmer faintly inside. This sacred water is handed down in secret among the leaders of the Sky Heaven cult, he recalls. When applied to the eyes, it reveals the hidden counter techniques of the blood cult's magic. In his mind's eye, he sees Yeso, the caster of forbidden spells from the blood cult. The soul-absorbing supreme demon's techniques, all of them trace back to that same origin. The Sky Heaven cult merely inherited them. Miyaguk smiles faintly. With this water, I can finally counter his magic. He tilts his head back and pours a few drops in his right eye, then the left. The pain hits instantly. He clenches his teeth, gripping his head as red streams of energy rise from his eyes like vapor. The burning spreads, but he endures it. His eyes glow crimson. When the pain fades, he opens them again and grins. He presses the statue's eyes once more, returning them to place. The Buddha's face returns to its calm, timeless expression. There's still enough water left, he thinks. No one will notice it was used. It'll be passed down like nothing ever happened. Behind him, the guard he struck earlier groans, clutching his head as he starts to wake. Light bursts around Miyaguk, swift, bright, and fleeting. He uses wind god stride again, disappearing into the shadows. Because of the soul-absorbing supreme demon, he thinks, I obtained the blood eye purification water faster than ever. This will change everything when I face Walmugi. A young man races through the streets, his figure darting between startled townsfolk. People turn in surprise as he rushes past. Above the pagodas, heavy clouds drift across the dark sky. Inside a quiet hall, Cheon-pa sits reading a book. From the doorway, the Supreme Demon's voice cuts through the silence. Reading again, old man? Cheon-pa looks up sharply, startled. The Supreme Demon turns his gaze to the side and mutters, "It seems I'll have to punish the guards for letting him through." Standing beside a tall bookshelf, Muguk bows slightly and says calmly, "There's no need to punish anyone. I came quietly. No one even noticed. I only wanted to see my old comrade in secret." The Blood Heaven's Blades man turns his gaze toward him but remains silent. The two stand several paces apart, the air between them heavy but familiar. After a pause, Cheon-pa asks, "So you finally come back?" Muguk nods. "I have." The old man frowns. "You mean to tell me you came here first?" Muguk's lips curve into a grin. "I didn't want to upset you, but my father turned in early. I couldn't catch him before he fell asleep." Cheon-pa scowls. "Answer properly." Muguk laughs softly. "All right. Yes, the Supreme Demon was the first person I visited after returning." The Blood Heaven's Blades man studies him, then picks up a bottle and offers it forward. "Then have a drink. It's your favorite, bring it for you." Muguk takes the bottle with an easy smile, filling a cup. The warm light from the pagoda windows flickers across their faces. Cheon-pa asks quietly, "Has it already been 2 months since you left?" "Not yet," Muguk replies, pouring himself a drink. "But my swift step technique has improved a lot on the way back. That's why I arrived earlier than expected." He glances up with a faint grin. "So, how's Daryong doing with his martial arts?" Cheon-pa closes his eyes briefly, holding his cup. "That kid works harder than most would believe." Muguk pauses, surprised. For Cheon-pa to say something like that, it means Daryong is truly progressing. The two sit at the table, the quiet hum of the night around them. "He might look reckless," Muguk says, "but he's got real drive. Once he sets his mind on something, he doesn't quit." Cheon-pa exhales slowly. "That boy's obedient enough." Muguk chuckles. "He just knows when to push and when to wait. That's what makes him different." The old man sighs, then lifts his cup again. Muguk's gaze drifts to the open book beside him. "I thought you were reading poetry," he remarks. "Didn't expect that from you. You actually like poems, old man." Cheon-pa raises an eyebrow. "And why wouldn't I?" Muguk smirks. "No reason. It's just, well, poetry doesn't quite fit your image." The Blood Heaven's Blades man fixes him with a long stare. Then, after a moment, he mutters, "When I was younger, I loved reading. I just forgot about it for a while." Muguk leans forward, intrigued. "Really? Now I'm curious. What were you like in your youth?" Cheon-pa chuckles faintly. "Stern, quiet, not much different from now." "So basically, you were like Daryong," Muguk says with a grin. The old man looks up at the ceiling for a moment before replying. "Maybe, but it doesn't matter anymore. That was a long time ago." He takes a long sip from his cup, then looks at Muguk again. "So," he says, his tone soft but probing, "how did the journey of the cult leader's son go?" Muguk fills his glass and answers casually. "Everything went smoothly." Cheon-pa studies him for a moment, then mutters, "I've got a feeling trouble will follow soon enough." Muguk raises an eyebrow, smiling. "You really think I went out there just to stir up trouble?" The wind drifts through the trees outside, clouds sliding slowly across the sky. The old man says flatly, "Most likely, a bloodbath is coming." Muguk laughs under his breath. "You've got a very biased view of me, old man." Rubbing his beard, Cheon-pa replies, "I prefer peace." Muguk nods in agreement. "So do I." The old man's voice deepens. "The kind of peace I like is the one that comes after I've crushed every enemy with my own hands." Muguk lets out a low chuckle and downs his drink. "You haven't changed." He glances across the table. "You know, this was my first time leaving the cult, and I actually enjoyed it. Next time you should come along. A little change of scenery might do you some good." Cheon-pa leans back, eyes narrowing. "The outside world is full of people I'd rather kill than talk to. I'll stay here." Still, he refills Muguk's glass. "Whatever you're planning, be careful," he warns. "In the battle for inheritance, one wrong step could cost you your life." Muguk smiles faintly. "And if I do make that mistake?" The old man looks into his glass. "Then I'll switch allegiance to your older brother." Muguk snorts. "That's cold, even for you." Cheon-pa closes his eyes. "It's just nature. No point in having wings when the body's already dead. You find a new host and keep flying." Myuguk lifts his cup and thinks silently. He means it too. He can already picture it. The old man mourning for a day or two, then walking over to his brother's side, as if nothing ever happened. The night stretches on. Stars shimmer above the pagodas. Myuguk finally says, "Old man, I have one favor to ask tonight." Cheonpa opens his eyes. "What is it?" Myuguk meets his gaze. "Drink with me. All night." The blood heaven's blades man lets out a slow breath. "That, I can do it." Myuguk stands up from the table. "Where are you going?" the old man asks, puzzled. "If we're drinking all night, stay put." Myuguk grins. "I'm getting the drinks and some snacks." "There are servants for that," Cheonpa reminds him. "I know," Myuguk says, still smiling. "But there's something I want to bring myself." The old man falls silent, watching him go. As Myuguk walks away from the table, his thoughts harden. "Tonight, I'll serve the most perfect dish, and I've been preparing it for 2 months." Across the hall, Cheonpa's eyes narrow, a faint glint burning in them. Tonight, he thinks, I'll kill the soul-absorbing supreme demon. Yeso descends the stairs, and the night begins to shift. Myuguk stares across the dim hall at the supreme demon, his expression unreadable. The demon's thoughts twist darkly. That insolent brat. He dares challenge me only because he believes his father will protect him. The soul-absorbing supreme demon steps toward the half-open gate, torchlight flickering behind him. On the altar lies a young girl, motionless, her eyes closed. Yeso's grin stretches as he approaches her. "It's been a long time," he thinks, "since I've practiced soul art." He opens his mouth, but a violent crack echoes through the chamber. A strike slams into the back of his head. The demon staggers forward, snarling, and whirls around with both hands raised, ready to retaliate. His eyes widen when he sees who's standing before him. Myuguk steps closer, voice calm but sharp. "I warned you before. Stop using soul art." The two face each other beside the altar, the air tense and still. The supreme demon sneers. "The second son of the clan leader? What are you doing here?" He presses a hand to his temple, dazed. "How did you even get in?" Myuguk smiles faintly. "You seem shaken, Yeso. So much that the mystical aura you always hide behind is gone completely." A purple gleam flashes in the demon's eyes, the space around him twisting unnaturally. "You underestimated me." Yeso's voice echoes within the distortion. "Now you'll pay the price." Myuguk's tone doesn't waver. "Good. Now you look more like yourself. Killing you this way will be far more satisfying." They stand locked in silence for a moment, the tension pulsing between them. Yeso smirks. "Before I kill you, answer me. How did you find this place?" Myuguk tilts his head. "I simply followed you." The demon narrows his gaze. He doesn't believe a word of it. Myuguk meets his stare and thinks. He probably assumes I'm lying, but that's exactly what I did. Behind Myuguk, faint eyes shimmer in the darkness, spectral and unblinking. The art of shadows. Myuguk realizes. He's guarding his back with it, as always. If I'd fully mastered the 4 strides of the wind god, I could have slipped past unnoticed, but instead, his crimson eyes gleam. I used the blood eye purification water. It let me see the weak points hidden within his shadow barrier. A jagged red line glows faintly through the hovering eyes. Myuguk smirks. "Once I mapped every weakness, Shadow Step took care of the rest." He lifts his head, his voice steady. "It doesn't matter how I got here. What matters is why I came." Yeso raises his left hand, mocking him. "If you're here to lecture me again about soul arts, I'll deny it. Just like last time. You don't even know what you're talking about." Myuguk's expression hardens. He gestures toward the altar. "Then tell me, who is that lying there?" Yeso's smile returns, cold and false. "Just an unfortunate orphan. I brought her here to teach her martial arts." Myuguk's voice cuts through the air. "You're a coward." The supreme demon blinks, momentarily thrown off. "What did you just say?" Myuguk repeats the word, coward, loud and clear. Yeso freezes, then watches stunned, as Myuguk keeps saying it again and again. Myuguk stares at him and asks plainly how long the demon will keep pretending not to know, whether his courage only extends to preying on the weak. Yeso's eyes widen. The light behind him shifts. The scene snaps to a cliff top. Myuguk stands on the edge, snow swirling around him, a vast abyss yawning behind. Yeso's voice cuts through the wind. He reminds Myuguk of his warning. Meet him again, and you will never return to the real world. A blizzard lashes the hero as he answers that the supreme demon seems to frighten others only to hide his own fear. They face each other across the storm. In his head, Yeso admits something unexpected. He's impressed. For the son of the cult leader to have such will at his age is rare. He asks plainly whether Muguk came to kill him. Muguk replies that he did. Snow piles the mountains white. Yeso asks on what grounds Muguk will carry out the execution. Muguk says nothing at first. Then Yeso, mouth opening, suggests the heavenly demons must have sent the son as an assassin. Muguk closes his eyes and smiles. If his father wanted the supreme demon dead, he would have come himself. Yeso knows what the father is like. The light shifts again. Now they sit opposite one another in a lavish gazebo, a low table between them bearing dishes. Yeso says that if this will be a fight to the death, they should speak honestly first. Muguk agrees. Yeso declares they are both demons above the rest and asks whether they should spare any choice for the weak. He asks what's wrong with devouring the hearts of the weak to grow stronger. Greed, he says, is their right. Muguk frowns inwardly and answers that every act in his life was meant for the good of the heavenly demon divine cult. He remembers a sworn enemy atop a mountain of corpses and thinks that without Muji's arrival, he would have stayed in the cult and likely turned a blind eye to the supreme demon's crimes. Behind him, the trace of his past apostasy lingers, an echo of what he once was. Muguk realizes that his fate has completely changed. He's no longer the man he once was. Glaring at the supreme demon, he snaps, demanding the truth. He accuses the demon of lying, of ripping out hearts not for the cult, but just to extend his own miserable life. You've always done it for yourself, Muguk spits. You'll never stop. Yeso's eyes flicker restlessly as the two sit across the table. In his mind, Muguk sees flashes of the heavenly demon. Daggers pierce through his chest. If Yeso truly cared about the cult, Muguk thinks he would have avenged his father's death. But instead, the coward vanished into the shadows, waiting to outlive the rest of the supreme demons. That unnatural lifespan, it was built on the blood of thousands of innocents. Yeso, Muguk says coldly, you've only ever lived for yourself. You've turned into a monster. The two lock eyes. Yeso finally sneers. You're not the cult leader's second son. Staring deep into Muguk's eyes, the soul-absorbing supreme demon continues. There's no way someone your age could see through me so clearly or slip past my shadow arts undetected. Suddenly, Yeso's head begins to swell, surrounded by swirling, multicolored energy. Muguk looks up and instantly understands. This is mind-seizing soul art, a forbidden demonic technique that drags the truth out of one's mind. Streams of dark energy pour from Yeso's eyes and mouth. Muguk smirks to himself. This won't work on me. Deciding to play along, he lets a faint smile creep across his lips, curious to see what Yeso truly wants to uncover. Yeso leans forward, his voice echoing. Who are you? Space distorts around Muguk as he answers calmly. I am geometrical Muguk. The purple currents intensify. Yeso snarls. Then tell me, how do you know so much about me? I investigated, Muguk replies. Every last detail about you. Is the heavenly demon behind this? Yeso presses. My father has nothing to do with it. Muguk says firmly. A twisted grin spreads across Yeso's face. Muguk studies him carefully. He's realized it now. Yeso fears his father more than anything. Yeso's form starts to blur, twisting into a violent whirlwind. His voice cuts through the air. Then why did you come here? Muguk lowers his gaze. To kill you. Does anyone know you're here? Yeso asks. No one, Muguk answers. Energy bursts between the demon's teeth as the tension thickens. The two stand face to face. Yeso smiles one last time. Then from this moment, he says, his voice dripping with malice, the cult leader's second son ceases to exist. The hero narrows his eyes at his enemy. Do you really think you can handle the consequences of killing the heavenly demon's son? He asks coldly. The supreme demon grins, his voice dripping with arrogance. I won't face any consequences, he sneers. All the blame will fall on Cheon Pa. Muguk says nothing. His silence is sharp, heavy. Yeso extends a hand toward him, his tone almost playful. I won't kill you myself, he says. You'll die fighting Cheon Pa. The demon's mouth stretches unnaturally wide as he spreads his arms, power radiating from his body. Muguk glares at him, hatred burning in his eyes. Clenching his teeth, Muguk summons his strength, activating the heavenly demon defense art. Dark orbs flicker into existence around him, encircling his body like living shadows. The effort strains him. His body trembles under the weight of the technique. The black haze closes in, almost swallowing him whole. Across from him, Yeso's purple eyes glow through his pale face. His voice cuts through the darkness like a curse. Kill the Blood Heaven's Bladesman. The command echoes in Muguk's mind, over and over again, relentless and consuming. Muguk squeezes his eyes shut, struggling to resist. Even with the heavenly demon defense, art shielding him, the pressure is unbearable. Anyone else would have already fallen under the soul-absorbing art's control, but not him. Still, the voice won't stop. Kill him. Kill the Blood Heaven's Bladesman. Muguk's gaze darts to the right, then to the left. And there, through the fog, he spots it. A faint blue glow. His foot moves before his mind catches up. He charges toward the light. The command still screams in his head, but he doesn't falter. Breaking through the black mist, he realizes what that light truly is. A way to shatter Yeso's soul-absorbing art. He lifts his head, eyes fixed on his enemy. The soul-absorbing supreme demon stares at him in disbelief. How? How did you break free from my illusion? That art should have held you until it burned itself out. Muguk smirks. Maybe it's because my soul's connected to the Blood Heaven's Bladesman, he says quietly. I can't kill someone I'm bound to. Black streams of energy swirl once more before him, twisting violently. Yeso snarls, shouting the command again. Kill the heavenly demon. The dark dots reappear, orbiting Muguk like a storm. The same deadly order fills his head again and again. His world flips upside down, literally. His head throbs as Yeso unleashes an even stronger version of the soul-absorbing art. But then, once more, that blue light pierces the darkness. Breathing hard, Muguk steps into its glow. And when the brilliance fades, he's standing before Yeso again, calm, unbroken. The demon's voice trembles with disbelief. Why doesn't my soul-absorbing art work on you? The hero meets Yeso's gaze and replies calmly. Like I said, it's all because of my bond with the Blood Heaven's Bladesman. Streams of black energy whip violently around the supreme demon as he shouts in fury. Utter nonsense. A golden glow surrounds Muguk. He turns his head to the right, visibly irritated. So, he's using the same trick again, he mutters. Then he spots something strange near him, an eerie figure rising from the ground. It's a grotesque creature, black liquid streaming from its hollow eye sockets. One after another, more monsters crawl out of the earth, closing in on him. Without hesitation, Muguk draws his sword. His eye gleams with a faint red light. Then he sees it, a tiny blue mark glowing on the shoulder of one of the creatures. More of those marks appear, scattered across the bodies of the others. In a blur of motion, Muguk strikes, each blow precise and unrelenting. His final slash splits the last monster's head clean through. He exhales sharply, steadying himself. Blood eye purification water, he thinks. It shows me how to break through his magic. Across the battlefield, Yeso stares in disbelief, once again stunned by the boy who refuses to fall. Muguk straightens and looks at him. What's wrong? He asks coolly. Aren't you going to ask your favorite question again? Yeso's eyes blaze purple. The hero's vision blurs, and suddenly, he's standing on a narrow log floating in the middle of a raging sea. Waves crash around him, stretching endlessly in every direction. Muguk narrows his eyes. Another illusion. The soul-absorbing art again. But this time, he knows the stakes. If he falls, he dies for real. He senses something approaching. A massive wave surges toward him, swallowing the sky. Muguk loses balance and plunges into the water. The cold rush steals his breath as he sinks deeper and deeper. As he drifts downward, flashes of memory surface, his father's voice echoing in his mind. The people of the Murim Alliance fear the soul-absorbing supreme demon more than anyone. Muguk's eyes open wide. He kicks upward, bursting through the surface, gasping for air. Now he finally understands why Yeso is feared even by the strongest. Because no ordinary mind could endure an illusion this powerful. Another wave towers above him, ready to crash down. Even the greatest martial artist, Muguk thinks, if trapped here too long, will eventually lose strength and die. The next moment, the water pulls him under again. Bubbles rise past his face as his lungs burn. He can't see an escape this time. No light, no path. Then an idea sparks. White bubbles begin swirling around his body. Maybe the exit isn't above. Maybe it's below. He looks down, diving deeper into the abyss. But when he resurfaces, gasping, he realizes it didn't work. Teeth clenched, he scans the endless horizon. Nothing. No shore, no light, only water stretching forever. And then it hits him. He's alone, completely alone, adrift in the middle of an infinite ocean. The boy turns his head to the left. Not far away, floating on the restless waves, he spots the same log he stood on when this illusion first began. Without hesitation, Myuguk starts swimming toward it. The moment feels almost desperate. If nothing else exists in this vast ocean, then that log must be the exit. Reaching out, his hand brushes against the rough wood. Suddenly, a soft white glow appears in the water before him. Myuguk's eyes widen with relief. So that's it. The exit's been right in front of me all along. But before he can react, another massive wave surges toward him. The roaring wall of water crashes overhead, threatening to drag him down again. Myuguk grips his sword tightly and thrusts it into the glowing source. The light bursts, flooding the ocean around him. He gasps for breath, his chest heaving as he breaks free from the illusion's crushing weight. When his vision clears, Yeso is standing silently before him, watching. Then Myuguk notices something strange. Mirrors. Dozens of them, floating all around, reflecting him from every stage of his life. In one, a small boy stares back. In another, a young man with fire in his eyes. He realizes they're all him. Myuguk steps forward, walking past each reflection, until his gaze falls on one more image, an old man lying still, looking back at him with weary eyes. Myuguk studies the figure carefully. This isn't his future. He never lived that long in his past life either. Another illusion, he realizes. Another trick from the soul-absorbing, supreme demon. He presses a hand against the mirror. What do you regret, Myuguk? A voice asks from beyond the glass. The reflection's hand rises, the old man's. This man, Myuguk says quietly, spent his life with blood on his hands, up to the elbows, and still hopes for a peaceful death. His voice hardens. That's too greedy. The lower half of Myuguk's face appears in the glass, a faint smile on his lips. If that old man killed Muji and saved those who needed saving, then maybe a death like that isn't so bad after all. The old man's eyes soften, staring back at him. You can rest now, Myuguk says gently. I know who you are. He withdraws his hand from the mirror, still gazing into it. A bitter thought crosses his mind. Maybe I just wanted to reassure myself. His eyes lower, a quiet sadness settling in. I only wanted to believe that what I'm doing is right. Myuguk lifts his sword once more, determination returning to his face. He raises the blade, and with a single, sharp swing, strikes one of the mirrors. At that moment, a familiar light flares from his chest, the same glow as before. The mirror shatters into countless pieces. Across from him, Yeso stares in disbelief. His expression twists with shock, as if he's looking at a ghost. How did you figure it out? Yeso demands. The two stand face to face, the air between them heavy with tension. Yeso's voice trembles slightly. If you had broken the wrong mirror, they would have multiplied. You would have been trapped forever. No chance of escape. Myuguk closes his eyes and exhales. Then I guess I got lucky. Yeso's mouth opens wide as he roars. Don't give me that. This isn't luck. His voice shakes the air around them. Then suddenly, his expression shifts, as if a realization has struck him. Myuguk stands firm, watching him in silence. I see now, Yeso growls. You've mastered the 9 calamities' demonic art. The two glare at each other, the tension sharp enough to cut through the air. Yeso sneers. Your father, the so-called head of the cult, is truly shameless. He secretly sent his heir to kill one of his own subordinates. Myuguk's thoughts harden. He's got it completely wrong, as always. Without a word, the young man uncorks a small bottle and pours its contents directly into his eye. He thinks the only way to resist his magic is through the 9 calamities' demonic art. Myuguk thinks. He has no idea that the blood eye purification water can do the same. Yeso's fury explodes. His aura twists violently, filling the room with raw hatred. That bastard, he screams. That filthy, backstabbing demon. He sent his son to kill me. Myuguk frowns, his voice cutting through Yeso's rage. What do you mean, stab in the back? Explain yourself. For a moment, Yeso falls silent, his purple eyes flickering. Myuguk continues, his tone calm but sharp. My father once told me that the soul-absorbing supreme demon was the most feared man in the Murim Alliance. That means he valued you more than anyone. He takes a step closer, and I don't believe he'd betray someone he considered that valuable. Yeso narrows his eyes. Then what are you trying to say, boy? Muguk's lip curls in disdain. I'm saying, don't let your anger cloud your judgment. My father hesitated until the very last moment before deciding what to do with you. Yeso's enormous mouth stretches open again, his tone filled with disbelief. Then tell me, why are you doing this? The Supreme Demon's gaze locks onto Muguk's. Imagine this, Muguk says quietly. A man who lived a simple life. Farming, running a small business, studying, training, just living. Then, out of nowhere, he's dragged away, and his heart is torn out. Does that sound right to you? Yeso doesn't answer. His silence says everything. Then, with a hollow laugh, he spreads his arms wide. Life is unfair, boy. If you don't like it, get stronger. Muguk turns his head slightly, half closing his eyes. Then I'll make you feel just how unfair it really is. Yeso stares at him, his glowing eyes flaring brighter. You're right, he says slowly. My whole life, it's been about survival. Nothing else. Muguk steadies his stance, power building within him like a storm ready to erupt. The air trembles as both of them unleash their energy. Two forces colliding, each driven by conviction, fury, and fate. Yeso's voice drops into a low growl. I always knew this day would come, he says. That someday, the head of the cult would betray me and try to kill me himself. His teeth begin to crack apart, fragments falling as his body warps into something monstrous. His mouth stretches unnaturally wide. Do you know why I turned to soul arts? He hisses. Then, before Muguk can answer, he snarls, it wasn't for power. Dark energy ripples through the air as Yeso's form swells, his aura boiling with rage. I'll rip that pathetic 9 calamities demonic art of yours into shreds, he roars. Black orbs flicker into existence between them, pulsing violently. Yeso's body towers higher, the floor beneath him trembling. Muguk narrows his eyes. He's using dark demonic energy. He's mastered the dark demonic arts. Streams of blue energy gush from Yeso's mouth, tearing through the air. Muguk steadies his stance, his thoughts sharp and focused. The dark demonic arts, the most vicious and destructive technique known, more powerful than any other, but those who use it lose their minds. Their energy destabilizes, and they end up destroying themselves. That's why the heavenly demon divine cult forbids it. He smirks faintly. Seems like I came to kill you for nothing, he says. You would have died soon enough from your own art's side effects. Lies, Yeso screams, hurling a torrent of blue energy. That won't happen to me. I've used the power I gained through soul arts to suppress every side effect. Muguk studies him carefully. He's not bluffing. He might actually be telling the truth. With a calm motion, the hero draws his sword. Across from him, Yeso lifts one massive hand. A weapon materializes, twisted, bristling with spikes, pulsing with demonic energy. I'll kill you here, Yeso bellows. Then I'll destroy your father and take his throne. Muguk's lip curls in disdain. You? Don't make me laugh, he says coldly. You've spent your entire life hiding behind fear, clinging to your miserable existence like a worm. His tone sharpens. You never had the courage to chase your ambitions. You just buried them to survive. A memory flashes across his mind, his past life. Even then, the soul-absorbing supreme demon never revealed he'd fallen to the dark demonic arts. Muguk's focus returns. Something glimmers ahead. Yeso lunges forward, swinging his spiked weapon with overwhelming force. Muguk meets the blow head-on. Steel collides, sending a surge of white energy roaring outward. The ground quakes beneath them. Muguk locks eyes with his enemy. The scene shifts on the lower half of his face, steady, unreadable. If he doesn't burn through his inner energy using soul-absorbing art, Muguk thinks his raw pressure alone could crush me. There's only one way to match that. He exhales, lifting his sword in both hands. A blinding flash ignites before his face. Then, calmly, precisely, Muguk sheathes his blade. He whispers, celestial equilibrium. The world around him falls silent for a heartbeat before light erupts, swallowing both warriors in its radiance. Muguk fixes his gaze on his enemy. The left side of Yeso's body bears a deep wound, proof of a devastating strike. Yet, to Muguk's surprise, the supreme demon still stands. He should have been cut in half. Before he can process it, Yeso raises his hand. Annihilation. White blades of energy explode toward him. Muguk's instincts flare. Something feels wrong. He springs upward just in time, flipping through the air as the deadly waves slice beneath him. Upside down, he thinks sharply if I hadn't dodged with flicker step, I'd be in 6 pieces by now. But Yeso doesn't stop. His demonic voice echoes through the air. Demon execution. A lattice of radiant white beams materializes before Muguk, locking onto him like a hunter's sights. Crosshairs. He's tracking me. In an instant, Muguk vanishes, reappearing beside his enemy, sword drawn, energy flaring. Blue streaks surge around him. The narration whispers. He's using Shifting Slash, the second form of the soaring sword art. The air vibrates. Black energy streaks tear across the space in front of him, colliding with the blue streams bursting from Yeso's mouth. Then Yeso unleashes something far darker. Destruction. A massive sphere of black energy manifests beside his face, collapsing in on itself before erupting upward. A pitch-black whirlwind tearing open the sky. Muguk doesn't hesitate. Heavenly slash, light and darkness collide. His blade ignites, releasing the third form of the soaring sword art. Black energy rages around the demonic sphere, clashing violently. Muguk's eyes narrow. A hit lands. A burst of impact tears through Yeso's shoulder, leaving a gaping hole. But before the hero can move again, the wound closes instantly. He frowns, so even his body regenerates that fast. Yeso's mouth opens wider than humanly possible. Ruin. A barrage of purple rays surges forward, swallowing Muguk in a blinding flash. The explosion lights up the entire field, waves of color and power tearing through the air. In the distance, Yeso's figure looms, blue energy pouring uncontrollably from the holes in his face. Muguk steadies himself, eyes sharp. Your demonic art. It's powerful, he says. For the first time, Yeso looks startled. Then, in a blur, Muguk appears behind him. His sword arcs downward in a fiery trail. Flaming Heaven. The fourth form of the soaring sword art strikes cleanly, splitting the demon's head apart. Smoke rises from the wound. Muguk speaks coldly. You might have power, but you've got no real combat experience with those arts. Yeso's mangled face twitches, half of it hanging loose. Why didn't you use the 9 Calamities demonic art? He asks, voice rasping. Muguk stands with his sword at his side. I don't need it to win. A sinister smile spreads across Yeso's broken face. Arrogance will destroy you. Muguk exhales, eyes hardening. He lunges forward again, blade slicing clean through the air. Azure Heaven. Countless black spheres erupt in his wake. The fifth form of the soaring sword art. Yeso's head separates cleanly from his shoulders for a moment. Then, impossibly, it begins to reattach, tendrils of black energy stitching it back together. Muguk's eyes widened in disbelief. Even Azure Heaven can't take your head off. The soul-absorbing supreme demon glares at him, rage burning in his eyes, a monster refusing to die. Yeso's rage reaches its peak. His aura explodes outward like a living storm. Across from him, Muguk's face is streaked with blood, his breath sharp and heavy. You've become a real monster, Yeso, he says coldly. Muguk swings his sword once more. Black spheres spin violently in front of his opponent as white energy lines spiral beneath their feet, the ground itself trembling from their clash. Muguk grits his teeth, his muscles straining. If Yeso survived, even after losing his head, then his core must be hidden somewhere else. Blue streams of energy continue to pour from Yeso's mouth, each one pulsing with chaotic power. I have to find it, Muguk thinks. I have to find the core. The soul-absorbing supreme demon's power flares again, bursting through the air in violent waves. Muguk narrows his eyes. This is no ordinary opponent. He's too dangerous to live. Yeso raises his arms. Heaven destruction. A vortex of purple energy roars to life, twisting and surging toward Muguk like a living storm. Muguk's eyes ignite, deep crimson light burning from within. Yeso conjures a ghostly weapon from the air, his chest glowing faintly. That's when Muguk sees it, a red light pulsing just beneath his ribs. That's at the core. Suspended midair, Muguk points his blade forward, his focus absolute. Then he dives, energy spiraling around him. Death step. Black streams whip past his face as he accelerates, the air cracking under the force. In the distance, Yeso braces himself, energy gathering like a tidal wave. Muguk closes the gap, his eyes locked on the demon's chest. The blade connects. A shockwave bursts outward, followed by a blinding flash. Blood splatters across Myuguk's face as the Supreme Demon's body jerks violently from the impact. Without pause, Myuguk follows through. Netherworld slash. The eighth form of the soaring sword art crashes down, splitting the space between them. Light devours the battlefield. For a moment, there's only silence. When the glow fades, both figures stand motionless. Myuguk lowers his head, coughing, his chest heaving. Blood drips from his chin as he lifts his gaze toward Yeso. There's a massive hole in the demon's chest, right where the red light once glowed. Yeso's voice trembles. How is this possible? Myuguk wipes the blood from his mouth and answers quietly. Your heart was too big, Yeso. That made it easy to find. The demon staggers, falling to his knees. The ground trembles as he crashes down before the hero. Still breathing heavily, Yeso mutters, that wasn't the heavenly demon defense art you used. The two stare at each other, one fading, the other barely standing. Myuguk shakes his head. No, it was a combination, death step and the eighth form of the soaring sword art. Yeso's eyes widen in disbelief. Death step? That's one of the 4 strides of the wind god. How could you master that? Myuguk gives a faint, exhausted smile. Maybe the heavens didn't want you to die just yet, he says softly. If not for the 4 strides of the wind god, I wouldn't have survived today. He exhales, lowering his sword. I guess I should thank my luck and the fact that you never realized I had one last ace hidden. Yeso's gaze darkens. His voice shakes, filled with hatred and disbelief. If I'm ever reborn, he rasps, I'll kill you. Myuguk looks down at him in silence, the wind carrying away the last of the demon's words. Myuguk looks at his enemy, quiet and thoughtful. Blood still trails down his face, yet his eyes are calm. If you really are reborn someday, he says softly, I hope you live a long, peaceful life. One better than the one that's ending now. Yeso's eyes widen in shock. He stares at the boy who, even in victory, speaks without hatred. Myuguk glances back at him. He could have cursed me before the end, he thinks. But he didn't. Blood seeps from Yeso's mouth. His body begins to shimmer, dissolving into the air like dust caught in the wind. Myuguk watches silently as what remains of the soul-absorbing supreme demon turns to stone, an empty shell where a monster once stood. The girl he'd planned to sacrifice still lies motionless upon the altar, untouched. The demon's lifeless eyes stare into nothing. Myuguk tilts his head upward, exhaling slowly. The fight is over. A familiar voice cuts through the silence. Well, you sure took your time, Chionpa says, arms crossed. Did you make the snacks yourself, or what? Myuguk turns, lifting a small bag with a smirk. Actually, yeah. It took me quite a while to get everything ready. On the table nearby, the groceries he brought are neatly set out. Chionpa raises an eyebrow. Doesn't look like it should have taken that long. Myuguk picks up a bottle, offering it to him. Have a drink. It's still early in the night. The old man waves a hand dismissively. I'm old boy. I don't have your energy. If I stay up drinking, I'll be useless all day tomorrow. Myuguk chuckles. Still, Chionpa, you seem full of life to me. Tonight's not about duty. It's about enjoying the evening. Chionpa looks at him, puzzled. He finally sits across from Myuguk, folding his arms again. You seem to be in a good mood. Myuguk closes his eyes, smiling faintly. I am. And what's that about? The old man asks, taking his seat as the soft light of lanterns flickers around them. Myuguk gazes at the glowing sky above the pagoda. I'm just happy to see my comrade again, he says quietly. Chionpa pauses mid-drink, studying the young man's face. Then, with a small smile, he lifts his glass. Then let's drink that. They both raise their glasses and drink. After a moment, the old man leans back, his tone thoughtful. Do you know why I took a liking to that rat you're training? Myuguk laughs lightly. No, but I'd love to hear it. Behind Chionpa, the faint silhouette of Daryong appears, silently watching. On his first day, the old man says, I asked him if he'd give his life for you. He said no. Myuguk raises an eyebrow, half smiling. Then I'll have to scold him for saying something like that. Chionpa chuckles softly, folding his arms again. No, that honesty is exactly why I liked him. Myuguk nods slowly, his expression softening. You should tell him that yourself. He'd probably like to hear it. Chionpa takes another sip, shaking his head. There's no need. The lanterns sway gently in the night breeze, casting warm light across their faces. 2 warriors sharing quiet peace after the storm. Myuguk smiles faintly. Then I'll tell him myself next time we meet, he says. Something like that needs to be said. Words like those can change a person's life. Cheon-pa lets out a dry laugh, giving him a sidelong glance. You really think you've got time to look after everyone one by one? He says. Keep this up, and the stable boys will be your next project. Above them, stars glimmer over the pagoda, the night's soft and still. I wouldn't be surprised, Cheon-pa continues, if someday I see you out there feeding the horses. Miguk looks down for a moment, then smiles. That wouldn't be such a bad thing, he says quietly. The old man studies him, eyes narrowing slightly. I've never met anyone quite like you, he admits. Miguk meets his gaze. Soon, he says, this way of thinking will spread through the entire cult. It'll become something it's never been before. He pauses, looking out toward the lantern-lit horizon. Even if it only lasts for one generation, that alone would make me happy. Their eyes meet across the table. Mentor and student, warrior and friend. Cheon-pa raises his glass. Then let's drink that. Miguk says nothing at first, just stares at the bottle in his hand. The liquid inside glimmers under the light, and somehow it feels different, heavier, meaningful. He lifts the bottle, voice steady. The first glass, he says, is for my left guardian. He pours. The last drop falls into the cup with a soft sound. Cheon-pa nods once and drinks deeply. Miguk watches him, a small, wistful smile crossing his face. At that moment, he thinks the old man probably decided to follow me for the rest of his life. Wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, Cheon-pa grins slyly. Tell me, who's more valuable, the left guardian or the right? Miguk blinks. The two sit facing each other, silent for a beat. Well, Cheon-pa says, leaning in, if you're giving out titles, I want the higher one. Muguk's eyes widen slightly. Then he bursts out laughing, a rare, genuine laugh. He wipes his face, still smiling. You know, today you actually look kind of cute, Blood Heaven's Bladesman. The old man freezes, eyes wide in disbelief. Cute, he repeats, stunned. Then, in outrage, he slams a hand on the table. Say that again, you little brat. Miguk only laughs harder, unable to hold it in. Cheon-pa grabs his sword, his voice booming. What's so funny? Go on, say it again. Tell me I look cute. Still grinning, Miguk waves him off. I really shouldn't confess things like that to anyone, especially when I've been drinking. You insolent flatterer, the old man growls, but even as he says it, a grin creeps across his face. The two sit there, laughing, drinking, and trading insults under the light of the moon. Their laughter fills the quiet night. The next morning, beneath the grand arches of the heavenly demon's palace, Miguk stands tall on the crimson carpet. A new day has come, and the echoes of laughter from the night before still linger in his mind. The heavenly demon studies his son closely, his sharp gaze unwavering. How? He asks slowly. Did you manage to kill the soul-absorbing supreme demon? Miguk stands still, meeting his father's eyes without speaking. The silence stretches between them. With a faint hint of surprise in his voice, Miguk asks, You think I killed him? His father doesn't answer with words, only with a look. A deep, knowing stare. From beside the throne, the heavenly demon finally speaks. The demon physician examined Yeso's body, he says calmly. His conclusion was that the cause of death was energy deviation. He pauses, his tone sharpening. Do you really expect me to believe that? Miguk keeps his gaze steady, saying nothing at first. Then, with a soft smile, he replies, Normally, I'd be tempted to impress you by claiming the kill myself. But this time, Father, you're giving me too much credit. The heavenly demon's eyes narrow, unreadable. No matter how skilled I am, Miguk continues, I'm not strong enough to push the soul-absorbing supreme demon into an energy deviation. He stands straight on the red carpet, the weight of the throne room pressing down on him. I want to tell him the truth, Miguk thinks. But how could I explain where the blood-eye purification water came from? If I do, it'll only burden him. Eventually, he'll learn the truth on his own, and have no choice but to pretend he doesn't know. Aloud, he says, I spent the whole night drinking with Blood Heaven's Bladesman. He can confirm that himself. His father tilts his head slightly. So, you're saying it's not possible that you and Cheon-pa killed the soul-absorbing supreme demon together? Miguk steps forward. Nothing like that happened, he says firmly. Perhaps it was simply divine punishment. Someone like Yeso, a creature who tore hearts from the living, was bound to face the heavens sooner or later. The heavenly demon looks at him silently for a long moment. Then he turns away. Yeso's death will not go unnoticed, he says, his voice heavy. The other supreme demons who've kept quiet until now, they'll begin to move. With his hands clasped behind his back, he walks away from the throne. Myuguk lowers his eyes, his right one gleaming in the dim light. He's right. The supreme demons are connected. The death of one threatens them all. None of them will ignore this. Beyond the palace walls, mountains rise over a quiet town, the territory of the Northern Heavensword clan. At the entrance, Wu Zhang bows deeply. "Welcome, second son of the cult leader," he says respectfully. "I will take you to my mistress." Myuguk follows him without a word, his gaze fixed on the man's back. This one, he thinks, more than anyone, is shaken by what happened. He wanted me dead, but instead, the soul-absorbing supreme demon is the one who's gone. As they walk, Myuguk's thoughts grow sharper, colder. "I wonder, Wu Zhang, do you even realize that, in the end, it was you who caused Yeso's death? If that man hadn't brought attention to the supreme demon, no one would have ever discovered his soul-absorbing art." As the young ones approached the pagoda, Wu Zhang stepped aside and told Myuguk he could go in. Yun Rang, smiling, gestured toward the entrance. With his hands clasped in front of him, Myuguk greeted her politely and asked how she'd been. Standing across from him, the Flower Sword Supreme replied calmly, "Everything's as usual." She paused, her tone shifting. "I heard you left the cult's territory for a while. How was your journey?" Myuguk nodded slightly. "I took some time to rest and came back." Their eyes met, hers thoughtful, his uncertain. Yun Rang folded her hands again. "Every time I see you, I can tell you've grown stronger," she said. "Now I'm even more eager to duel you again." The hero smiled faintly. "We can arrange that soon." Flower Sword Supreme nodded in approval. "Good, let's make it happen." Reaching into his robes, the hero unfolded a small piece of paper. "I brought you a gift," he said. "I found a flower with an incredible scent and thought you might like its seeds." Yun Rang blinked, surprised. "No one's ever given me seeds before." Myuguk chuckled. "It's a first for me too." For a moment, they simply looked at each other. The quiet hum of the teapot filled the room. Then Yun Rang asked softly, "Have you heard about the death of the soul-absorbing supreme demon?" Sitting at the low table, Myuguk nodded. "Yes, I've heard." Her expression darkened. "Tell me," she said slowly, "were you involved in it?" Myuguk didn't answer right away. His gaze held hers, steady and unreadable. In his mind, he saw the image of the fallen demon's allies, powerful beings who would not take the loss lightly. He knew that, no matter what friendship Flower Sword Supreme showed him, the death of one demon threatened the rest. If one fell, the others could soon follow. "The demon physician died from energy deviation," Myuguk said finally. She frowned. "No supreme demon would believe that." "I had nothing to do with it," he replied firmly. Her eyes lingered on him, doubtful. He didn't flinch. Yun Rang eventually lowered her gaze. He leaned slightly forward. "Why did you suspect me?" Flower Sword Supreme's voice was quiet, but sharp. "Because ever since you took that task, peace turned into chaos. The still swamp became a raging sea, and the soul-absorbing supreme demon was the first to drown in it." Myuguk held a small shot glass between his fingers, the faint light reflecting off its surface. "I'm just fishing in the sea," he said quietly. "I've got no desire to see anyone drown in it." Yun Rang lowered her gaze. "That may be true," she replied softly, "but your catch this time was the supreme demon." The hero looked up. "Then tell me," he asked, "would it be hard for me to catch the Flower Sword Supreme?" Yun Rang raised her glass to her lips, pausing before setting it down gently on the table. "If you release the fish you've already caught," she said, "then perhaps anything is possible. But I'd rather not be caught in the same net as Yeso." The hero closed his eyes in silence. Yun Rang took another sip, her expression distant. "No one can predict what comes next," she murmured. "And of all of us, Yeso cared the most about staying alive. I never imagined he'd be the first to die." Myuguk studied her in silence, his gaze thoughtful. The quiet room around them felt heavy with unspoken tension. "West Illusion Fort," Yun Rang continued, "will be thrown into chaos for a while. A battle for inheritance is inevitable." The hero turned his eyes toward the window, lost in thought. He recalled that the soul-absorbing supreme demon had 5 disciples. With their master dead and no successor named, the title would go to whoever proved the strongest among them. He looked back at her. "Who will you support?" Yun Rang arched her brow. "Why are you so concerned?" They locked eyes. "Because," Myuguk said, "I think it'd be best if one of our people took that place." Her surprise showed for a moment. "Our people?" He nodded. I'd like to see someone I trust in that seat. After all, you and I became friends through our duels, didn't we? For a heartbeat, she simply stared at him. Then a faint smile curved her lips. In that case, she said, maybe I could become an ally to the friend who helped sharpen my blade. Outside, clouds drifted slowly above the pagoda. Later, Myuguk sat cross-legged in meditation. Suddenly, he felt a presence nearby and opened his eyes. Cheon-pa stood before him, arms folded across his chest. What brings you here at this hour, old man? Myuguk asked. The Blood Heaven's Blades man grunted. You got anything to drink? Without a word, Myuguk poured the liquor. They sat together on a boulder, glasses in hand. Something wrong? The hero asked. The Supreme Demon downed his drink. Those bastards, he said, his tone edged with anger. They ignored me completely. Myuguk blinked. Ignored you? He remembered that the Supreme Demons had gathered earlier that day to discuss the aftermath of the soul-absorbing demon's death. You mean they just acted like you weren't there? He asked, astonished. Cheon-pa's expression darkened. Not a single one said a word to me. Myuguk frowned. But haven't they always treated you that way? The old man shot him a look of irritation, clearly not amused. Cheon-pa let out a long, weary sigh. Those bastards were never much for conversation, he muttered. But this time, it was different. Completely different. He set his glass down hard. If they'd just accused me outright, I wouldn't be half as angry. Myuguk frowned. Accused you? Of what exactly? The old man pointed a finger straight at him. Of you, of course. They think I'm tied to you. The hero blinked, confused. Me? Cheon-pa's glare sharpened. The Supreme Demon's suspect that you and I conspired to kill the soul-absorbing Supreme Demon. That's why they've turned their backs on me. The two stared at each other for a long moment. We didn't kill Yeso, Myuguk said firmly. The old man's voice rose, full of irritation. Of course we didn't. You did it alone. Myuguk's eyes lowered. Why does everyone assume it was me? Cheon-pa jabbed a finger into the air. Because you've spilled more blood than anyone lately. Naturally, they think his blood's on your hands too. He leaned closer. Tell me straight, did you kill Yeso? Myuguk met his gaze without flinching. For a long moment, neither spoke. Their eyes locked, steady and unyielding. Then a flicker of realization crossed Cheon-pa's face. His expression shifted from anger to disbelief. He breathed. You really did it. Myuguk stayed silent. After a pause, Cheon-pa gave a short, stunned laugh. And yet, I believe you. Myuguk's tone remained calm. If you didn't, you wouldn't have made me your left guard. The old man's jaw tightened. Maybe so, he said. But don't forget, I'm still one of the 8 Supreme Demons. The night sky above the pagoda glittered with stars. Myuguk's voice was steady. And in front of me stands a Supreme Demon, but he's still my left guard. Cheon-pa stared at him, momentarily speechless. Finally, crossing his arms, Cheon-pa said, If you trust people that easily, boy, one day someone's going to drive a blade into your back. They both sat in silence atop the massive boulder, the night wind whispering around them. Myuguk finally spoke. I don't trust you blindly, old man. Think back on what's happened between us. Cheon-pa squinted at him. Are you afraid? Afraid of what? Myuguk asked evenly. Of becoming an enemy of the 8 Supreme Demons, the old man said darkly. The hero's gaze didn't waver. Leaning slightly closer, he replied, There aren't 8 demons anymore. Only 4. Cheon-pa froze. His eyes widened. What? He stared at the boy in shock. You mean you've killed others too? Cheon-pa demanded to know exactly who the young man meant he'd killed. Myuguk held his hands out and shook his head. That's not what I meant. Be clear from now on, Cheon-pa snapped. The hero raised 7 fingers. The soul-absorbing Supreme Demon is dead. That leaves 7 Supreme Demons. He folded 1 finger down. Take Cheon-pa out of that number, and there are 6. Bending more fingers, he continued. Flower Sword Supreme is already half on our side, so there are 5.5 left. From above, the two of them were shown together as the hero laid out the numbers. If Blood Heaven's Blades and Flower Sword Supreme take on at least 1.5 Supreme Demons between them, he went on, there'll only be 4 potential opponents left, maybe fewer. He looked at his hands. If 2 of the remaining demons switch to our side, I'll only have to deal with 2. He smiled. That looks promising. Blood Heaven's Blades ground his teeth. Myuguk is a complete psycho, he growled, then added he'd forgive the calculations this time. Cheon-pa interrupted. You missed something. What did I miss? The hero asked. Cheon-pa twisted his neck unnaturally and stated plainly. Neither he nor Flower Sword Supreme will fight other Supreme Demons. The hero glanced aside. acknowledging the rule that governed them. He and Cheon-pa exchanged looks. "I know," the hero said. "I'll take on the fighting." He paused. "Just don't betray me." Cheon-pa replied that betrayal is caused not by people, but by circumstances, and warned the hero not to trust him. The hero's smile returned. "Then I'll make sure the circumstances won't allow betrayal. Help me." Cheon-pa considered that the hero's trust was a tactic to win him over. He ground his teeth. Raising his right hand, he shouted that if the young man screwed everything up, he would die like a dog. The hero answered, "I'll be careful." Cheon-pa sat down and crossed his arms. The hero poured him a drink. Cheon-pa drank and set the glass on the stone. The hero closed his eyes and listened as Cheon-pa said that, to resolve this matter, the supreme demons had decided to call the head of the Sky Heaven cult. The boy opened his eyes. "What do you mean?" he asked quietly. Blood Heaven's blades looked off into the distance. "The soul-absorbing supreme demon's magic," he began, "was based on the demonic arts of the blood cult. As you know, that cult was the predecessor of the Sky Heaven cult. That's why the others suggested that if the head of Sky Heaven saw the body himself, he could determine the exact cause of death." Muguk's gaze stayed fixed on the old man. Outside, dawn began to break, painting the horizon pale gold. "The cult leader," Cheon-pa continued, "isn't just coming for an autopsy. There are 3 other reasons." He turned his eyes toward the young man. "First, to show the determination of the supreme demons to find the killer. It's a message to everyone, including the Murim Alliance and the Unorthodox Alliance, that it's best not to cross us." Muguk nodded. "So, everyone will see that even the head of Sky Heaven obeys the will of the supreme demons. And if they're angered, revenge will be certain." Their swords were planted in the ground beside them. Cheon-pa grunted. "Exactly right." The boy asked, "What's the second reason?" The old man's brow furrowed. "It's about the heavenly demon," he said. "The heavenly demon?" Muguk asked in surprise. Still staring ahead, Blood Heaven's blades explained. "They want the cult leader to understand that the alliance between Sky Heaven and the heavenly demon cult doesn't exist because of the heavenly demon himself, but because of the 8 supreme demons." Muguk's voice stayed calm. "And the third reason?" Cheon-pa pointed directly at him. "You." The hero froze as the old man continued. "If you truly did kill the soul-absorbing supreme demon, the Sky Heaven cult leader will find out. He'll study your temperament, analyze your techniques, and piece together exactly how the murder happened." Muguk's expression shifted slightly. He remembered the moment he'd dripped the liquid into his own eye, the bloody purification water. He knew the old man was right. The Sky Heaven cult leader could trace even that. Soon, he would be standing before the supreme demons themselves. He understood one thing clearly. No one could ever find out that he was the one who killed the soul-absorbing supreme demon. If they did, vengeance would be the least of his problems. His path to succeeding his father would be destroyed forever. Looking at Cheon-pa with a faint, weary smile, he asked, "And you? Are you really fine with this?" The old man frowned. "Why wouldn't I be?" Muguk tilted his head. "Because you're my accomplice now. We drank together all night. To them, it might look like we were plotting." Cheon-pa sighed deeply. "Then I'll just say I drank too much and passed out." Clouds drifted slowly above the pagoda. The hero broke the silence. "Which supreme demon went to fetch the head of the Sky Heaven cult?" Cheon-pa turned his head. "The demonic Buddha," he replied. Muguk's expression hardened. The demonic Buddha, of all the 8 supreme demons, had the closest relationship with the Sky Heaven cult's leader. The fact that he was sent meant the others were serious. They wanted results, not excuses. The hero glanced at the old man. "Then what do you think? Should we go after the demonic Buddha and kill him? Or maybe eliminate the Sky Heaven cult leader before he leaves his haven?" His tone grew calm, almost playful. "Or perhaps," he added, eyes glinting faintly, "we kill them both." Blood Heaven's blades looked up, his face grim. "That would start a war across Murim. The righteous fools of the Murim Alliance would scream for our heads, and the unorthodox alliance would crawl in from the shadows, looking for spoils." Muguk laughed softly. "Sound perfect. A bloody war could be fun." Cheon-pa rose from the boulder. "If that's what you want," he said coldly, "you'll be doing it alone." The hero smiled as he watched him walk away. "And here I thought we'd be friends until death." Without turning, the old man replied, "Every man lives only to survive." His figure grew smaller in the distance. "It's time for me to go," he said, disappearing into the trees. The hero kept smiling, watching him fade into the dawn. The next day, inside the grand heavenly demon hall, Sunlight streamed across the crimson floor. Standing before his father, Muguk folded his hands respectfully. "Did you call for me, father?" The heavenly demon nodded. "You need to leave for a while." Muguk looked up. "Where should I go?" "Head to the Nirvana Pavilion branch in the Central Plains," his father said. The hero immediately understood. This wasn't an order. It was protection. His father was sending him away to keep him safe. "If I leave the cult's territory," Muguk said quietly, "the supreme demons will grow even more suspicious." "They already suspect you," the heavenly demon replied. "That's why they summoned the head of the Sky Heaven cult." Muguk stood still on the red carpet as his father continued. "I don't know how you killed the soul-absorbing supreme demon, but the cult leader will find out. It's only a matter of time." The boy closed his eyes. "I didn't kill Yeso," he said firmly. "Why can't it be assumed that it was an assassin sent by the Murim Alliance?" His father's voice was steady. "If that were true, the Murim Alliance would already be preparing for war. But they're not in any condition to do that." Muguk looked up. "If you were in my place, father, would you leave?" The heavenly demon met his gaze. "No, I wouldn't." Muguk straightened his shoulders. "Then I won't leave either. I'm your son." The man's eyes lingered on him, unreadable. The heavenly demon looked at his son for a long moment before speaking. "You truly are my son," he said quietly. "But you are not me." Muguk's eyes didn't waver. "Then I'll imitate you," he replied. "That should be enough." Father and son stood face to face, neither backing down. At last, the heavenly demon sighed. "You may stay," he said. "But remember this, don't kill the head of the Sky Heaven cult." Muguk's eyes widened in disbelief. "What?" His voice trembled with anger. "It sounds like you care more about him than your own son." His father turned away. "You will not kill the head of the Sky Heaven cult. You will not kill any of the supreme demons. In fact, you won't kill anyone." "I didn't kill anyone." Muguk snapped, his voice sharp with frustration. The heavenly demon walked away, his footsteps echoing across the hall. Muguk stood still at the base of the stairs, staring at his father's back. In his mind, he asked silently, "Do you really believe your own son wants to kill that man?" His thoughts turned cold and precise. He knew the Sky Heaven cult well, its history, its secrets, and the man who ruled it. For all their schemes, they were a treasure trove of knowledge and power. Muguk closed his eyes. "There are only two ways to hide the traces left by the blood eye purification water," he thought. "One is complete physical transformation. The other is to change the eyes themselves." When he opened them again, he was in another room. An old man sat before him, a glass in hand. A small bag containing a strange plant rested on the table. "There's only one man who can change my eyes," Muguk thought. "The demon physician." The old doctor looked at the herb, then at Muguk. "Shall we begin our discussion?" he asked. "You must have gone through a lot of trouble to bring me such rare ingredients. I assume you're here to ask for something important." "You're absolutely right," Muguk said. "I need a favor." "Then speak," the physician said, setting his glass down. In a quiet room, the hero looked directly at him. "Since you're a busy man, I'll get straight to the point. I want you to perform my enhancement surgery on me." His eyes glinted sharply as he spoke. Enhancement surgery, he thought. A forbidden technique from long ago, capable of amplifying a martial artist's vision, sharpening both normal and dynamic sight. Those who undergo it can see clearly in blinding light, in the dark, underwater, through smoke, in any condition imaginable. The demon physician narrowed his eyes. "And how?" he asked slowly. "Did you know that I could perform such a surgery?" They stood near a cabinet stacked with scrolls and tools, the tension between them thick. Muguk met his gaze in silence, his expression calm and thoughtful. He thought back. The demon physician's mastery of this technique only became known to him in his past life, long after these events. He remembered returning to the cult for materials. By then, the demon physician was dead, and he learned the truth from the old man's disciple, Beck. The old man poured a drink. Muguk recalled that Bekdu had offered eye enhancement surgery to the cult leader of that time, Jub Bekdu. The demon physician watched him in silence, then shut his eyes. So the cult leader told his son everything. Muguk studied him. A memory surfaced. According to Bekdu, the cult leader declined the offer. "The fruit of the Nirvana herb is among the materials," the old man said. "It's incredibly rare. Do you know this surgery can be done only once per generation?" They sat at the table. "I know very well," Muguk answered. "Then why?" the demon physician asked. "Do you still want it?" "Because I'm sure I need it," Muguk said. "What do I receive if I perform it?" "I can't give you anything now," Muguk replied. But when I become the head of the cult, I will. The old man paused. Myuguk added, when I'm leader, I'll grant you any wish. He considered the wish the demon physician would make. In his past life, that request had been brought to his father again and again until the end and was never granted. So the operation was refused. Are you certain you'll be the heir? The old man asked. I'm certain, Myuguk said. The demon physician regarded him. Myuguk rose. Please think it over and let me know your decision. I have one question. He looked back over his shoulder. When I become head of the cult, how will I deal with the Murim Alliance and the Unorthodox Alliance? Myuguk rested a hand on his sword. That will depend on the political situation at the time. But there was one thing he was sure of. Looking straight at the old man, Myuguk said with quiet conviction, whoever commits true evil, I'll destroy them without mercy. Above the pagoda, clouds drifted lazily through the sky. Inside, the demon physician sat at a table when a voice cut through the silence. Why are you doing something so unlike yourself? Is it because your time in this world is almost over? The old man narrowed his eyes. Across from him stood Cheonpa. You're not wrong, the demon physician said calmly. Neither of us has much time left in this world. Cheonpa dropped into a chair. Enough of that disgusting talk. Don't lump me in with you. The doctor smiled faintly. Why are you so attached to life, old friend? Those who claim to have no regrets often suffer the most inside. Cheonpa's tone hardened. Why are you even talking about this? Have you grown tired of saving lives and decided to start taking them instead? If that's the case, let's go kill someone together. The demon physician shook his head. You're mistaken, Pa, but I do have one question for you. Cheonpa's hand moved to his sword. What question? Why did you choose a young man? The doctor asked. The two old demons locked eyes. Cheonpa leaned forward. That brat's nosy. He even dragged me out of fight once. Then why ask? He added sharply. Because, the demon physician said softly, I want to know why you chose him. Leaning back in his chair and crossing his arms, Cheonpa replied, because that kid looks like he'll become the next cult leader. The old doctor tilted his head. What makes you think so? Cheonpa's gaze went distant. He remembered the boy's words. He said something once. On my demonic path, I don't destroy taverns or tables. The demon physician blinked in surprise. That's why you chose him. That's exactly why, Cheonpa said simply. The room fell silent. After a while, the doctor said, then maybe it's time for you to stop breaking tables too. Cheonpa looked at him in disbelief. What did you just say? The demon physician turned and began walking away. Cheonpa stood up, glaring. You call me here just to walk off like that? How dare you? But the doctor didn't look back. Come on, at least one drink before you go, Cheonpa called after him. Next time I'll pay. The demon physician paused at the gate. Old men like us may not get it next time. Bloodheaven's blade snapped, forcing them to stop. Buy me a drink today. The demon physician glanced back once, then left. Cheonpa watched him go for a moment, and then said, that old stubborn fool will outlive us all. The hero straightened in his lotus seat and grew alert. The demon physician turned back toward him and asked why he'd arrived so late. How did you know I was here? The doctor asked, noting that the youth gave off no demonic aura. Myuguk answered simply. He'd had a feeling something fateful was coming, and his eyes opened on their own. The demon physician looked upward and said he had spent his life saving others. The hero acknowledged that this was admirable. The doctor replied that his work wasn't born of selflessness. He saved lives because he wanted to kill one man. Myuguk asked who the doctor meant. The hero suspected he already knew. The physician had joined the cult to hunt that man. The demon physician raised his hands and said a man of his trade should not kill. It would go against heaven. He had tried to save as many lives as he could to atone. Myuguk asked if, when he became head of the cult, he would kill that man for the doctor. He answered without hesitation that he would. The physician asked why Myuguk agreed before knowing the target's identity. Myuguk said that if the doctor wanted someone dead, that person must be truly vile, and he trusted the old man's judgment. The doctor closed his eyes and fell silent. From behind, he asked how the hero could understand what was inside him. Myuguk replied that surface and substance often speak the same truth. Stars tracked across the sky above the pagodas. Myuguk said the title of demon physician could not be earned by a vicious person. He believed in the doctor's efforts to earn his position. The demon physician said nothing. Candles flickered on a cabinet. Incense curled from a pot. The hero lay on a low bed, needles placed across his face. The demon physician warned the boy that the man they sought would be very difficult to kill. If Myuguk acted recklessly, many people would be harmed. He's told to take down only the marked target, no one else. Muguk glances at the demon physician, who turns to the boy and asks if he can truly promise that. The hero answers without hesitation. He'll grow stronger and end that man's life, without letting anyone else get caught in it. The physician studies him. And if I'm not around when that day comes, he asks, will you still keep your word? The boy nods. I will. When you strike him down, the old man says, tell him that blade was sent by the demon physician. The doctor looks over his patient. Thin needles stick from the boy's face. When the boy wakes the next morning, his head throbs. For a moment, he wonders if it's all finally over. How are you feeling? The old man asks. The boy blinks, surprised. I feel incredible. The demon physician narrows his eyes. And your sight? Muguk smiles faintly. Better than ever. He glances around and realizes his vision is sharper than it's ever been. Every detail stands out, every edge and color alive. The doctor gives a sharp flick of his hand. The candles vanish into darkness. Can you see now? He asks. The boy peers into the room. He turns his head, scanning. Shelves, jars, a painting. He can make out every single thing, every line, every mark. I can see it all, he says quietly. The demon physician's lips curl into a small smile. Come, he says. They step out onto the balcony. Look at the sun, the old man instructs. The boy does. Light floods his eyes, but there's no pain, no burning. He blinks, amazed. He should be blinded, but his sight remains flawless. The old man points far into the distance. What do you see? The boy focuses. An ant, he says. An insect's crawling along those branches. He laughs. I'm not joking. The demon physician chuckles, genuinely pleased. The hero folds his hands together. Thank you, doctor. The old man nods. The procedure was a success. Your eyes have been reborn. Muguk says quietly that the physician used a secret technique, one that can only be performed once in a generation. He promises to repay this debt, to keep his vow. The demon physician thanks him in return. The old man says he'll reveal the target's name only when the boy becomes the head of the cult. The hero smiles. He knows the eye surgery was just a cover, to hide the use of blood eye purification water. But he never imagined the results would be this extraordinary. He can't shake the feeling that fate has tied him back to the sky-heaven cult once again. Looking up at the night sky, he silently thanks the organization's leader. The scene shifts, the tip of a sword gleams. Leon stands poised, blade extended. Across from him, a girl raises her weapon to block, exhaling with effort. Leon moves swiftly through the training hall, his strikes fast and precise. The girl's foot hits the floor, her breathing heavy. Someone calls out, asking her to join a game. Leon's eyes narrow, alert. The hero enters the room. The girl tells him she needs to repeat her sword technique 20 more times. Muguk looks surprised. What kind of technique needs that many repetitions? He asks. Raising her sword again, the girl answers between movements. 60 repetitions a day, 20 during each evening session. The hero watches from behind her. You'll end up with some kind of illness training like that, he warns. She shakes her head. I already feel a little off, she admits. I can't sleep properly unless I train first. Smirking, the hero tells her she can skip one session. He invites her out for a drink, promising it'll help her sleep better than any workout. Leon laughs softly. I'll join you, after I'm done here. How many more? The hero asks. 8, she replies, still swinging her sword. Though it'll take longer if someone keeps distracting me. Muguk smiles, watching her move. Your waist isn't turning enough, he says firmly. And you're not putting enough strength on your left side. Leon glances over her shoulder. Faster, he advises. Her mouth parts slightly, but she says nothing, continuing to train. The hero studies her for a moment, then thinks to himself that he has nothing more to add. For now, he'll focus on refining his heavenly demon defense art. He sits down, crossing his legs, and closes his eyes. This was the technique he'd mastered most deeply before his fight with the soul-absorbing supreme demon. The deeper he sinks into it, the more he feels its endless depth. Eyes closed, he can sense it breathing, alive, pulsing, almost sentient. A faint glow surrounds him. Then his eyes snap open. Leon stops mid-swing, staring at the youth in surprise. Finish your training? Muguk asks calmly. Leon lowers her sword. Yes, she says. 20 times exactly. The hero rises to his feet, stretching slightly. Then it's settled. We're getting a drink. And food. I'm starving. The girl glances at him and says matter-of-factly, that's not surprising. You haven't eaten in 3 days. He freezes, staring at her. What are you talking about? Leon answers calmly. Master, you've been circulating your energy for 3 full days. They exchange a look. She continues. You came to see me 3 days ago, then fell into deep meditation. I didn't dare disturb you. The young man frowns, thinking back. To him, it felt like only an hour had passed. The idea that he'd been in a trance for 3 whole days seemed unreal. He realizes he remembers nothing from that time. Then, slowly, he raises his hands. A broad grin spreads across his face. The energy inside him flows smoother, sharper, more refined than ever. Leon smiles. It seems my master has made remarkable progress. The hero nods, and that calls for a feast. I'll treat you to something special. The girl follows him out of the training area. Congratulations, young master. He chuckles. I owe this to you, you know. Leon blinks, confused. Me? What did I do? If you hadn't insisted on finishing your training, he says, I wouldn't have sat down and ended up meditating for 3 days straight. She clasps her hands together with a playful grin. Then you definitely owe me a big meal, master. Deal, he replies. Order anything you want. I'll pay for it all. They leave the hall side by side. You must be hungry too, he says. She smiles. I ate earlier. No way I could go 3 days without food. Then almost on cue, her stomach growls. She laughs awkwardly, though it seems that lunch is already long gone. Muguk glances at her and instantly understands. She's lying. She probably didn't eat at all while he meditated, afraid to disturb him. Closing his eyes, he sighs lightly. You really are a naive, foolish girl. She points her index fingers upward. If I were foolish, I'd have hidden that I ate anything at all. But this way, she says, closing one eye playfully, I show what a loyal subordinate I am and score a few extra points with my master. Muguk laughs. As they walk, a tall pagoda rises before them. My subordinate's quite the fox, he says. She grins. And I haven't even shown you all my tricks yet. Leon's laughter rings through the air as they approach the towering structure. The scene begins with the Heavenly Demon Hall. Inside, the head of the Sky Heaven cult, Nung Paso, stands with his hands folded in respect before the supreme ruler of Miram, the head of the divine cult. The hall is silent. Then, Nung Paso bows slightly. I'm grateful for your invitation. The heavenly demon returns the greeting. It's been quite some time, hasn't it? How many years has it been since we last met? Nung Paso smiles faintly. At least 10. From the high dais above the gathered guests, the heavenly demon looks down. And how have you been during all this time? Thanks to your grace, Nung Paso replies. Very well. The heavenly demon nods slowly, his gaze sweeping over the assembled visitors. I appreciate that you traveled such a long distance to be here. The man beside Nung Paso, Geo Rabin, the demonic Buddha, joins his hands respectfully. The journey was worth it, he says. Meeting an old friend at its end makes it all the more pleasant. The heavenly demon studies him silently for a moment, expression unreadable. Then, with calm finality, he says, You must be weary after your travels. Let's speak again in the morning. He folds his hands in front of his chest, signaling the end of the audience. Nung Paso bows. As you wish. The guests turn and leave the heavenly demon hall. Once outside, Geo Rabin exhales sharply. That was a rather cold reception, he mutters. Even a newly appointed supreme demon from Outer Miram deserves at least a cup of tea. Nung Paso closes his eyes. It's late. Let go. All the more reason they should have welcomed us properly, Geo grumbles. The bearded leader glances sideways at his bald companion. Don't make trouble, he says evenly. You've never been one to curry favor with others. The demonic Buddha frowns. This isn't about favors. It's about pride and respect. They reach the long stone steps outside the hall. Nung Paso halts. Come, we'll inspect the body now. Geo Rabin turns toward him, surprised. Why not wait until morning? You've had a long day. Rest first. We can examine it after dawn. Nung Paso's voice hardens. We can rest well enough after death. Geo sighs, shoulders slumping. Fine, let's go then. Lately, it seems I'm surrounded only by stubborn men. Inside another chamber, Daryong kneels before his superior. I received word, he says. The head of the Sky Heaven cult has arrived, with 10 of his finest fighters and 100 additional warriors. The hero looks at him sharply. Is that true? The young man nods. Muguk's thoughts race. So Nung Paso stands at the head of his army. He recalls what he knows of the man, leader of the Sky Heaven cult, the absolute ruler of Outer Miram. wielder of the heaven-destroying demonic art, said to be the most powerful martial technique in all his lands. Once, Nung Paso belonged to the Blood Cult, a faction strong enough to rival even the heavenly demon divine cult. But after merging with the Sky Heaven cult, its power waned, absorbed into the greater whole. Daryong kneels and reports Nung Paso met with the cult leader and then went to examine the corpse of the soul-absorbing supreme demon. Muguk stays silent. Inside the dim chamber, Yeso's body rests motionless within a coffin. Nung Paso places his hand gently on the lid, feeling the residual energy. Gio Rabin steps closer. Well, what do you think? The leader of the Sky Heaven cult narrows his eyes. 8 of his energy meridians are shattered. His heart sustains severe internal damage, all from overusing the soul-absorbing art. Gio Rabin frowns. So, you're saying he died from energy deviation? That's the direct cause, Nung Paso answers. But his gaze lingers on the body. He most likely died while battling someone inside his own spiritual domain. The demonic Buddha exhales. Then that means someone actually killed him. The scene shifts on Yo's still body. Nung Paso's tone darkens. The true problem is that the supreme demon died despite using the soul-absorbing art. That shouldn't be possible. Gio Rabin rubs his chin thoughtfully. Hard to believe. Who could have infiltrated West Illusion Fort, defeated him, and vanished without a trace? Nung Paso looks up at his companion, eyes sharp. He raises a finger. Perhaps the heavenly demon himself. Gio Rabin stares at him in disbelief. You can't mean that. The soul-absorbing supreme demon was among the strongest who stood against the Murim Alliance, and the heavenly demon never held any hatred toward him. A lantern flickers beside a stone pillar, its flame trembling in the silence. Then tell me, Nung Paso pressed, his voice calm but heavy. Is there anyone else you suspect? The demonic Buddha thinks for a long moment. Then, quietly, there's only one other. Nung Paso arches a brow. Who? The cult leader's second son. For a brief second, the bearded man's expression falters. He stares at his companion, trying to read his intent. So Gio Rabin suspected him from the very beginning and never mentioned his name once on the journey here. The two remain silent, tension thick in the air. Nung Paso realizes the weight of what he's just stepped into. This isn't an investigation. It's a political trap. A small smile crosses his lips. Then tomorrow, he says evenly, we'll interrogate the second son of the heavenly demon. The next morning, Muguk stands before Nung Paso, palms pressed together respectfully. Welcome, Supreme Demon of Outer Murim. Nung Paso studies him. It's been a long time. You were just a child when we last met. Muguk nods slightly. Yes, but I heard you had arrived. The two men face each other in silence, the air between them thick with unspoken tension. Muguk looks at Nung Paso with quiet curiosity. I'm surprised, he says, that a man as busy as you would come here in person. Nung Paso smiles faintly. Rumors of your accomplishments have spread even to distant lands. Your reputation within the cult has grown remarkably. The young man lowers his gaze. Those rumors exaggerate. I've done nothing to deserve such praise. Nung Paso chuckles. And modest too. On the table between them sits a teapot and 2 small cups. The leader of the Sky Heaven cult pours himself a drink. I hear the heavenly demon has taken the death of the soul-absorbing supreme demon quite hard. Muguk, seated across from him, replies evenly. He was one of our most valuable supreme demons. His loss weighs heavily on everyone. For a moment, Nung Paso studies the youth in silence. Then his brow tightens. Tell me, he says at last. Who do you think killed him? Muguk looks up, caught off guard. Killed him, he repeats. But I thought he died from energy deviation. Nung Paso's gaze sharpens, his eyes beginning to glow faintly. The young man holds a stare, unflinching. A crimson current seeps from the air between them, coiling like mist. It drifts toward Muguk's face, swirling around his head, his shoulders, his entire body, then curling down to his feet before rising again. He can see it clearly now, though he feels nothing. So, he's testing me, trying to find out if I use the blood eye purification water. But Muguk knows. The eye-enhancing surgery hides everything. There's no trace left to uncover. The red stream fades. Nung Paso straightens, expression unreadable. That's enough. He pushes his chair back and stands. I won't take more of your time. Muguk rises as well. Please, stay a little longer, he says politely. Nung Paso shakes his head. No, I've seen what I needed to see. I wouldn't dare delay a busy man. The scene shifts on the lower half of Muguk's face as he folds his hands together. Then allow me to thank you for your visit, he says calmly. I hope we meet again. Nung Paso pauses, a flicker of amusement in his tone. You're truly thanking me for such a brief meeting? I am, Muguk replies. After all, because of this man, I gained the very ability that defines me. Whether he knows it or not, I owe him everything. Nung Paso smiles faintly. Then we shall meet again. He turns and walks away. Muguk watches him go, a soft smile forming on his lips. In both this life and the last, he thinks that man has been my benefactor. There's no way I could ever resent him. Outside, at the base of the stairs, Geo Rabin waits. So, how did it go? Nung Paso descends toward him, his tone calm. The second son of the heavenly demon has no connection to this soul-absorbing art. He pauses, then adds, to defeat someone inside the space created by that technique, you'd need mastery over a high-level Buddhist or Taoist martial art, or something of similar nature. I saw nothing like that in him. Geo Rabin nods slowly, though his eyes remain thoughtful. The investigation continues, but for now, suspicion drifts elsewhere. Geo Rabin looks at Nung Paso, clearly surprised. So, you're saying the boy, Geometry Muguk, isn't the killer? The bearded leader nods once. You understood correctly. Geo Rabin tilts his head. Are you absolutely certain? Nung Paso's eyes narrow slightly. If you didn't trust my judgment, then why bring me here in the first place? The bald monk quickly raises a hand. Don't take it that way. This is an important matter. It needs to be verified twice. Don't be offended. Nung Paso exhales through his nose. I'm not. And yes, I'm sure of my conclusion. Geo Rabin gestures to the right. Then let's go. We'll gather the 7 supreme demons and explain everything. But Nung Paso shakes his head. No, I'll stay. You can tell them yourself. Geo Rabin studies him. Are you sure that's wise? Nung Paso doesn't look back. I see nothing wrong with it. Geo Rabin hesitates, then nods. As you wish. He turns, descending the stairs, while Nung Paso watches him go with a frown. Turning his gaze to the towering pagoda nearby, Nung Paso mutters under his breath. Then tell me, Muguk, how did you manage to kill the soul-absorbing supreme demon? Later, under the pale moonlight, Cheonpa and Muguk sit atop a massive boulder, as they often do. At least, Cheonpa says with a sigh, folding his arms, we're free of suspicion for now. He glances sideways at the young man. But tell me, how did you deceive the eyes of the Sky Heaven cult's leader? Muguk looks down, a faint sadness in his expression. I didn't do anything. You remember, don't you? We drank together all night. The old man closes his eyes and lets out a quiet hum. Even so, don't let your guard down. Among the 7 supreme demons, there are still those who oppose the cult leader's rule. Muguk's brows knit together. That includes the demonic Buddha, Cheonpa continues. He's the closest to Nung Paso and the most unpredictable. Cheonpa, Muguk says suddenly. The old man opens one eye, curious. What is it? Leaning back against the boulder, Muguk speaks calmly. If for some reason you ever start thinking like the demonic Buddha, promise me you'll tell me everything. Cheonpa blinks, taken aback. What are you talking about? From the nearby pagoda, light spills through the windows, flickering across their faces. The old man chuckles softly. Why bring this up now? We're on good terms. There's no reason to worry. Muguk smiles faintly. That's exactly why I'm saying it now. Today we can smile and talk like this, but someday things might change. We could end up standing on opposite sides. His voice lowers. If that day ever comes, it'll hurt more than I can bear. So if you ever start to doubt me or hold any resentment, just tell me right away. Don't let it grow. The old man looks at him for a long moment, saying nothing as the night wind stirs the silence between them. The old man frowns, watching the young man beside him. So far, he says slowly, you've managed to balance out all your flaws with your sharp mind. But don't try to predict my reactions. Just speak honestly. The scene cuts to the lower half of his face, his tone quiet but firm. Tell me, what if the opposite happens? Muguk blinks, caught off guard. The opposite? Cheonpa's eyes narrow. What if you're the one who starts finding me unbearable? The young man stares at him, speechless. The old man looks into the distance, his voice heavy with something almost weary. What if one day you decide I'm no longer fit to walk the path of the new demonic cult? That I've become outdated, a relic, useless and out of place? Muguk looks at him in disbelief. Cheonpa turns his gaze back to him. What if someday you lose all warmth toward me. Would you feel the urge to remove me? The question hangs in the air like a blade between them. Muguk's expression darkens. He hadn't expected this from the man who'd stood by him for so long. Master Cheonpa, he says at last, voice low, my path doesn't involve breaking taverns, overturning tables, or killing my friends. The old man's eyes glint in the moonlight. Friends? Huh, he murmurs. So that's what I am to you. Muguk meets his gaze without hesitation. Exactly that. He places a hand over his chest. And because of that, I'll always be honest with you. Cheonpa raises a brow, half in disbelief. You mean that? I do. Muguk answers firmly. I won't overthink your moods or second-guess my words. If something bothers me, I'll say it. And if the day ever comes when you're no longer useful to me, you'll be the first to know. The old man studies him in silence. Muguk continues. And if I ever feel like there's nothing left about you that inspires me, I'll tell you to find yourself again, to become the man you once were. We'll talk about it together and figure out what to do next. In the distance, the lights from the pagoda windows flicker softly, illuminating their faces. Cheonpa speaks again, his voice quieter now. And what if there's no way out? What if I can't change? Muguk lowers his head, his tone somber. Then we accept it. If you've tried your best and still can't, there's nothing to be done. He looks out toward the night sky. We'll just keep living. And remember the good days, the moments that mattered. The two men sit in silence atop the boulder, the wind carrying their unspoken thoughts into the dark. The young man clenches his fist. But if you don't even try to change, he says firmly, then we'll just have to settle it by force. A good fight always clears the air, no matter who's right or wrong. Cheonpa blinks, surprised, watching the boy's knuckles tighten. The two of them sit silently on the large boulder. A single leaf drifts down from the tree above, spinning in the air before landing between them. Muguk's eyes follow it. Cheonpa's do the same. A brief silence. Then, the old man laughs, loud and genuine. His laughter echoes in the still night. The young man gazes at him quietly, his expression tinged with sadness. Gradually, Cheonpa's laughter fades. He lowers his head and says softly, in that case, I need to correct something I told you earlier. Muguk looks at him curiously. What do you mean? The old man exhales. I once said that my life has been nothing but misfortune. But that wasn't the whole truth. The young man stares at him, startled. Cheonpa steps a little away, his back turned. And in that moment, Muguk realizes something. The door to the old man's heart has opened, even if just slightly. And he knows he must keep listening to whatever comes from within. Behind Cheonpa, his enormous sword stands half buried in the ground, its edge catching the moonlight. Muguk looks upward. Through the drifting clouds, the moon gleams pale and distant. By listening to the hearts of others, he thinks I grow stronger too. This connection, this understanding, is just as important as mastering the 9 calamities demonic art. He lifts his eyes to the sky, deep in thought. Walmogi, where are the sounds you're hearing right now? The moon glows over the pagoda. Then, a sudden pulse of energy ripples through the air. Muguk stiffens. He can feel it. Someone's presence. Before him stands Nung Paso. What brings you here at this hour? Muguk asks quietly. The bearded man meets his gaze. I came to tell you something. The young man studies him closely, wondering why the leader of the Sky Heaven cult would visit in the middle of the night. He extends a hand politely. Then please come inside. Nung Paso shakes his head. No need. This won't take long. The air around them darkens. The world suddenly turns to pitch black. A blink later, it shifts again. Everything becomes white. Muguk looks around, startled. He instantly understands what's happened. Nung Paso watches him carefully. Does this martial art feel familiar to you? Muguk meets his eyes, his voice calm. No, this is my first time experiencing it. The leader tilts his head slightly. Is that so? Then tell me, did you not see this very same space when you fought the soul-absorbing supreme demon and killed him there? The two men lock eyes, silent but tense, the weight of the question hanging between them like a drawn blade. Nung Paso studies the boy quietly. You realize, he says, I could have told the others that I suspect you. Muguk's lips tighten, but then he smiles faintly. Actually, that would have helped me. Nung Paso blinks. The young man's tone stays calm. If the other supreme demons believed I was capable of killing the soul-absorbing supreme demon, they'd assume my father already passed the 9 calamities demonic art to me. Even without proof, fear would take root. Or at least respect. Nung Paso stares at him in disbelief. It would only make it easier for me to control things. Myuguk continues, his voice steady. But your actions only made that harder. A bead of sweat trails down the Sky Heaven cult leader's cheek. Myuguk leans forward slightly. If you truly want to do me a favor, I'll accept it. But make it real. Nung Paso is left speechless. A spacious chamber stretches, lined with shelves filled with ancient scrolls and heavy tomes. A massive chest sits near the wall, its surface carved with demonic symbols. At the center of the room, a bell-shaped structure looms. Beneath it, a man sits chained to the floor, a metal lock clasped tightly around his neck. Nung Paso stands before him. What do you think? He asks coldly. The prisoner doesn't answer. His eyes narrow. Well, the chained man suddenly bursts out, voice hoarse. Why are you asking me, you bastard? Nung Paso doesn't respond. He simply lifts his index finger. Who else should I ask? He says evenly. You're the only one in this room I can see. The man snarls. Then ask that old hag with the knives standing behind you. Nung Paso remains still. The prisoner's voice drops to a growl. And if you're asking when I'll die, he presses his lips together, then raises 2 fingers. I asked death itself. It said I'll die after you. So I won't get to see you in your coffin, you smug pig. Nung Paso's expression doesn't change. The man tugs against his chains, spitting. Must feel great. Living so long, doesn't it? Nung Paso calmly holds up 3 fingers. 2 insults left for today, he says. Tell me, why such a foul mood? The prisoner glares, voice rising. How do you think I'd feel if you were in my place? Nung Paso lifts a 4th finger. The man roars, yanking at the chains. Then the Sky Heaven cult leader snaps his fingers. Darkness engulfs the room, then bursts apart into blinding light. When the glare fades, they're standing on an open, grassy field beneath a vast sky. Nung Paso reaches into his robe and pulls out a key. He steps forward, kneeling to unlock the collar around the young man's neck. With a click, it falls away. The boy leaps to his feet, joy flashing across his face as he hops around, testing his freedom. The bearded man watches him quietly, the wind rustling the grass around them, his expression unreadable. He sprints across the lawn before crashing into the soft grass. Clouds drift lazily above. Nung Paso stands nearby, watching him. The boy squints up and snaps. Hey, why is the fat supreme demon blocking my sunlight? Nung Paso lifts his hand with a grin. That light isn't real, he says calmly. It's a false sky. The boy, his eyes hidden behind his hair, stares up at the clouds. Even a fake sky. I miss it, he murmurs. Now move. You're in the way. The leader of the Sky Heaven cult studies him silently. He's only allowed 5 acts of disrespect a day, and he tolerates this one because the boy's mind is sharper than anyone's. The young man spreads his arms wide on the grass, motionless. Nung Paso thinks to himself that this boy, this reckless, brilliant soul, is the military advisor of the Sky Heaven cult. He endures his insults and values his counsel, because every word he speaks carries truth. Nung Paso has never tried to break him with pain. The boy fears nothing, not even death. Push him too far, and he'd end his own life without hesitation. Looking down at him, Nung Paso wonders, what keeps this young man from letting go entirely? He once asked that very question. The boy never answered, breaking the silence. Nung Paso says, as you suggested, I treated the second son of the cult leader with kindness. But now he's asking for something much greater. The boy listens quietly. Tell me, Nung Paso continues, do you really believe Myuguk will become the heir? The boy tilts his head. The cult leader himself confirmed that Myuguk killed the soul-absorbing supreme demon, he replies. Nung Paso nods slowly. That's true. Then who else could take the position? The boy asks, flowers brushing against his hair. He's only 20, and no one that young could have slain the soul-absorbing supreme demon. Nung Paso strokes his chin thoughtfully. Myuguk's skill is indeed remarkable. The boy cuts him off. So what's next? Are you afraid the cult leader's second son might kill you too? Nung Paso doesn't answer. Eyes closed, he finally admits, if I said I wasn't afraid, I'd be lying. Anyone capable of killing the supreme demon can kill anyone. The clouds shift quietly above them. There's another reason to be cautious of the young master, the boy says. Nung Paso frowns. Another reason? Still lying on the grass, the boy asks, do you really think the cult leader doesn't know his own son killed the soul-absorbing supreme demon? Nung Paso stiffens. You mean the heavenly demon already knows? The boy lets out a short laugh. Of course the cult leader knows everything. A man like him misses nothing. He's extraordinary. He shifts his gaze toward Nung Paso. But tell me, why would someone that ambitious stay silent after something like this? Nung Paso looks down at him, curious. Then enlighten me, he says. Why do you think he's keeping quiet? The young man suddenly sits up, his voice rising. Think for yourself. Or have you gotten too used to having every answer handed to you? Nung Paso's expression darkens. Did I just hear an insult? The boy exhales sharply. No, I just talk loud, that's all. I only asked the mighty leader of Sky Heaven Cult to use his head for once. Crossing his arms, Nung Paso replies evenly. That's your department, not mine. If I were as clever as you, there'd be no reason to keep you alive. The boy clenches his jaw, grinding his teeth in frustration. When someone that extraordinary stays quiet, he says, it means he's preparing for something big. Nung Paso narrows his eyes. You think it has to do with the Central Plains Union? I don't know for sure, the boy admits. But one thing's certain, Yeso's death wasn't random. Either the heavenly demon ordered it, or he knew and did nothing. Either way, he allowed it to happen. He looks up at the drifting clouds. The soul-absorbing supreme demon. He was the Murim Alliance's greatest nightmare. Just as you, Nung Paso, are the terror of the Central Plains. Yet the heavenly demon let his own son kill him. Nung Paso's gaze hardens. That can only mean one thing, the boy continues. He plans to replace the supreme demons, one by one, with people who will follow him without question. The leader of Sky Heaven Cult falls silent, lost in thought. The boy tilts his head slightly. So then, where do you think he'll strike next? Nung Paso answers quietly. His next targets will be the supreme demons themselves. Lying back on the grass again, the boy says exactly. The heavenly demon won't risk starting a war with the Murim Alliance, while his own ranks are filled with dissenters. He'll either send them to the front lines or wipe them out before the first battle begins. Nung Paso closes his eyes, muttering a curse. In the distance, the trees sway. The boy's voice softens. The wind's changing, old man. If you can't move with it, it'll take you down. That's what happened to the soul-absorbing supreme demon. He was too disconnected to feel it coming. Nung Paso opens his eyes again, staring at him. Then what should we do? He asks. Hide behind the wall of the 8 supreme demons, or behind the wall that is the heavenly demon himself. Nung Paso gazes down at the young man lying before him. So, he asks quietly, are you saying we should take the cult leader's side? The boy doesn't hesitate. The heavenly demon will win. Nung Paso arches a brow. And what makes you so certain? The scene shifts. Before us stands the hero's father. Jiom Wu Jin, the boy says, isn't someone who fights battles he can't win. He always moves when victory's already in his grasp. That's why we must align ourselves with the cult leader's second son, win his favor, and secure our place beside him. Nung Paso stays silent, eyes closed in thought. And what kind of favor do you suggest? The kind that hurts to give, the boy replies. Offer him the thing you least want to part with. Only then do we survive. He stretches out his arms across the grass, exhausted. I've done enough thinking for today. Now move. You're blocking my sky again. A faint grin crosses his lips as he opens his mouth in laughter. Leaves drift gently from above. Beneath his hair, one blue eye glimmers. Nung Paso snaps his fingers. We're done here. The bright sky dissolves, replaced by the dim ceiling of a room. Wait, the boy shouts, still laughing. Just a little longer. Let me stay in the clearing. But Nung Paso ignores him, rubbing his chin thoughtfully as he walks away. Outside, beside the pagoda, a tree sways in the wind. Miguk appears, surprised. You came again, Nung Paso? Please come in. Nung Paso shakes his head. Not today. Come with me instead. Moments later, they stand together on a cliff's edge, rocks stretching out beneath a pale horizon. I brought you here, Nung Paso says, to my hometown. The boy inhales deeply. It's quiet, peaceful. I like it here. You should invite me over sometime. Nung Paso smiles faintly. I will. Silence lingers between them, broken only by the wind. Finally, Nung Paso speaks, his voice low. I thought about what you said. You were right. I never truly showed any goodwill. He reaches under his robe and draws out a small, worn book. This, he says, contains a martial art that lets its user create independent spaces. In this world, only those who've mastered the true demonic arts of the blood cult can wield it. It's called Space-Time Transference Illusion Art. The boy's gaze sharpens. He repeats the name under his breath, turning it over in his mind. Nung Paso continues. Now that the soul-absorbing Supreme Demon is gone, I'm the only one left who can use it properly. They stand together on the empty cliffs, wind rushing past. In an emergency, Nung Paso says, his eyes on the horizon, "This space will shield your life. The moment you enter it, you'll vanish from the real world." He remembers the old saying, "Keep your friends close and your enemies closer." He realizes his father likely decided Sky Heaven Cult should be watched at all times. The boy narrows his gaze at Nung Paso. Nung Paso holds out the book. "If I give this to you, will you give me the answer?" he asks. The boy studies the book for a moment, then replies, "Yes, that will be enough." Muguk watches the exchange, noting how determined Nung Paso seems to win favor. The boy asks one more question. "What if I just take the manual and don't give you the solution you want?" They stand together on the cliff. Nung Paso answers, "Then you'll either become the cult leader with the worst relations in history with your faction and the 8 supreme demons, or, to put it bluntly, you'll never become the leader." The boy says that if the Sky Heaven Cult plans an offensive on the Central Plains, they must meddle in the inheritance dispute at West Illusion Fort. Nung Paso listens. If the disciples of the dead, soul-absorbing Supreme Demon fail to inherit his legacy properly, the boy explains, they'll need your help. The Supreme Demon must choose an heir who fully believes in him and is willing to learn martial arts. If the cult leader can subjugate the future, soul-absorbing Supreme Demon, he'll have taken the first step toward expanding into the Central Plains. Nung Paso looks down, taking it all in. Lanterns burn on the pagoda. He sits in a cramped chair and admits that when something is taken from him, he feels awful. The young man sits before the bell. Nung Paso says he followed the boy's advice and gave the cult leader's second son the space-time transference illusion art. He closes his eyes and confesses he still isn't sure he made the right call. A voice tells him he did the right thing. Nung Paso hears it and listens to the boy sitting before the bell in silence. Normally the boy starts with sharp insults. Today he speaks quietly and politely. Nung Paso notes this change and warns himself to be careful. Such calm often precedes an outburst. When that happens, he even feels the urge to end the boy with a single strike. Nung Paso recalls his own fury, the kind that once shook walls. Staring at the young man from his chair, he asks coldly, "Do you even know what offer he made me?" The boy answers without hesitation. "Most likely, the cult leader's son asked you to get involved in the inheritance conflict at West Illusion Fort." Nung Paso's eyes widened. "How could you possibly know that?" The boy shrugs slightly. "Because it's the most logical move." Nung Paso rises halfway from his chair, his voice sharp. "Then why didn't you tell me sooner? And if you already knew, why did I have to give up the space-time transference illusion art?" The young man doesn't reply. Nung Paso explodes, leaping to his feet. "Answer me. Why did I have to surrender something so priceless?" The boy turns his head, just enough to look at him. "Answer the head of your faction." Nung Paso shouts, pointing a trembling finger. "Or I'll kill you where you sit." The boy's voice stays calm. "You didn't buy a solution," he says. "And Muguk didn't sell one. What you bought was an opportunity." Nung Paso blinks, stunned. "An opportunity?" The boy turns back toward the bell before him. "Yes, the chance to stand beside Muguk, to form a true alliance. And if you want to keep that bond strong, be ready to pay the price again and again." Nung Paso's mouth hangs open. "You really believe Muguk is that great? That he could become the next heavenly demon?" "I don't know," the boy says simply, without turning around. "You don't know?" Nung Paso repeats, disbelief thick in his voice. "I can't see the future," the boy replies. Nung Paso scowls. "What kind of nonsense is that supposed to mean?" The boy looks up at the bell's faint reflection. "It means there's no point regretting what was already meant to be given away." Nung Paso glares at him. "That manual was worth more than anything I own." The boy doesn't respond. Silence fills the room. Finally, Nung Paso lowers his gaze. "Then what should I do now?" The boy answers plainly, "Befriend Muguk. Do whatever he asks of you." Nung Paso sighs, weary. "Perhaps you're right, even if we can't predict how dark his ambitions might be." "Shut up," the boy suddenly roars, his voice slicing through the room. Nung Paso flinches. The boy leans forward, eyes blazing. "You pathetic fool. You gave the gift, and he accepted it with favor. That alone makes you lucky. But instead of standing proud, you wallow in doubt like a miserable, whining winner." Nung Paso stares at him, stunned into silence. The boy's voice rises, echoing through the hall. "You'll die drowning in your own useless suspicions." He glares at Nung Paso. Do you know what all those who die meaningless deaths around you have in common? Nung Paso stays silent for a moment, then asks, "What is it?" The boy throws his arms wide and shouts, "They never think when they should, and start thinking only when they shouldn't. They refuse to believe until their final breath, and when it's time to doubt, they blind themselves with faith." Nung Paso flinches, startled, and begins counting on his fingers. The boy snaps, "Are you seriously counting right now? If you don't stop, I'll cut those fingers off myself." He shouts again, his voice fierce, "No more questions today. Shut up unless you plan to kill me." Nung Paso lowers his hand, every finger bent, silent under the falling leaves. The boy sits beneath them, chained before the bell. Kneeling, Nung Paso glances up. The young man meets his gaze. "Tell me," he says quietly, "what's really bothering you?" Nung Paso doesn't answer. Elsewhere, Myuguk sits cross-legged, his hand pressed to his forehead. Sweat trickles down his face. The strain is immense, his jaw tightens, teeth grinding. A sword rests beside him, the air around it warping like heat. His eyes stay closed, then suddenly open. Myuguk stands. It worked, he thinks. He lifts his left hand, studying it. For hours, he notes to himself. It took exactly 4 hours to plant the space-time transference illusion art inside me. He remembers Nung Paso's warning. Even the most gifted would need days. Yet he did it in a fraction of time. He clenches his fist, determination flickering in his eyes. "I'll master this faster than anyone, until I wield it as effortlessly as the soul-absorbing supreme demon, or Nung Paso himself." He looks to his left, both hands tightening. "My space is empty now," he thinks, "but soon I'll be able to shape it into anything." A small, confident smile crosses his face. Not far away, Nung Paso turns his head to the right. Gio Rabin stands before the chain boy at the bell. The boy's face is hidden beneath long strands of hair. The bald supreme demon watches him in silence. Nung Paso's gaze shifts between them. Gio Rabin extends his hand. His fingertips hover just above the boy's head. "What brings you here so late, Gio Rabin?" Nung Paso asks. The bald man glances over his shoulder. "I heard you met with the cult leader's second son," Nung Paso replies calmly. "If that boy truly has the potential to lead the cult one day, then meeting him was only natural." Gio Rabin stares at him, disbelief clouding his eyes. Gio Rabin smirks, his tone laced with irony. "The cult's next leader will be the first son of the current head," he says confidently. Nung Paso closes his eyes. "It seems the situation is already shifting in another direction," he replies quietly. Gio Rabin tilts his head. "What are you implying, Supreme Demon?" Nung Paso opens his eyes. Myuguk has already taken command of the Nirvana Pavilion. It's clear the Heavenly Demon is grooming him as his future successor. Gio Rabin glances at him, then shuts his eyes, amusement flickering on his face. "You've spent too long at the front lines," he says. "Your vision's gone dull." Nung Paso says nothing. Gio Rabin steps closer until he's standing almost face to face. "I see things differently," he says. "The first son will inherit the cult. The second son? He's just been given a token title, a gesture to keep him quiet." Still smiling, he adds, "The Heavenly Demon was simply telling him to be content with what he's been given." Nung Paso exhales softly. "Perhaps you're right," he admits. "Still, after all my travels, I can't help feeling disappointed. I've yet to meet the cult leader's first son." He looks at his bald comrade with suspicion. "Tell me, Gio Rabin, why are you so certain about him?" Gio Rabin answers easily. "Because my intuition tells me so." Nung Paso gives him a strange look. A dark shadow crosses his eyes. He's lying, he thinks. Gio Rabin would never base a decision this large on intuition alone. He's hiding something about the first son. The two supreme demons face each other, their expressions unreadable. Nung Paso studies him in silence. "And yet, he still calls me his friend." "Demonic Buddha," Nung Paso mutters. Gio Rabin turns his gaze toward him. "Be careful, old friend," he warns. "Many eyes are watching. Don't act rashly." Nung Paso stays silent, his stare steady. After a pause, he says quietly, "I don't understand what you mean." Gio Rabin raises an eyebrow. "Why haven't you left the cult grounds yet?" Nung Paso smirks. "Are you suggesting it's time I left? That I have no reason to stay?" "That's not what I said," Gio Rabin replies evenly. "But a guest should always leave another man's house quietly and on time, without making a mess in the master's chambers." Nung Paso lets out a low laugh. You've got it wrong, he says. You seem to have forgotten who's been making the mess here. The demonic Buddha's smile fades. Then take some friendly advice, he says. Don't stir unnecessary chaos. Return to the sky, heaven, cult peacefully. A bright light flares behind Nung Passo's head, its glow washing over the two men as the tension between them deepens into silence. He thinks back over years of polite words and staged friendship with Geo Rabin, the mutual civility that always hid sharp edges. Now Geo is openly pushing him away, and he refuses to be dismissed so easily. Do I look like someone who leaves at a single call, then skulks off when he's no longer useful? He asks. Geo Rabin replies, as if reciting a fact long accepted. Seems that's always been the way. Nung Paso meets the statement with a flat, dangerous silence. Geo Rabin shifts tone, offering it as a joke, surprised the remark landed badly. He adds that constant campaigning on the front lines has dulled Nung Paso's humor, and then says Nung Paso may stay as long as he likes, even for the rest of his life. Lantern light glints off the bell beyond the chain boy. Nung Paso turns his head toward the boy and addresses Geo Rabin with a single measured comment. Sandstorms were down even the strongest souls. He suggests they withdraw to a quieter place and buy drinks. They move into the room beyond the hall. Geo Rabin accepts the offer and leaves. Nung Paso asks his advisor what he makes of the exchange. The boy, still bound, answers simply, Geo Rabin is worried. He noticed Nung Paso intends to ally with the cult leader's second son. Can that cause such concern? Nung Paso asks. As I see it, the advisor says Geo Rabin fears Muguk. Hands clasped behind his back, Nung Paso asks what they should do next. The boy snaps back. Stop asking for advice on everything. Think for yourself. Nung Paso insists this is no trivial matter. The fate of their faction hangs on it. The boy rattles his chains once, then drifts in thought, imagining himself in a flowering meadow. Nung Paso unlocks the shackles and shows the key. He asks why the boy likes that place so much. The advisor looks up, then down, and proposes a test. Nung Paso stay shackled for the day while they switch roles. Nung Paso says he will probably refuse. The boy states plainly that Geo Rabin will move heaven and earth to pull Nung Paso back, likely using the cult leader as leverage. The man asks the real question. With a chance to gain a foothold in the Central Plains, what will they do? The boy keeps his gaze fixed upward. You probably already went to Muguk for advice, he says quietly. He'll tell you what to do. Nung Paso exhales through his nose. Then you must already know what his answer will be. Perhaps, the boy admits, still staring at the sky. But you must give him a gift first. And here's response yourself. Nung Paso frowns. Why must I chase after Muguk like this? The boy finally lowers his eyes. Who else in this world is there for you to rely on? Nung Paso looks at his advisor, uncertain. His thoughts begin to spiral. The heavenly demon despises me. Demonic Buddha and the other supreme demons side with the eldest son. Only Blood Heaven's Blades man has openly allied with Muguk. The rest remain neutral or quietly believe the first son will inherit the cult. The boy breaks his silence. If you refuse to depend on Muguk, then hide. Stay in the borderlands. Come when they summon you, and vanish when they push you away. Live quietly until the end of your days. Nung Paso's voice hardens. Stop provoking me with such insults. The boy sits before him, unshaken. Then the path to victory is simple. Make the right choices and believe until the end. Nung Paso narrows his eyes. Losers, the boy continues, never understand that winning is nothing more than holding onto those two principles. Nung Paso waves a hand in frustration. Enough. I've had enough of your lectures. He glares down at the boy. If I can't live by your precious principles, then maybe demonic Buddha was right. Maybe I should just go home. His voice rises, teeth grinding. But I don't want to hand everything I've built to that brat. I still regret giving away the space-time transference illusion art. He clenches his fists, shouting so loudly his voice cracks. I couldn't even sleep last night. I can't stand the thought of losing something so valuable. The boy's single visible eye glints beneath his hair. That's because you're greedy, he says calmly, and too short-sighted to see past your own hands. Nung Paso freezes, stunned. The air between them stills as leaves drift down around them. His expression darkens. His stare grows sharp and dangerous. He's provoking me on purpose, he thinks. Why should I tolerate such insolence from my own servant? The boy sits silently, his face hidden by his hair. Nung Paso's jaw tightens. Those words cut deeper than anything Geo Rabin said to me. He admits inwardly. Yet strangely, instead of rage, he feels something else stirring, relief. I've hidden my true self for years, he realizes. But at least one person in this world sees me as I am. He looks at the boy and mutters, I've already given that brat more than enough. The thought of giving him anything else, it's unbearable. The boy finally looks up, voice steady. If you've made your choice, then see it through. Believe and give everything you have. Nung Passo's teeth grind audibly. I've already handed him the most priceless things I own, he growls. Just thinking of giving him more makes me sick. The Sky Cult leader was furious with the Belguard. He refused to give anything more to the Pavilion Master, Muguk. Despite his anger, the guard remained composed, unmoved by his words. He calmly continued to persuade the leader, reminding him that if he had made a decision, he should not hesitate but act on it wholeheartedly, surrendering everything as planned. The cult leader's expression twisted with rage as he scowled menacingly, insisting that his possessions were far too valuable to part with, and that he had no desire to hand over even a single item. The guard looked up and responded mockingly that if he refused, then he might as well return to his temple, sit before the divine relics, and spend his days dusting them off or playing with paper charms, since such trivial tasks now seemed most fitting for him as a so-called leader. The Sky Heaven cult leader countered him and told him with rage that one day, he would for sure make the Sky Heaven cult's main office in the Central Plain. And what his ancestors were not able to achieve, he would do by himself. For a second, the guard looked at him, his hair covering his eyes, as he told him that he believed that it would never happen. The cult leader seethed with anger, thinking bitterly that it would have been better if the guard had simply cursed him outright rather than denying his ability to ever achieve his goals. Later that night, Muguk went to a small restaurant to eat and drink. The waiter greeted him warmly, addressing him as the Pavilion Master. Muguk casually replied that he had come simply because he was hungry. The waiter smiled and assured him that he would quickly bring out his favorite dishes. However, as he turned to leave, he hesitated for a moment and looked back. Politely, he mentioned that he had a question. Muguk, slightly intrigued, allowed him to speak. The waiter then asked why. Despite there being many finer places to dine, the Pavilion Master always chose to come to his humble establishment. Muguk's eyes narrowed slightly as he regarded the waiter with suspicion, asking if he truly didn't know the reason behind his question. The waiter shook his head and replied that he didn't, which was precisely why he had asked. Muguk then explained that the restaurant offered excellent drinks and delicious food, but it wasn't just about that. The atmosphere itself was remarkable. They deliver precisely what he enjoys, without him even having to ask. Muguk added that the owner was also quite good-looking, asking if that reason was convincing enough. The waiter chuckled softly at his words and replied with a grin that he would quickly bring the tasty dishes Muguk desired. Muguk then looked outside and recalled how important this place was for him, as it was the demonic village that was the very foundation for the path that he wanted to create. He thought that even the Sky Cult leader, the 8th Demon Supremes, Zhou Chunbei here, and the villagers known nobody among them was more important to him than the place alone. He told himself to never forget this because if he did, he would be able to live in disguise, and he wouldn't be different from the Demon Supremes. Muguk's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a sudden commotion outside. A huge man was brutally beating another man simply because he had looked at him. With merciless force, the brute slammed the man's face into the ground. The victim's wife rushed forward to stop the violence, but the savage man shoved her harshly aside, causing her to fall to the ground. Seeing her mother fall, the couple's little daughter ran toward her, crying desperately as she clung to her mother's arms. Everyone in the market watched the scene unfold in stunned silence, their faces pale with fear, yet none dared to intervene. The huge man then turned toward the sobbing girl, cursing her loudly and warning that if she didn't stop crying, he would hurt her too. At that moment, the father, trembling but determined, stood up once more and tried to protect his daughter. The giant man was ready to strike him again, but before the blow could land, a sudden impact struck his stomach. He staggered backward, collapsing to the ground in pain, completely disoriented. The stunned father looked around in confusion, unsure of what had just happened. His wife asked him how he did this. Confused, he stated that he didn't know either. The little girl smiled faintly, happy that her father had stood up to the terrifying man. The couple then quickly gathered their daughter and fled from the scene before the situation could worsen. When the huge man finally regained his senses, rage overtook him. He roared furiously, cursing the family for escaping, and demanded that the bystanders tell him where they had gone. Before he could continue his outburst, a calm voice echoed from the upper floor, Muguk's voice, telling him that it was completely unnecessary for him to do that. The huge man looked around to ask who it was who had interfered. Muguk raised his hand and said that it was he who spoke. He asked whether it was right to hit someone in front of his child just for looking at him. The huge man glared upward, his face twisted with rage as he cursed Muguk for interfering in his affairs. His voice boomed through the market as he barked that the matter was none of Muguk's concern. He snarled that he had also been struck, implying that he had no right to meddle. Muguk gazed at him, reflecting on how, if he had punished him himself earlier, the little girl might have been left with painful memories of her parents being beaten by a monster while they did nothing to protect her. He decided to use his energy to attack the person instead, wanting to ensure the child felt happy and proud of her parents. However, this wicked man was intent on exterminating them all, even the child, over a single punch. He questioned whether it was truly such a big deal for him. The massive man then demanded that he get down, declaring that he would now kill him instead of the family. Muguk didn't waste time and stood up to go down as he was already thinking of that. As he calmly jumped down, the man attacked him straight to his face, but Muguk didn't flinch. He blocked it with his hands and twisted it casually. The huge man, in pain, started to scream, and the tears started to fall out of his eyes. Muguk regarded the man with cold contempt and told him that this was not something worth taking so far. He warned that a mere glance could never justify a beating, that striking someone was no excuse for destroying an entire family, nor for crippling a person over a drunken fit. Muguk calmly looked down at the furious man and asked him what the real reason was behind his outburst. He remarked that if the man had truly wanted to, he could have ended the matter peacefully without creating such needless chaos. The huge man glared at Muguk with fury and, without hesitation, charged at him, swinging his sword recklessly. Muguk swiftly dodged the attack and countered with a single, powerful punch that struck with immense force, causing blood to spill from the man's mouth. The crowd watched in stunned silence, unable to believe what they had witnessed. Moments later, the guard arrived, addressing the attacker as the second young master and demanding to know what had transpired. Muguk calmly ordered them to take the man to the Wangshan Pavilion and investigate every single crime he had committed up to that very day. The guards nodded in agreement, then took him away while the second young master, Muguk, announced that there was nobody that was above the law and told that no one would go unnoticed if he committed a crime, and there would be consequences. He said that from today's date, that anyone from the sex warrior who acts ruthlessly and points to the Nirvana Pavilion office and tells the people should report him at the spot. Everyone there cheered at him as he finished his speech. As Muguk entered the place to eat, the Sky Heaven cult leader arrived and asked him if he meant every word he just spoke about the demonic cult, not to be allowed to do any evil deed for granted. Muguk simply stared at him for a moment. The Sky Heaven cult leader arrived at the tavern where the second young master was having dinner, and he joined him. He told him that he never had imagined to hear him saying that demonic cultists should not be doing bad deed only because that they had powers. The Sky cult leader told that the statement was too bold from someone that was the young cult leader of the Heavenly Demon Divine cult. Muguk replied to him that it was because he disliked being kept away, and also told him that the generation now was like that. The Sky cult leader then said that if that was the case, then he was an old-fashioned person. Muguk suggested that if he wanted to keep up with others, he should keep young people by his side who could speak as they want. Muguk also added that because of the same solution, the sword demon had grown a lot younger than before in the spirit in quite a short time. The Sky Heaven cult leader took a sip of the drink and laughed as he felt amused. He also asked Muguk if he was able to deploy the space-time transference illusion art. Muguk replied to him that he did, while the Sky cult leader casually told him that in the first try, everyone fails, and so he should be demotivated because of that, but Muguk told him once again that he had succeeded. The Sky cult leader looked at him in shock, and Muguk told him that the space was amazing and that he would be doing this martial art daily from now onwards. The Sky cult leader asked him once again whether he had created it or if it was just a trial that he was doing. Muguk said that he had deployed it, and the Sky cult leader asked how much time it took him to do that. Muguk told him that it took him almost 4 hours. It was shocking for the Sky cult. Muguk told him the martial art was greatly synced with his talent, while the Sky cult leader told that if somebody else besides him told him that it had taken 4 hours to deploy my martial art, he wouldn't have believed, but as it was him a genius, it would be easy for him to learn it. But still, he had his doubts, as he could have never imagined somebody mastering such martial arts in so much less time, and he asked him to show him the next time they were together. Myuguk agreed with him, and they both cheered for their drinks. Myuguk then asked him why he had come to visit today. In reply, the Sky Cult leader requested a favor. Myuguk asked him to tell him what he wanted. The Sky Cult leader explained to him that the demonic Buddha was going to send him away, to which Myuguk asked why it was happening. The Sky Cult leader told him that it was because of Myuguk himself, as they were worried that they both might join forces. So the cult leader asked him in conclusion if he wanted a reason to stay here. Myuguk wondered in his mind that this wouldn't be the only reason. There must be more, but then he asked the Sky Cult leader what he would give him in return if he helped him. The Sky Cult leader told him that it was a bit too harsh between them. That's how he was asking, but Myuguk said that there was nothing bad between them, but there was only one deal between them. The Sky Cult leader asked him what it was that he wanted. So Myuguk asked if he could get one of his divine relics of his own, choosing he brought. The Sky Cult leader called him insane and looked at him, but Myuguk replied to him that he was, but not that much, as he was the one who was trying to invade the Central Plains at a time when the Demon Supreme had just died, and everything was at ease. The Sky Cult leader looked at him and then took him to the place where he kept the relics. On their way, Myuguk was surprised that the Sky Cult leader had accepted his proposal so easily, as giving one of his, there were really valuable divine relics, which he was just going to give him, so he could just join hands with Myuguk. Myuguk was only thinking about the reason why he wanted to join hands with him so badly and pushing it to the limit. As they both went inside the place, Myuguk asked the Sky Cult leader about the man in chains. So he replied that he was the subordinate guarding the Thunderbell. Looking at them both, Myuguk didn't believe him as he looked suspicious of being a slave or a subordinate. Also, as they both entered, the man didn't greet the Sky Heaven Cult leader. He thought that if he were a subordinate of the Sky Cult leader, he would have given him some acknowledgement and respect. The Sky Cult leader then told him 2 rules that he shouldn't ask for the Thunderbell or the Blood Flames. And Myuguk said that he won't. He then asked him, looking at the huge bell that was the famous Thunderbell of the Sky Heaven Cult. The leader replied that indeed it was, and it was incredible. Myuguk looked at the bell and thought that it felt that someone with an evil spirit was trapped inside, and the bell itself was speaking. As they both went to the other room, the cult leader asked Myuguk to choose whatever he wanted from the divine relics. As Myuguk looked around, he stopped at a small box that had something inside and asked if he wanted this one. Myuguk looked at the leader's face and thought that he might refuse to give him what he wanted, but he noticed that the man behind him just talked to him with some kind of technique and sent a message to the cult leader. He was also angry that the guy just made a note to the cult leader while he was deciding to give him or not to give him the relic and thought it as unexpected. The Sky Cult leader asked him if he knew what that thing was, but Myuguk said that he had no idea, but he was strongly attracted towards it. The Sky Cult leader picked the relic up, and it was in a sphere shape. He opened it, and there was a small red thing inside, which the cult leader told that it was the Blood God Pill, which was renowned not only in the Sky Heaven Cult, but throughout the entire Outer Murim as one of the greatest elixirs that ever existed. Listening to the cult leader, Myuguk remembered that he had heard about something precious as well, but the cult leader told him that it was far from precious. So Myuguk told him that if it was then, why didn't he use it before and had consumed it? But the cult leader told him that he was just waiting for the right time in the coming future. Myuguk then told him that if that was the case, then he would be the future. The cult leader was annoyed by his listening to his foolishness. Suddenly, Myuguk again felt that they both communicated with each other through frequency whispering. He thought about that man's position as he was making such critical decisions. The Sky Cult leader quickly agreed to give him to have the Blood God Pill, but he also asked that he wouldn't give it to him before he told him a reason for him to stay in the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult. Myuguk didn't think much and said that the method was simple and took the pill from his hand and ate it. The Sky Cult leader looked at him and the man behind him too. The leader asked him what he was doing. Myuguk told him to stay back and guard him until he had consumed the pill completely. As they looked at him, a red aura arose around him, and he fell to the ground, trying to conquer it. Myuguk was sitting in the room, consuming the Blood God Pill. Around him was the Sky Heaven Cult leader, who was furious. Looking at him, he wanted to curse him. He was angry as he ate the pill in front of him, which was in real his property, and he had stored it for the future to use on himself. He was just cursing him in his mind, and the man behind him was laughing, looking at him and his anxiety. The Sky Cult leader was also thinking that now was the right time, and he should just kill him on the spot. But the man behind him warned him that if he killed him now, then there would be consequences. He would start a full-scale war with the Heavenly Demon Divine cult, and then he would like to see the Sky cult leader getting beaten up and then torn apart from the middle by the Heavenly Demon himself. The Sky cult leader told him that he was certain that the second young leader would only suggest a low-level idea to him, and it wouldn't be enough of a reason for him to stay in this place, and his relic would be wasted on him. He was also sure that because of these reasons, he had taken the relic before giving the favor. The anger was building up inside the Sky cult leader, and he just wanted to kill him now. He was ready to smash his skill right into the ground there, as he also got his power level to rise and prepare to hit him with one perfectly prepared blow. He stopped in the middle when Muguk slightly moved. Then, with patience, the Heavenly Sky cult leader also sat in front of him and calmed himself. They smiled at him and asked won't he kill him now? The Sky cult leader replied that if he did not kill him, the man shouldn't think that he is scared or is a coward. They replied that he knows that wasn't the reason, but the second young leader was a lot sharper than he had imagined. The Sky cult leader asked that how can he say that? So the man replied because Muguk had already confident that you won't kill him, so that why he was doing this in front of him. The man told him that Muguk was the right person and he would provide him with a right answer to his question. The Sky cult leader asked him if he could imagine what Muguk would tell him later. The man said that at first, when he met him, he wasn't sure, but now, when he is consuming the Blood God pill, he thinks of a method he can use, and it will be helpful for him to stay in this place for longer. The Sky cult leader asked him to tell it directly, but the man asked him to have some patience, because once the power circulation is completed, Muguk will tell him. The cult leader curiously asked that why could he just tell him now, and why should he wait? So the man told him that if he knew now, his face would give it away. The Sky cult leader cursed him and argued that he had never lost something in gambling, but then the man told that no gambler in the world could keep his face expression straight in front of the successor or the Sky Heaven cult. The cult leader then looked at him and thought for a while, but again the man called him, but this time the Sky cult leader told him that he wanted his friend, whom he was talking to casually. But the man told him that he should give everything that Muguk was asking for, because it wouldn't be a waste. The Sky cult leader looked at him with disbelief and told that was he really serious. So in reply, he told him that he had just judged this boy only from the information that he got and collected flying from places, and he does not know a lot about him, but as for now, after seeing him from his own eyes, every information or statement he heard about the boy was nothing but rubbish. The cult leader asked him that if he gave him everything, then what would be left with him? The many told him that if he did, that he would get a chance to live in the Central Plains, and that was his dream from the start. The cult leader argued that will Muguk keep his words and let him live in the Central Plains in the end. The man told him that he would keep his promise, as he had first swallowed the pill quickly, which meant that he would keep his word. But the cult leader argued that if he didn't keep his word, then they would have to live like homeless people and would roam around with broken bowls and ask for money from others. But the man replied to him that if that happens, he will feed him instead. The cult leader looked at him in disgrace, but the man told him that he would go door to door in his chains and sell medicine all around. But then the Sky cult leader told him what would happen if he lost the succession race and died. So the man replied that it's called gambling to put everything on other shoulders and fate. In the end, it's a win or lose. The Sky cult leader with a horrible face told him that he was doing this all to just ruin his life. So the man mocked him by saying he had just realized it now, when he was doing it. The man once again called him, but this time the cult leader warned him that it was already enough that he had looked down on him in a single day. And he told him that he knew what he wanted to tell, so he should give up everything if he needed to gain something. The Sky cult leader told him that they were both the same because they could not get anything without a sacrifice. The man told him that the person he was referring to was the young master sitting in front of them right now, so he should be more blessed and thankful. The cult leader simply waited in silence, his patience unwavering as moments stretched into what felt like an eternity. Suddenly, the crimson aura surrounding the young master began to evolve, intensifying as the red light grew brighter and more radiant. In an instant, a black sphere emerged, erupting with a surge of crimson energy that spread violently through the surroundings. A massive flash followed, engulfing everything in blinding light, and when it finally faded, Muguk slowly opened his eyes. The cult leader noticed his face, and his eyes were glowing red, but soon the red glow vanished. He understood that Muguk was settling his energy right now, and he was already experienced. He was shocked by how deep his cultivation was, and he wasn't even hiding his talent and energy from him, which was even more bothersome to the Sky cult leader. It was as if Muguk was showing him how strong he was, and he should have trusted him and done what he said. After getting ready, Muguk thanked him But the cult leader asked him why so modest, as he had just stolen the elixir and then dared to consume its energy in front of him. But Muguk said that he didn't steal, that it was a payment that he received. The sky cult leader was confused about the payment, he said, but instead he asked that he should now hear the reason that the young master would be giving him, so he could stay in this place. Muguk told him that he had already told him that it was only that he had consumed the blood god pill, but the sky cult leader was confused. Muguk told him to visit the Nirvana Pavilion tomorrow and complain there that his elixir was stolen, and until the elixir was not found, he could have a reason to stay in this place. He told him that he was the master of the Nirvana Pavilion, and, unless he recovered the pill, he would conduct the investigation step by step. Listening to the reason, the sky cult's reason was satisfied. Muguk told him that later on, they could decide when he would leave the place. The sky cult leader asked the man if he knew the reason, so he replied that yes, he did. When the young master quickly swallowed the blood god pill, the cult leader was confused because the young master knew it before he told him that it was a blood god pill. So the man replied that indeed he would have known that, or else there was no other reason he would have picked something precious randomly. The cult leader was too confused now. He was still questioning how he even got to know that. The man told him that he was convinced that the cult leader would give him only something precious, as he was worthy of it. But still, the cult leader did not believe that the young master took something so valuable with such ease. The man told him that once again he was telling him that the young master won't do anything for him just for a presenting method, as he should give him everything. But the cult leader screamed at him that if he gave him everything and the mission fails, then they both will die. But the man recalled him that he had promised him to kill him before he dies. The cult leader furiously told him to stay quiet. In the morning, Muguk went to meet his father in the cult leader's pavilion. He walked through the ground and then up the stairs, and he thought that his father would have all the information he needed, but still, he was feeling different, asking his father personally in such situations. As he was walking, someone told him that he should go into the training hall, and there he would find his father. It was his father's personal guard. Muguk greeted him with great honor. He recalled a picture of him talking with his hand and walking through the village streets when he was only a child. He remembered that he used to ask him to buy food and things from the stalls. He was glad that he had such good memories with him and asked him to come and visit him sometime, and he would treat him to a meal. Wai agreed, saying it formally. But Muguk told him to be informal with him, and so he walked inside the training hall. As he entered the hall, suddenly a sword came in his way. It was his father. He quickly noticed that the attack can't be dodged or else he would die, so he took his sword out in the moment and countered it. A huge shockwave passed, and Muguk lost his balance. His father used 4 strides of the wind god technique to give him a blow, but with every training he had got, he blocked the move and saved himself in the time being. His father praised him and told that he had improved a lot. Muguk told that he had been doing training, and for sure he had improved his skills and powers, and no one did more training than him in the wild cult. But he corrected himself that he was the second one, because Leon was the one who was training the most in the cult. But then his father told that he should once again correct himself and take the 3rd position, making himself at the top. Muguk was glad that his father was in the best shape ever, and he had mastered a lot of things too. As they both walked outside, his father asked for the reason of his visit, so he told his father that the Sky Heaven cult leader was interested in me and wanted to join hand with him. He also informed his father that he had a feeling that there was a separation in the 8 Demon Supremes, and asked his father that did he had any idea about this. His father replied that the Demon Supremes sending the Sky Cult leader to this place was only a foolish idea, as they could have just talked to him and resolved the problem easily. And also, if the Supremes wanted him here so badly, they could have just gone together and asked him nicely. Muguk said that now that they have sent him here, the Sky Cult leader is feeling a lot insulted. His father told him that small neglected problems can become huge problems if they are not solved as fast as possible. Also that this incident was totally the fault of the Demon Supreme. Muguk was feeling how angry his father was. He imagined that if his father were in control, he would have set the Demon Supreme and Sky Heaven cult leader to fight in a sport. And at that time, he would have killed all the people who had tried to ruin their reputation. But now there was a problem. Muguk thought that if their main force fell in the war, the Murim Alliance would surely intervene, which means that the 8 Demon Supremes were evil to his father. He was also confused and asked his father if that was the case. Then why did the Sky Heaven leader come to meet him in the first place instead of his father? His father replied that the main reason was that his father was not an easy man, but he was, and he could use him easily, as the Sky cult leader was thinking. Muguk already knew the answer to that. but he still asked his father what the sky cult leader was trying to get out of him by using him. His father looked at him and told him that he should ask this type of question to his strategist, but he told him that he didn't have one. So his father argued with him to have one, but he told him he couldn't find one. He had the clever strategist Sima. He told his father that he already had the best one, so it wouldn't be easy for him to get one for himself. He thought in his mind that finding the best one, and as clever as Sima Myung, was his top mission from now on. His father asked him if he wasn't managing even without the strategist, but he told and appreciated his father for saying such respectable words to him. But he also told him that it was only because of his luck that he was succeeding non-stop. Myuguk thought that he had navigated the situation based on his previous life, and he didn't really use any strategy, nor was he that type. He thought that now that he was in such a situation, he should get one as soon as possible, which would help him clear his vision and support him from inside. He asked his father to tell the answer to his question, which was what the sky cult leader had in mind, that he wanted his help. As they both walked, his father told him that the reason was that the sky cult leader wanted to advance to the Central Plains, and it was his dream to move into that place. Myuguk recalled that in his past life, the Sky Heaven cult leader couldn't enter because while Mugi swept the Murim, and he also never dared to set foot inside the Central Plains and died outside it as time passed. But now it was different after he had regressed, and so his life could change this time. He thought that the Sky cult leader didn't enter personally, but was here in the demon cult to make his way inside. His father said that the outer Murim's blood had always thought to enter the Central Plains, but they had never been successful, and the dream just left as a dream in their blood. Myuguk showed his father that he just understood everything now, but he was thinking in his mind that it was better to learn this story from his own mouth as a respect, and he should be thankful to his father to talk to him and teaching him. He thought that it was better that he acted that he knew nothing, and his father would be also happy to talk to him and be the superior one among them both. He even thought that most of parents only desire and wait for their child to come and ask them questions which they could answer and feel happy. He thought his father was the same as they were. After the talk, his father told him that he should join him and father food together before they leave. Later that evening in the Nirvana Pavilion, a Buddha had come to meet Myuguk and asked that his friend's divine relics had been stolen, and he could not stand by just thinking and came to know about the incident. The Buddha even asked if it was really a thief, but Myuguk asked him what kind of questions he was asking, whether it was really true or what. The Buddha replied that it was tough to believe that there were thieves in their divine demon cult. Myuguk even said to him that he was just thinking, but not believing that the sky cult leader would have done something on his own. The Buddha looked at him for a second and then asked if there were thieves in their cult. Then their reputation would be damaged heavily, and so they should handle the situation with care. Myuguk asked him how. So Buddha replied that they should just send him away before the sky cult leader starts to make any fuss and the news gets out, as the thieves won't get caught easily, but his patience will be dangerous for them. Myuguk was glancing at him and thinking that the Buddha had some suspicion about him and trying to find a way to test him. Myuguk told him that he couldn't ask him to leave as he won't listen to him since he was just a pavilion master. The Buddha then said that the sky cult leader thinks that Myuguk will be the next successor, so he wouldn't listen to him. Myuguk was confused and told that he never imagined that, but Buddha told him that it was the only reason the sky cult leader came to visit him in the first place, as he goes to meet people and give respect to those he knows will be of his help one day. And so the Buddha was assured that the cult leader would have seen the potential in him of becoming the successor. Myuguk was thinking in his mind that the Buddha was constantly reading his mind, but was sure that it was impossible, as his father wasn't able to read them either. The Buddha suggested that they should just send him quietly for the cult's sake, but Myuguk said that they should not send him back and keep him here, as if he went out, he would damage the cult even more, and they should keep him here and ask him to stay quiet within the cult. He even said that he won't speak freely of his own will, and he would suggest this to the sky cult leader on his own. The Buddha was just listening to him while he suggested that the sky cult leader would never speak about his divine relic in public ever. In the Nirvana Pavilion, the servant of the young master was telling him about the information he had gathered. He said that the soul absorbing the supreme demon had 5 disciples in total, and they were ranked by age and skills. He also told him that the more favorable candidate for the succession was the first disciple, Yang Du, and the female third disciple, Chong Xian. Myuguk asked him what exactly their reputation was in the West Illusion Fort. The servant told him that Yang Du is superior in experience in martial arts because of his age, but within the illusion, for he was not much, but Chong Xian was more popular there. He asked him what the reason was behind it. So the servant told him that, as Cheon Xian was young and pretty, with a pleasant personality, she was more famous, but he also added that Yong-do had a brutal and high temperament. And because of him, many skilled martial artists have already been injured by him, and some even lost their lives. He said that even after these brutal incidents, the late soul-absorbing Supreme Demon Master had favored him by making him a bigger candidate to become the next successor. But in the end, he said that now the situation had changed. Miyaguk looked at him and then ordered him to look into them carefully and check it all. Even if it's martial arts, wealth, abilities, hobbies, or human relationships, and told him to leave nothing. The servant agreed with him, but Miyaguk whispered that the Sky Heaven cult leader would choose, which shocked the servant, who got shocked and asked would the Sky Heaven cult leader choose one among them. Miyaguk replied that it was the reason he was asking about the data, and he also said that he had sent data to soul-absorbing Supreme Demon's disciples. The servant curiously asked what the reason was for that. So Miyaguk told him that he was also in for the succession battle in West Illusion Fort. The servant got scared after hearing that and asked if he was preparing to kill the Sky Cult leader or if it was Yong-do or even Chong Xian. But Miyaguk denied and said that he wasn't a killer as he was thinking and he wouldn't kill anyone. The servant took a huge breath of relaxation. Then Miyaguk said that a lot of people were worried that he might kill someone and he was worried about his own reputation. The servant then called a master and asked who was also worried that he might kill, but Miyaguk only focused on a master word. The servant looked awkward as the Blood Heaven Sword Demon, Miyaguk, hadn't allowed him to call him master at the time. Miyaguk was thinking about him, as he regarded himself as his disciple. He was sure that the word really slipped by mistake and not on purpose. While the Sky Cult leader was in his place and was talking to the man chained with the bell, he asked him why he was staring at the bell and questioned if the demon on it was trying to communicate with him. In response, the man asked if he knew that the demon spoke to him. The cult leader looked at his face and asked why he made such a scary face and asked a question. The man said that sometimes it spoke to him, and then the Sky Cult leader asked what he had asked him. In reply, the man said that the demon asked him about his living in such a way. Listening to that, the cult leader continued with the questions and asked him to tell him about the conversation. The man said that he told the demon that because of a petty and greedy person in the past, he was living like this. But now he wasn't living because of that person, but because of his own self. The cult leader asked him what the demon asked then, but he didn't reply. In anger, the cult leader asked again, but then he said that it was a fragment and it cannot speak at all, and called the cult leader a crazy person. The cult leader, for a second, thought about it and eventually agreed that he was a crazy person after he had done such things in a short time. Also, the cult leader said that soon it would be he who would sit in front of the statue and talk to the fragmented demon. The cult leader then shouted at the demon statue and told him what caused him to be treated so casually that he had been watching them for a long time. Suddenly, the man said that it was Chong Xian. The Sky Cult leader, after hearing that, got scared and, in shock, he asked the man to give him some warning before he told him something like that. The cult leader curiously asked why it was Chong Xian, as he thought that Yong-do would win the succession. In reply, the man told him to choose Yong-do, then if he thinks he would win. The cult leader was curious, and he thought for a second, but then he leaned toward the man and asked why did he say Chong Xian earlier. The man then told him that he should just do as he likes and choose Yong-do because he knew the cult leader wasn't someone who follows another order, and he would choose the other person. Listening to this, the Sky Cult leader was now sure that he would pick Cheon-sung this time. The man looked at him and thought about something. The cult leader asked if we were choosing her, then how would he make her his disciple? The man replied that he had no idea, but the cult leader was angry that he didn't know about that. The man said that he was bound here, so it was not strange that he didn't know how to do that. The Sky Cult leader was convinced and was thinking about something else. He thought that it did not matter how much time they spent together and talked. He was in no mood to release him from his chains. He was worried that if he opened it, he would leave the place and him too, and so he would have to live in a place like this all alone. The Sky Cult leader asked him if he should go and ask Cheon-sung to become his disciple. The man asked him if it would be too old and asked him the same question to become his disciple, just to tell him that it was absurd and not convincing. So the Sky Cult leader asked what he should do then. The man told him that he should know, according to her perspective, as it would be strange that an outsider who was old would ask her to become his disciple, and asked him if someone the same would ask him, would he choose it? The cult leader was now more convinced of a better idea. The man told him that he needed to do a deal, on which the cult leader asked if he was saying that he should pay a price then. But he also told him that, as he was becoming her master and teaching her, she should be the one paying him. But the man said that it was an old way of understanding because now the price is being paid by the one who desires it the most. The cult leader raged after hearing this, as he was tired of paying others and giving his relics to other persons. He said that he was the one who was preferred, but now it had changed. He said that he should ask her to bring the sacred treasure if she wants to become a disciple, and even make her kneel. The man then told him that if there was a price that he could pay, it was for the second young master, not Chongxian. Listening to that name, the cult leader was even angrier. The man told him that he might desire the sacred treasures that were here, as the man observed him seeing the treasure and the relics, and had eyes on them. The cult leader got scared and thought that the second young master might bring a solution and take some stuff back from him. The man told him that it would always be Muguk who would do such things to him. Later in the Nirvana Pavilion, the servant brought all the information on Yongdu and Cheonxian. He told him something strange, that Cheonxian was meeting Sa Wuzhong a lot of times. Muguk first thought of that, but the servant tried to relax him as it seemed there was nothing between them. Muguk then recalled that it was Sa Wuzhong who killed the Flower Sword Supreme using the soul-absorbing Supreme Demon Art, but he died instead in his past life. He was also now curious, because at that time no one knew who did that, but now it was for sure that Chongxian had helped him. He told the servant that they were both dating, but the servant asked how he knew that. Muguk then recalled that Sa Wuzhong liked the Flower Sword Supreme, and if it was discovered that he was dating Cheonxian, the one who revealed the location of the corpses of the soul was Cheonxian, and she also had stolen Nung Haiyu's fan to place it with the buried corpses. He was convinced that all this could only be done by someone who was a soul-absorbing disciple. Also that if she were not dating Sa Wuzhong, she wouldn't have spread the important information. After thinking about all of the possibilities, Muguk stood up to leave, saying that he was going out to get some sacred relics. In the place of the Sky Cult leader, Muguk was sitting, and they were both chatting about the information he had brought for the Sky Cult leader. The Sky Cult leader thanked him for bringing in such important information that he had asked for. Muguk asked the Sky Heaven Cult leader if he had a way to join the fight for the West Illusion Fort succession, but the cult leader told him that he was still finding one. The second young master told him that he must hurry, because soon the Demon Supreme will interfere and select the successor himself. The cult leader told him that he was also in chains, just like the person right beside them in this place, and it was not easy for him to meet the candidates of the West Illusion. He even asked Muguk who he should select as his own disciple. Without hesitation, he replied that the cult leader should choose Chongxian, but as the Sky Cult leader and the man with him had already decided, there was no change in their expressions. Muguk was also shocked that they were at ease hearing his answer, and concluded that they both had already decided the same answer. The Sky Cult leader then told him that he was also thinking of her as the suitable choice, but he had no idea how to talk to her and convince her. But then Muguk replied that he could be helpful in that matter, and he could make Chongxian come to him directly. The Sky Cult leader was asking for more explanation, so he told her that she would personally come and ask him if she wanted to be his disciple, and he would prepare the food and be the host of that meeting. The Sky Cult leader was thankful for his work and said that he couldn't have asked more from him. But then Muguk said that in return, he would like to have a divine relic from him. The cult leader was not shocked and told him that he was a selfish person, but Muguk told him that it was only fair, as it was a natural order after all, as if someone makes somebody work for them with trust and personal ties, without fair payment, is something that belonged to his father's era. The cult leader replied to him that he was also from that era, the same as his father, but Muguk told him that he was from the present era, so he had to deal with that. He even told him that if he wanted, he wouldn't tell him anything, and it could be that way. But Muguk said that the matter that they were getting involved in was to deal with someone young, so he wanted the Sky Cult leader to show some trust in him, and he promised to bring results that were even more valuable than some divine relics. After thinking for a while, the Sky Cult leader accepted his proposal, while Muguk noticed that the man in chains once again interfered and convinced him to. Muguk told him that once he brought her to be his disciple, his work would be done, and to raise her to become the Demon Supreme would be dependent on the cult leader's shoulder. The cult leader then argued with him that if that was the case, he would ask for another relic to do that work for him also, so he should ask that now and not waste their time. But Muguk told that he was not capable to do that. If he had an idea, he would tell him personally, as it was for the sake of them both. Muguk then stated that he was leaving when his gaze fell upon a man bound in heavy chains. The chained man lifted his head and met Muguk's eyes, and for a brief moment, they exchanged a silent but intense glance before Muguk turned to go. Later, Muguk arrived at the Northern Heavenly Sword Clan to meet the female friend there. As he entered the guard, Wuzhong welcomed him. Muguk asked him how he was doing here. In return, Wuzhong thanked him for showing his concern for someone like him. As Muguk followed him inside, he thought that Wuzhong was too calm and didn't show that he was in trouble, as he had failed to use the soul-absorbing Supreme Leader to get him out. Muguk was on a mission that he would use Chong Xian and bring him inside his trap. So Yun Rang welcomed him inside. Muguk, without hesitation, called her younger and flirted with her, but she wasn't falling for him any sooner. She then told him to follow her, as she had something to show him. She took him to the flower that she was growing, whose seeds were given by him as a gift. And he, too, was surprised seeing them grow a lot in a short time. She told him that the life force in this place was mysterious and a lot more than the world outside. Muguk was not only listening to her, but keeping a keen eye on Wuzhong, and he observed that he was calming down as he was continuously releasing his energy just to observe him. Muguk then asked her to send Wuzhong away and bring them some wine and food, as he had some information that he wanted to leak, and he would tell the reason later. She looked at him and then called Wuzhong and ordered him to bring the drink, as she hadn't shared drinks with him for a long time. Without arguing, he agreed and went to bring the things, but in his mind, he cursed them both as she had agreed with him not to drink more, but she was doing it again with the second young master. As Wuzhong brought the drink near the door, he heard Muguk talking about the Soul Supreme Demon, first and third disciple, Yongdu and Chong Xian. Inside, so Yonrang told Muguk that she had heard that Du Yang was a strong candidate. But Muguk told him that Xion Xian was also in the race. So Yonrang asked him how she could win. So Muguk told her that the martial art of the Sky Cult Elder and the Soul Supreme Demon share the same origin. So if she could learn from the Sky Heaven Cult leader, who is currently situated in the cult, she could have a chance of winning. But she asked him how the Sky Cult leader could convince him to let Chong Xian be his disciple. But then Muguk told her that it was easy for Xion Xian, as the Sky Cult leader always wanted to go to the Central Plains, and if he took Xion Xian as his disciple, he would get a chance to stay in the Central Plains. So Yun Rang understood the whole scenario. It was confirmed that if Chong Xian didn't become the Sky Cult leader's disciple, her chances would be less, and Yongdu would defeat her easily in the succession race. As they both talked, Wuzhong came in and put the things in front of them and left the place. As he left, so Yonrang asked him why he told her that that Wuzhong and Chong Xian were in a relationship, but she had no idea it was news to her. He told her that Wuzhong was an ambitious man and he could do whatever it takes for him to complete his mission. He even said that Wuzhong could control her from behind. On this news, so Yunrang was not surprised. She had her own suspicions about him for a long time. Muguk told her to keep a close eye on him and ensure that he could not harm her in any way as he discovered their relationship. He even said that he had a use for such information, so that's why he had a request. So Yonrang expressed her gratitude for the information, but Muguk, instead, said that he's the one who was grateful and advised her to be cautious of Sa Wuzhong and to ensure he remained unaware of their conversation. He then added that, for the time being, she should continue handling matters involving him as usual, maintaining the same approach as before. She nodded in agreement, acknowledging his warning. Muguk then added that since she had been of help to him, he would soon return the favor, suggesting that they have a sparring match sometime in the near future. She smiled and replied that she would be waiting for it. Later that night, deep within the quiet woods, Chong Xian and Wuzhong met once again. She curiously asked why he had been so insistent on meeting her that night, and he softly replied that he had simply missed her, and the two then embraced under the dim light of the moon. Chong Xian and Wuzhong were in the forest talking about their time and schedule. Wuzhong asked her about being busy, and she told him that she was really confused, as the people were saying she should become the Demon Supreme. Wuzhong asked her what she had decided then. So she told him that she wanted to become the Demon Supreme, but she was not strong enough to defeat her senior brother right now. Wuzhong convinced her that she had to become the Demon Supreme at all costs. She turned and looked at him and asked why he wanted her to be the Demon Supreme. So he told her that if his brother became the Demon Supreme, he would kill her. She was first confused, but Wuzhong explained to her that from the time she entered the ace of becoming the Demon Supreme, she had already stepped on the fighting platform where her life and death decided the outcome. But she was still confused, as her brother was a lot stronger than her. It was impossible to defeat him in this form. Wuzhong then told her that there was a way, and she asked what it was. Wuzhong told her that it was the Sky Heaven Cult leader. He explained that the Sky Cult leader was staying with her. and if she received the martial arts teaching from him, she would be able to defeat his brother. For a second, they both looked at each other, and then Wu Zhang told her to get stronger and get the position of the Demon Supreme, and he thought that if she got stronger, only then could he control the great power of the soul absorbing the supreme demon from the shadows. He simply told her to keep growing stronger and stronger until the day he made the Sword Supreme as his own. The next day, the Sky Cult leader received a letter that instantly filled him with anger. He had received a report that told the food and the side dishes that were given to his subordinates were changed, and the portion was decreased. Also, the meat and the wine were replaced with cheap stuff. The man in chains told him that it was only a chance that they're trying to get us out of the place. But the cult leader was angry, and he said that he didn't think that they could do such cheap work to drive him out of this place, and thought that if they had just poisoned the food, it would have been better. The man beside him told him that such methods are the most effective ones, and he told him that it was not the doing of the heavenly demon divine cult, but it was the cheap tricks done by the demonic Buddha. He even told the Sky Cult leader that the leader of them might kick them out by power, but he won't do something disgraceful. The Sky Cult leader was angry. He wanted to go and tell him everything, but the man told him that he would go and tell him that his food was cut and he wants it back. The Sky Cult leader replied that he would say the same words. He said that he would tell the leader of their cult that his subordinate had stolen his food, and even he would cry in front of him with tears and tell him that it was a cheap trick done on him. The man then accepted and told him to have a great journey. The Sky Cult leader then looked at him and cursed the second young master for not doing anything, as he had told him that he would give him a solution, and called him slow. But the man told him to be patient and explained that the ones who truly respect the cult leader will remain loyal even if they starve, and those who hate him will hate him even after getting food 3 times a day. The Sky Cult leader replied to him that he was wrong and the world didn't work as he thought. The ones who respected him would still grumble and think that how could they starve even after respecting him, and those who hated him would mock that the man was pathetic and deserved what he had sown. As they both chatted on the topic, the servant came in and said that there was someone at the door named Chong Xian who wanted to meet the Sky Cult leader. They both got stunned that she had come sooner than they had imagined. As Chong Xian entered, she respectfully greeted the Sky Cult leader and told him that she was from the West Illusion Cult. The Sky Cult leader told her that he had heard a lot about her, that she was the greatest necromancer of the West Illusion Fort, and upon hearing that, she was really thankful to him. They both praised each other for a minute, and then Chong Xian asked her if her late master had told her that the roots of her martial art had come from the Blood Cult. So the Sky Cult leader told her that indeed it had come from there, so should they both be fellow disciples, and asked her what made her visit him today. Chong Xian then bowed down to him and requested him to make her his disciple. The Sky Cult leader and the Chain Man were both stunned, and that the second young master was an insane person, and that was why they should keep him on their side at any cost. The cult leader then thought that he would now have to give him a relic also, which was even more heartbreaking. The man there mocked him for his small mind, but Chong Xian was waiting for the reply. She thought that the cult leader was talking just to reject her, but the Sky Cult leader asked her if he had a wish that he wanted to see the Central Plains with his own eyes, but he also told her that he had doubts that the cult leader would ever allow them to be students and teachers. But Chong Xian said that she knew that they wouldn't be stopped as long as they were in a master-disciple relationship, and she was glad that he had accepted her offer. She even said that the bond between them will also make the West an illusion fort, and so the leader won't stop them from it. The Sky Cult leader still doubted that his senior brother would not let it happen, but she told him that it wouldn't matter and begged him to teach her a way so that she could defeat him. The cult leader then asked if he thinks her brother will kill her for that, but she then showed her scary face and told him that it won't be easy for him to kill her. Looking at her, the Sky Cult leader was sure that she was also a mad person, and it would be fun watching the next Demon Supreme. As she left the place, the cult leader talked with the man with him. They both saw that she had great potential, and it was worth taking her under. The cult leader was thinking that first he wasn't sure whether to make her his disciple, but now that he had seen her other face, he was drawn to her. He thought that he was a man who got drawn to different people with different minds. The man then warned him to look after himself, as she was someone who could even kill his own master to gain power, but the cult leader was happy to have her by his side. The cult leader then looked at the Chain Man and asked why he was in a good mood today, and he didn't even curse him all day. In return, the man told him that he wanted him to curse him to feel better, but the cult leader quickly stopped him from doing that. The cult leader then said that it was off that the heavenly demon divine cult leader was quiet for a few times, but the man told him that it might be longer than he thinks, as he thinks that the second young master had already explained to him the situation, as he was his father. The cult leader asked him not to go that far, only for him, but the man said that he doubts that. So the sky cult leader asked him for a reason that he took his side every time, and asked that he had paid him somehow. The man then told him that if he didn't like his theory, then they should just go back to the blood cult, and if they didn't take his help, then they wouldn't be praising him anymore. He even told the cult leader that he wanted a man with good luck. Listening to his luck, the Sultan got angry and asked him why he always brought his luck in between. So the man told him that it was because of himself, as he always walked down to misfortune, and he had to point it out. The cult leader then asked him to stop talking. Then the servant came in and said that there was a report that the cooks had come and prepared meals for their warriors. The cult leader was confused that he didn't call any cooks, so where they came from. So the servant told him that the second young master had called them, and they made food with the top quality items, and then left. The cult leader then got quiet, and in his mind, he was praising the second young master and understanding the words the chain man was saying to him. The sky cult leader was talking with the man about the second young master being an incredible person. They both were certain that this was a time when someone among them would become a demonic figure, not only in the cult, but in all of the Murim. And they both will have the honor to witness the historical moment together. The cult leader was so sad that he might see it with his own eyes, but before that, he might lose all his divine relics. The chain man told him to look for the bigger picture, that his relics were being used for a greater cause. The sky cult leader corrected him that he had told him that he wasn't the main character. So why was he being used as the greater cause? And as he had no intention of becoming someone's tool in their succession. The man told him that if a person wanted to be the main character, he would have to work diligently like the second young master. But the sky cult leader told him that he also does work like him. But the man interfered and told him that he always asks him questions at the end of the day, too. Still, the man praised him for doing a lot of work. The cult leader was glad that he was praised, and the man added that he was doing good work by resisting his own greed and handing over his divine relics, which was also a form of effort. Even gathering them, guarding them, and longing for them was also some kind of effort. The sky cult leader gazed at the man with anger, but he wasn't stopping there. He said that he knew that he was being guarded, and that was also a form of effort, which was as hard as the blood-soaked effort of those who tried to escape the formation. The cult leader agreed that he knew that kind of struggle very well and thought that no one liked him and no one had ever tried to understand his feelings. Thinking of him standing in a secluded desert and watching people suffer and unable to do anything for the people there. He then angrily said that now he would never hand any relic to anyone and cursed the second young master. He even suggested that as he would enter the place, he would ask him to get lost, and he would also shout as loud as he could and would make his ears go crazy. The man there agreed with him, but then the servant came and told him that the young master had come to visit. Upon hearing that, the man started to laugh, but the cult leader cursed him and thought that what a great time he had arrived in which he could do nothing. The man then covered his ears with his hand and told him to start screaming and make the master run away, but the cult leader was unable to do that. As the young master came inside, he quickly selected the item he needed. The cult leader asked him if he knew what he was selecting, but even after knowing it, he denied that and claimed that it was shining, so he had selected it. The cult leader told him that it was the supreme heavenly silk, which was legendary and was uncuttable even by a sword. He said that when it was layered, it could blacken even the enhanced sword energy, and the person can even protect their arms, legs, and even their heart with it. He even told that the person could save himself from cold and even fire, and the last thing that he mentioned was that the silk was only cut through some special swords. That was only the black demonic swords that Muguk carried with him, and Muguk knew about it already. The young master then told him that he didn't realize that it was too precious and apologized for his ignorance. The cult leader, upon hearing him, said that he didn't realize that. Then why did he even choose it? But then he gave his silk to him without further questions, and the young master thanked him. He told the cult leader that he would never forget his generosity. The young master thought that it was tough for the cult leader to give him such a valuable relic so easily, as he had earlier given him the blood god pill, too. He thought that the man in chains had been the one to convince him to hand over the relics. He, in his mind, thanked him for such favors. As he went back to his place, his master had come to meet him, who asked him if it was his doing that Chong Xian had become the disciple of the Sky Heaven cult leader. Muguk asked him why he was thinking that it was him, so the old man asked if it wasn't him, then who did it? But then Muguk told him that it was indeed his doing. Listening to him, the old man asked him what he was really plotting with the Sky cult leader. But Muguk said that he wasn't plotting anything, but just trying to help the man. The old man asked him if he was really going to help the sky cult leader expand into the Central Plains, to which Muguk asked if it was forbidden. The old man asked him if he should be cautious and understand what he was getting into. Muguk asked the old man if he was on his side, and if he could fight the Demon Supreme, then he should at least face the Sky Heaven cult leader for him. The old man told him not to underestimate the Sky cult leader, as he may be able to drag them into their place and was capable of leading the Outer Murim. And if the Outer Murim began to attack them, the Central Plains would be in blood. Muguk thought that the old man didn't refuse him, but was talking to him terrifyingly. And he said to the old man that he would keep his words in his mind. The old man then asked him why he even chose Chong Sian, so he told him that she was the easiest to move. The old man then asked him if he had ever thought that she would become the Demon Supreme. So Muguk told him that, in his opinion, she and even the first disciple were not qualified, and it would take a long time before either of them truly gets to that level. He even told that old man to train Investigator CO properly, but the old man told him to tell him to stop dreaming. Muguk told him that he was the one dreaming, as Investigator CO doesn't dream like that. The old man then asked him to go and work on his own work without interfering in others' work. The old man then looked at the cloth on his arm and asked what it was. Muguk told him that it was for decoration, but the old man asked him if it was from the Sky Cult leader. He asked the old man what he thought of him as someone who gets stuff in before. The old man told him that he knew that he was a person like that who gets stuff in favor. Still, Muguk tried to convince him that he didn't take anything from him and did a favor to him for free. But as the old man was convinced, he quickly changed his statement and told him that he indeed took relics from him, on which the old man got angry and cursed him, calling him selfish and heartless. Muguk then told him that it was the supreme heavenly silk, and the old man looked at it like he knew what it was, but it was the first time he was seeing such a relic. Muguk asked the old man if he wanted a piece, and showed him his swords, and told him that he had left some pieces that he could give, but the old man refused them and told him that his old body did not need such relics. Muguk tried to convince him as he needed some protection in such an age, but the old man refused. The old man even asked him if he had anything else, so Muguk casually told him that he had gotten blood pills from him and consumed them. The old man took a minute to understand the blood god pill, but as he realized what it was, his facial expression changed, and he shouted at him for having the world's greatest elixir to himself. Upon seeing the old man's impatience, Muguk nodded in agreement as he smiled calmly. That's where we'll leave it for now. If you want to catch the next part, make sure to like the video and subscribe so you don't miss it.